Hello and good day, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're at all over the world. I welcome you. And I want to say it's always a pleasure to have you to come and to share and listen to the Word of God. According to Romans, the 10th chapter and verse 17, it says, faith cometh by hearing, and hearing the Word of God. But I want to say, meditate. Meditate on the word, because as we meditate, we'll think about it and then we give birth to it in our spirits. And also, the Lord will begin to minister to you because you're meditating about what it is that you have heard. And we know that faith cometh by hearing, and hearing the word of God. And so we're going to proceed on with the word. But before we go ahead on in the word, I want to say once again, thank you. The other thing I want to say, if you haven't subscribed, do subscribe. I would love to hear from you and hear how the word has been a blessing to you, because it's nothing no better than having the knowledge of God. Amen. Because it is our roadmap. Amen. It covers everything. It will meet every need. You will understand the provisions that are provided. Why? Because the word of God is alive and well. So do take out time and go back in if you need to and listen and stop and play and think about what it is that you're listening to, because the word of God is powerful and you can use it, because when we are born again believers, it is our authoritative right in the name of Jesus. When we know that word, we speak on that word, and then that word by faith will begin to move mountains. Hallelujah. Things will begin to open up because the word of God will always be with you, because he said that heaven and earth will pass away, but his word will never, ever pass away. So that is a promise from God to you and I. Amen. But let us do a prayer before we begin on in the word. Most gracious and divine Father, now Lord, we just thank you for the power and the life of your word. Father, we pray for everyone that will hear the word. Father, we just ask that you would bless them, that you would encourage them, because the word says faith cometh by hearing, and hearing the word of God. Father, I ask that that word would begin to penetrate in their spirits, oh God, that you would bring it back to their remembrance by the Holy Spirit, oh God. And oh God, let this be a turning point in their lives, oh God. Let them meditate, oh God, and bathe in the richness of your word. Now we thank you now, Father. We ask you that you would forgive us for our shortcomings and our sins, that you would cover us in your precious blood. Meet every need according to your riches and glory. And we bless your name, for your word is already blessed. We bless your name for the illumination of the understanding that will go forth, oh God, and your glory shall be revealed. Now we bless your name like never before. Amen. And bless God. Yes, we bless him. And so, as I said, meditate. Think about it. Think about that word. Amen. And let it bless you immensely. Amen. For it is truly rich in the name of Jesus. So I'm not going to hold any further ado, but we're going to proceed right on. And we're going to be in the book of Second Kings. And it should be around the 20 first chapter. So that's where we're at. And so we're just going to let it play on so you can be blessed. God bless you. And I'll look forward to coming back later and conclude out the live. All right. Be blessed. Pray my strength in the Lord. And I'm praying for you too. Bye-bye now.
Chapter 20. Now Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, got all his army together, and 32 kings with him, and horses and carriages of war. He went up and made war on Samaria, shutting it in. And he sent representatives into the town to Ahab, king of Israel, and they said to him, Ben-Hadad says, your silver and your gold are mine, and your wives and children are mine. And the king of Israel sent him an answer saying, as you say, my lord king, I am yours with all I have. Then the representatives came back again and said, these are the words of Ben-Hadad, I sent to you saying, give up to me your silver and your gold, your wives and your children. But I will send my servants to you tomorrow about this time, to make a search through your house and the houses of your people, and everything which is pleasing in your eyes they will take away in their hands. Then the king of Israel sent for all the responsible men of the land, and said, now will you take note and see the evil purpose of this man? He sent for my wives and my children, my silver and my gold, and I did not keep them back. And all the responsible men and the people said to him, do not give attention to him or do what he says. So he said to the representatives of Ben-Hadad, say to my lord the king, all the orders you sent the first time I will do, but this thing I may not do. And the representatives went back with this answer. Then Ben-Hadad said to him, saying, may the God's punishment be on me if there is enough of the dust of Samaria for all the people at my feet to take some in their hands. And the king of Israel said in answer, say to him, the time for loud talk is not when a man is putting on his arms, but when he is taking them off. Now when this answer was given to Ben-Hadad, he was drinking with the kings in the tents, and he said to his men, take up your positions. So they put themselves in position for attacking the town. Then a prophet came up to Ahab, king of Israel, and said, the Lord says, have you seen all this great army? See, I will give it into your hands today, and you will see that I am the Lord. And Ahab said, by whom? And he said, the Lord says, by the servants of the chiefs who are over the divisions of the land. Then he said, by whom is the fighting to be started? And he made answer, by you. Then he got together the servants of all the chiefs who were over the divisions of the land, 232 of them, and after them, he got together all the people, all the children of Israel, 7,000, and in the middle of the day they went out. But Ben-Hadad was drinking in the tents with the 32 kings who were helping him. And the servants of the chiefs who were over the divisions of the land went forward first, and when Ben-Hadad sent out, they gave him the news, saying, men have come out from Samaria. And he said, if they have come out for peace, take them living, and if they have come out for war, take them living. So the servants of the chiefs of the divisions of the land went out of the town, with the army coming after them, and every one of them put his man to death, and the Arameans went in flight with Israel after them, and Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, got away safely on a horse with his horsemen. And the king of Israel went out and took the horses and the war carriages, and made great destruction among the Arameans. Then the prophet came up to the king of Israel, and said to him, now make yourself strong, and take care what you do, or a year from now the king of Aram will come up against you again. Then the king of Aram's servants said to him, their God is a God of the hills, that is why they were stronger than we. But if we make an attack on them in the lowlands, we will certainly be stronger than they. This is what you have to do. Take away the kings from their positions, and put captains in their places, and get together another army like the one which came to destruction, horse for horse, and carriage for carriage, and let us make war on them in the lowlands, and certainly we will be stronger than they. And he gave ear to what they said, and did so. So, a year later, Ben-Hadad got the Arameans together and went up to Aphek to make war on Israel. And the children of Israel got themselves together, and food was made ready, and they went against them. The tents of the children of Israel were like two little flocks of goats before them, but all the country was full of the Arameans. And a man of God came up and said to the king of Israel, the Lord says, because the Arameans have said, the Lord is a God of the hills and not of the valleys, I will give all this great army into your hands, and you will see that I am the Lord. Now the two armies kept their positions facing one another for 7 days. And on the 7th day the fight was started, and the children of Israel put to the sword 100,000 Aramean footmen in one day. But the rest went in flight to Aphek, into the town, where a wall came down on the 27,000 who were still living. And Ben-Hadad went in flight into the town, into an inner room. Then his servants said to him, it is said that the kings of Israel are full of mercy, Let us then put on haircloth, and cords on our heads, and go to the king of Israel. It may be that he will give you your life. So they put on haircloth, and cords on their heads, and came to the king of Israel and said, Your servant Ben-Hadad says, Let me now keep my life. And he said, Is he still living? He is my brother. Now the men took it as a sign, and quickly took up his words, and they said, Ben-Hadad is your brother. Then he said, Go and get him. So Ben-Hadad came out to him, and he made him get up into his carriage. And Ben-Hadad said to him, The towns my father took from your father I will give back, and you may make streets for yourself in Damascus as my father did in Samaria. And as for me, at the price of this agreement you will let me go. So he made an agreement with him and let him go. And a certain man of the sons of the prophets said to his neighbor by the word of the Lord, Give me a wound. But the man would not. Then he said to him, Because you have not given ear to the voice of the Lord, straightway when you have gone from me a lion will put you to death. And when he had gone, straightway a lion came rushing at him and put him to death. Then he came across another man, and said, Give me a wound. And the man gave him a blow wounding him. So the prophet went away, and pulling his headband over his eyes to keep his face covered, took his place by the road waiting for the king. And when the king went by, crying out to him, he said, Your servant went out into the fight, and a man came out to me with another man and said, Keep this man, if by any chance he gets away, your life will be the price of his life, or you will have to give a talent of silver in payment. But while your servant was turning this way and that, he was gone. Then the king of Israel said to him, You are responsible. You have given the decision against yourself. Then he quickly took the headband from his eyes, and the king of Israel saw that he was one of the prophets. And he said to him, These are the words of the Lord. Because you have let go from your hands the man whom I had put to the curse, your life will be taken for his life, and your people for his people. Chapter 21. Now Naboth the Jezreelite had a vine garden in Jezreel, near the house of Ahab, king of Samaria. And Ahab said to Naboth, Give me your vine garden so that I may have it for a garden of sweet plants, for it is near my house, and let me give you a better vine garden in exchange, or, if it seems good to you, let me give you its value in money. But Naboth said to Ahab, By the Lord, far be it from me to give you the heritage of my fathers. So Ahab came into his house bitter and angry because Naboth the Jezreelite had said to him, I will not give you the heritage of my fathers. And stretching himself on the bed with his face turned away, he would take no food. But Jezebel, his wife, came to him and said, Why is your spirit so bitter that you have no desire for food? And he said to her, Because I was talking to Naboth the Jezreelite, and I said to him, Let me have your vine garden for a price, or, if it is pleasing to you, I will give you another vine garden for it. And he said, I will not give you my vine garden. Then Jezebel, his wife, said, Are you now the ruler of Israel? Get up, take food, and let your heart be glad. I will give you the vine garden of Naboth the Jezreelite. So she sent a letter in Ahab's name, stamped with his stamp, to the responsible men and the chiefs who were in authority with Naboth. And in the letter she said, Let a time of public sorrow be fixed, and put Naboth at the head of the people, and get two good-for-nothing persons to come before him and give witness that he has been cursing God and the king. Then take him out and have him stoned to death. So the responsible men and the chiefs who were in authority in his town did as Jezebel had said in the letter she sent them. They gave orders for a day of public sorrow, and put Naboth at the head of the people. And the two good-for-nothing persons came in and took their seats before him and gave witness against Naboth, in front of the people, saying, Naboth has been cursing God and the king. Then they took him outside the town and had him stoned to death. And they sent word to Jezebel, saying, Naboth has been stoned and is dead. Then Jezebel, hearing that Naboth had been stoned and was dead, said to Ahab, Get up and take as your heritage the vine garden of Naboth the Jezreelite, which he would not give you for money, for Naboth is no longer living but is dead. So Ahab, hearing that Naboth was dead, went down to the vine garden of Naboth the Jezreelite to take it as his heritage. And the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, Go down to Ahab, king of Israel, in Samaria. See, he is in the vine garden of Naboth the Jezreelite, where he has gone to take it as his heritage. Say to him, The Lord says, Have you put a man to death and taken his heritage? Then say to him, The Lord says, in the place where dogs have been drinking the blood of Naboth, there will your blood become the drink of dogs. And Ahab said to Elijah, have you come face to face with me, O my hater? And he said, I have come to you because you have given yourself up to do evil in the eyes of the Lord. See, I will send evil on you and put an end to you completely, cutting off from Ahab every male child, him who is shut up and him who goes free in Israel. And I will make your family like the family of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and like the family of Baasha, the son of Ahijah, because you have made me angry, and have made Israel do evil. And of Jezebel the Lord said, Jezebel will become food for dogs in the heritage of Jezreel. Any man of the family of Ahab who comes to his death in the town will become food for the dogs, and he who comes to his death in the open country will be food for the birds of the air. There was no one like Ahab, who gave himself up to do evil in the eyes of the Lord, moved to it by Jezebel his wife. He did a very disgusting thing in going after false gods, doing all the things the Amorites did, whom the Lord sent out before the children of Israel. Hearing these words, Ahab, in great grief, put haircloth on his flesh and went without food, sleeping in haircloth, and going about quietly. Then the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, do you see how Ahab has made himself low before me? Because he has made himself low before me, I will not send the evil in his lifetime, but in his son's time I will send the evil on his family. Chapter 22. Now for 3 years there was no war between Aram and Israel. And it came about in the 3rd year, that Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, came down to the king of Israel. And the king of Israel said to his servants, do you not see that Ramoth Gilead is ours? And we are doing nothing to get it back from the hands of the king of Aram. And he said to Jehoshaphat, will you go with me to Ramoth Gilead to make war? And Jehoshaphat said to the king of Israel, I am as you are, my people as your people, my horses as your horses. Then Jehoshaphat said to the king of Israel, let us now get directions from the Lord. So the king of Israel got all the prophets together, about 400 men, and said to them, am I to go to Ramoth Gilead to make war or not? And they said, go up, for the Lord will give it into the hands of the king. But Jehoshaphat said, is there no other prophet of the Lord here from whom we may get directions? And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, there is still one man by whom we may get directions from the Lord, Micaiah, son of Imlah, but I have no love for him, for he is a prophet of evil to me and not of good. And Jehoshaphat said, let not the king say so. Then the king of Israel sent for one of his unsexed servants and said, go quickly and come back with Micaiah, the son of Imlah. Now the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, were seated on their seats of authority, dressed in their robes, by the doorway into Samaria, and all the prophets were acting as prophets before them. And Zedekiah, the son of Shemaiah, made himself horns of iron and said, the Lord says, pushing back the Arameans with these, you will put an end to them completely. And all the prophets said the same thing, saying, go up to Ramoth Gilead, and it will go well for you, for the Lord will give it into the hands of the king. Now the servant who had gone to get Micaiah said to him, see now, all the prophets with one voice are saying good things to the king. So let your words be like theirs and say good things. And Micaiah said, by the living Lord, whatever the Lord says to me I will say. When he came to the king said to him, Micaiah, are we to go to Ramoth Gilead to make war or not? And in answer he said, go up, and it will go well for you, and the Lord will give it into the hands of the king. Then the king said to him, have I not, again and again, put you on your oath to say nothing to me but what is true in the name of the Lord? Then he said, I saw all Israel wandering on the mountains like sheep without a keeper. And the Lord said, these have no master, let them go back, every man to his house in peace. And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, did I not say that he would not be a prophet of good but of evil? And he said, give ear now to the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord seated on his seat of power, with all the army of heaven in their places round him at his right hand and at his left. And the Lord said, how may Ahab be tricked into going up to Ramoth Gilead to his death? And one said one thing and one another. Then a spirit came forward and took his place before the Lord and said, I will get him to do it by a trick. And the Lord said, how? And he said, I will go out and be a spirit of deceit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, your trick will have its effect on him. Go out and do so. And now, see, The Lord has put a spirit of deceit in the mouth of all these your prophets, and the Lord has said evil against you. Then Zedekiah, the son of Shemaiah, came near and gave Micaiah a blow on the side of the face, saying, Where is the spirit of the Lord whose word is in you? And Micaiah said, Truly, you will see on that day when you go into an inner room to keep yourself safe. And the king of Israel said, Take Micaiah and send him back to Ammon, the ruler of the town, and to Joash, the king's son, and say, It is the king's order that this man is to be put in prison and given prison food till I come again in peace. And Micaiah said, If you come back at all in peace, the Lord has not sent his word by me. So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, went up to Ramoth Gilead. And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, I will make a change in my clothing, so that I do not seem to be the king, and will go into the fight. But do you put on your robes? So the king of Israel made a change in his dress and went into the fight. Now the king of Aram had given orders to the 32 captains of his war carriages, saying, Make no attack on small or great, but only on the king of Israel. So when the captains of the war carriages saw Jehoshaphat, they said, Truly, this is the king of Israel, and turning against him, they came round him. But Jehoshaphat gave a cry, and when the captains of the war carriages saw that he was not the king of Israel, they went back from going after him. And a certain man sent an arrow from his bow without thought of its direction, and gave the king of Israel a wound where his breastplate was joined to his clothing. So he said to the driver of his war carriage, Go to one side and take me away out of the army, for I am badly wounded. But the fight became more violent while the day went on, and the king was supported in his war carriage facing the Arameans, and the floor of the carriage was covered with the blood from his wound. And by evening he was dead. And about sundown a cry went up from all parts of the army, saying, Let every man go back to his town and his country, for the king is dead. And they came to Samaria, and put the king's body to rest in Samaria. And the war carriage was washed by the pool of Samaria, which was the bathing place of the loose women, and the dogs were drinking his blood there, as the Lord had said. Now the rest of the acts of Ahab, and all he did, and his ivory house, and all the towns of which he was the builder, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel? So Ahab was put to rest with his fathers, and Ahaziah his son became king in his place. And Jehoshaphat, the son of Asa, became king over Judah in the 4th year of Ahab's rule over Israel. Jehoshaphat was 35 years old when he became king, and he was king for 25 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Atsubah, the daughter of Shilhi. He did as Asa his father had done, not turning away from it, but doing what was right in the eyes of the Lord. But the high places were not taken away. The people went on making offerings and burning them in the high places. And Jehoshaphat made peace with the king of Israel. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoshaphat, and his great power, and how he went to war, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Judah? He put an end to the rest of those who were used for sex purposes and the worship of the gods, all those who were still in the land in the time of his father Asa. At that time there was no king in Edom, and the representative of King Jehoshaphat made a Tarshish ship to go to Ophir for gold, but it did not go, because it was broken at Ezion Geber. Then Ahaziah, the son of Ahab, said to Jehoshaphat, Let my men go with yours in the ships. But Jehoshaphat would not let them. Then Jehoshaphat went to rest with his fathers, and his body was put into the earth in the town of David his father, and Jehoram his son became king in his place. Ahaziah, the son of Ahab, became king over Israel and Samaria in the 17th year of the rule of Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, and he was king over Israel for 2 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, going in the ways of his father and his mother, and in the ways of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel do evil. He was a servant and worshipper of Baal, moving the Lord, the God of Israel, to wrath, as his father had done. Bible in Basic English. The Second Book of Kings. Chapter 1. After the death of Ahab, Moab made itself free from the authority of Israel. Now Ahaziah had a fall from the window of his room in Samaria, and was ill. And he sent men, and said to them, Put a question to Baal-zebub, the god of Ekron, about the outcome of my disease, to see if I will get well or not. But the angel of the Lord said to Elijah the Tishbite, Go now, and, meeting the men sent by the king of Samaria, say to them, Is it because there is no God in Israel, that you are going to get directions from Baal-zebub, the god of Ekron? Give ear then to the words of the Lord. You will never again get down from the bed onto which you have gone up, but death will certainly come to you." Then Elijah went away. And the men he had sent came back to the king, and he said to them, "Why have you come back?" And they said to him, "On our way we had a meeting with a man who said, 'Go back to the king who sent you and say to him, the Lord says, is it because there is no God in Israel that you send to put a question to Baal-zebub, the god of Ekron? For this reason, you will not come down from the bed onto which you have gone up, but death will certainly come to you." And he said to them, "What sort of a man was it who came and said these words to you?" And they said in answer, "He was a man clothed in a coat of hair, with a leather band about his body." Then he said, "It is Elijah the Tishbite." Then the king sent to him a captain of 50 with his 50 men. And he went up to him where he was seated on the top of a hill, and said to him, "O man of God, the king has said, 'Come down.'" And Elijah in answer said to the captain of 50, "If I am a man of God, may fire come down from heaven on you and on your 50 men, and put an end to you." Then fire came down from heaven and put an end to him and his 50 men. Then the king sent another captain of 50 with his 50 men. And he said to Elijah, "O man of God, the king says, 'Come down quickly.'" And Elijah in answer said, "If I am a man of God, may fire come down from heaven on you and on your 50 men, and put an end to you." And the fire of God came down from heaven, and put an end to him and his 50 men. Then he sent a third captain of 50 with his 50 men. And the third captain of 50 went up, and falling on his knees before Elijah, requesting mercy of him, said, "O man of God, let my life and the life of your 50 servants be of value to you." For fire came down from heaven and put an end to the first two captains of 50 and their 50s, but now let my life be of value in your eyes. Then the angel of the Lord said to Elijah, "Go down with him, have no fear of him." So he got up and went down with him to the king. And he said to him, "This is the word of the Lord, because you sent men to put a question to Baal-zebub, the god of Ekron. For this reason you will never again get down from the bed onto which you have gone up, but death will certainly come to you." So death came to him, as the Lord had said by the mouth of Elijah. And Jehoram became king in his place in the 2nd year of the rule of Jehoram, son of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, because he had no son. Now the rest of the acts of Ahaziah, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel? Chapter 2. Now when the Lord was about to take Elijah up to heaven in a great wind, Elijah went with Elisha from Gilgal. And Elijah said to Elisha, "Come no farther, for the Lord has sent me to Bethel." But Elisha said, "As the Lord is living and as your soul is living, I will not be parted from you." So they went down to Bethel. And at Bethel the sons of the prophets came out to Elisha and said, "Has it been made clear to you that the Lord is going to take away your master from over you today?" And he said, "Yes, I have knowledge of it. Say no more." Then Elijah said to him, "Come no farther, for the Lord has sent me to Jericho." But he said, "As the Lord is living and as your soul is living, I will not be parted from you." So they went on to Jericho. And at Jericho the sons of the prophets came up to Elisha and said to him, "Has it been made clear to you that the Lord is going to take away your master from over you today?" And he said in answer, "Yes, I have knowledge of it. Say no more." Then Elijah said to him, "Come no farther, for the Lord has sent me to Jordan." But he said, "As the Lord is living and as your soul is living, I will not be parted from you." So they went on together. And 50 men of the sons of the prophets went out and took their places facing them a long way off, while the 2 of them were by the edge of Jordan. Then Elijah took off his robe, and, rolling it up, gave the water a blow with it, and the waters were parted, flowing back this way and that, so that they went over on dry land. And when they had come to the other side, Elijah said to Elisha, "Say what you would have me do for you before I am taken from you." And Elisha said, "Be pleased to let a special measure of your spirit be on me." And he said, "You have made a hard request. Still, if you see me when I am taken from you, you will get your desire. But if not, it will not be so." And while they went on their way, going on talking together, suddenly there were carriages and horses of fire separating them from one another, and Elijah went up to heaven in a great wind. And when Elisha saw it, he gave a cry, my father, the carriages of Israel and its horsemen." And he saw him no longer, and he was full of grief. Then he took up Elijah's robe, which had been dropped from him, and went back till he came to the edge of Jordan. And he took Elijah's robe, which had been dropped from him, and giving the water a blow with it, said, Where is the Lord, the God of Elijah? And at his blow the waters were parted this way and that. And Elisha went over. And when the sons of the prophets who were facing him at Jericho saw him, they said, The spirit of Elijah is resting on Elisha. And they came out to him, and went down on the earth before him, and they said, Your servants had with us here 50 strong men. Be pleased to let them go in search of Elijah, for it may be that the Spirit of the Lord has taken him up and put him down on some mountain or in some valley. But he said, Do not send them. But when they kept on requesting him, he was shamed and said, Send, then. So they sent 50 men, but after searching for 3 days, they came back without having seen him. And they came back to him, while he was still at Jericho, and he said to them, Did I not say to you, Go not? Now the men of the town said to Elisha, You see that the position of this town is good, but the water is bad, causing the young of the cattle to come to birth dead. So he said, Get me a new vessel, and put salt in it. And they took it to him. Then he went out to the spring from which the water came, and put salt in it, and said, The Lord says, Now I have made this water sweet, no longer will it be death-giving or unfertile. And the water was made sweet again to this day, as Elisha said. Then from there he went up to Bethel, and on his way, some little boys came out from the town and made sport of him, crying, Go up, old no hair! Go up, old no hair! And turning back, he saw them, and put a curse on them in the name of the Lord. And 2 she-bears came out of the wood and put 42 of the children to death. Chapter 3. And Jehoram, the son of Ahab, became king over Israel and Samaria in the 18th year of the rule of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, and he was king for 12 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, but not like his father and his mother, for he put away the stone pillar of Baal which his father had made. But still he did the same sins which Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, did and made Israel do. He went on in them. Now Mesha, king of Moab, was a sheep farmer, and he gave regularly to the king of Israel the wool from 100,000 lambs and 100,000 sheep. But when Ahab was dead, the king of Moab got free from the authority of the king of Israel. At that time, King Jehoram went out from Samaria and got all Israel together in fighting order. And he sent to Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, saying, The king of Moab has got free from my authority. Will you go with me to make war on Moab? And he said, I will go with you. I am as you are, my people as your people, and my horses as your horses. And he said, Which way are we to go? And he said in answer, By the wasteland of Edom. So the king of Israel went with the king of Judah and the king of Edom by a roundabout way for 7 days, and there was no water for the army or for the beasts they had with them. And the king of Israel said, Here is trouble, for the Lord has got these 3 kings together to give them into the hands of Moab. But Jehoshaphat said, Is there no prophet of the Lord here, through whom we may get directions from the Lord? And one of the king of Israel's men said in answer, Elisha, the son of Shaphat, is here, who is servant to Elijah. And Jehoshaphat said, The word of the Lord is with him. So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat and the king of Edom went down to him. But Elisha said to the king of Israel, What have I to do with you? Go to the prophets of your father and your mother. And the king of Israel said, No, for the Lord has got these 3 kings together to give them up into the hands of Moab. Then Elisha said, By the life of the Lord of armies whose servant I am, if it was not for the respect I have for Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, I would not give a look at you, or see you. But now, get me a player of music, and it will come about that while the man is playing, the hand of the Lord will come on me and I will give you the word of the Lord. And they got a player of music, and while the man was playing, the hand of the Lord was on him, and he said, The Lord says, I will make this valley full of water holes. For the Lord says, Though you see no wind or rain, the valley will be full of water, and you and your armies and your beasts will have drink. And this will be only a small thing to the Lord. In addition, he will give the Moabites into your hands. And you are to put every walled town to destruction, cutting down every good tree, and stopping up every water spring, and making all the good land rough with stones. Now in the morning, about the time when the offering was made, they saw water flowing from the direction of Edom till the country was full of water. Now O Moab, hearing that the kings had come to make war against them, got together all who were able to take up arms and went forward to the edge of the country. And early in the morning they got up, when the sun was shining on the water, and they saw the water facing them as red as blood. Then they said, "This is blood. It is clear that destruction has come on the kings. They have been fighting one another. Now come, Moab, let us take their goods." But when they came to the tents of Israel, the Israelites came out and made a violent attack on the Moabites, so that they went in flight before them, and they went forward still attacking them, pulling down the towns, covering every good field with stones, stopping up all the water springs, and cutting down all the good trees. They went on driving Moab before them till only in Kir Hareseth were there any Moabites, and the fighting men went round the town raining stones on it. And when the king of Moab saw that the fight was going against him, he took with him 700 men armed with swords, with the idea of forcing a way through to the king of Aram. But they were not able to do so. Then he took his oldest son, who would have been king after him, offering him as a burnt offering on the wall. So there was great wrath against Israel, and they went away from him, back to their country. Chapter 4. Now a certain woman, the wife of one of the sons of the prophets, came crying to Elisha and said, "Your servant my husband is dead, and to your knowledge he was a worshipper of the Lord, but now, the creditor has come to take my 2 children as servants in payment of his debt." Then Elisha said to her, "What am I to do for you? Say now, what have you in the house?" And she said, "Your servant has nothing in the house but a pot of oil." Then he said, "Go out to all your neighbors and get vessels, a very great number of them. Then go in, and, shutting the door on yourself and your sons, put oil into all these vessels, putting on one side the full ones." So she went away, and when the door was shut on her and her sons, they took the vessels to her and she put oil into them. And when all the vessels were full, she said to her son, "Get me another vessel." And he said, "There are no more." And the flow of oil was stopped. So she came to the man of God and gave him word of what she had done. And he said, "Go and get money for the oil and make payment of your debt, and let the rest be for the needs of yourself and your sons." Now there came a day when Elisha went to Shunem, and there was a woman of high position living there, who made him come in and have a meal with her. And after that, every time he went by, he went into her house for a meal, and she said to her husband, "Now I see that this is a holy man of God, who comes by day after day. So let us make a little room on the wall, and put a bed there for him, and a table and a seat and a light, so that when he comes to us, he will be able to go in there." Now one day, when he had gone there, he went into the little room and took his rest there. And he said to Gehazi, his servant, "Send for this Shunammite." So in answer to his voice she came before him. And he said to him, "Now say to her, see, you have taken all this trouble for us. What is to be done for you? Will you have any request made for you to the king or the captain of the army?" But she said, "I am living among my people." So he said, "What then is to be done for her?" And Gehazi made answer, "Still there is this, she has no son and her husband is old." Then he said, "Send for her." And in answer to his voice she took her place at the door. And Elisha said, "At this time in the coming year you will have a son in your arms." And she said, "No, my lord, O man of God, do not say what is false to your servant." Then the woman became with child and gave birth to a son at the time named, in the year after, as Elisha had said to her. Now one day, when the child was older, he went out to his father to where the grain was being cut, and he said to his father, "My head, my head." And the father said to his servant, "Take him into his mother." And he took him into his mother, and she took him on her knees and kept him there till the middle of the day, when his life went from him. Then she went up and put him on the bed of the man of God, shutting the door on him, and went out. And she said to her husband, "Send me one of the servants and one of the asses so that I may go quickly to the man of God and come back again." And he said, "Why are you going to him today? It is not a new moon or a Sabbath." But she said, "It is well." Then she made the ass ready and said to her servant, "Keep driving on, do not make a stop without orders from me." So she went, and came to Mount Carmel, to the man of God. And when the man of God saw her coming in his direction, he said to Gehazi, his servant, "See, there is the Shunammite. Go quickly to her, and on meeting her say to her, 'Are you well? And your husband and the child, are they well?' And she said in answer, 'All is well.' And when she came to where the man of God was on the hill, she put her hands round his feet, And Gehazi came near with the purpose of pushing her away. But the man of God said, Let her be, for her soul is bitter in her, and the Lord has kept it secret from me, and has not given me word of it. Then she said, Did I make a request to my Lord for a son? Did I not say, Do not give me false words? Then he said to Gehazi, Make yourself ready, and take my stick in your hand, and go. If you come across anyone on the way, give him no blessing, and if anyone gives you a blessing, give him no answer, and put my stick on the child's face. But the mother of the child said, As the Lord is living and as your soul is living, I will not go back without you. So he got up and went with her, and Gehazi went on before them and put the stick on the child's face. But there was no voice, and no one gave attention. So he went back, and meeting him gave him the news, saying, The child is not awake. And when Elisha came into the house he saw the child dead, stretched on his bed. So he went in, and shutting the door on the two of them, made prayer to the Lord. Then he got up on the bed, stretching himself out on the child, and put his mouth on the child's mouth, his eyes on his eyes and his hands on his hands, and the child's body became warm. Then he came back, and after walking once through the house and back, he went up, stretching himself out on the child 7 times, and the child's eyes became open. And he gave orders to Gehazi, and said, Send for the Shunammite. And she came in answer to his voice, and he said, Take up your son. And she came in, and went down on her face to the earth at his feet. Then she took her son in her arms and went out. And Elisha went back to Gilgal. Now there was very little food in the land, and the sons of the prophets were seated before him. And he said to his servant, Put the great pot on the fire, and make soup for the sons of the prophets. And one went out into the field to get green plants and saw a vine of the field, and pulling off the fruit of it till the fold of his robe was full, he came back and put the fruit, cut up small, into the pot of soup, having no idea what it was. Then they gave the men soup from the pot. And while they were drinking the soup, they gave a cry, and said, O man of God, there is death in the pot. And they were not able to take any more food. But he said, Get some meal. And he put it into the pot, and said, Now give it to the people so that they may have food. And there was nothing bad in the pot. Now a man came from Baal-Shalisha with an offering of first fruits for the man of God, 20 barley cakes and garden fruit in his bag. And he said, Give these to the people for food. But his servants said, How am I to put this before 100 men? But he said, Give it to the people for food, for the Lord says, There will be food for them and some over. So he put it before them, and they had a meal and there was more than enough, as the Lord had said. Chapter 5. Now Naaman, chief of the army of the king of Aram, was a man of high position with his master, and greatly respected, because by him the Lord had given salvation to Aram. But he was a leper. Now the Arameans had gone out in bands, and taken prisoner from Israel a little girl, who became servant to Naaman's wife. And she said to her master's wife, If only my Lord would go to the prophet in Samaria, he would make him well. And someone went and said to his Lord, This is what the girl from the land of Israel says. So the king of Aram said, Go then, and I will send a letter to the king of Israel. And he went, taking with him 10 talents of silver and 6,000 shekels of gold, and 10 changes of clothing. And he took the letter to the king of Israel, in which the king of Aram had said, See, I have sent my servant Naaman to you to be made well, for he is a leper. But the king of Israel, after reading the letter, was greatly troubled and said, Am I God, to give death and life? Why does this man send a leper to me to be made well? Is it not clear that he is looking for a cause of war? Now Elisha, the man of God, hearing that the king of Israel had done this, sent to the king, saying, Why are you troubled? Send the man to me, so that he may see that there is a prophet in Israel. So Naaman, with all his horses and his carriages, came to the door of Elisha's house, and Elisha sent a servant to him, saying, Go to Jordan, and after washing 7 times in its waters your flesh will be well again and you will be clean. But Naaman was angry and went away and said, I had the idea that he would come out to see such an important person as I am, and make prayer to the Lord as God, and with a wave of his hand over the place make the leper well. Are not Abana and Pharpar, rivers of Damascus, better than all the waters of Israel? May I not be washed in them and become clean? So turning, he went away in wrath. Then his servants came to him and said, If the prophet had given you orders to do some great thing, would you not have done it? How much more then, when he says to you, be washed and become clean? Then he went down 7 times into the waters of Jordan, as the man of God had said, and his flesh became like the flesh of a little child again, and he was clean. Then he went back to the man of God, with all his train, and, taking his place before him, said, now I am certain that there is no God in all the earth, but only in Israel. Now then, take an offering from me. But he said, by the life of the Lord whose servant I am, I will take nothing from you. And he did his best to make him take it, but he would not. Then Naaman said, if you will not, then let there be given to your servant as much earth as 2 beasts are able to take on their backs, because from now on, your servant will make no offering or burnt offering to other gods, but only to the Lord. But may your servant have the Lord's forgiveness for this one thing, when my master goes into the house of Rimmon for worship there, supported on my arm, and my head is bent in the house of Rimmon, when his head is bent in the house of Rimmon, may your servant have the Lord's forgiveness for this thing. And he said to him, go in peace. And he went from him some distance. But Gehazi, the servant of Elisha, the man of God, said, now my master has taken nothing from Naaman, this Aramean, of what he would have given him. By the living Lord, I will go after him and get something from him. So Gehazi went after Naaman. And when Naaman saw him running after him, he got down from his carriage and went back to him and said, is all well? And he said, all is well, but my master has sent me, saying, even now, 2 young men of the sons of the prophets have come to me from the hill country of Ephraim. Will you give me a talent of silver and 2 changes of clothing for them? And Naaman said, be good enough to take 2 talents. And forcing him to take them, he put 2 talents of silver in 2 bags, with 2 changes of clothing, and gave them to his 2 servants to take before him. When he came to the hill, he took them from their hands, and put them away in the house, and he sent the men away, and they went. Then he came in and took his place before his master. And Elisha said to him, where have you come from, Gehazi? And he said, your servant went nowhere. And he said to him, did not my heart go with you, when the man got down from his carriage and went back to you? Is this a time for getting money, and clothing, and olive gardens and vine gardens, and sheep and oxen, and men servants and women servants? Because of what you have done, the disease of Naaman the leper will take you in its grip, and your seed after you, forever. And he went out from before him a leper as white as snow. Chapter 6. Now the sons of the prophets said to Elisha, there is not room enough for us in the place where we are living under your care, so let us go to Jordan, and let everyone get to work cutting boards, and we will make a living place for ourselves there. And he said to them, go, then. And one of them said, be pleased to go with your servants. And he said, I will go. So he went with them. And when they came to Jordan, they got to work cutting down trees. But one of them, while cutting a board, let the head of his axe go into the water, and he gave a cry, and said, this is a bad business, my master, for it is another's. And the man of God said, where did it go in? And when he saw the place where it had gone into the water, cutting a stick, he put it into the water, and the iron came up to the top of the water. Then he said, take it up. So he put out his hand and took it. At that time the king of Aram was making war against Israel, and he had a meeting with the chiefs of his army and said, I will be waiting in secret in some named place. And the man of God sent to the king of Israel, saying, take care to keep away from that place, for the Arameans are waiting there in secret. So the king of Israel sent to the place where the man of God had said there was danger, and kept clear of it more than once. And at this, the mind of the king of Aram was greatly troubled, and he sent for his servants and said to them, will you not make clear to me which of us is helping the king of Israel? And one of them said, not one of us, my lord king, but Elisha, the prophet in Israel, gives the king of Israel news of the words you say even in your bedroom. Then he said, go and see where he is, so that I may send and get him. And news came to him that he was in Dothan, so he sent their horses and carriages and a great army, and they came by night, circling the town. Now the servant of the man of God, having got up early and gone out, saw an army with horses and carriages of war all round the town. And the servant said to him, O my master, what are we to do? And he said in answer, have no fear, those who are with us are more than those who are with them. Then Elisha made a prayer to the Lord, saying, Lord, let his eyes be open so that he may see. And the Lord made the young man's eyes open, and he saw that all the mountain was full of horses and carriages of fire round Elisha. Now when the Arameans came down to Elisha, he made a prayer to the Lord, saying, Lord, make this people blind. And he made them blind at Elisha's request. And Elisha said to them, This is not the way, and this is not the town. Come after me so that I may take you to the man you are searching for. And he took them to Samaria. And when they had come into Samaria, Elisha said, Lord, let the eyes of these men be open so that they may see. And the Lord made their eyes open, and they saw that they were in the middle of Samaria. And the king of Israel, when he saw them, said to Elisha, My father, am I to put them to the sword? But he said in answer, You are not to put them to death. Have you any right to put to death those whom you have not taken prisoner with your sword and your bow? Put bread and water before them, so that they may have food and drink and go to their master. So he made ready a great feast for them, and when they had had food and drink, he sent them away and they went back to their master. And no more bands of Arameans came into the land of Israel. Now after this, Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, got together all his army and went up to make an attack on Samaria, shutting the town in on all sides with his forces. And they became very short of food in Samaria, for they kept it shut until the price of an ass's head was 80 shekels of silver, and a small measure of dove's droppings was 5 shekels of silver. And when the king of Israel was going by on the wall, a woman came crying out to him, and said, Help, my lord king. And he said, If the Lord does not give you help, where am I to get help for you? From the grain floor or the grape crusher? And the king said to her, What is troubling you? And she said in answer, This woman said to me, Give your son to be our food today, and we will have my son tomorrow. So, boiling my son, we had a meal of him, and on the day after I said to her, Now give your son for our food, but she has put her son in a secret place. Then the king, hearing what the woman said, took his ropes in his hands, violently parting them, and, while he was walking on the wall, the people, looking, saw that under his robe he had haircloth on his flesh. Then he said, May God's punishment come on me if Elisha, the son of Shaphat, keeps his head on his body after this day. But Elisha was in his house, and the responsible men were seated there with him. And before the king got there, Elisha said to those who were with him, Do you see how this cruel and violent man has sent to take away my life? While he was still talking to them, the king came down and said, This evil is from the Lord. Why am I to go on waiting any longer for the Lord? Chapter 7. Then Elisha said, Give ear to the word of the Lord. The Lord says, Tomorrow, about this time, a measure of good meal will be offered for the price of a shekel and 2 measures of barley for a shekel, in the marketplace of Samaria. Then the captain whose arm was supporting the king said to the man of God, Even if the Lord made windows in heaven, would such a thing be possible? And he said, Your eyes will see it, but you will not have a taste of the food. Now there were 4 lepers seated at the doorway into the town, and they said to one another, Why are we waiting here for death? If we say, We will go into the town, there is no food in the town, and we will come to her in there. And if we go on waiting here, death will come to us. Come then, let us give ourselves up to the army of Aram. If they let us go on living, then life will be ours, and if they put us to death, then death will be ours. So in the half-light they got up to go to the tents of Aram. But when they came to the outer line of tents, there was no one there, for the Lord had made the sound of carriages and horses, and the noise of a great army, come to the ears of the Arameans, so that they said to one another, Truly, the king of Israel has got the kings of the Hittites and of the Egyptians for a price to make an attack on us. So they got up and went in flight, in the half-light, without their tents or their horses or their asses or any of their goods. They went in flight, fearing for their lives. And when those lepers came to the outer line of tents, they went into one tent, and had food and drink, and took from it silver and gold and clothing, which they put in a secret place. Then they came back and went into another tent from which they took more goods, which they put away in a secret place. Then they said to one another, We are not doing right. Today is a day of good news, and we say nothing. If we go on waiting here till the morning, punishment will come to us. So let us go and give the news to those of the king's house. So they came in, and, crying out to the doorkeepers of the town, They gave them the news, saying, "We came to the tents of the Arameans, and there was no one there, no voice of man, only the horses and the asses in their places, and the tents as they were." Then the doorkeepers, crying out, gave the news to those inside the king's house. Then the king got up in the night and said to his servants, "This is my idea of what the Arameans have done to us. They have knowledge that we are without food, and so they have gone out of their tents, and are waiting secretly in the open country, saying, 'When they come out of the town, we will take them living and get into the town.'" And one of his servants said in answer, "Send men and let them take 5 of the horses which we still have in the town. If they keep their lives, they will be the same as those of Israel who are still living here. If they come to their death, they will be the same as all those of Israel who have gone to destruction. Let us send and see." So they took 2 horsemen, and the king sent them after the army of the Arameans, saying, "Go and see." And they went after them as far as Jordan, and all the road was covered with clothing and vessels dropped by the Arameans in their flight. So those who were sent went back and gave the news to the king. Then the people went out and took the goods from the tents of the Arameans. So a measure of good meal was to be had for the price of a shekel, and 2 measures of barley for a shekel, as the Lord had said. And the king gave authority to that captain, on whose arm he was supported, to have control over the doorway into the town. But he was crushed to death there under the feet of the people, as the man of God had said when the king went down to him. So the words of the man of God came true, which he said to the king, "2 measures of barley will be offered for the price of a shekel, and a measure of good meal for a shekel, tomorrow about this time in the marketplace of Samaria." And that captain said to the man of God, "Even if the Lord made windows in heaven, would such a thing be possible?" And he said to him, "Your eyes will see it, but you will not have a taste of the food." And such was his fate, for he was crushed to death under the feet of the people, in the doorway into the town. Chapter 8. Now Elisha had said to the woman whose son he had given back to life, "Go now, with all the people of your house, and get a living place for yourselves wherever you are able, for by the word of the Lord, there will be great need of food in the land, and this will go on for 7 years." So the woman got up and did as the man of God said, and she and the people of her house were living in the land of the Philistines for 7 years. And when the 7 years were ended, the woman came back from the land of the Philistines and went to the king with a request for her house and her land. Now the king was talking with Gehazi, the servant of the man of God, saying, "Now, give me an account of all the great things Elisha has done." And while he was giving the king the story of how Elisha had given life to the dead, the woman whose son had come back to life came to the king with a request for her house and her land. And Gehazi said, "My lord king, this is the woman and this is her son, whose life Elisha gave back to him." And in answer to the king's questions, the woman gave him all the story. So the king gave orders to one of his unsexed servants, saying, "Give her back all her property, and all the produce of her fields from the day when she went away from the land up till now." And Elisha came to Damascus, and Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, was ill. And they said to him, "The man of God has come." Then the king said to Hazael, "Take an offering with you, and go to see the man of God and get directions from the Lord by him, saying, 'Am I going to get better from my disease?'" So Hazael went to see him, taking with him 40 camels with offerings on their backs of every sort of good thing from Damascus. And when he came before him, he said, "Your son Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, has sent me to you, saying, 'Will I get better from this disease?'" And Elisha said to him, "Go, say to him, 'You will certainly get better,' but the Lord has made it clear to me that only death is before him." And he kept his eyes fixed on him till he was shamed, and the man of God was overcome with weeping. And Hazael said, "Why is my Lord weeping?" Then he said in answer, "Because I see the evil which you will do to the children of Israel, burning down their strong towns, putting their young men to death with the sword, smashing their little ones against the stones, and cutting open the women who are with child." And Hazael said, "How is it possible that your servant, who is only a dog, will do this great thing?" And Elisha said, "The Lord has made it clear to me that you will be king over Aram." Then he went away from Elisha and came into his master, who said to him, "What did Elisha say to you?" And his answer was, "He said that you would certainly get well." Now on the day after, Hazael took a bed cover, and making it wet with water, put it over Ben-Hadad's face, causing his death, and Hazael became king in his place. In the 5th year of Joram, the son of Ahab, king of Israel, Jehoram, the son of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, became king. He was 32 years old when he became king, and he was ruling in Jerusalem for 8 years. He went in the ways of the kings of Israel, as the family of Ahab did, for the daughter of Ahab was his wife, and he did evil in the eyes of the Lord. But it was not the Lord's purpose to send destruction on Judah, because of David his servant, to whom he had given his word that he would have a light forever. In his time, Edom made themselves free from the rule of Judah, and took a king for themselves. Then Joram went over to Zaire, with all his war carriages, and made an attack by night on the Edomites, whose forces were all round him, and the captains of the war carriages, and the people went in flight to their tents. So Edom made themselves free from the rule of Judah to this day. And at the same time, Libnah made itself free. Now the rest of the acts of Joram, and all he did, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Judah? And Joram went to rest with his fathers and was put into the earth with his fathers in the town of David. And Ahaziah his son became king in his place. In the 12th year that Joram, the son of Ahab, was king of Israel, Ahaziah, the son of Jehoram, king of Judah, became king. Ahaziah was 22 years old when he became king, and he was ruling in Jerusalem for 1 year. His mother's name was Athaliah, the daughter of Omri, king of Israel. He went in the ways of the family of Ahab, and did evil in the eyes of the Lord as the family of Ahab did, for he was a son-in-law of the family of Ahab. He went with Joram, the son of Ahab, to make war on Hazael, king of Aram, at Ramoth Gilead, and Joram was wounded by the Arameans. So King Joram went back to Jezreel to get well from the wounds which the bowman had given him at Ramah, when he was fighting against Hazael, king of Aram. And Ahaziah, the son of Jehoram, king of Judah, went down to see Joram, the son of Ahab, in Jezreel, because he was ill. Chapter 9. And Elisha the prophet sent for one of the sons of the prophets, and said to him, Make yourself ready for a journey, and take this bottle of oil in your hand, and go to Ramoth Gilead. And when you get there, go in search of Jehu, the son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi, and go in and make him get up from among his brothers, and take him to an inner room. Then take the bottle and put the oil on his head, and say, The Lord says, I have put the holy oil on you to make you king over Israel. Then, opening the door, go in flight, without waiting. So the young prophet went to Ramoth Gilead. And when he came, he saw the captains of the army seated together, and he said, I have something to say to you, O captain. And Jehu said, To which of us? And he said, To you, O captain. And he got up and went into the house. Then he put the holy oil on his head and said to him, The Lord, the God of Israel, says, I have made you king over the people of the Lord, over Israel. You are to see that the family of Ahab your master is cut off, so that I may take from Jezebel payment for the blood of my servants the prophets, and for the blood of all the servants of the Lord. For the family of Ahab will come to an end. Every male of Ahab's family will be cut off, he who is shut up and he who goes free in Israel. I will make the family of Ahab like that of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and Baasha, the son of Ahijah, and Jezebel will become food for the dogs in the heritage of Jezreel, and there will be no one to put her body into the earth. Then, opening the door, he went in flight. Then Jehu came out again to the servants of his Lord, and one said to him, Is all well? Why did this man, who is off his head, come to you? And he said to them, You have knowledge of the man and of his talk. And they said, That is not true. Now give us his story. Then he said, This is what he said to me, The Lord says, I have made you king over Israel. Then straightway everyone took his robe and put it under him on the top of the steps, and, sounding the horn, they said, Jehu is king. So Jehu, the son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi, made designs against Joram. Now Joram and all the army of Israel were keeping watch on Ramoth Gilead because of Hazael, king of Aram. But King Joram had gone back to Jezreel to get well from the wounds which the Arameans had given him when he was fighting against Hazael, king of Aram. And Jehu said, If this is your purpose, then let no one get away and go out of the town to give news of it in Jezreel. So Jehu got into his carriage and went to Jezreel, for Joram was ill in bed there, and Ahaziah, king of Judah, had come down to see Joram. And the watchman on the tower in Jezreel saw Jehu and his band coming, and said, I see a band of people. And Joram said, Send out a horseman to them, and let him say, Is it peace? So a horseman went out to them and said, The king says, Is it peace? And Jehu said, What have you to do with peace? Come after me. And the watchman gave them word, saying, The horseman went up to them, but has not come back. Then he sent out a second horseman, who came up to them and said, The king says, Is it peace? And Jehu said in answer, What have you to do with peace? Come after me. And the watchman gave them word, saying, He went up to them and has not come back again. And the driving is like the driving of Jehu, son of Nimshi, for he is driving violently. Then Joram said, Make ready. So they made his carriage ready, and Joram, king of Israel, with Ahaziah, king of Judah, went out in their carriages for the purpose of meeting Jehu, and they came face to face with him at the field of Naboth the Jezreelite. Now when Joram saw Jehu, he said, Is it peace, Jehu? And he said in answer, What peace is possible while all the land is full of the disgusting sins of your mother Jezebel, and her secret arts? Then Joram, turning his horses in flight, said to Ahaziah, Broken faith, O Ahaziah. Then Jehu took his bow in his hand, and with all his strength sent an arrow, wounding Joram between the arms, and the arrow came out at his heart, and he went down on his face in his carriage. Then Jehu said to Bidkar, his captain, Take him up, and put him in the field of Naboth the Jezreelite, for is not the day in your memory when you and I together on our horses were going after Ahab, his father, and the Lord put this fate on him, saying, I saw the blood of Naboth and of his sons yesterday, and I will give you full payment in this field, says the Lord. So now, take him and put him in this field, as the Lord said. Now when Ahaziah, king of Judah, saw this, he went in flight by the way of the garden house. And Jehu came after him and said, Put him to death in the same way. And they gave him a death wound in his carriage, on the slope up to Gur, by Eblim. And he went in flight to Megiddo, where death came to him. And his servants took him in a carriage to Jerusalem, and put him into the earth with his fathers in the town of David. In the 11th year of the rule of Joram, the son of Ahab, Ahaziah became king over Judah. And when Jehu came to Jezreel, Jezebel had news of it, and, painting her eyes and dressing her hair with ornaments, she put her head out of the window. And when Jehu was coming into the town, she said, Is all well, O Zimri, taker of your master's life? Then, looking up to the window, he said, Who is on my side? Who? And 2 or 3 unsexed servants put out their heads, and he said, Take her and put her out of the window. So they sent her down with force, and her blood went in a shower on the wall and on the horses, and she was crushed under their feet. And he came in, and took food and drink. Then he said, Now see to this cursed woman, and put her body into the earth, for she is a king's daughter. And they went out to put her body into the earth, but nothing of her was to be seen, only the bones of her head, and her feet, and parts of her hands. So they came back and gave him word of it. And he said, This is what the Lord said by his servant Elijah the Tishbite, saying, In the heritage of Jezreel the flesh of Jezebel will become food for dogs, and the dead body of Jezebel will be like waste dropped on the face of the earth in the heritage of Jezreel, so that they will not be able to say, This is Jezebel. Chapter 10. Now there were in Samaria 70 of Ahab's sons, and Jehu sent letters to Samaria, to the rulers of the town, and to the responsible men, and to those who had the care of the sons of Ahab, saying, Straightway, when you get this letter, seeing that your master's sons are with you, and that you have carriages and horses in a walled town at arms, take the best and most upright of your master's sons, and make him king in his father's place, and put up a fight for your master's family. But they were full of fear, and said, The 2 kings have gone down before him. How may we keep our place? So the controller of the king's house, with the ruler of the town, and the responsible men, and those who had the care of Ahab's sons, sent to Jehu, saying, We are your servants and will do all your orders. We will not make any man king. Do whatever seems best to you. Then he sent them a second letter, saying, If you are on my side, and if you will do my orders, come to me at Jezreel by this time tomorrow, with the heads of your master's sons. Now the king's 70 sons were with the great men of the town, who had the care of them. And when the letter came to them, they took the king's sons and put them to death, all the 70, and put their heads in baskets and sent them to him at Jezreel. And a man came and said to him, They have come with the heads of the king's sons. And he said, Put them down in 2 masses at the doorway of the town till the morning. And in the morning he went out and, stopping, said to all the people there, You are upright men. It is true that I made designs against my master, and put him to death. But who is responsible for the death of all these? You may be certain that nothing which the Lord has said about the family of Ahab will be without effect, for the Lord has done what he said by his servant Elijah. So Jehu put to death all the rest of the seed of Ahab in Jezreel, and all his relations and his near friends and his priests, till there were no more of them. Then he got up and came to Samaria. And he was at the meeting place of the keepers of sheep, by the way, when he came across the brothers of Ahaziah, king of Judah, and said, Who are you? And they said, We are the brothers of Ahaziah, king of Judah. We are going down to see the children of the king and of the queen. And he said, Take them living. So they took them living, and put them to death in the water hole of Beth-Eked. Of the 42 men he put every one to death. And when he had gone away from there, he came across Jehonadab, the son of Rechab, and he said good day to him, and said to him, Is your heart true to mine, as mine is to yours? And Jehonadab in answer said, It is. And Jehu said, If it is, give me your hand. And he gave him his hand, and he made him come up into his carriage. And he said, Come with me and see how I am on fire for the Lord's cause. So he made him go with him in his carriage. And when he came to Samaria, he put to death all those of Ahab's family who were still in Samaria, till there were no more of them, as the Lord had said to Elijah. Then Jehu got all the people together and said to them, Ahab was Baal's servant in a small way, but Jehu will be his servant on a great scale. Now send for all the prophets of Baal and all his servants and all his priests, to come to me. Let no one keep away, for I have a great offering to make to Baal. Anyone who is not present will be put to death. This Jehu did with deceit, his purpose being the destruction of the servants of Baal. And Jehu said, Let there be a special holy meeting for the worship of Baal. So a public statement was made, and Jehu sent out through all Israel, and all the servants of Baal came, not one kept away. And they came into the house of Baal, so that it was full from end to end. And Jehu said to him who kept the robes, Get out robes for all the servants of Baal. So he got out robes for them. And Jehu, with Jehonadab, the son of Rechab, went into the house of Baal. And he said to the servants of Baal, Make a search with care, to see that no servant of the Lord is with you, but only servants of Baal. Then they went in to make offerings and burnt offerings. Now Jehu had put 80 men outside, and said to them, If any man whom I give into your hands gets away, the life of him who lets him go will be the price of his life. Then when the burnt offering was ended, straightway Jehu said to the armed men and the captains, Go in and put them to death, let not one come out. So they put them to the sword, and, pulling the images to the earth, they went into the holy place of the house of Baal, and they took out the image of Asherah from the house of Baal, and had it burned. The altar of Baal was pulled down, and the house of Baal was broken up and made an unclean place, as it is to this day. So Jehu put an end to the worship of Baal in Israel. But Jehu did not keep himself from all the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and the evil he made Israel do. The gold oxen were still in Bethel and in Dan. And the Lord said to Jehu, Because you have done well in doing what is right in my eyes and effecting all my purpose for the family of Ahab, your sons will be kings of Israel to the 4th generation. But Jehu did not take care to keep the law of the Lord with all his heart. He did not keep himself from the sin which Jeroboam did and made Israel do. In those days the Lord was angry first with Israel, and Hazael made attacks on all the land of Israel, east of Jordan, in all the land of Gilead, the Gadites and the Reubenites and the Manassites, from Aroer by the valley of the Arnon, all Gilead and Bashan. Now the rest of the acts of Jehu, and all he did, and his great power, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel? And Jehu went to rest with his fathers, and was put into the earth in Samaria. And Jehoahaz his son became king in his place. And the time of Jehu's rule over Israel and Samaria was 28 years. Chapter 11. Now when Athaliah, the mother of Ahaziah, saw that her son was dead, she had all the rest of the seed of the kingdom put to death. But Jehosheba, the daughter of King Joram, sister of Ahaziah, secretly took Joash, the son of Ahaziah, with the woman who took care of him, away from among the king's sons who were put to death, and put him in the bedroom. And they kept him safe from Athaliah, so that he was not put to death. And for 6 years she kept him safe in the house of the Lord, while Athaliah was ruling over the land. Then in the 7th year, Jehoiada sent for the captains of hundreds of the Carians, and the armed men, and taking them into the house of the Lord, made an agreement with them, and made them take an oath in the house of the Lord, and let them see the king's son. And he gave them orders, saying, This is what you are to do. The third part of you, who come in on the Sabbath and keep the watch of the king's house, and the 2 divisions of you, who go out on the Sabbath and keep the watch of the house of the Lord, will make a circle round the king, every man being armed, and whoever comes inside your lines is to be put to death. Keep with the king, when he goes out and when he comes in. And the captains of hundreds did as Jehoiada the priest gave them orders. Every one took with him his men, those who came in and those who went out on the Sabbath, and they came in to Jehoiada the priest. And the priest gave to the captains of hundreds the spears and body covers which had been King David's, and which were kept in the house of the Lord. Then the armed men took up their positions, every man with his instruments of war in his hand, from the right side of the house to the left, round about the altar in the house. Then he made the king's son come out, and put the crown on him and the armbands, and made him king, and put the holy oil on him. And they all, making sounds of joy with their hands, said, Long life to the king. Now Athaliah, hearing the noise made by the people, came to the people in the house of the Lord, and looking, she saw the king in his regular place by the pillar, and the captains and the horns near him, and all the people of the land giving signs of joy and sounding the horns. Then Athaliah, violently parting her robes, gave a cry, saying, Broken faith! Broken faith. Then Jehoiada the priest gave orders to those who were placed in authority over the army, saying, Take her outside the lines, and let anyone who goes after her be put to death with the sword. For he said, Let her not be put to death in the house of the Lord. So they put their hands on her, and she went to the king's house by the doorway of the horses, and there she was put to death. And Jehoiada made an agreement between the Lord and the king and the people, that they would be the Lord's people, and in the same way between the king and the people. Then all the people of the land went to the house of Baal and had it pulled down. Its altars and images were all broken to bits. And Mattan, the priest of Baal, they put to death before the altars. And the priest put overseers over the Lord's house. Then he took the captains of hundreds, and the Carians, and the armed men, and all the people of the land, and they came down with the king from the house of the Lord, through the doorway of the armed men, to the king's house. And he took his place on the seat of the kings. So all the people of the land were glad, and the town was quiet, and they had put Athaliah to death with the sword at the king's house. And Jehoash was 7 years old when he became king. Chapter 12. In the 7th year of Jehu's rule, Jehoash became king, and he was ruling for 40 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Zibiah Beersheba. Jehoash did what was right in the eyes of the Lord all his days, because he was guided by the teaching of Jehoiada the priest. But the high places were not taken away. The people went on making offerings and burning them in the high places. And Jehoash said to the priests, All the money of the holy things, which comes into the house of the Lord, the amount fixed for every man's payment, and all the money given by any man freely from the impulse of his heart, let the priests take, every man from his friends and neighbors, to make good what is damaged in the house, wherever it is to be seen. But in the 23rd year of King Jehoash, the priests had not made good the damaged parts of the house. Then King Jehoash sent for Jehoiada the priest, and the other priests, and said to them, Why have you not made good what is damaged in the house? Now take no more money from your neighbors, but give it for the building up of the house. So the priests made an agreement to take no more money from the people, and not to make good what was damaged in the house. But Jehoiada the priest took a chest, and making a hole in the cover of it, put it by the altar, on the right side when one comes into the house of the Lord, and the priests who kept the door put in it regularly all the money which was taken into the house of the Lord. And when they saw that there was much money in the chest, the king's scribe and the high priest came and put it in bags, noting the amount of all the money there was in the house of the Lord, and the money which was measured out they gave regularly to those who were responsible for overseeing the work. And these gave it in payment to the woodworkers and the builders who were working on the house of the Lord, and to the wall builders and the stone cutters, and to get wood and cut stone for building up the broken parts of the house of the Lord. and for everything needed to put the house in good order. But the money was not used for making silver cups or scissors or basins or wind instruments or any vessels of gold or silver for the house of the Lord. But it was all given to the workmen who were building up the house, and they did not get any statement of accounts from the men to whom the money was given for the workmen, for they made use of it with good faith. The money of the offerings for error and the sin offerings was not taken into the house of the Lord, it was the priests. Then Hazael, king of Aram, went up against Gath and took it, and his purpose was to go up to Jerusalem. Then Jehoash, king of Judah, took all the holy things which Jehoshaphat and Jehoram and Ahaziah his fathers, the kings of Judah, had given to the Lord, together with the things he himself had given, and all the gold in the temple store and in the king's house, and sent it to Hazael, king of Aram, and he went away from Jerusalem. Now the rest of the acts of Joash, and all he did, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel? And his servants made a secret design and put Joash to death at the house of Millo on the way down to Shelah. And Jozachar, the son of Shimeath, and Jehozabad, the son of Shomer, his servants, came to him and put him to death, and they put him into the earth with his fathers in the town of David, and Amaziah his son became king in his place. Chapter 13. In the 23rd year of Joash, the son of Ahaziah, king of Judah, Jehoahaz, the son of Jehu, became king over Israel and Samaria, ruling for 17 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, copying the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, which he did and made Israel do. He did not keep himself from them. So the wrath of the Lord was burning against Israel, and he gave them up into the power of Hazael, king of Aram, and into the power of Ben-Hadad, the son of Hazael, again and again. Then Jehoahaz made prayer to the Lord, and the Lord gave ear to him. For he saw how cruelly Israel was crushed by the king of Aram. And the Lord gave Israel a savior, so that they became free from the hands of the Arameans, and the children of Israel were living in their tents as in the past. But still they did not give up the sin of Jeroboam, which he made Israel do, but went on with it. And there was an image of Asherah in Samaria, for out of all his army, Jehoahaz had only 50 horsemen and 10 carriages and 10,000 footmen. The king of Aram had given them up to destruction, crushing them like dust. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoahaz, and all he did, and his great power, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel? And Jehoahaz went to rest with his fathers, and was put into the earth in Samaria, and Joash his son became king in his place. In the 37th year of the rule of Joash, king of Judah, Joash, the son of Jehoahaz, became king over Israel and Samaria, ruling for 16 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, not turning away from the sin of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, which he did and made Israel do, but he went on with it. Now the rest of the acts of Joash, and all he did, and the force with which he went to war against Amaziah, king of Judah, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel? And Joash went to rest with his fathers, and Jeroboam took his place as king, and Joash was put into the earth in Samaria with the kings of Israel. Now Elisha became ill with the disease which was the cause of his death, and Joash, king of Israel, came down to him, and weeping over him said, my father, the war carriages of Israel and its horsemen. Then Elisha said to him, take bow and arrows. And he took bow and arrows. And he said to the king of Israel, put your hand on the bow. And he put his hand on it, and Elisha put his hands on the king's hands. Then he said, let the window be open to the east, and he got it open. Then Elisha said, let the arrow go, and he let it go. And he said, the Lord's arrow of salvation over Aram. For you will overcome the Arameans in Aphek and put an end to them. And he said, take the arrows, and he took them. And he said to the king of Israel, send them down into the earth. And he did so 3 times and no more. Then the man of God was angry with him and said, if you had done it 5 or 6 times, then you would have overcome Aram completely, but now you will only overcome them 3 times. And death came to Elisha, and they put his body into the earth. Now in the spring of the year, armed bands of Moabites frequently came, overrunning the land. And while they were putting a dead man into the earth, they saw a band coming, and they put the man quickly into the place where Elisha's body was, and the dead man, on touching Elisha's bones, came to life again, and got up on his feet. And Israel was crushed under the power of Hazael, king of Aram. all the days of Jehoahaz. But the Lord was kind to them and had pity on them, caring for them, because of his agreement with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He would not put them to destruction or send them away from before his face till now. Then Hazael, king of Aram, came to his end, and Ben-Hadad his son became king in his place. And Jehoash, the son of Jehoahaz, took again from Ben-Hadad, the son of Hazael, the towns which he had taken from Jehoahaz his father in war. 3 times Jehoash overcame him and got back the towns of Israel. Chapter 14. In the 2nd year of Joash, son of Joahaz, king of Israel, Amaziah, the son of Joash, became king of Judah. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he was ruling in Jerusalem for 29 years. His mother's name was Jehoaddan of Jerusalem. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, though not like David his father. He did as Joash his father had done. But still the high places were not taken away. The people went on making offerings and burning them in the high places. Now when he became strong in the kingdom, straightway he put to death those servants who had taken the life of the king his father, but he did not put their children to death. For the orders of the Lord recorded in the book of the law of Moses say, the fathers are not to be put to death for the children, or the children for their fathers, but a man is to be put to death for the sin which he himself has done. He put to the sword 12,000 men of Edom in the valley of Salt, and took Sela in war, naming it Jokeel, as it is to this day. Then Amaziah sent representatives to Jehoash, the son of Jehoahaz, son of Jehu, king of Israel, saying, come, let us have a meeting face to face. And Jehoash, king of Israel, sent to Amaziah, king of Judah, saying, the thorn tree in Lebanon sent to the cedar in Lebanon, saying, give your daughter to my son for a wife. And a beast from the woodland in Lebanon went by, crushing the thorn under his feet. It is true that you have overcome Edom and your heart is uplifted. Let that glory be enough for you, and keep in your country. Why do you make causes of trouble, putting yourself, and Judah with you, in danger of downfall? But Amaziah gave no attention. So Jehoash, king of Israel, went up, and he and Amaziah, king of Judah, came face to face at Beth Shemesh, which is in Judah. And Judah was overcome before Israel, so that they went in flight, every man to his tent. And Jehoash, king of Israel, made Amaziah, king of Judah, the son of Jehoash, son of Ahaziah, prisoner at Beth Shemesh, and came to Jerusalem, and had the wall of Jerusalem pulled down from the doorway of Ephraim to the door in the angle, 400 cubits. And he took all the gold and silver and all the vessels which were in the house of the Lord and in the storehouse of the king, together with those whose lives would be the price of broken faith, and went back to Samaria. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoash, and his power, and how he went to war with Amaziah, king of Judah, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel? And Jehoash went to rest with his fathers, and was put into the earth in Samaria with the kings of Israel, and Jeroboam his son became king in his place. Amaziah, the son of Joash, king of Judah, went on living for 15 years after the death of Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz, king of Israel. And the rest of the acts of Amaziah, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Judah? Now they made a secret design against him in Jerusalem, and he went and fled to Lachish. But they sent after him to Lachish and put him to death there. And they took his body on horseback and put it into the earth with his fathers in Jerusalem, the town of David. Then all the people of Judah took Azariah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in place of his father Amaziah. He was the builder of Elath, which he got back for Judah after the death of the king. In the 15th year of the rule of Amaziah, son of Joash, king of Judah, Jeroboam, the son of Joash, king of Israel, became king in Samaria, ruling for 41 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, not turning away from the sin which Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, did and made Israel do. He got back the old limits of Israel from the way into Hamath to the sea of the Arabah, as the Lord had said by his servant Jonah, the son of Amittai, the prophet of Gath-hepher. For the Lord saw how bitter was the trouble of Israel, and that everyone was cut off, he who was shut up and he who went free, and that Israel had no helper. And the Lord had not said that the name of Israel was to be taken away from the earth, but he gave them a savior in Jeroboam, the son of Joash. Now the rest of the acts of Jeroboam, and all he did, and his power, and how he went to war with Damascus, causing the wrath of the Lord to be turned away from Israel, Are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel? And Jeroboam went to rest with his fathers, and was put into the earth with the kings of Israel, and Zechariah his son became king in his place. Chapter 15. In the 27th year of the rule of Jeroboam, king of Israel, Azariah, son of Amaziah, became king of Judah. He was 16 years old when he became king, and he was ruling in Jerusalem for 52 years. His mother's name was Jechaliah of Jerusalem. And he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, as his father Amaziah had done. But he did not take away the high places, and the people still went on making offerings and burning them in the high places. And the Lord sent disease on the king, and he became a leper, and to the day of his death he was living separately in his private house. And Jotham his son was over his house, judging the people of the land. Now the rest of the acts of Azariah, and all he did, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Judah? And Azariah went to rest with his fathers, and was put into the earth with his fathers in the town of David. And Jotham his son became king in his place. In the 38th year of Azaliah, king of Judah, Zechariah, son of Jeroboam, was king over Israel for 6 months. And he did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as his father had done, not turning away from the sin which Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, did and made Israel do. And Shallum, the son of Jabesh, made a secret design against him, and, attacking him in Ibleam, put him to death and became king in his place. Now the rest of the acts of Zechariah are recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel. This was what the Lord had said to Jehu: your sons to the 4th generation will be kings of Israel. And so it came about. Shallum, the son of Jabesh, became king in the 39th year of Uzziah, king of Judah, and he was ruling in Samaria for the space of 1 month. Then Menahem, the son of Gadi, went up from Tirzah and came to Samaria, and attacking Shallum, son of Jabesh, in Samaria, put him to death and made himself king in his place. Now the rest of the acts of Shallum, and the secret design which he made, are recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel. Then Menahem sent destruction on Tappuah and all the people in it, and its limits, from Tirzah, because they would not let him come in. And he had all the women who were with child cut open. In the 39th year of Azariah, king of Judah, Menahem, the son of Gadi, became king over Israel, and was ruling in Samaria for 10 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. He did not keep himself from the sin which Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, did and made Israel do. In his day, Pul, the king of Assyria, came up against the land, and Menahem gave Pul 1,000 talents of silver so that he might let him keep the kingdom. And Menahem got the money from Israel, from all the men of wealth, 50 silver shekels from every man, to give to the king of Assyria. So the king of Assyria went back without stopping in the land. Now the rest of the acts of Menahem, and all he did, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel? And Menahem went to rest with his fathers, and Pekahiah his son became king in his place. In the 50th year of Azariah king of Judah, Pekahiah, the son of Menahem, became king over Israel and Samaria, ruling for 2 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, not turning from the sin which Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, did and made Israel do. And Pekah, the son of Remaliah, his captain, made a secret design against him, attacking him in the king's great house in Samaria, and with him were 50 men of Gilead, and he put him to death and became king in his place. Now the rest of the acts of Pekahiah, and all he did, are recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel. In the 52nd year of Azariah, king of Judah, Pekah, the son of Remaliah, became king over Israel and Samaria, ruling for 20 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, not turning from the sin which Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, did and made Israel do. In the days of Pekah, king of Israel, Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, came and took Ijon and Abel Beth-Maachah and Genoa and Kadesh and Hazor and Gilead and Galilee and all the land of Naphtali. And he took the people away to Assyria. And Hoshea, the son of Elah, made a secret design against Pekah, the son of Remaliah, and, attacking him, put him to death and became king in his place, in the 20th year of Jotham, the son of Uzziah. Now the rest of the acts of Pekah, and all he did, are recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Israel. In the 2nd year of Pekah, the son of Remaliah, king of Israel, Jotham, the son of Uzziah, became king of Judah. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he was ruling for 16 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Jerusha, the daughter of Zadok. And he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, as his father Uzziah had done. But he did not take away the high places, and the people still went on making offerings and burning them in the high places. He was the builder of the higher doorway of the house of the Lord. Now the rest of the acts of Jotham, and all he did, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Judah? In those days the Lord first sent against Judah, Rezin, the king of Aram, and Pekah, the son of Remaliah. And Jotham went to rest with his fathers, and was put into the earth in the town of David his father, and Ahaz his son became king in his place. Chapter 16. In the 17th year of Pekah, the son of Remaliah, Ahaz, the son of Jotham, became king of Judah. Ahaz was 20 years old when he became king. He was ruling for 16 years in Jerusalem. He did not do what was right in the eyes of the Lord his God, as David his father did. But he went in the ways of the kings of Israel, and even made his son go through the fire, copying the disgusting ways of the nations whom the Lord had sent out of the land before the children of Israel. And he made offerings, burning them in the high places and on the hills and under every green tree. Then Rezin, king of Aram, and Pekah, son of Remaliah, king of Israel, came up to Jerusalem to make war, and they made an attack on Ahaz, shutting him in, but were not able to overcome him. At that time the king of Edom got Elath back for Edom, and sent the Jews out of Elath, and the Edomites came back to Elath where they are living to this day. So Ahaz sent representatives to Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, saying, I am your servant and your son. Come to my help against the kings of Aram and Israel who have taken up arms against me. And Ahaz took the silver and gold which were in the house of the Lord and in the king's storehouse, and sent them as an offering to the king of Assyria. And the king of Assyria, in answer to his request, went up against Damascus and took it, and took its people away as prisoners to Kir, and put Rezin to death. Then King Ahaz went to Damascus for a meeting with Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, and there he saw the altar which was at Damascus. And King Ahaz sent to Uriah the priest a copy of the altar, giving the design of it and all the details. King Ahaz came back from Damascus. And when the king came from Damascus, he saw the altar, and he went up on it and made an offering on it. He made his burnt offering and his meal offering and his drink offering there, draining out the blood of his peace offerings on the altar. And the brass altar, which was before the Lord, he took from the front of the house, from between his altar and the house of the Lord, and put it on the north side of his altar. And King Ahaz gave orders to Uriah the priest, saying, Make the morning burnt offering and the evening meal offering and the king's burnt offering and meal offering, with the burnt offerings of all the people and their meal offerings and drink offerings, on the great altar, and put on it all the blood of the burnt offerings and of the beasts which are offered. But the brass altar will be for my use to get directions from the Lord. So Uriah the priest did everything as the king said, and King Ahaz took off the sides of the wheeled bases, and took down the great water vessel from off the brass oxen which were under it, and put it on a floor of stone, the house of the Lord, because of the king of Assyria. Now the rest of the things which Ahaz did, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Judah? And Ahaz went to rest with his fathers, and was put into the earth with his fathers in the town of David, and Hezekiah his son became king in his place. Chapter 17. In the 12th year of Ahaz, king of Judah, Hoshea, the son of Elah, became king over Israel and Samaria, ruling for 9 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, though not like the kings of Israel before him. Against him came up Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, and Hoshea became his servant and sent him offerings. But Hoshea's broken faith became clear to the king of Assyria because he had sent representatives to So, king of Egypt, and did not send his offering to the king of Assyria, as he had done year by year. So the king of Assyria had him shut up in prison and put in chains. Then the king of Assyria went through all the land and came up to Samaria, shutting it in with his forces for 3 years. In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria took Samaria, and took Israel away to Assyria, placing them in Halah and in Habor on the river Gozan, and in the towns of the Medes. And the wrath of the Lord came on Israel because they had done evil against the Lord their God, who took them out of the land of Egypt from under the yoke of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and had become worshippers of other gods. living by the rules of the nations whom the Lord had sent out from before the children of Israel. And the children of Israel did secretly against the Lord their God things which were not right, building high places for themselves in all their towns, from the tower of the watchman to the walled town. They put up pillars of stone and wood on every high hill and under every green tree, burning their offerings in all the high places, as those nations did whom the Lord sent away from before them. They did evil things, moving the Lord to wrath, and they made themselves servants of disgusting things, though the Lord had said, "You are not to do this." And he gave witness to Israel and Judah, by every prophet and seer, saying, "Come back from your evil ways, and do my orders and keep my rules, and be guided by the law which I gave to your fathers and sent to you by my servants the prophets." And they did not give ear, but became stiff-necked, like their fathers who had no faith in the Lord their God. And they went against his rules, and the agreement which he made with their fathers, and his laws which he gave them. They gave themselves up to things without sense or value, and became foolish like the nations round them, of whom the Lord had said, "Do not as they do," and turning their backs on all the orders which the Lord had given them. They made for themselves images of metal, and the image of Asherah, worshipping all the stars of heaven and becoming servants to Baal. And they made their sons and their daughters go through the fire, and they made use of secret arts and unnatural powers, and gave themselves up to doing evil in the eyes of the Lord, till he was moved to wrath. So the Lord was very angry with Israel, and his face was turned away from them. Only the tribe of Judah kept its place, but even Judah did not keep the orders of the Lord their God, but were guided by the rules which Israel had made. So the Lord would have nothing to do with all the offspring of Israel, and sent trouble on them, and gave them up into the hands of their attackers, till he had sent them away from before his face. For Israel was broken off from the family of David, and they made Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, king, who, driving them away from the laws of the Lord, made them do a great sin. And the children of Israel went on with all the sins which Jeroboam did. They did not keep themselves from them, till the Lord put Israel away from before his face, as he had said by all his servants the prophets. So Israel was taken away from their land to Assyria, to this day. Then the king of Assyria took men from Babylon and from Cutha and Avad and Hamath and Sepharvaim, and put them in the towns of Samaria in place of the children of Israel. So they got Samaria for their heritage, living in its towns. Now when first they were living there they did not give worship to the Lord. So the Lord sent lions among them, causing the death of some of them. So they said to the king of Assyria, "The nations whom you have taken as prisoners and put in the towns of Samaria, have no knowledge of the way of the God of the land. So he has sent lions among them, causing their death, because they have no knowledge of his way." Then the king of Assyria gave orders, saying, "Send there one of the priests whom you took away, and let him be living there and teaching the people the way of the God of the land." So one of the priests whom they had taken away as a prisoner from Samaria came back, and, living in Bethel, became their teacher in the worship of the Lord. And every nation made gods for themselves, and put them in the houses of the high places which the Samaritans had made, every nation in the towns where they were living. The men of Babylon made Succoth-Beneth, and the men of Cuth made Nergal, and the men of Hamath made Ashima, the Aites made Nibaz and Tartak, and the Sepharvites gave their children to be burned in the fire to Adramelech and Amalek, the gods of Sepharvaim. So they went on worshipping the Lord, and made for themselves, from among all the people, priests for the high places, to make offerings for them in the houses of the high places. They gave worship to the Lord, but they gave honor to their gods like the nations did from whom they had been taken as prisoners. So to this day they go on in their old ways, not worshipping the Lord or keeping his orders or his ways or the law and the rule which the Lord gave to the children of Jacob, to whom he gave the name Israel. And the Lord made an agreement with them and gave them orders, saying, "You are to have no other gods. You are not to give worship to them or be their servants or make them offerings. But the Lord, who took you out of the land of Egypt with his great power and his outstretched arm, he is your God, to whom you are to give worship and make offerings, and the rules and the orders and the law which he put in writing for you, you are to keep and do forever. You are to have no other gods, and you are to keep in memory the agreement which I have made with you, and you are to have no other gods, and you are to give worship to the Lord your God, for it is he who will give you salvation from the hands of all who are against you." But they gave no attention, but went on in their old way. So these nations, worshipping the Lord, still were servants to the images they had made. Their children and their children's children did the same. As their fathers did, so do they, to this day. Chapter 18. Now in the 3rd year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, Hezekiah, the son of Ahaz, became king of Judah. He was 25 years old when he became king, ruling in Jerusalem for 29 years. His mother's name was Abi, the daughter of Zechariah. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, as David his father had done. He had the high places taken away, and the stone pillars broken to bits, and the Asherah cut down, and the brass snake which Moses had made was crushed to powder at his order, because in those days the children of Israel had offerings burned before it, and he gave it the name Nehushtan. He had faith in the Lord, the God of Israel, so that there was no one like him among all the kings of Judah who were before him. For his heart was fixed on the Lord, not turning from his ways, and he did his orders which the Lord gave to Moses. And the Lord was with him, he did well in all his undertakings. And he took up arms against the king of Assyria and was his servant no longer. He overcame the Philistines as far as Gaza and its limits, from the tower of the watchman to the walled town. Now in the 4th year of King Hezekiah, which was the 7th year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, came up against Samaria, shutting it in with his armies. And at the end of 3 years they took it. In the 6th year of Hezekiah's rule, which was the 9th year of Hoshea, king of Israel, Samaria was taken. And the king of Assyria took Israel away as prisoners into Assyria, placing them in Halah and in Habor on the river Gozan, and in the towns of the Medes, because they did not give ear to the voice of the Lord their God, but went against his agreement, even against everything ordered by Moses, the servant of the Lord, and they did not give ear to it or do it. Now in the 14th year of King Hezekiah, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, came up against all the walled towns of Judah and took them. And Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to Lachish, to the king of Assyria, saying, I have done wrong, give up attacking me, and whatever you put on me I will undergo. And the payment he was to make was fixed by the king of Assyria at 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold. So Hezekiah gave him all the silver in the house of the Lord, and in the king's storehouse. And at that time Hezekiah had the gold from the doors of the Lord's house, and from the door pillars plated by him, cut off, and gave it to the king of Assyria. Then the king of Assyria sent the Tartan and the Rabsaris and the Rabshakeh from Lachish to Jerusalem, to King Hezekiah, with a strong force. And they went up and came to Jerusalem, and took up their position by the stream of the higher pool, by the highway of the washerman's field. And they sent for the king, and Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, who was over the house, and Shebna the scribe, and Joah, the son of Asaph, the recorder, came out to them. And the Rabshakeh said to them, Say now to Hezekiah, these are the words of the great king, the king of Assyria. In what are you placing your hope? You say you have a design, and strength for war, but these are only words. Now to whom are you looking for support, that you have gone against my authority? See, now, you are basing your hope on that broken rod of Egypt, which will go through a man's hand if he makes use of it for a support, for so is Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to all who put their faith in him. And if you say to me, Our hope is in the Lord our God, is it not he, whose high places and altars Hezekiah has taken away, saying to Judah and Jerusalem that worship may only be given before this altar in Jerusalem? And now, take a chance with my master, the king of Assyria, and I will give you 2,000 horses, if you are able to put horsemen on them. How then may you put to shame the least of my master's servants? And you have put your hope in Egypt for war carriages and horsemen. And have I now come up to send destruction on this place without the Lord's authority? It was the Lord himself who said to me, Go up against this land and make it waste. Then Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, and Shebna and Joah said to the Rabshakeh, Will you kindly make use of the Aramean language in talking to your servants, for we are used to it, and do not make use of the Jews' language in the hearing of the people on the wall. But the Rabshakeh said to them, Is it to your master or to you that my master has sent me to say these words? Has he not sent me to the men seated on the wall? For they are the people who will be short of food with you when the town is shut in. Then the Rabshakeh got up and said with a loud voice in the Jews' language, Give ear to the words of the great king, the king of Assyria. This is what the king says, Do not be tricked by Hezekiah, for there is no salvation for you in him. And do not let Hezekiah make you put your faith in the Lord, saying, The Lord will certainly keep us safe. and this town will not be given into the hands of the king of Assyria. Do not give ear to Hezekiah, for this is what the king of Assyria says: Make peace with me and come out to me, and everyone will be free to take the fruit of his vine and of his fig tree, and the water of his spring, till I come and take you away to a land like yours, a land of grain and wine, a land of bread and vine gardens, a land of oil giving olives and of honey, so that life and not death may be your fate. Give no attention to Hezekiah when he says to you, the Lord will keep us safe. Has any one of the gods of the nations kept his land from falling into the hands of the king of Assyria? Where are the gods of Hamath and of Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim, of Hena and Iva? Have they kept Samaria out of my hands? Who among all the gods of these countries have kept their country from falling into my hands, to give cause for the thought that the Lord will keep Jerusalem from falling into my hands? But the people kept quiet and gave him no answer, for the king's order was, give him no answer. Then Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, who was over the house, and Shebna the scribe, and Joah, the son of Asaph, the recorder, came to Hezekiah, with their clothing parted as a sign of grief, and gave him an account of what the Rabshakeh had said. Chapter 19. And on hearing it, King Hezekiah took off his robe, and put on haircloth, and went into the house of the Lord. And he sent Eliakim, who was over the house, and Shebna the scribe, and the chief priests, dressed in haircloth, to Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amos. And they said to him, Hezekiah says, this day is a day of trouble and punishment and shame, for the children are ready to come to birth, but there is no strength to give birth to them. It may be that the Lord your God will give ear to the words of the Rabshakeh, whom the king of Assyria, his master, sent to say evil things against the living God, and will make his words come to nothing. So then make your prayer for the rest of the people. So the servants of King Hezekiah came to Isaiah, and Isaiah said to them, this is what you are to say to your master. The Lord says, be not troubled by the words which the servants of the king of Assyria have said against me in your hearing. See, I will put a spirit into him, and bad news will come to his ears, and he will go back to his land, and there I will have him put to death by the sword. So the Rabshakeh went back, and when he got there the king of Assyria was making war against Libnah, for it had come to his ears that he had gone away from Lachish. And when news came to him that Tirhakah, king of Ethiopia, had made an attack on him, he sent representatives to Hezekiah again, saying, this is what you are to say to Hezekiah, king of Judah, let not your God, in whom is your faith, give you a false hope, saying, Jerusalem will not be given into the hands of the king of Assyria. No doubt the story has come to your ears of what the kings of Assyria have done to all lands, putting them to the curse, and will you be kept safe? Did the gods of the nations keep safe those on whom my fathers sent destruction, Gozan and Haran and Rezeph and the children of Eden who were in Telasar? Where is the king of Hamath, and the king of Arpad, and the king of the town of Sepharvaim, of Hena and of Iva? And Hezekiah took the letter from the hands of those who had come with it, and after reading it, Hezekiah went up to the house of the Lord, opening the letter there before the Lord. And Hezekiah made his prayer to the Lord, saying, O Lord, the God of Israel, seated between the winged ones, you only are the God of all the kingdoms of the earth. You have made heaven and earth. Let your ear be turned to us, O Lord, and let your eyes be open, O Lord, and see, take note of all the words of Sennacherib who has sent men to say evil against the living God. Truly, O Lord, the kings of Assyria have made waste the nations and their lands, and have given their gods to the fire, for they were no gods, but wood and stone, the work of men's hands, so they have given them to destruction. But now, O Lord our God, give us salvation from his hands, so that it may be clear to all the kingdoms of the earth that you and only you, O Lord, are God. Then Isaiah, the son of Amoz, sent to Hezekiah, saying, the Lord, the God of Israel, says, the prayer which you have made to me against Sennacherib, king of Assyria, has come to my ears. This is the word which the Lord has said about him, in the eyes of the virgin daughter of Zion you are shamed and laughed at. The daughter of Jerusalem has made sport of you. Against whom have you said evil and bitter things? Against whom has your voice been loud and your eyes lifted up? Even against the Holy One of Israel. You have sent your servants with evil words against the Lord, and have said, with all my war carriages I have come up to the top of the mountains, to the inmost parts of Lebanon. Its tall cedars will be cut down, and the best trees of its woods. I will come up into his highest places, into his thick woods. I have made water holes and taken their waters, and with my foot I have made all the rivers of Egypt dry. Has it not come to your ears how I did it long before, purposing it in times long past? Now I have given effect to my design, so that by you strong towns might be turned into masses of broken walls. This is why their townsmen had no power. They were broken and put to shame. They were like the grass of the field and the green plant, like grass on the housetops. But I have knowledge of your getting up and your resting, of your going out and your coming in. Because your wrath against me and your words of pride have come up to my ears, I will put my hook in your nose and my cord in your lips, and I will make you go back by the way you came. And this will be the sign to you. You will get your food this year from what comes up of itself, and in the second year from the produce of the same. And in the third year you will put in your seed and get in the grain and make vine gardens and take of their fruit. And those of Judah who are still living will again take root in the earth and give fruit. For from Jerusalem those who have been kept safe will go out, and those who are still living will go out of Mount Zion. By the fixed purpose of the Lord of armies this will be done. For this cause the Lord says about the king of Assyria, he will not come into this town, or send an arrow against it. He will not come before it with arms, or put up an earthwork against it. By the way he came he will go back, and he will not get into this town, says the Lord. For I will keep this town safe, for my honor, and for the honor of my servant David. And that night the angel of the Lord went out and put to death in the army of the Assyrians 185,000 men. And when the people got up early in the morning, there was nothing to be seen but dead bodies. So Sennacherib, king of Assyria, went back to his place at Nineveh. And it came about, when he was worshipping in the house of Nisroch his god, that his sons Adrammelech and Sharezer put him to death with the sword, and they went and fled into the land of Ararat. Chapter 20. In those days Hezekiah was ill and near death, and Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amoz, came to him, and said to him, The Lord says, Put your house in order, for your death is near. Then, turning his face to the wall, he made his prayer to the Lord, saying, O Lord, keep in mind how I have been true to you with all my heart, and have done what is good in your eyes. And Hezekiah gave way to bitter weeping. Now before Isaiah had gone out of the middle of the town, the word of the Lord came to him, saying, Go back and say to Hezekiah, the ruler of my people, the Lord, the God of David your father, says, Your prayer has come to my ears, and I have seen your weeping. See, I will make you well. On the third day you will go up to the house of the Lord. I will give you 15 more years of life, and I will keep you in this town safe from the hands of the king of Assyria. I will keep this town safe, for my honor, and for the honor of my servant David. Then Isaiah said, Take a cake of figs. So they took it and put it on his wound, and he got better. And Hezekiah said to Isaiah, What is to be the sign that the Lord will make me well, and that I will go up to the house of the Lord on the third day? And Isaiah said, This is the sign the Lord will give you, that he will do what he has said. Will the shade go forward 10 degrees or back? And Hezekiah said in answer, It is a simple thing for the shade to go forward, but let it go back 10 degrees. Then Isaiah the prophet made prayer to the Lord, and he made the shade go back 10 degrees from its position on the steps of Ahaz. At that time, Merodach-Baladan, the son of Baladan, king of Babylon, sent letters with an offering to Hezekiah, because he had news that Hezekiah had been ill. And Hezekiah was glad at their coming and let them see all his store of wealth, the silver and the gold and the spices and the oil of great price, and the house of his arms, and everything there was in his stores. There was nothing in all his house or his kingdom which Hezekiah did not let them see. Then Isaiah the prophet came to King Hezekiah and said to him, What did these men say and where did they come from? And Hezekiah said, They came from a far country, even from Babylon. And he said, What have they seen in your house? And Hezekiah said in answer, They saw everything in my house. There is nothing among my stores which I did not let them see. And Isaiah said to Hezekiah, Give ear to the word of the Lord. Truly, days are coming when everything in your house, and whatever your fathers have put in store till this day, will be taken away to Babylon. All will be gone, says the Lord. And your sons, the offspring of your body, they will take away to be unsexed servants in the house of the king of Babylon. Then Hezekiah said to Isaiah, Good is the word of the Lord which you have said. Then he said, If in my time there is peace and righteousness, now the rest of the acts of Hezekiah, and his power, and how he made the pool and the stream, to take water into the town, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Judah? And Hezekiah went to rest with his fathers, and Manasseh his son became king in his place. Chapter 21. Manasseh was 12 years old when he became king. For 55 years he was ruling in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Hephzibah. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, copying the disgusting ways of those nations whom the Lord had sent out before the children of Israel. He put up again the high places which had been pulled down by Hezekiah his father. He made altars for Baal, and an Asherah, as Ahab, king of Israel, had done. He was a worshipper and servant of all the stars of heaven, and he put up altars in the house of the Lord, of which the Lord had said, In Jerusalem will I put my name. And he put up altars for all the stars of heaven in the two outer squares of the house of the Lord. And he made his son go through the fire, and made use of secret arts and signs for reading the future. He gave positions to those who had control of spirits and to wonder workers. He did much evil in the eyes of the Lord, moving him to wrath. He put the image of Asherah which he had made in the house of which the Lord had said to David and to Solomon his son, In this house, and in Jerusalem, the town which I have made mine out of all the tribes of Israel, I will put my name forever, and never again will I send the feet of Israel wandering from the land which I gave to their fathers, if only they will take care to do all my orders, and keep all the law which my servant Moses gave them. But they did not give ear, and Manasseh made them do more evil than those nations did, whom the Lord gave up to destruction before the children of Israel. And the Lord said, by his servants the prophets, because Manasseh, king of Judah, has done these disgusting things, doing more evil than all the Amorites before him, and making Judah do evil with his false gods. For this cause, says the Lord, the God of Israel, I will send such evil on Jerusalem and Judah that the ears of all to whom the news comes will be burning, and over Jerusalem will be stretched the line of Samaria and the weight of Ahab. Jerusalem will be washed clean as a plate is washed, and turned over on its face. And I will put away from me the rest of my heritage, and give them up into the hands of their haters, who will take their property and their goods for themselves, because they have done evil in my eyes, moving me to wrath, from the day when their fathers came out of Egypt till this day. More than this, Manasseh took the lives of upright men, till Jerusalem from one end to the other was full of blood, in addition to his sin in making Judah do evil in the eyes of the Lord. Now the rest of the acts of Manasseh, and all he did, and his sins, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Judah? So Manasseh went to rest with his fathers, and was put into the earth in the garden of his house, in the garden of Uzzah, and Amon his son became king in his place. Amon was 22 years old when he became king, ruling in Jerusalem for 2 years. His mother's name was Meshullemeth, the daughter of Haruz of Jotbah. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as Manasseh his father had done. He went in all the ways of his father, being a servant and worshipper of the false gods to which his father had been a servant, turning away from the Lord, the God of his fathers, and not walking in his ways. And the servants of Ammon made a secret design against him, and put the king to death in his house. But the people of the land put to death all those who had taken part in the design against the king, and made Josiah his son king in his place. Now the rest of the acts which Ammon did, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Judah? He was put in his last resting place in the garden of Uzzah, and Josiah his son became king in his place. Chapter 22. Josiah was 8 years old when he became king, and he was ruling in Jerusalem for 31 years. His mother's name was Jedidah, daughter of Adaiah of Bozkath. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, walking in the ways of David his father, without turning to the right hand or to the left. Now in the 18th year after he became king, Josiah sent Shaphan, the son of Asaliah, the son of Meshullam, the scribe, to the house of the Lord, saying to him, Go up to Hilkiah, the chief priest, and let him give out the money which is taken into the house of the Lord, which the keepers of the door have got together from the people, and let it be given to the overseers of the work of the Lord's house, to give to the workmen who are making good what was damaged in the house of the Lord, to the woodworkers and the builders and the stone cutters, and for getting wood and cut stones for the building up of the house. They did not have to give any account of the money which was handed to them, for they made use of it with good faith. Then Hilkiah, The chief priest said to Shaphan the scribe, I have made discovery of the book of the law in the house of the Lord. So Hilkiah gave it to Shaphan. Then, after reading it, Shaphan the scribe went into the king and gave him an account of what had been done, saying, Your servants have given out the money which was in the house, and have given it to the overseers of the work of the house of the Lord. Then Shaphan the scribe said to the king, Hilkiah the priest has given me a book, and he was reading it before the king. And the king, hearing the words of the book of the law, took his robe in his hands, violently parting it as a sign of his grief, and he gave orders to Hilkiah the priest, and Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, and Ichber, the son of Micaiah, and Shaphan the scribe, and Isaiah the king's servant, saying, Go and get directions from the Lord for me and for the people and for all Judah, about the words of this book which has come to light, for great is the wrath of the Lord which is burning against us, because our fathers have not given ear to the words of this book, to do all the things which are recorded in it. So Hilkiah the priest, and Ahikam and Ichber and Shaphan and Isaiah, went to Huldah the woman prophet, the wife of Shallum, the son of Tikvah, the son of Harhas, keeper of the robes. Now she was living in Jerusalem, in the second part of the town, and they had talked with her. And she said to them, The Lord, the God of Israel, says, Say to the man who sent you to me, These are the words of the Lord. See, I will send evil on this place and on its people, even everything which the king of Judah has been reading in the book, because they have given me up, burning offerings to other gods and moving me to wrath by all the work of their hands. So my wrath will be on fire against this place, and will not be put out. But to the king of Judah who sent you to get directions from the Lord, say, This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, has said, as to the words which have come to your ears. Because your heart was soft, and you made yourself low before me, when you had word of what I said against this place and its people, that they would become a waste and a curse, and you gave signs of grief, weeping before me. Truly, I have given ear to you, says the Lord. For this cause I will let you go to your fathers and be put in your last resting place in peace, and your eyes will not see all the evil which I will send on this place. Chapter 23. Then the king sent and got together all the responsible men of Judah and of Jerusalem. And the king went up to the house of the Lord, with all the men of Judah and all the people of Jerusalem, and the priests and the prophets and all the people, small and great, and they were present at his reading of the book of the law which had come to light in the house of the Lord. And the king took his place by the pillar, and made an agreement before the Lord, to go in the way of the Lord, and keep his orders and his decisions and his rules with all his heart and all his soul, and to keep the words of the agreement recorded in the book. And all the people gave their word to keep the agreement. Then the king gave orders to Hilkiah, the chief priest, and to the priests of the second order, and to the keepers of the door, to take out of the house of the Lord all the vessels made for Baal and for the Asherah and for all the stars of heaven. And he had them burned outside Jerusalem in the fields of Kidron, and took the dust of them to Bethel. And he put an end to the false priests, who had been put in their positions by the kings of Judah to see to the burning of offerings in the high places in the towns of Judah and the outskirts of Jerusalem, and all those who made offerings to Baal and to the sun and the moon and the 12 signs and all the stars of heaven. And he took the Asherah from the house of the Lord, outside Jerusalem to the stream Kidron, burning it by the stream and crushing it to dust. And he put the dust on the place where the bodies of the common people were put to rest. And he had the houses pulled down of those who were used for sex purposes in the house of the Lord, where women were making robes for the Asherah. And he made all the priests from the towns of Judah come into Jerusalem. And he made unclean the high places where the priests had been burning offerings, from Geba to Beersheba. And he had the high places of the evil spirits pulled down which were by the doorway of Joshua, the ruler of the town, on the left side of the way into the town. Still the priests of the high places never came up to the altar of the Lord in Jerusalem, but they took their food of unleavened bread among their brothers. And Tophet, in the valley of the sons of Hinnom, he made unclean, so that no man might make his son or his daughter go through the fire to Moloch. And he took away the horses which the kings of Judah had given to the sun, at the way into the house of the Lord, by the room of Nathan Melech, the unsexed servant, which was in the outer part of the building. And the carriages of the sun he put on fire, and the altars on the roof of the high room of Ahaz, which the kings of Judah had made, and the altars which Manasseh had made in the 2 outer squares of the house of the Lord, were pulled down and crushed to bits, and the dust of them was put into the stream Kidron. And the high places before Jerusalem, on the south side of the mountain of destruction, which Solomon, king of Israel, had made for Ashtoreth, the disgusting god of the Zidonians, and for Chemosh, the disgusting god of Moab, and for Milcom, the disgusting god of the children of Ammon. The king made unclean. The stone pillars were broken to bits and the wood pillars cut down, and the places where they had been were made full of the bones of the dead. And the altar at Bethel, and the high place put up by Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel do evil, that altar and that high place were pulled down, and the high place was burned and crushed to dust, and the Asherah was burned. Then Josiah, turning round, saw on the mountain the places of the dead, and he sent and had the bones taken out of their places and burned on the altar, so making it unclean, as the Lord had said by the man of God when Jeroboam was in his place by the altar on that feast day. And he, turning his eyes to the resting place of the man of God who had given word of these things, said, "What is that headstone I see over there?" And the men of the town said to him, "It is the resting place of the man of God who came from Judah and gave word of all these things which you have done to the altar at Bethel." So he said, "Let him be, let not his bones be moved." So they let his bones be with the bones of the prophet who came from Samaria. Then Josiah took away all the houses of the high places in the towns of Samaria, which the kings of Israel had put up, moving the Lord to wrath, and he did with them as he had done in Bethel. And all the priests of the high places there he put to death on the altars, burning the bones of the dead on them. And then he went back to Jerusalem. And the king gave orders to all the people, saying, "Keep the Passover to the Lord your God, as it says in this book of the law." Truly, such a Passover had not been kept in all the days of the judges of Israel or of the kings of Israel or the kings of Judah. In the 18th year of the rule of King Josiah this Passover was kept to the Lord in Jerusalem. And all those who had control of spirits, and the wonder workers, and the images, and the false gods, and all the disgusting things which were seen in the land of Judah and in Jerusalem, Josiah put away, so that he might give effect to the words of the agreement recorded in the book which Hilkiah the priest made discovery of in the house of the Lord. Never before had there been a king like him, turning to the Lord with all his heart and with all his soul and with all his power, as the law of Moses says, and after him there was no king like him. But still the heat of the Lord's wrath was not turned back from Judah, because of all Manasseh had done in moving him to wrath. And the Lord said, "I will send Judah away from before my face, as I have sent Israel. I will have nothing more to do with this town, which I had made mine, even Jerusalem, and the holy house of which I said, my name will be there." Now the rest of the acts of Josiah, and all he did, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Judah? In his days, Pharaoh Necho, king of Egypt, sent his armies against the king of Assyria to the river Euphrates, and King Josiah went out against him, and he put him to death at Megiddo, when he had seen him. And his servants took his body in a carriage from Megiddo to Jerusalem, and put him into the earth there. And the people of the land took Jehoahaz, the son of Josiah, and put the holy oil on him and made him king in place of his father. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he became king, ruling in Jerusalem for 3 months. His mother's name was Hamutal, the daughter of Jeremiah of Libnah. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as his fathers had done. And Pharaoh Necho put him in chains at Riblah in the land of Hamath, so that he might not be king in Jerusalem, and took from the land a tax of 100 talents of silver and a talent of gold. Then Pharaoh Necho made Eliakim, the son of Josiah, king in place of Josiah his father, changing his name to Jehoiakim. But Jehoahaz he took away to Egypt, where he was till his death, and Jehoiakim gave the silver and gold to Pharaoh, taxing the land by his orders to get the money. The people of the land had to give silver and gold, everyone as he was taxed, to make the payment to Pharaoh Necho. Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he became king. He was ruling in Jerusalem for 11 years. His mother's name was Zebidah, the daughter of Pedaiah of Rumah. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord as his fathers had done. Chapter 24. In his days, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up, and Jehoiakim was his servant for 3 years. Then he took up arms against him. And the Lord sent against him bands of the Chaldeans and of the Edomites and of the Moabites and of the children of Ammon, sending them against Judah for its destruction, as he had said by his servants the prophets. Only by the word of the Lord did this fate come on Judah, to take them away from before his face, because of the sins of Manasseh and all the evil he did, and because of the death of those who had done no wrong. For he made Jerusalem full of the blood of the upright, and the Lord had no forgiveness for it. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoiakim, and all he did, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Judah? So Jehoiakim went to rest with his fathers, and Jehoiakim his son became king in his place. And the king of Egypt did not come out of his land again, for the king of Babylon had taken all his country, from the stream of Egypt to the river Euphrates. Jehoiakim was 18 years old when he became king. He was ruling in Jerusalem for 3 months, and his mother's name was Nehushta, the daughter of Elnathan of Jerusalem. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as his father had done. At that time the armies of Nebuchadnezzar came up to Jerusalem, and the town was shut in on every side. And Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came there, while his servants were shutting in the town. Then Jehoiakim, king of Judah, went out to the king of Babylon, with his mother and his servants and his chiefs and his unsexed servants. And in the 8th year of his rule the king of Babylon took him. And he took away all the stored wealth of the Lord's house, and the goods from the king's storehouse, cutting up all the gold vessels which Solomon, king of Israel, had made in the house of the Lord, as the Lord had said. And he took away all the people of Jerusalem and all the chiefs and all the men of war, 10,000 prisoners, and all the expert workmen and the metal workers. Only the poorest sort of the people of the land were not taken away. He took Jehoiakim a prisoner to Babylon, with his mother and his wives and his unsexed servants and the great men of the land. He took them all as prisoners from Jerusalem to Babylon. And all the men of war, 7,000 of them, and 1,000 expert workmen and metal workers, all of them strong and able to take up arms, the king of Babylon took away as prisoners into Babylon. And the king of Babylon made Mattaniah, his father's brother, king in place of Jehoiakim, changing his name to Zedekiah. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he became king, and he was king in Jerusalem for 11 years. His mother's name was Hamutal, daughter of Jeremiah of Libnah. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as Jehoiakim had done. And because of the wrath of the Lord, this came about in Jerusalem and Judah, till he had sent them all away from before him, and Zedekiah took up arms against the king of Babylon. Chapter 25. Now in the 9th year of his rule, on the 10th day of the 10th month, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came against Jerusalem with all his army and took up his position before it, building earthworks all round the town. And the town was shut in by their forces till the 11th year of King Zedekiah. Now on the 9th day of the 4th month, the store of food in the town was almost gone, so that there was no food for the people of the land. So an opening was made in the wall of the town, and all the men of war went in flight by night through the doorway between the two walls which was by the king's garden. Now the Chaldeans were stationed round the town, and the king went by the way of the Arabah. But the Chaldean army went after the king, and overtook him in the lowlands of Jericho, and all his army went in flight from him in every direction. And they made the king a prisoner and took him up to the king of Babylon at Riblah to be judged. And they put the sons of Zedekiah to death before his eyes, and then they put out his eyes, and chaining him with iron bands, took him to Babylon. Now in the 5th month, on the 7th day of the month, in the 19th year of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, Nebuzaradan, the captain of the armed men, a servant of the king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem, and he had the house of the Lord and the king's house and all the houses of Jerusalem, even every great house, burned with fire, and the walls round Jerusalem were broken down by the Chaldean army which was with the captain, and the rest of the people who were still in the town, and all those who had given themselves up to the king of Babylon, and all the rest of the workmen. Nebuzaradan, the captain of the armed men, took away as prisoners, but he let the poorest of the land go on living there, to take care of the vines and the fields. And the brass pillars in the house of the Lord, and the wheeled bases, and the great brass water vessel in the house of the Lord, were broken up by the Chaldeans, who took the brass to Babylon. And the pots and the spades and the scissors for the lights and the spoons, and all the brass vessels used in the Lord's house, they took away. And the fire trays and the basins, the gold of the gold vessels and the silver of the silver vessels, were all taken away by the captain of the armed men. The 2 pillars, the great water vessel and the wheeled bases, which Solomon had made for the house of the Lord, the brass of all these vessels was without weight. One of the pillars was 18 cubits high, with a crown of brass on it. The crown was 3 cubits high, circled with a network and apples all of brass, and the second pillar had the same. And the captain of the armed men took Sariah, the chief priest, and Zephaniah, the second priest, and the 3 doorkeepers, and from the town he took the unsexed servant who was over the men of war, and 5 of the king's near friends who were in the town, and the scribe of the captain of the army, who was responsible for getting the people of the land together in military order, and 60 men of the people of the land who were in the town. These Nebuzaradan, the captain of the armed men, took with him to the king of Babylon at Riblah, and the king of Babylon put them to death at Riblah in the land of Hamath. So Judah was taken away prisoner from his land. As for the people who were still living in the land of Judah, whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, did not take away, he made Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, ruler over them. Now the captains of the armed forces, hearing that the king of Babylon had made Gedaliah ruler, came with their men to Gedaliah at Mizpah, Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, and Johanan, the son of Kareah, and Sariah, the son of Tanhumeth the Netophathite, and Hazaniah, the son of the Maacathite, came with all their men. Then Gedaliah gave his oath to them and their men, saying, Have no fear because of the servants of the Chaldeans. Go on living in the land under the rule of the king of Babylon, and all will be well. But in the 7th month, Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, the son of Elishama, of the king's seed, came with 10 men and made an attack on Gedaliah, causing his death and the death of the Jews and the Chaldeans who were with him at Mizpah. Then all the people, small and great, and the captains of the forces, got up and went away to Egypt, for fear of the Chaldeans. And in the 37th year after Jehoiakim, king of Judah, had been taken prisoner, in the 12th month, on the 27th day of the month, Evil-Merodach, king of Babylon, in the 1st year of his rule, took Jehoiakim, king of Judah, out of prison, and said kind words to him, and put his seat higher than the seats of the other kings who were with him in Babylon. And his prison clothing was changed, and he was a guest at the king's table every day for the rest of his life. And for his food, the king gave him a regular amount every day for the rest of his life. The first book of Chronicles, chapter 1. Adam, Seth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The sons of Japheth, Gomer and Magog and Madai and Javan and Tubal and Meshech and Tyrus. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz and Dipheth and Togarmah. And the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim and Rodanim. The sons of Ham, Cush, and Egypt, put in Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba and Habil and Sabta and Ramah and Sapteka. And the sons of Raamah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush was the father of Nimrod. He was the first to be a great man in the earth. And Egypt was the father of the Ludim and the Anamim and the Lohabim and the Naphtuhim and the Pathrusim and the Casluhim and the Captorim, from whom came the Philistines. And Canaan was the father of Zidon, his oldest son, and Heth, and the Jebusite and the Amorite and the Girgashite, and the Hivite and the Archite and the Sinite, and the Arvadite and the Zemarite and the Hamathite. The sons of Shem, Elam and Asher and Arpachshad and Lud and Aram and Uz and Hu and Gether and Meshech. And Arpachshad was the father of Shelah, and Shelah was the father of Eber. And Eber had 2 sons, the name of the one was Peleg, because in his days a division was made of the earth, and his brother's name was Joktan. And Joktan was the father of Almodad and Shalef and Hazarmaveth and Jerah and Hadoram and Duzel and Dekla and Ebal and Abimael and Sheba and Ophir and Havlah and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan: Shem, Arpachshad, Shelah, Eber, Peleg, Ru, Sirach, Nahor, Terah, Abram, that is Abraham. The sons of Abraham, Isaac, and Ishmael. These are their generations. The oldest son of Ishmael, Nebath, then Kedar and Adbeel and Mibsam, Mishma and Dumah, Massa, Hadad, and Tamah, Jeter, Naphish, and Kedemah. These are the sons of Ishmael. And the sons of Keturah, Abraham's servant wife. She was the mother of Zimran and Jokshan and Madon and Midian and Ishbak and Shua. And the sons of Jokshan, Sheba, and Dedan. And the sons of Midian, Ephah and Epher and Anak and Abida and Eldah. All these were the sons of Keturah. And Abraham was the father of Isaac. The sons of Isaac, Esau, and Israel. The sons of Esau, Eliphaz, Ruel and Jesh and Jalam and Korah. The sons of Eliphaz, Man, and Omar, Zephi and Gatam, Kenaz and Timnah and Amalek. The sons of Ruel, Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. And the sons of Seir, Lotan and Shobal and Zibian and Anna and Disan and Ezra and Dishan. And the sons of Lotan, Hori and Homam, and Timnah was Lotan's sister. The sons of Shobal, Elian and Manahath and Debel, Shephi and Onam. And the sons of Zibian, Ea, and Anna. The sons of Anna, Disan. And the sons of Disan, Hamran and Eshban and Ithran and Sharon. The sons of Ezer, Bilhan, and Zebin, Hakan. The sons of Dishan, Uz, and Aaron. Now these are the kings who were ruling in the land of Edom, before there was any king over Israel. Bela, the son of Beer, his town was named Donabah. At his death, Jabab, the son of Zerah of Basra, became king in his place. At the death of Jabab, Husham, from the land of the Temanites, became king in his place. And at the death of Husham, Hadad, the son of Bedad, who overcame Midian in the field of Moab, became king. His town was named Avith. And at the death of Hadad, Samlah of Masrekah became king in his place. And at the death of Samlah, Shaul of Rehoboth by the river became king in his place. And at the death of Shaul, Baal-Hanan, the son of Achber, became king in his place. And at the death of Baal-Hanan, Hadad became king in his place. His town was named Pai, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mizab. And Hadad came to his end. Now the chiefs of Edom were, the chief of Timnah, the chief of Eliah, the chief of Jetheth, the chief of Elibama, the chief of Elah, the chief of Pinion, the chief of Kenaz, the chief of Tman, the chief of Mibzar, the chief of Magdiel, the chief of Iram. These are the chiefs of Edom. Chapter 2. These are the sons of Israel, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, Issachar and Zebulun, Dan, Joseph, and Benjamin, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. The sons of Judah, Uradonan and Shelah. These three were his sons by Bathshua, the Canaanite woman. And Judah's oldest son, did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and he put him to death. And Tamar, his daughter-in-law, had Perez and Zerah by him. All the sons of Judah were 5. The sons of Perez, Hezron, and Hamel. And the sons of Zerah, Zimri and Ethan and Heman and Calcol and Dara, 5 of them. And the sons of Carmi, Achan, the troubler of Israel, who did wrong about the cursed thing. And the son of Ethan, Azariah. And the sons of Hezron, the offspring of his body, Jeremiel and Ram and Kelobai. And Ram was the father of Amminadab. And Amminadab was the father of Nashon, chief of the children of Judah. And Nashon was the father of Salma. And Salma was the father of Boaz. And Boaz was the father of Obed. And Obed was the father of Jesse. And Jesse was the father of Eliab, his oldest son, and Abinadab, the second, and Shemiah, the third, Nethanel, the fourth, Radai, the fifth, Azam, the sixth, David, the seventh. And their sisters were Zeruiah and Abigail. And Zeruiah had 3 sons, Abishai and Joab and Asahel. And Abigail was the mother of Amasa. And the father of Amasa was Jether the Ishmaelite. And Caleb, the son of Hezron, had children by Otzubah his wife, the daughter of Jeriot. And these were her sons, Jesher and Shobab and Ardan. And after the death of Otzubah, Caleb took as his wife Ephraith, who was the mother of her. And Hur was the father of Uri, and Uri was the father of Bezalel. And after that, Hezron had connection with the daughter of Machir, the father of Gilead, whom he took as his wife when he was 60 years old, and she had Segub by him. And Segub was the father of Yair, who had 23 towns in the land of Gilead. And Gesher and Aram took the 10 towns of Yair from them, with Kenath and the small places round it, even 60 towns. All these were the sons of Machir, the father of Gilead. And after the death of Hezron, Caleb had connection with Ephraith, his father Hezron's wife, and she gave birth to his son Asher, the father of Tekoa. And the sons of Jeremiel, the oldest son of Hezron, were Ram, the oldest, and Bunah and Oren and Ozim and Ahijah. And Jeremiel had another wife, whose name was Atara. She was the mother of Onam. And the sons of Ram, the oldest son of Jeremiel, were Maz and Shemin and Eker. And the sons of Onam were Shammai and Jada. And the sons of Shammai, Nadab, and Abishur. And the name of Abishur's wife was Abihail, and she had Eben and Malad by him. And the sons of Nadab, Seled and Apom. But Seled came to his end without sons. And the sons of Apom, Ishi. And the sons of Ishi, Sheshan. And the sons of Sheshan, Ali. And the sons of Jada, the brother of Shammai, Jether and Jonathan. And Jether came to his end without sons. And the sons of Jonathan, Peleth, and Zasa. These were the sons of Jeremiel. Now Sheshan had no sons, but only daughters. And Sheshan had an Egyptian servant, whose name was Jariah. And Sheshan gave his daughter to Jariah, his servant, as a wife, and she had Attai by him. And Attai was the father of Nathan, and Nathan was the father of Zabad, and Zabad was the father of Ephlal, and Ephlal was the father of Obed, and Obed was the father of Jehu, and Jehu was the father of Azariah, and Azariah was the father of Helz, and Helz was the father of Elisa, and Elisa was the father of Sismai, and Sismai was the father of Shallum, and Shallum was the father of Jechemiah, and Jechemiah was the father of Elishama. And the sons of Caleb, the brother of Jeremiel, were Marashah, his oldest son, who was the father of Ziph and Hebron. And the sons of Hebron, Korah and Tapua and Rechem and Shema. And Shema was the father of Raham, the father of Joachim, and Rechem was the father of Shammai. And the son of Shammai was Maon, and Maon was the father of Bethzur. And Ephah, Caleb's servant wife, had Haran and Mosah and Gazez, and Haran was the father of Gazez. And the sons of Jadai, Regem and Jotham and Jeshan and Pelet and Ephah and Shaph. Maacah, Caleb's servant wife, was the mother of Sheber and Tirhana, and Shaph, the father of Madmannah, Sheva, the father of Mishbena and the father of Jibi, and Caleb's daughter was Asa. These were the sons of Caleb. The sons of Hur, the oldest son of Ephrathah, Shobal, the father of Kiriath Jearim, Salma, the father of Bethlehem, Haraph, the father of Beth-Gader, and Shobal, the father of Kiriath Jearim, had sons, Heraeh, half of the Manahathites, and the families of Kiriath Jearim, the Ithrites and the Pites and the Shumathites and the Mishrites. From them came the Zorathites and the Eshtaolites. The sons of Salma, Bethlehem and the Netophathites, Atroth Beth Joab and half of the Manahathites, the Zorites. And the families of scribes who were living at Jabez, the Tirathites, the Shemithites, the Sukathites. These are the Kenites, the offspring of Hamath, the father of the family of Rechab. Chapter 3. Now these were David's sons, whose birth took place in Hebron. The oldest Amnon, by Ahinoam of Jezreel. The second Daniel, by Abigail the Carmelite woman. The third Absalom, the son of Maacah, the daughter of Talmai, king of Geshur. The fourth Adonijah, the son of Haggith. The fifth Shephatiah, by Abdul. The sixth Ithream, by Eglah his wife. He had 6 sons in Hebron. He was ruling there for 7 years and 6 months, and in Jerusalem for 33 years. And in Jerusalem he had 4 sons, Shemiah and Shobab and Nathan and Solomon, by Bathshua, the daughter of Amiel, and Avor and Elishama and Eliphalet and Noga and Nephi and Japhia and Elishama and Eliada and Eliphalet. 9. All these were the sons of David, in addition to the sons of his servant wives, and Tamar was their sister. And Solomon's son was Rehoboam, Abiel was his son, Asa his son, Jehoshaphat his son, Joram his son, Ahaziah his son, Joash his son, Amaziah his son, Azariah his son, Jotham his son, Ahaz his son, Hezekiah his son, Manasseh his son, Amon his son, Josiah his son, and the sons of Josiah, the oldest Johanan, the second Jehoiakim, the third Zedekiah, the fourth Shallum. And the sons of Jehoiakim, Jeconiah his son, Zedekiah his son. And the sons of Jeconiah, who was taken prisoner, Shealtiel his son, and Malchiram and Pedaiah and Shenazar, Jechemiah, Hashama, and Nedabiah. And the sons of Pedaiah, Zerubbabel and Shimei, and the sons of Zerubbabel, Meshullam and Hananiah, and Shelomith was their sister, and Hashubah and Ol and Berechiah and Hasadiah, Jeshabhest. 5. And the sons of Hananiah, Pelatiah and Jeshaiah, the sons of Ruphiah, the sons of Arnon, the sons of Obadiah, the sons of Shechaniah, and the sons of Shechaniah, Shemaiah, and the sons of Shemaiah, Hattush and Egal and Beriah and Neriah and Shaphat. 6. And the sons of Neriah, Elionai and Ischia and Azrikam. 3. And the sons of Elionai, Hadaviah and Eliashib and Pelaiah and Akub and Johanan and Delai and Anani. 7. Chapter 4. The sons of Judah, Perez, Hezron and Carmi and Hur and Shobal. And Reiah, the son of Shobal, was the father of Jahath, and Jahath was the father of Ahiman and Lahad. These are the families of the Zorathites. And these were the sons of Hur, the father of Adam, Jezreel and Ishma and Idbash, and the name of their sister was Hazelelponi, and Penuel, the father of Jeter, and Ezer, the father of Husha. These are the sons of Hur, the oldest son of Ephrathah, the father of Bethlehem, and Asher, the father of Tekoa, had two wives, Hel and Nara. And Nara had Ahizam by him, and Heper and Temeni and Hihashtari. These were the sons of Nara. And the sons of Hela were Zereth, Izer, and Ethnan. And Koz was the father of Anub and Zabeba, and the families of Aharhel the son of Haram. And Jabez was honored more than his brothers, but his mother had given him the name Jabez, saying, because I gave birth to him with sorrow. And Jabez made a prayer to the God of Israel, saying, if only you would truly give me a blessing, and make wider the limits of my land, and let your hand be with me, and keep me from evil, so that I may not be troubled by it. And God gave him his desire. And Kelub, the brother of Shuhah, was the father of Mater, who was the father of Eshton. And Eshton was the father of Bethrapha and Pasea and Tehinnah, the father of Irnahash. These are the men of Reka. And the sons of Kenaz, Othniel and Sariah, and the sons of Othniel, Hathath. And Mordecai was the father of Ophrah, and Sariah was the father of Joab, the father of Jeharashim. They were expert workmen. And the sons of Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, Eru, Elah, and Nam, and the son of Elah, Kenaz. And the sons of Jehalelel, Ziph, and Zippah, Tiria and Azarel. And the sons of Ezra, Jether and Mered and Epher and Halon. And these are the sons of Bithiah, the daughter of Pharaoh, the wife of Mered. And she became the mother of Miriam and Shemaiah and Ishbah, the father of Eshtemoa. And his wife, a woman of the tribe of Judah, became the mother of Jared, the father of Jeter, and Heber, the father of Soko, and Jekuthiel, the father of Zanoah. And the sons of the wife of Hadiah, the sister of Naam, were the father of Caleb the Garmite, and Eshtemoa the Maacathite, and the sons of Shimon, Amnon, and Rinnah, Ben-Hanan and Tilon. And the sons of Ishi, Zeheth, and the son of Zeheth. The sons of Shelah, the son of Judah, the father of Lecca, and Lada, the father of Mareshah, and the families of those who made delicate linen, of the family of Ashbi, and Joachim, and the men of Kozeba, and Joash and Seraph, who were rulers in Moab, and went back to Bethlehem. And the records are very old. These were the potters, and the people living among planted fields with walls round them. They were there to do the king's work. The sons of Simeon, Nemuel, and Jamin, Jareb, Zerah, Shaul, Shalom his son, Mibsam his son, Mishma his son. And the sons of Mishma, Hamuel his son, Zakur his son, Shimei his son. And Shimei had 16 sons and 6 daughters, but his brothers had only a small number of children, and their family was not as fertile as the children of Judah. And they were living at Beersheba and Malada and Hazar Shul, and at Bilhah, and at Azim, and at Delad, and at Bethul, and at Hormah, and at Ziklag, and at Beth Markaboth, and at Hazar-Zissim, and at Beth-Biri, and at Sharaim. These were their towns till David became king. And their small towns were Adam, Ain, Rimmon, and Tajin and Ashan, 5 towns, and all the small places round these towns, as far as Baalath-beer, the high place of the south. These were their living places, and they have lists of their generations. And Meshobab and Jamlech and Joshua, the son of Amaziah, and Joel, and Jehu, the son of Joshibiah, the son of Sariah, the son of Aziel, and Elianah and Hakobah and Jeshohaiah and Isaiah and Adiel and Jesimiel and Benaiah, and Ziza, the son of Shiphi, the son of Alon, the son of Jediah, the son of Shimri, the son of Shemaiah. These, whose names are given, were chiefs in their families, and their families became very great in number. And they went to the opening into Jeter, as far as the east side of the valley, in search of grassland for their flocks. And they came to some good fertile grassland, in a wide quiet country of peace-loving people, for the people who were living there before were of the offspring of Ham. And these whose names are given came in the days of Hezekiah, king of Judah, and made an attack on the Munim who were living there, and put an end to them to this day, and took their place, because there was grass there for their flocks. And some of them, 500 of the sons of Simeon, went to the hill country of Seir, with Pelatiah, Neriah, and Rephiah, and Uzziel, the sons of Ishi, at their head. And they put to death the rest of the Amalekites who had got away safely, and made it their living place to this day. Chapter 5. And the sons of Reuben, the oldest son of Israel, for he was the oldest son, but, because he made his father's bride bed unclean, his birthright was given to the sons of Joseph, the son of Israel, but he is not to be given the place of the oldest. Though Judah became stronger than his brothers, and from him came the ruler, the birthright was Joseph's, the sons of Reuben, the oldest son of Israel, Hanok, and Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. The sons of Joel, Shemaiah his son, Gog his son, Shimei his son, Micah his son, Reiah his son, Baal his son, Bera his son, whom Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, took away as a prisoner. He was chief of the Reubenites, and his brothers by their families, when the list of their generations was made up, the chief, Jeiel, and Zechariah, and Bela, the son of Azaz, the son of Shema, the son of Joel, who was living in Aroer, as far as Nebo and Baalmeon, and to the east his limits went as far as the starting point of the wasteland, ending at the river Euphrates, because their cattle were increased in number in the land of Gilead. And in the days of Saul they made war on the Hagarites, and overcame them, and they put up their tents through all the land east of Gilead, and the sons of Gad were living opposite to them, in the land of Bashan as far as Silicah, Joel the chief, and Shapham the second, and Janiah and Shaphat in Bashan, and their brothers, the men of their family, Michael and Meshullam and Sheba and Jeriah and Jachin and Zia and Eber, 7 of them. These were the sons of Abihail, the son of Huri, the son of Jaroah, the son of Gilead, the son of Michael, the son of Jeshishai, the son of Jahdo, the son of Buz, Ahi, the son of Adiel, the son of Guni, head of their families. And they were living in Gilead and Bashan, in its small towns and in all the grassland of Syria and as far as its limits. All these were listed under the names of their families, in the time of Jotham, king of Judah, and in the time of Jeroboam, king of Israel. There were 44,760 of the sons of Reuben and of the Gadites and of the half-tribe of Manasseh, all strong men, expert in the use of the body cover, the sword, and the bow, and in the art of war, all able to take up arms. And they went to war against the Hagarites, with Jeter and Naphish and Nadab, and they were helped against them, so that the Hagarites, and those with them, were given into their power. For they sent up prayers to God in the fight, and he gave ear to them, because they put their faith in him. And they took away their cattle, 50,000 camels, 250,000 sheep, and 2,000 asses, and 100,000 men. And a very great number went to their death, because the war was God's purpose, and they went on living in their place till they were taken away as prisoners. And the men of the half-tribe of Manasseh were living in the land, and their numbers were increased till all the land from Bashan to Baal Hermon and Sinir and the mountain Hermon was theirs. And these were the heads of their families, Ipher and Ishi and Eliel and Ezrael and Jeremiah and Hodavia and Jadiel, men of war, of great name, heads of families. And they did evil against the God of their fathers, worshipping the gods of the people of the land, whom God had put to destruction before them. And the God of Israel put an impulse into the heart of Pul, king of Assyria, and of Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, who took them away as prisoners, all the Reubenites and the Gadites in the half-tribe of Manasseh, to Hala and Habor and Hara and to the river of Gozan, to this day. Chapter 6. The sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. And the sons of Kohath, Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. And the sons of Amram, Aaron and Moses and Miriam. And the sons of Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar and Itamar. Eleazar was the father of Phinehas. Phinehas was the father of Abishua, and Abishua was the father of Buki, and Buki was the father of Uzi, and Uzi was the father of Zerahiah, and Zerahiah was the father of Meraioth. Meraioth was the father of Amariah, and Amariah was the father of Ahitub, and Ahitub was the father of Zadok, and Zadok was the father of Ahimaaz, and Ahimaaz was the father of Azariah, and Azariah was the father of Johanan, and Johanan was the father of Azariah. He was priest in the house which Solomon put up in Jerusalem, and Azariah was the father of Amariah, and Amariah was the father of Ahitub, and Ahitub was the father of Zadok, and Zadok was the father of Shallum, and Shallum was the father of Hilkiah, and Hilkiah was the father of Azariah, and Azariah was the father of Sariah, and Sariah was the father of Jehozadak. And Jehozadak went as a prisoner when the Lord took away Judah and Jerusalem by the hand of Nebuchadnezzar. The sons of Levi: Gershom, Kohath, and Merari. And these are the names of the sons of Gershom: Libni, and Shimei. And the sons of Kohath were Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. The sons of Merari: Mali, and Mushi. And these are the families of the Levites listed by the names of their fathers. Of Gershom: Libni his son, Jahath his son, Zimmah his son, Joah his son, Edo his son, Zerah his son, Jetheriah his son. The sons of Kohath: Aminadab his son, Korah his son, Asir his son, Elkanah his son, and Abiasaph his son, and Asir his son, Tahan his son, Uriel his son, Uzziah his son, and Shaul his son. And the sons of Elkanah: Amasai, and Ahimoth. Elkanah his son, Zophai his son, and Nahath his son, Eliab his son, Jerome his son, Elkanah his son, Samuel his son. And the sons of Samuel: the oldest Joel, and the second Abiah. The sons of Merari: Mali, Libni his son, Shimei his son, Uzzah his son, Shemiah his son, Haggiah his son, Azariah his son. And these are those whom David made responsible for the music in the house of the Lord, after the ark had rest. They gave worship with songs before the house of the tent of meeting, till Solomon put up the house of the Lord in Jerusalem, and they took their places for their work in their regular order. And these are those who did this work, and their sons. Of the sons of the Kohathites: Heman, who made melody, the son of Joel, the son of Samuel, the son of Elkanah, the son of Jeroham, the son of Eliel, the son of Toah, the son of Zuph, the son of Elkanah, the son of Mahat, the son of Amasai, the son of Elkanah, the son of Joel, the son of Azariah, the son of Zephaniah, the son of Tahat, the son of Asir, the son of Abiasaph, the son of Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, the son of Israel. And his brother Asaph, whose place was at his right hand: Asaph, the son of Berechiah, the son of Shemiah, the son of Michael, the son of Baasiah, the son of Malchijah, the son of Ethni, the son of Zerah, the son of Adaiah, the son of Ethan, the son of Zimmah, the son of Shimei, the son of Jahath, the son of Gershom, the son of Levi. And on the left their brothers, the sons of Merari: Ethan, the son of Kishi, the son of Abdi, the son of Malach, the son of Hashabiah, the son of Amaziah, the son of Hilkiah, the son of Amzi, the son of Bani, the son of Shemer, the son of Meli, the son of Mushi, the son of Merari, the son of Levi. And their brothers the Levites were responsible for all the work of the tent of the house of God. But Aaron and his sons made offerings on the altar of burnt offering, and on the altar of perfume, for all the work of the most holy place, and to take away the sin of Israel, doing everything ordered by Moses, the servant of God. And these are the sons of Aaron: Eleazar his son, Phinehas his son, Abishua his son, Buki his son, Uzi his son, Zerahiah his son, Meraioth his son, Amariah his son, Ahitub his son, Zadok his son, Ahimaaz his son. Now these are their living places, the limits inside which they were to put up their tents, to the sons of Aaron, of the families of the Kohathites, because they had the first selection. To them they gave Hebron and its outskirts in the land of Judah, but the open country of the town, and the small places round it, they gave to Caleb, the son of Jephunneh. And to the sons of Aaron they gave Hebron, the town to which men might go in flight and be safe, and Libnah with its outskirts, and Jair, and Eshtemoa with its outskirts, and Hilan with its outskirts, Debir with its outskirts, and Ashan with its outskirts, and Beth Shemesh with its outskirts, and from the tribe of Benjamin, Geba with its outskirts, and Alemeth with its outskirts, and Anatoth with its outskirts. All their towns among their families were 13 towns. And to the rest of the sons of Kohath there were given by the Lord's decision 10 towns out of the families of the tribe of Ephraim, and out of the tribe of Dan, and out of the half tribe of Manasseh. And to the sons of Gershom, by their families, out of the tribe of Issachar, and out of the tribe of Asher, and out of the tribe of Naphtali, and out of the tribe of Manasseh and Bashan, 13 towns. And to the sons of Merari, by their families, 12 towns were given by the Lord's decision, out of the tribe of Reuben, and out of the tribe of Gad, and out of the tribe of Zebulun. And the children of Israel gave to the Levites the towns with their outskirts. And they gave by the Lord's decision out of the tribe of the children of Judah, and out of the tribe of the children of Simeon, and out of the tribe of the children of Benjamin, these towns whose names are given. And to the families of the sons of Kohath were given towns by the Lord's decision out of the tribe of Ephraim, and they gave them the town to which men might go in flight and be safe: Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim with its outskirts, and Gezer with its outskirts, and Jokmeam with its outskirts, and Bethhoron with its outskirts, and Ailon with its outskirts, and Gathrimmon with its outskirts, and out of the half tribe of Manasseh, Aner with its outskirts, and Bileam with its outskirts, for the rest of the family of the sons of Kohath. To the sons of Gershom were given, out of the family of the half tribe of Manasseh, Golan and Bashan with its outskirts, and Ashtaroth with its outskirts, and out of the tribe of Issachar, Kadesh with its outskirts, and Daberon with its outskirts, and Ramoth with its outskirts, and Anam with its outskirts, and out of the tribe of Asher, Mashal with its outskirts, and Abdon with its outskirts, and Hukok with its outskirts, and Rehob with its outskirts, and out of the tribe of Naphtali, Kadesh in Galilee with its outskirts, and Hammon with its outskirts, and Kiriathaim with its outskirts. To the rest of the Levites, the sons of Merari, were given, out of the tribe of Zebulun, Rimmonah with its outskirts, Tabor with its outskirts, and on the other side of Jordan, at Jericho, on the east side of Jordan, were given them, out of the tribe of Reuben, Bezer in the wasteland with its outskirts, and Josah with its outskirts, and Kedemoth with its outskirts, and Mephaath with its outskirts, and out of the tribe of Gad, Ramoth and Gilead with its outskirts, and Mahanaim with its outskirts, and Heshbon with its outskirts, and Yazer with its outskirts. Chapter 7. And of the sons of Issachar, Tola, and Puah, Jashub and Shimron, 4. And the sons of Tola, Uzi and Raphiah and Jeriel and Jahmai and Ibiesam and Shemuel, heads of their families. They were men of war. In the record of their generations their number in the time of David was 22,600. And the sons of Uzi, Izriah, and the sons of Izriah, Michael and Obadiah and Joel and Ishiah, 5, all of them chiefs. And with them, recorded in generations by their families, were bands of fighting men, 36,000 of them, for they had a great number of wives and sons. And there were recorded among all the families of Issachar, great men of war, 87,000. The sons of Benjamin, Bela and Becher and Jejel, 3. And the sons of Bela, Isban and Uzi and Uzziel and Jerimoth and Eri, 5, heads of their families, great men of war. There were 22,034 of them recorded by their families. And the sons of Becher, Zemira and Joash and Eliezer and Elionai and Omri and Jerimoth and Abiyah and Anatoth and Alemeth. All these were the sons of Becher. And they were recorded by their generations, heads of their families, great men of war, 20,200. And the sons of Jejel, Bilhan, and the sons of Bilhan, Josh and Benjamin and Ehud and Shinanah and Zethan and Tarshish and Ahishahar. All these were the sons of Jejel, by the heads of their families, 17,200 men of war, able to go out with the army for war. And Shuppim and Huppim, the sons of Dan, Hushim his son, 1. The sons of Naphtali, Jehartziel and Guni and Jezer and Shalom, the sons of Biliah. The sons of Manasseh by his servant wife, the Aramean woman. She gave birth to Machir, the father of Gilead, and Gilead took a wife, whose name was Maacah, and his sister's name was Hameleketh, and the name of his brother was Zelophehad, who was the father of daughters. And Maacah, the wife of Gilead, gave birth to a son to whom she gave the name Peresh, and his brother was named Sheresh, and his sons were Ulam and Rakem, and the son of Ulam, Bedan. These were the sons of Gilead, the son of Machir the son of Manasseh. And his sister Hameleketh was the mother of Ishhod and Abiezer and Mahlah. And the sons of Shemaiah were Ahian and Shechem and Lechi and Aniam. And the sons of Ephraim, Shuthelah and Berd his son, and Tahan his son, and Elida his son, and Tahan his son, and Zabad his son, and Shuthelah his son, and Ezer and Elid, whom the men of Gath, who had been living in the land from their birth, put to death, because they came down to take away their cattle. And for a long time Ephraim their father went on weeping for them, and his brothers came to give him comfort. After that, he had connection with his wife, and she became with child and gave birth to a son, to whom his father gave the name of Beriah, because trouble had come on his family. And his daughter was Shira, the builder of Beth-horon the lower and the higher, and Uzan Shira. And Repha was his son, and Resheph, his son was Telah, and his son was Tohan. Ladan was his son, Ammihud his son, Elishama his son, Nun his son, Joshua his son. Their heritage and their living places were Bethel and its daughter towns, and Naran to the east, and Gezer to the west, with its daughter towns, as well as Shechem and its daughter towns as far as Azzah and its daughter towns, and by the limits of the children of Manasseh, Beth-shean and its daughter towns, Tanakh, Megiddo, and Dor, with their daughter towns. In these the children of Joseph, the son of Israel, were living. The sons of Asher, Imnah and Ishva and Ishvi and Beriah and Sarah, their sister, and the sons of Beriah, Haber, and Malkiel, who was the father of Berzaith. And Haber was the father of Japhlet and Shomer and Hotham and Shua, their sister. And the sons of Japhlet, Pesach and Bimel and Ashvath. These are the sons of Japhlet. And the sons of Shomer, Ahi, and Roga, Jehovah and Aram. And the sons of Hotham, his brother, Zophah and Imnah and Shelesh and Amal, the sons of Zophah, Swa and Harnefer and Shul and Beri and Imrah, Bezer and Had and Shammah and Shilshah and Ithran and Bera. And the sons of Jether, Jephani and Pispa and Ara. And the sons of Ulah, Era and Haniel and Rijah. All these were the children of Asher, heads of their families, specially strong men of war, chiefs of the rulers. They were recorded in the army for war, 26,000 men in number. Chapter 8. And Benjamin was the father of Bela his oldest son, Ashbel the second, and Ahara the third, Noha the fourth, and Rapha the fifth. And Bela had sons, Utter and Jerah, the father of Ehud, and Abishua and Naaman and O and Jerah and Shaphupan and Hiram. And these are the sons of Ehud, heads of families of those living in Geba, Eglon and Alemeth and Naaman and Ahijah and Jerah. And Eglon was the father of Uzzah and Ahihud. And Shaharaim became the father of children in the country of the Moabites after driving out Hushim and Bera his wives, and by Hodge his wife he became the father of Jabab and Zebia and Mesha and Malkan, and Juz and Shakia and Mirma. These were his sons, heads of families. And Hushim became the father of Abitub and Elpal. And the sons of Elpal, Eber and Misham and Shemd. He was the builder of Ono and Lod and their daughter towns, and Beriah and Shema, who were heads of the families of those who were living in Idolon, who put to flight the people living in Gath, and their brothers Shishak and Jerimoth, and Zebediah and Arad and Eder and Michael and Ishpa and John, the sons of Beriah, and Zebediah and Meshullam and Iski and Heber and Ishmariah and Isla and Jabab, the sons of Elpal, and Joachim and Zitri and Zabdi and Elini and Zilithai and Eliel and Adaiah and Beriah and Shimrath, the sons of Shimei, and Ishpen and Eber and Eliel and Abdon and Zitri and Hanan and Hananiah and Elam and Anathoth, Thijah and Iftia and Penuel, the sons of Shishak, and Shamsharai and Shahariah and Athaliah and Jereshai and Elijah and Zitri, the sons of Jerimoth. These were heads of families in their generations, chief men. These were living in Jerusalem, and in Gibeon was living the father of Gibeon, Jeel, whose wife's name was Maacah, and his oldest son Abdon, and Zur and Kish and Baal and Ner and Nadab and Jeter and Ahio and Zechariah and Mikloth. And Mikloth was the father of Shemiah. And they were living with their brothers in Jerusalem opposite their brothers. And Ner was the father of Abner, and Kish was the father of Saul, and Saul was the father of Jonathan and Malchishua and Abinadab and Eshbal. And the son of Jonathan was Meribbaal, and Meribbaal was the father of Micah. And the sons of Micah, Beton and Melech and Teriah and Ahaz. And Ahaz was the father of Jehoiada, and Jehoiada was the father of Alemeth and Asmaveth and Zimri, and Zimri was the father of Moza, and Moza was the father of Biniah. Rapha was his son, Elisa his son, Azel his son, and Azel had 5 sons, whose names are, Azrikam, his oldest, and Ishmael and Shariah and Obadiah and Hanan. All these were the sons of Azel, and the sons of Eshek his brother, Ulam his oldest son, Jesh the second, and Eliphalet the third. And the sons of Ulam were men of war, bowmen, and had a great number of sons and sons' sons, 150. All these were the sons of Benjamin. Chapter 9. So all Israel was listed by their families, and, truly, they are recorded in the book of the kings of Israel. And Judah was taken away as prisoners to Babylon because of their sin. Now the first to take up their heritage in their towns were Israel, the priests, the Levites, and the Nethinim. And in Jerusalem there were living some of the sons of Judah, and of Benjamin, and of Ephraim and Manasseh, Utai, the son of Ammihud, the son of Omri, the son of Imri, the son of Bani, of the sons of Perez, the son of Judah, and of the Shilonites, Isaiah the oldest, and his sons. And of the sons of Zerah, Jewel, and their brothers, 690. And of the sons of Benjamin, Salu, the son of Meshullam, Judah, the son of Hasanwah, and Ibniah, the son of Jeroham, and Elah, the son of Uzi, the son of Micri, and Meshullam, the son of Shephatiah, the son of Ruel, the son of Ibnijah, and their brothers, in the list of their generations, 956. All these men were heads of families, listed by the names of their fathers, and of the priests, Jediah and Jehoiarib and Jachin and Azariah, the son of Hilkiah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Zadok, the son of Meraioth, the son of Ahitub, the ruler of the house of God, and Adaiah, the son of Jeroham, the son of Pashhur, the son of Malchijah, and Masai, the son of Adiel, the son of Jerutzerah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Meshulamith, the son of Ema, and their brothers, heads of their families, 1,760, able men, doing the work of the house of God. And of the Levites, Shemaiah, the son of Hashub, the son of Azrikam, the son of Hashabiah, of the sons of Merari, and Bakar, Hirsch, and Galal, and Mattaniah, the son of Micah, the son of Zitri, the son of Asaph, and Obadiah, the son of Shemaiah, the son of Galal, the son of Jeduthun, and Berechiah, the son of Asa, the son of Elkanah, who were living in the small towns of the Netophathites, and the doorkeepers, Shallum and Akub and Talmon and Ahiman and their brothers. Shallum was the chief. Up till then they had been at the king's door to the east. They were doorkeepers for the tents of the sons of Levi. And Shallum, the son of Kor, the son of Ebiasaph, the son of Korah, and his brothers, of his family, the Korahites, were responsible for everything which had to be done in connection with the order of worship. Keepers of the doors of the tent, their fathers had had the care of the tents of the Lord, being keepers of the doorway. In the past Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, had been ruler over them. May the Lord be with him. Zechariah, the son of Meshelemiah, was keeper of the door of the tent of meeting. There were 212 whose business it was to keep the doorway. These were listed by families in the country places where they were living, whom David and Samuel the seer put in their responsible positions. So they and their sons had the care of the doors of the house of the Lord, the house of the tent, as watchers. There were keepers of the doors on the four sides, to the east, west, north, and south. And their brothers, in the country places where they were living, were to come in every 7 days to be with them from time to time. For the four chief doorkeepers, who were Levites, had a special position, looking after the rooms in the storehouses of the house of God. Their sleeping rooms were round the house of God, for they had the care of it, and were responsible for opening it morning by morning. Certain of them had the care of the vessels used in worship, to keep an account of them when they came in and when they were taken out again. And some of them were responsible for the holy things and for the vessels of the holy place, and the meal and the wine and the oil and the perfume and the spices. And some of the sons of the priests were responsible for crushing the spices. And Mattathiah, one of the Levites, the oldest son of Shallum the Korahite, was responsible for cooking the flat cakes. And some of their brothers, sons of the Kohathites, were responsible for the holy bread which was put in order before the Lord, to get it ready every Sabbath. And these were those who had the ordering of the music and songs, heads of families of the Levites, who were living in the rooms, and were free from other work, for their work went on day and night. These were heads of families of the Levites in their generations, chief men. They were living at Jerusalem, and in Gibeon was living the father of Gibeon, Jeel, whose wife's name was Maacah, and Abdon his oldest son, and Zur and Kish and Baal and Ner and Nadab and Jedur and Ahio and Zechariah and Mikloth. Mikloth was the father of Shemim. They were living with their brothers in Jerusalem opposite their brothers. And Ner was the father of Kish, and Kish was the father of Saul, and Saul was the father of Jonathan and Malchishua and Abinadab and Eshbal. And the son of Jonathan was Meribbaal, and Meribbaal was the father of Micah. And the sons of Micah, Beton and Melech and Tariah and Ahaz. And Ahaz was the father of Jarah, and Jarah was the father of Alemeth and Asmaveth and Zimri, and Zimri was the father of Mosa. And Mosa was the father of Biniah, and Raphiah was his son, Elisa his son, Azel his son. And Azel had 5 sons, whose names are, Azrikam, his oldest son, and Ishmael and Shariah and Obadiah and Hanan. These were the sons of Azel. Chapter 10. Now the Philistines were fighting against Israel, and the men of Israel went in flight before the Philistines, falling down wounded in Mount Gilboa. And the Philistines went hard after Saul and his sons, and put to death Jonathan and Abinadab and Malchishua, the sons of Saul. And the fight was going against Saul, and the archers came across him, and he was wounded by the archers. Then Saul said to the servant who had the care of his arms, "Take your sword and put it through me, before these men without circumcision come and make sport of me." But his servant, full of fear, would not do so. Then Saul took out his sword, falling on it himself. And when his servant saw that Saul was dead, he did the same, and came to his death. So death overtook Saul and his 3 sons, all his family came to an end together. And when all the men of Israel who were in the valley saw that the men of Israel had gone in flight and that Saul and his sons were dead, they went in flight away from their towns, and the Philistines came and took them for themselves. Now the day after, when the Philistines came to take their goods from the dead, they saw Saul and his sons dead in Mount Gilboa. And they took everything off him, and took his head and his war dress, and sent word into the land of the Philistines round about to give the news to their gods and to the people. And they put his war dress in the house of their gods, and put up his head in the house of Dagon. And when the news came to Jabesh Gilead of what the Philistines had done to Saul, all the fighting men came up and took away Saul's body and the bodies of his sons, and took them to Jabesh, and put their bones to rest under the oak tree in Jabesh, and took no food for 7 days. So death came to Saul because of the sin which he did against the Lord, that is, because of the word of the Lord which he kept not, and because he went for directions to one who had an evil spirit, and not to the Lord. For this reason, he put him to death and gave the kingdom to David, the son of Jesse. Chapter 11. Then all Israel came together to David at Hebron, and said, "Truly, we are your bone and your flesh. In the past, when Saul was king, it was you who wanted the head of Israel when they went out or came in. And the Lord your God said to you, 'You are to be the keeper of my people Israel, and their ruler.'" So all the responsible men of Israel came to the king at Hebron, and David made an agreement with them in Hebron before the Lord, and they put the holy oil on David and made him king over Israel, as the Lord had said by Samuel. Then David and all Israel went to Jerusalem, which is Jebus, and the Jebusites, the people of the land, were there. And the people of Jebus said to David, "You will not come in here." But still, David took the strong place of Zion, which is the town of David. And David said, "The first to overcome the Jebusites will be chief and captain." And Joab, the son of Zeruiah, went up first, and became chief. And David took the strong tower for his living place, so it was named the town of David. And he took in hand the building of the town all round, starting from the Millo, and Joab put the rest of the town in order. And David became greater and greater in power, because the Lord of armies was with him. Now these are the chief of David's men of war who were his strong supporters in the kingdom, and, with all Israel, made him king, as the Lord had said about Israel. This is the list of David's men of war: Ishbaal, the son of Ahajmanite, the chief of the 3. He put to death 300 at one time with his spear. And after him was Eleazar, the son of Dodo the Ahite, who was one of the 3 great fighters. He was with David at Padamim, where the Philistines had come together for the fight, near a bit of land full of barley, and the people went in flight before the Philistines. And he took up his position in the middle of the bit of land, and kept back their attack, and overcame the Philistines. And the Lord gave a great salvation. And 3 of the 30 went down to David, to the rock, into the strong place of Adullam. And the army of the Philistines had taken up their position in the valley of Rephaim. At that time David had taken cover in a strong place, and an armed force of the Philistines was in Bethlehem. And David, moved by a strong desire, said, "If only someone would give me a drink of the water from the water hole of Bethlehem by the doorway into the town." So the 3, forcing a way through the Philistine army, got water from the water hole of Bethlehem by the doorway into the town, and took it back to David. But David would not take it, but made an offering of it, draining it out to the Lord, saying, "By my God, far be it from me to do this." How may I take as drink the lifeblood of these men who have put their lives in danger? So he did not take it. These things did the three great men of war. And Abishai, the brother of Joab, was chief of the 30. For he put to death 300 with a spear, but he had not a name among the three. Of the 30, he was the noblest, and was made their captain, but he was not equal to the first three. Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, a fighting man of Kabzeel, had done great acts. He put to death 2 young lions going into their secret place, and he went down into a hole and put a lion to death in time of snow. And he made an attack on an Egyptian, a very tall man about 5 cubits high, armed with a spear like a cloth worker's rod. He went down to him with a stick, and pulling his spear out of the hand of the Egyptian, put him to death with that same spear. These were the acts of Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, who had a great name among the 30 men of war. He was honored over the 30, but he was not equal to the first three, and David put him over his servants. And these were the great men of war: Asahel, the brother of Joab, Elhanan, the son of Dodo of Bethlehem, Shemath the Harodite, Halz the Pelonite, Ira, the son of Ikish the Tekoite, Abiezer the Anathothite, Sibbecai the Hushathite, Eliahai, Maharai the Netophathite, Hold, the son of Baana the Netophathite, Ittai, the son of Ribai of Gibeah, of the children of Benjamin, Benaiah the Barathonite, Hariah of Nahal Gash, Abiel the Arbathite, Asmaveth of Bahurim, Eliab the Shaalbanite, the sons of Hashem the Gizonite, Jonathan, the son of Shaz the Hararite, Ahiam, the son of Sakar the Hararite, Elipho, the son of Heper the Macharathite, Ahijah the Pelonite, Hezro the Carmelite, Neri, the son of Isbai, Joel, the brother of Nathan, Midvor, the son of Hagri, Zelek the Ammonite, and Naharai the Beerothite, the servant who had the care of the arms of Joab, the son of Zeruiah, Ira the Ithrite, Gareb the Ithrite, Uriah the Hittite, Zabad, the son of Ali, Adiniah, the son of Shizah the Reubenite, a chief of the Reubenites, and 30 with him, Hanan, the son of Makkah, and Joshaphat the Mithnite, Uzziah the Ashtorethite, Shammah, and Jeel, the sons of Hotham the Aroerite, Jejel, the son of Shimri, and Jah his brother, the Tizite, Eliel the Mahavite, and Jerubai and Joshaviah, the sons of Elnam, and Ithma the Moabite, Eliel, and Obed, and Hasiel the Mazopite. Chapter 12. Now these are the men who came to David at Ziklag, while he was still shut up, because of Saul, the son of Kish. They were among the strong men, his helpers in war. They were armed with bows, and were able to send stones, and arrows from the bow, with right hand or left. They were Saul's brothers, of Benjamin. Ahiezer was their chief. Then Joash, the sons of Shema the Jibethite, and Jeziel and Pilat, the sons of Asmaveth, and Berachah and Jehu the Anathothite, and Ishmaiah the Jibonite, a great man among the 30, and their chief, and Jeremiah and Jaziel and Johanan and Joseph the Gederathite, Elusai and Jerimoth and Beliah and Shemariah and Shephatiah the Haruphite, Elkanah and Ishai and Azarel and Joazar and Jashabim, the Koraites, and Joel and Zebediah, the sons of Jerome of Jeter, and some of the Gadites, siding with David, went to a strong place in the wasteland, great and strong men, trained for war, expert in the use of arms, whose faces were like the faces of lions, and they were quick-footed like roes on the mountains. Ezra their chief, Obadiah the second, Eliab the third, Mishmannah the fourth, Jeremiah the fifth, Attai the sixth, Eliel the seventh, Johanan the eighth, Elzabad the ninth, Jeremiah the 10th, Mishbannai the 11th. These Gadites were captains of the army. The least of them was captain over 100 men, and the greatest over 1,000. It was they who went over Jordan in the first month, when the river was overflowing, and put to flight all the people of the valleys, to the east and to the west. And some of the children of Benjamin and Judah came to David in his strong place. And David went out to them, and said to them, If you have come in peace to give me help, my heart will be united with yours. But if you have come to give me up to those who would take my life, though my hands are clean from wrongdoing, then may the God of our fathers see it and give you punishment. Then the Spirit came on Amasai, who was chief of the captains, and he said, We are yours, David, we are on your side, O son of Jesse. May peace be with you and peace be with your helpers, for God is your helper. Then David took them into his army and made them captains of the band. And some of the men of Manasseh came over to David, when he went with the Philistines to the war against Saul, but he gave them no help. For the lords of the Philistines, after discussion, sent him away, saying, "He will go back to his master Saul, at the price of our lives." Then when he went back to Ziklag, there came over to him, of the men of Manasseh, Adnah and Jozabad and Jejel and Michael and Jozabad and Elihu and Zilithai, captains of thousands from the armies of Manasseh. And they gave David help against the armed bands, for they were all great men of war, and captains in the army. And from day to day more supporters came to David, till he had a great army like the army of God. These are the numbers of the chiefs of the armed men, ready for war, who came to David at Hebron, to give the kingdom of Saul into his hands, as the Lord had said. There were 6,800 spearmen of the children of Judah, armed for war, 7,100 of the children of Simeon, great men of war, of the children of Levi, 4,600. And Jehoiada, chief of the family of Aaron, and with him 3,700 men, and Zadok, a young man, great and strong in war, with 22 captains from his father's people, and of the children of Benjamin, the brothers of Saul, 3,000, for up to that time the greater part of them had been true to Saul. And of the children of Ephraim, 20,800 great men of war, men of great name in their families. And from the half tribe of Manasseh, 18,000, listed by name, came to make David king. And of the children of Issachar, there were 200 chiefs, men who had expert knowledge of the times and what it was best for Israel to do. And all their brothers were under their orders. Of Zebulun, there were 50,000 men, who went out with the army, expert in ordering the fight, to give help with all sorts of arms, true-hearted men. And of Naphtali, 1,000 captains with 37,000 spearmen. And of the Danites, 28,600, expert in ordering the fight. And of Asher, 40,000 who went out with the army, expert in ordering the fight. From the other side of Jordan, there were 120,000 of the Reubenites and the Gadites and the men of the half tribe of Manasseh, armed with every sort of instrument of war. All these men of war, expert in ordering the fight, came to Hebron with the full purpose of making David king over all Israel, and all the rest of Israel were united in their desire to make David king. For 3 days they were there with David, feasting at his table, for their brothers had made ready food for them, and those who were near, as far as Issachar and Zebulun and Naphtali, came with food on asses and camels and mules and oxen, with meal for food and cakes of figs and masses of grapes, and wine and oil and oxen and sheep in great numbers, for there was joy in Israel. Chapter 13. Then David had discussions with the captains of thousands and the captains of hundreds and with every chief. And David said to all the men of Israel who had come together there, "If it seems good to you and if it is the purpose of the Lord our God, let us send to all the rest of our brothers, everywhere in the land of Israel, and to the priests and the Levites in their towns and the country round them, and get them to come together here to us, and let us get back for ourselves the ark of our God. For in the days of Saul we did not go to it for directions." And all the people said they would do so, for it seemed right to them. So David sent for all Israel to come together, from Shahor, the river of Egypt, as far as the way into Hamath, to get the ark of God from Kiriath Jearim. And David went up, with all Israel, to Bala, that is, to Kiriath Jearim in Judah, to get up from there the ark of God, over which the holy name is named, the name of the Lord whose place is between the winged ones. And they put the ark of God on a new cart, and took it out of the house of Abinadab, and Uzzah and Ahio were the drivers of the cart. Then David and all Israel made melody before God with all their strength, with songs and corded instruments of music, and with brass instruments and horns. And when they came to the grain floor of Chidon, Uzzah put out his hand to keep the ark in its place, for the oxen were slipping. And the wrath of the Lord, burning against Uzzah, sent destruction on him because he had put his hand on the ark, and death came to him there before God. And David was angry because of the Lord's outburst of wrath against Uzzah, and he gave that place the name Perez Uzzah, to this day. And so great was David's fear of God that day, that he said, "How may I let the ark of God come to me?" So David did not let the ark come back to him to the town of David, but had it turned away and put into the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. And the ark of God was in the house of Obed-Edom for 3 months, and the Lord sent a blessing on the house of Obed-Edom and on all he had. Chapter 14. And Hiram, king of Tyre, sent men to David with cedar trees, and stone workers and woodworkers for the building of his house. And David saw that the Lord had made his position safe as king over Israel, lifting up his kingdom on high because of his people Israel. And while he was living in Jerusalem, David took more wives and became the father of more sons and daughters. These are the names of the children he had in Jerusalem: Shammua, and Shobab, Nathan and Solomon and Deborah and Elishua and Elplan and Noga and Nephi and Japhia and Elishama and Beliad and Eliphalet. And when the Philistines had news that David had been made king over all Israel, they went up in search of David, and David, hearing of it, went out against them. Now the Philistines had come, and had gone out in every direction in the valley of Rephaim. And David, desiring directions from God, said, Am I to go up against the Philistines? And will you give them into my hands? And the Lord said, Go up, for I will give them into your hands. So they went up to Baal Perazim, and David overcame them there. And David said, God has let the forces fighting against me be broken by my hand, as a wall is broken down by rushing water. So they gave that place the name of Baal Perazim. And the Philistines did not take their images with them in their flight, and at David's orders they were burned with fire. Then the Philistines again went out in every direction in the valley, and David went for directions to God. And God said to him, You are not to go up after them, but, turning away from them, come face to face with them opposite the spice trees. And at the sound of footsteps in the tops of the trees, go out to the fight, for God has gone out before you to overcome the army of the Philistines. And David did as the Lord had said, and they overcame the army of the Philistines, attacking them from Gibeon as far as Gezer. And David's name was honored in all lands, and the Lord put the fear of him on all nations. Chapter 15. And David made houses for himself in the town of David, and he got ready a place for the ark of God, and put up a tent for it. Then David said, The ark of God may not be moved by any but the Levites, for they have been marked out by God to take the ark of God, and to do his work forever. And David made all Israel come together at Jerusalem, to take the ark of the Lord to its place, which he had got ready for it. And David got together the sons of Aaron, and the Levites, of the sons of Kohath, Uriel the chief, and his brothers, 120, of the sons of Merari, Azariah the chief, and his brothers, 220, of the sons of Gershom, Joel the chief, and his brothers, 130, of the sons of Elizaphan, Shemaiah the chief, and his brothers, 200, of the sons of Hebron, Eliel the chief, and his brothers, 80, of the sons of Uzziel, Aminadab the chief, and his brothers, 112. And David sent for Zadok and Abiathar the priests, and for the Levites, Uriel, Azariah, and Joel, Shemaiah and Eliel and Aminadab, and said to them, You are the heads of the families of the Levites, make yourselves holy, you and your brothers, so that you may take the ark of the Lord, the God of Israel, to the place which I have made ready for it. For because you did not take it at the first, the Lord our God sent punishment on us, because we did not get directions from him in the right way. So the priests and the Levites made themselves holy to take up the ark of the Lord, the God of Israel. And the sons of the Levites took up the ark of God, lifting it by its rods, as the Lord had said to Moses. And David gave orders to the chief of the Levites to put their brothers the music makers in position, with instruments of music, corded instruments and brass, with glad voices making sounds of joy. So Heman, the son of Joel, and, of his brothers, Asaph, the son of Berechiah, and of the sons of Merari their brothers, Ethan, the son of Cushaiah, were put in position by the Levites, and with them their brothers of the second order, Zechariah, Bani and Haziel and Shemiramoth and Jehiel and Uni, Eliab and Benaiah and Maaseiah and Mattathiah and Eliphalihu and Meniah, and Obed-Edom and Jeiel, the doorkeepers. So those who made melody, Heman, Asaph, and Ethan, were put in position, with brass instruments, sounding loudly, and Zechariah and Aziel and Shemiramoth and Jehiel, Uni and Eliab and Maaseiah and Benaiah, with corded instruments put to Alamoth, and Mattathiah and Eliphalihu and Meniah and Obed-Edom and Jeiel and Azaziah, with corded instruments on the octave, to give the first note of the song. And Chenaniah, chief of the Levites, was master of the music. He gave directions about the song, because he was expert. And Berechiah and Elkanah were doorkeepers for the ark. And Shebaniah, Joshaphat, and Nethanel, and Amasai, and Zechariah, and Benaiah, and Eleazar, the priests, made music on the horns before the ark of God. And Obed-Edom and Jehiel were doorkeepers for the ark. So David, and the responsible men of Israel, and the captains over thousands, went with joy to get the ark of the agreement of the Lord out of the house of Obed-Edom. And when God gave help to the Levites who were lifting up the ark of the agreement of the Lord, they made an offering of 7 oxen and 7 sheep. And David was clothed with a robe of fair linen, as were all the Levites who took up the ark, and those who made melody, and Chenaniah the master of those who made melody, and David had on a linen ephod. So all Israel took up the ark of the agreement of the Lord, with loud cries and with horns and brass and corded instruments sounding loudly. And when the ark of the agreement of the Lord came into the town of David, Michal, the daughter of Saul, looking out of the window, saw King David dancing and playing, and to her mind he seemed foolish. Chapter 16. Then they took in the ark of God and put it inside the tent which David had put up for it, and they made offerings, burnt offerings and peace offerings before God. And when David had come to an end of making the burnt offerings and peace offerings, he gave the people a blessing in the name of the Lord. And he gave to everyone, every man and woman of Israel, a cake of bread, some meat, and a cake of dry grapes. And he put some of the Levites before the ark of the Lord as servants, to keep the acts of the Lord in memory, and to give worship and praise to the Lord, the God of Israel, Asaph the chief, and second to him Zechariah, Uzziel and Shemiramoth and Jehiel and Mattathiah and Eliab and Benaiah and Obed-Edom and Jeiel, with corded instruments of music, and Asaph, with brass instruments sounding loudly, and Benaiah and Jehaziel the priests, blowing horns all the time before the ark of the agreement of God. Then on that day David first made the giving of praise to the Lord the work of Asaph and his brothers. O give praise to the Lord, give honor to his name, talking of his doings among the peoples. Let your voice be sounded in songs and melody, let all your thoughts be of the wonder of his works. Have glory in his holy name. Let the hearts of those who are searching after the Lord be glad. Let your search be for the Lord and for his strength. Let your hearts ever be turned to him. Keep in mind the great works which he has done, his wonders, and the decisions of his mouth. O you seed of Israel his servant, you children of Jacob, his loved ones. He is the Lord our God, he is judge of all the earth. He has kept his agreement in mind forever, the word which he gave for 1,000 generations, the agreement which he made with Abraham, and his oath to Isaac, and he gave it to Jacob for a law, and to Israel for an eternal agreement, saying, to you will I give the land of Canaan, the measured line of your heritage, when you were still small in number, and strange in the land, when they went about from one nation to another, and from one kingdom to another people, he would not let anyone do them wrong. He even kept back kings because of them, saying, put not your hand on those who have been marked with my holy oil, and do my prophets no wrong. Make songs to the Lord, all the earth. Give the good news of his salvation day by day. Make clear his glory to the nations, and his wonders to all the peoples. For the Lord is great, and greatly to be praised, and he is more to be feared than all other gods. For all the gods of the nations are false gods, but the Lord made the heavens. Honor and glory are before him, strength and joy are in his holy place. Give to the Lord, O you families of the peoples, give to the Lord glory and strength. Give to the Lord the glory of his name. Take with you an offering and come before him. Give worship to the Lord in holy robes. Be in fear before him, all the earth. The world is ordered so that it may not be moved. Let the heavens have joy and let the earth be glad. Let them say among the nations, the Lord is king. Let the sea be thundering with all its waters. Let the field be glad, and everything which is in it. Then let all the trees of the wood be sounding with joy before the Lord, for he is come to be the judge of the earth. O give praise to the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy is unchanging forever. And say, be our Savior, O God of our salvation, and let us come back, and give us salvation from the nations, so that we may give honor to your holy name and of glory in your praise. Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, forever and forever. And all the people said, so be it, and gave praise to the Lord. So he made Asaph and his brothers keep their places there before the ark of the agreement of the Lord, to do whatever had to be done before the ark at all times day by day. And Obed-Edom, the son of Jeduthun, and Hosea, with their brothers, 68 of them, to be doorkeepers, and Zadok the priest, with his brothers the priests, before the house of the Lord in the high place at Gibeon, to give burnt offerings to the Lord on the altar of burnt offerings morning and evening, every day, as it is ordered in the law of the Lord which he gave to Israel, and with them Heman and Jeduthun, and the rest who were marked out by name to give praise to the Lord, for his mercy is unchanging forever. And Heman and Jeduthun had horns and brass instruments sounding loudly, and instruments of music for the songs of God. And the sons of Jeduthun were to be at the door, and all the people went away, every man to his house, and David went back to give a blessing to his family. Chapter 17. Now when David was living in his house, he said to Nathan the prophet, "See, I am living in a house of cedar wood, but the ark of the Lord's agreement is under the curtains of a tent." And Nathan said to David, "Do whatever is in your heart, for God is with you." But that same night, the word of God came to Nathan, saying, "Go and say to David my servant, the Lord says, you are not to make me a house for my living place, for from the day when I took Israel up, till this day, I have had no house, but have gone from tent to tent, and from living place to living place. In all the places where I have gone with all Israel, did I ever say to any of the judges of Israel, whom I made the keepers of my people, why have you not made for me a house of cedar? So now, say to my servant David, the Lord of armies says, I took you from the fields, from keeping sheep, so that you might be a ruler over my people Israel, and I have been with you wherever you went, cutting off before you all those who were against you. And I will make your name like the name of the greatest ones of the earth, and I will make a resting place for my people Israel, planting them there, so that they may be in the place which is theirs and never again be moved, and never again will they be made waste by evil men, as they were at first, from the time when I put judges over my people Israel. And I will overcome all those who are against you, and I will make you great in the head of a line of kings. And when the time comes for you to go to your fathers, I will put in your place your seed after you, one of your sons, and I will make his kingdom strong. He will be the builder of my house, and I will make the seat of his authority certain forever. I will be to him a father, and he will be to me a son, and I will not take my mercy away from him as I took it from him who was before you. But I will make his place in my house and in my kingdom certain forever, and the seat of his authority will never be overturned. So Nathan gave David an account of all these words and this vision. Then David the king went in and took his seat before the Lord, and said, Who am I, O Lord God, and what is my family, that you have been my guide till now? And this was only a small thing to you, O God. But your words have even been about the far-off future of your servant's family, looking on me as on one of high position, O Lord God. What more may David say to you? For you have knowledge of your servant, O Lord, because of your servant, and from your heart. You have done all these great things and let them be seen. O Lord, there is no one like you, and no other God but you, as is clear from everything which has come to our ears. And what other nation in the earth, like your people Israel, did a God go out to take for himself, to be his people, making his name great and to be feared, driving out the nations from before your people whom you made free and took out of Egypt? For your people Israel you made yours forever, and you, Lord, became their God. And now, Lord, let your words about your servant and about his family be made certain forever, and do as you have said. So let your words be made certain and your name be made great, when men say, The Lord of armies is the God of Israel, and when the family of David your servant is made strong before you. For you, O my God, have let your servant see that you will make him head of a line of kings, and so it has come into your servant's heart to make his prayer to you. And now, O Lord, you are God, and you have said you will give this good thing to your servant. And now you have been pleased to give your blessing to the family of your servant, so that it may go on forever before you. You, O Lord, have given your blessing, and a blessing will be on it forever. Chapter 18. And it came about after this that David made an attack on the Philistines and overcame them, and took Gath with its daughter towns out of the hands of the Philistines. And he overcame Moab, and the Moabites became his servants and gave him offerings. Then David overcame Hadadezer, king of Zobah, near Hamath, when he was going to make his power seen by the river Euphrates. And David took from him 1,000 war carriages and 7,000 horsemen and 20,000 footmen, and he had the leg muscles of all the horses cut, keeping only enough of them for 100 war carriages. And when the Arameans of Damascus came to the help of Hadadezer, king of Zobah, David put to the sword 22,000 Arameans. Then David put armed forces in Damascus, and the Arameans became his servants and gave him offerings. And the Lord made David overcome wherever he went. And the gold body covers of the servants of Hadadezer, David took to Jerusalem, and from Tibhath and from Cun, towns of Hadadezer. David took a great store of brass, of which Solomon made the great brass water vessel and the brass pillars and vessels. Now when Tou, king of Hamath, had news that David had overcome all the army of Hadadezer, king of Zobah, he sent his son Hadoram to King David, to give him words of peace and blessing, because he had overcome Hadadezer in the fight, for Hadadezer had been at war with Tou, and he gave him all sorts of vessels of gold and silver and brass. These King David made holy to the Lord, together with the silver and gold he had taken from all nations, from Edom and Moab and from the children of Ammon and from the Philistines and from Amalek. And when he came back from putting to the sword 18,000 of the Edomites in the valley of Salt, David put armed forces in all the towns of Edom, and all the Edomites became servants to David. The Lord made David overcome wherever he went. So David was king over all Israel, judging and giving right decisions for all his people. And Joab, the son of Zeruiah, was chief of the army, and Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, was keeper of the records, and Zadok, the son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, the son of Abiathar, were priests, and Shapha was the scribe, and Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was over the Cherethites and the Pelethites, and the sons of David were chief of those whose places were at the king's side. Chapter 19. Now it came about after this that death came to Nahash, the king of the children of Ammon, and his son became king in his place. And David said, I will be a friend to Hanun, the son of Nahash, because his father was a friend to me. So David sent men to him, to give him words of comfort on account of his father. And the servants of David came to Hanun, to the land of the children of Ammon, offering him comfort. But the chiefs of the children of Ammon said to Hanun, does it seem to you that David is honoring your father by sending comforters to you? Is it not clear that these men have only come to go through the land and to make secret observation of it so that they may overcome it? So Hanun took David's servants, and cutting off their hair and the skirts of their robes up to the middle, sent them away. Then certain men went and gave David word of what had been done to them, and he sent out with the purpose of meeting them, for the men were greatly shamed. And the king said, keep where you are at Jericho till your hair is long again, and then come back. And when the children of Ammon saw that they had made themselves hated by David, Hanun and the children of Ammon sent 1,000 talents of silver as payment for war carriages and horsemen from Mesopotamia and Aram, Makkah, and Zobah. So with this money they got 32,000 war carriages, and the help of the king of Makkah and his people, who came and took up their position in front of Medeba. And the children of Ammon came together from their towns for the fight. And David, hearing of it, sent Joab with all the army of fighting men. So the children of Ammon came out and put their forces in position on the way into the town, and the kings who had come were stationed by themselves in the field. Now when Joab saw that their forces were in position against him in front and at his back, he took all the best men of Israel, and put them in line against the Arameans, and the rest of the people he put in position against the children of Ammon with Abishai, his brother, at their head. And he said, if the Arameans are stronger and get the better of me, then come to my help. And if the children of Ammon get the better of you, I will come to your help. Take heart, and let us be strong for our people and for the towns of our God, and may the Lord do what seems good to him. So Joab and the people who were with him went forward into the fight against the Arameans, and they went in flight before him. And when the children of Ammon saw the flight of the Arameans, they themselves went in flight from Abishai, his brother, and came into the town. Then Joab came back to Jerusalem. And when the Arameans saw that Israel had overcome them, they sent men to get the Arameans who were on the other side of the river, with Shophak, the captain of Hadadezer's army, at their head. And word of this was given to David. And he got all Israel together and went over Jordan and came to Helam and put his forces in position against them. And when David's forces were in position against the Arameans, the fight was started, and the Arameans went in flight before Israel. And David put to the sword the men of 7,000 Aramean war carriages and 40,000 footmen, and put to death Shophak, the captain of the army. And when the servants of Hadadezer saw that they were overcome by Israel, they made peace with David and became his servants, and the Arameans would give no more help to the children of Ammon. Chapter 20. Now in the spring, at the time when kings go out to war, Joab went out at the head of the armed forces and made waste all the land of the Ammonites and put his men in position before Rabbah, shutting it in. But David was still at Jerusalem. And Joab took Rabbah and made it waste. And David took the crown of Milcom from off his head. Its weight was a talent of gold, and it had stones of great price in it. And it was put on David's head. And he took a great store of goods from the town. And he took the people out of the town and put them to work with wood-cutting instruments, and iron grain crushers, and axes. And this he did to all the towns of the children of Ammon. Then David and all the people went back to Jerusalem. Now after this there was war with the Philistines at Gezer. Then Sibbecai the Hushathite put to death Sippai, one of the offspring of the Rephaim, and they were overcome. And again there was war with the Philistines, and Elhanan, the son of Yair, put to death Lami, the brother of Goliath the Gittite. The stem of his spear was like a cloth worker's rod. And again there was war at Gath, where there was a very tall man, who had 24 fingers and toes, 6 fingers on his hands and 6 toes on his feet. He was one of the offspring of the Rephaim. And when he put shame on Israel, Jonathan, the son of Shemiah, David's brother, put him to death. These were of the offspring of the Rephaim in Gath. They came to their death by the hands of David and his servants. Chapter 21. Now Satan, designing evil against Israel, put into David's mind the impulse to take the number of Israel. And David said to Joab and the captains of the people, Now let all Israel, from Beersheba to Dan, be numbered, and give me word so that I may be certain of their number. And Joab said, May the Lord make his people 100 times more in number than they are. But, my lord king, are they not all my lord's servants? Why would my lord have this done? Why will he become a cause of sin to Israel? But the king's word was stronger than Joab's. So Joab went out and went through all Israel and came to Jerusalem. And Joab gave David the number of all the people. All the men of Israel, able to take up arms, were 1,100,000 men. And those of Judah were 470,000 men, able to take up arms. But Levi and Benjamin were not numbered among them. For Joab was disgusted with the king's order, and God was not pleased with this thing. So he sent punishment on Israel. Then David said to God, Great has been my sin in doing this, but now, be pleased to take away the sin of your servant, for I have done very foolishly. Then the word of the Lord came to Gad, David's seer, saying, Go and say to David, The Lord says, 3 things are offered to you. Say which of them you will have, so that I may do it to you. So Gad came to David and said to him, The Lord says, Take whichever you will. 3 years when there will not be enough food, or 3 months of war, when you will go in flight before your haters, being in great danger of the sword, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, disease in the land, and the angel of the Lord taking destruction through all the land of Israel. Now give thought to the answer I am to take back to him who sent me. And David said to Gad, This is a hard decision for me to make. Let me come into the hands of the Lord, for great are his mercies. Let me not come into the hands of men. So the Lord sent disease on Israel, causing the death of 70,000 men. And God sent an angel to Jerusalem for its destruction. And when he was about to do so, the Lord saw, and had regret for the evil, and said to the angel of destruction, It is enough, do no more. Now the angel of the Lord was by the grain floor of Ornan the Jebusite. And David, lifting up his eyes, saw the angel of the Lord there between earth and heaven, with an uncovered sword in his hand stretched out over Jerusalem. Then David and the responsible men, clothed in haircloth, went down on their faces. And David said to God, Was it not I who gave the order for the people to be numbered? It is I who have done the sin and the great wrong. But these are only sheep. What have they done? Let your hand, O Lord God, be lifted up against me and against my family, but not against your people to send disease on them. Then the angel of the Lord gave orders to Gad to say to David that he was to go and put up an altar to the Lord on the grain floor of Ornan the Jebusite. And David went up, as Gad had said in the name of the Lord. And Ornan, turning back, saw the angel, and his 4 sons who were with him went to a secret place. Now Ornan was crushing his grain. And when David came, Ornan, looking, saw him, and came out from the grain floor and went down on his face to the earth before him. Then David said to Ornan, Give me the place where this grain floor is, so that I may put up an altar here to the Lord. Let me have it for its full price, so that this disease may be stopped among the people. And Ornan said to David, Take it, and let my lord the king do what seems right to him. See, I give you the oxen for burnt offerings and the grain cleaning instruments for firewood, and the grain for the meal offering. I give it all. And King David said to Ornan, No, I will certainly give you the full price for it, because I will not take for the Lord what is yours, or give a burnt offering without payment. So David gave Ornan 600 shekels of gold by weight for the place, and David put up an altar there to the Lord, offering burnt offerings and peace offerings with prayers to the Lord. And he gave him an answer from heaven, sending fire on the altar of burnt offering. Then the Lord gave orders to the angel, and he put back his sword into its cover. At that time, when David saw that the Lord had given him an answer on the grain floor of Ornan the Jebusite, he made an offering there. For the house of the Lord, which Moses had made in the wasteland, and the altar of burnt offerings, were at that time in the high place at Gibeon. But David was not able to go before it to get directions from the Lord, so great was his fear of the sword of the angel of the Lord. Chapter 22. Then David said, This is the house of the Lord God, and this is the altar for Israel's burnt offerings. And David gave orders to get together all the men from strange lands who were in the land of Israel, and he put stone cutters to work, cutting stones for building the house of God. And he got together a great store of iron, for the nails for the doors and for the joins, and brass, more in weight than might be measured, and cedar trees without number. For the Zidonians and the men of Tyre came with a great amount of cedar trees for David. And David said, Solomon my son is young and untested, and the house which is to be put up for the Lord is to be very great, a thing of wonder and glory through all countries, so I will make ready what is needed for it. So David got ready a great store of material before his death. Then he sent for his son Solomon, and gave him orders for the building of a house for the Lord, the God of Israel. And David said to Solomon, My son, it was my desire to put up a house for the name of the Lord my God. But the word of the Lord came to me saying, You have taken lives without number and made great wars. I will not let you be the builder of a house for my name, because of the lives you have taken on the earth before my eyes. But you will have a son who will be a man of rest, and I will give him rest from wars on every side. His name will be Solomon, and in his time I will give Israel peace and quiet. He will be the builder of a house for my name. He will be to me a son, and I will be to him a father, and I will make the seed of his rule over Israel certain forever. Now, my son, may the Lord be with you, and may you do well, and put up the house of the Lord your God, as he has said of you. Only may the Lord give you wisdom, and knowledge of his orders for Israel, so that you may keep the law of the Lord your God, and all will go well for you, if you take care to keep the laws and the rules which the Lord gave to Moses for Israel. Be strong and take heart, have no fear and do not be troubled. Now see, poor though I am, I have got ready for the house of the Lord 100,000 talents of gold and 1,000,000 talents of silver, and a weight of brass and iron greater than may be measured, and wood and stone have I made ready, and you may put more to it. And you have a great number of workmen, cutters and workers of stone and wood, and experts in every sort of work, in gold and silver and brass and iron more than may be numbered. Up, then, and to work, and may the Lord be with you. Then David gave orders to all the chiefs of Israel to give their help to Solomon his son, saying, Is not the Lord your God with you? And has he not given you rest on every side? For the Lord has given the people of the land into my hands, and the land is overcome before the Lord and before his people. Now give your heart and soul to the worship of the Lord your God, and get to work on the building of the holy place of the Lord God, so that you may put the ark of the Lord's agreement and the holy vessels of God in the house which is to be made for the name of the Lord. Chapter 23. Now David was old and full of days, and he made his son Solomon king over Israel. And he got together all the chiefs of Israel, with the priests and the Levites. And the Levites, all those of 30 years old and over, were numbered, and the number of them, by heads, man by man, was 38,000. Of these, 24,000 were to be overseers of the work of the house of the Lord, and 6,000 were judges and men of authority, 4,000 were doorkeepers, and 4,000 gave praise to the Lord with the instruments which I made, said David, for giving praise. And David put them into divisions under the names of the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. Of the Gershonites, Ladan and Shimei. The sons of Ladan, Jehiel the chief, and Zethem and Joel, 3. The sons of Shimei, Shelemith and Haziel and Haran, 3. These were the heads of the families of Ladan. And the sons of Shimei, Jahath, Ziza and Joshan Beriah. These 4 were the sons of Shimei. Jahath was the chief and Ziza the second, but Joshan Beriah had only a small number of sons, so they were grouped together as one family. The sons of Kohath, Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel, 4. The sons of Amram, Aaron and Moses, and Aaron was made separate and holy, he and his sons forever, for the care of the most holy things and the burning of offerings before the Lord, to do his work and give blessings in his name forever. And the sons of Moses, the man of God, were put into the list of the tribe of Levi. The sons of Moses, Gershom, and Eliezer. The sons of Gershom, Shebuel the first. And the sons of Eliezer, Rehabiah the first. And Eliezer had no other sons, but Rehabiah had a great number. The sons of Izhar, Shelemith the first. The sons of Hebron, Jeriah the first, Amariah the second, Jehaziel the third, and Jechamim the fourth. The sons of Uzziel, Micah the first, and Ishiah the second. The sons of Merari, Mali and Mushi. The sons of Mali, Eleazar, and Kish. And at his death Eleazar had no sons, but only daughters, and their relations, the sons of Kish, took them as wives. The sons of Mushi, Mali and Deder and Jeremoth, 3. These were the sons of Levi, grouped by families, the heads of the families of those who were numbered by name, by heads, all those of 20 years old and over who did the work of the house of the Lord. For David said, "The Lord, the God of Israel, has given his people rest, and he has made his resting place in Jerusalem forever, and from now, there will be no need for the house of the Lord, and the vessels used in it, to be moved about by the Levites." So among the last acts of David was the numbering of the sons of Levi, from 20 years old and over. Their place was by the side of the sons of Aaron in all the work of the house of the Lord, in the open spaces and in the rooms, in the making clean of all the holy things, in doing all the work of the house of the Lord. The holy bread was in their care, and the crushed grain for the meal offering, of unleavened cakes or meal cooked over the fire or in water. They had control of all sorts of weights and measures. They had to take their places every morning to give praise and make melody to the Lord, and in the same way at evening. At every offering of burnt offerings to the Lord, on Sabbaths, and at the new moons, and on the regular feasts, in the number ordered by the law, at all times before the Lord. And they had the care of the tent of meeting in the holy place, under the direction of the sons of Aaron their brothers, for the work of the house of the Lord. Chapter 24. Now the divisions into which the sons of Aaron were grouped were these: the sons of Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar and Itamar. But Nadab and Abihu came to their end before their father, and had no children, so Eleazar and Itamar did the work of priests. And David, with Zadok of the sons of Eleazar, and Ahimelech of the sons of Itamar, made distribution of them into their positions for their work. And there were more chiefs among the sons of Eleazar than among the sons of Itamar, and this is how they were grouped. Of the sons of Eleazar there were 16, all heads of families, and of the sons of Itamar, heads of families, there were 8, so they were put into groups, by the Lord's decision, one with another. For there were rulers of the holy place and rulers of the house of God among the sons of Eleazar and the sons of Itamar. And Shemaiah, the son of Nethanel the scribe, who was a Levite, put down their names in writing, the king being present with the rulers, and Zadok the priest, and Ahimelech, the son of Abiathar, and the heads of families of the priests and the Levites, one family being taken for Eleazar and then one for Itamar, and so on. Now the first name to come out was that of Jehoiarib, the second Jediah, the third Harim, the fourth Searim, the fifth Malchijah, the sixth Mijamin, the seventh Hakos, the eighth Abiah, the ninth Jeshua, the 10th Shechaniah, the 11th Eliashib, the 12th Joachim, the 13th Huppah, the 14th Jeshabeab, the 15th Bilgah, the 16th Ema, the 17th Ezer, the 18th Happatzes, the 19th Pethiah, the 20th Jehazkel, the 21st Jachin, the 22nd Gamul, the 23rd Delaiah, the 24th Maziah. So they were put into their different groups, to take their places in the house of the Lord, in agreement with the rules made by Aaron their father, as the Lord, the God of Israel, had given him orders. And of the rest of the sons of Levi, of the sons of Amram, Shubael, of the sons of Shubael, Jehiah, of Rehabiah, of the sons of Rehabiah, Ishiah the chief, of the Israelites, Shelemith, of the sons of Shelemith, Jahath, and the sons of Hebron, Jeriah the chief, Amariah the second, Jehaziel the third, Jechamim the fourth, the sons of Uzziel, Micah, of the sons of Micah, Shamir, the brother of Micah, Ishiah, of the sons of Ishiah, Zechariah, the sons of Merari, Mali and Mushi, the sons of Haziah, the sons of Merari, of Haziah, Shoham and Sakur and Ibri, of Mali, Eleazar, who had no sons, of Kish, the sons of Kish, Jeremiel, and the sons of Mushi, Mali and Eder and Jerimoth. These were the sons of the Levites by their families. Selection was made of these in the same way as of their brothers the sons of Aaron, David the king being present, with Zadok, and Ahimelech, and the heads of families of the priests and of the Levites, the families of the chief in the same way as those of his younger brother. Chapter 25. Further, David and the chiefs of the servants of the holy place made selection of certain of the sons of Asaph and of Heman and of Jonathan for the work of prophets, to make melody with corded instruments and brass, and the number of the men for the work they had to do was, of the sons of Asaph, Zakur and Joseph and Nethaniah and Asherah, sons of Asaph, under the direction of Asaph, acting as a prophet under the orders of the king, of Jonathan, the 6 sons of Jonathan, Gedaliah and Zeri and Jeshiah, Hashabiah and Mattathiah, under the direction of their father Jonathan who, acting as a prophet, with corded instruments gave praise and glory to the Lord. Of Heman, the sons of Heman, Bukiah, Mattaniah, Uzziel, Shabuel, and Jerimoth, Hananiah, Hanani, Eliathah, Gidalti and Romamti-Ezer, Joshbekasha, Maladi, Hatir, Mahaziot. All these were sons of Heman, the king's seer in the words of God. And to make great his power God gave Heman 14 sons and 3 daughters. All these, under the direction of their father, made music in the house of the Lord, with brass and corded instruments, for the worship of the house of God, Asaph, Jonathan, and Heman being under the orders of the king. And the number of them, with their brothers who were trained and expert in making melody to the Lord, was 288. And selection was made of them for their special work, all having equal chances, small as well as great. The teacher is the learner. Now of the group of Asaph, the first name to come out was Joseph, the second Gedaliah. He and his brothers and sons were 12. The third Zakur, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The fourth Isri, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The fifth Nethaniah, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The sixth Bukiah, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The seventh Sherelah, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The eighth Jeshiah, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The ninth Mattaniah, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The 10th Shimei, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The 11th Azarel, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The 12th Hashabiah, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The 13th Shubael, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The 14th Mattathiah, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The 15th Jerimoth, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The 16th Hananiah, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The 17th Joshbekasha, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The 18th Anani, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The 19th Melody, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The 20th Eliathah, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The 21st Hatir, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The 22nd Gidalti, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The 23rd Mahaziot, with his sons and his brothers, 12. The 24th Romamti-Ezer, with his sons and his brothers, 12. Chapter 26. For the divisions of the doorkeepers, of the Korahites, Meshelemiah, the son of Kor, of the sons of Ebiasaph. And Meshelemiah had sons, Zechariah the oldest, Jedel the second, Zebediah the third, Jathniel the fourth, Elam the fifth, Jehohanan the sixth, Eliaenai the seventh. And Obed-Edom had sons, Shemaiah the oldest, Jehozabad the second, Joah the third, and Sakkar the fourth, and Nethanel the fifth. Amiel the sixth, Issachar the seventh, Pulthai the eighth, for the blessing of God was on him. And Shemaiah his son had sons, rulers over the family of their father, for they were able men. The sons of Shemaiah, Othni and Rephael and Obed, Elzabad, whose brothers were great men of war, Elihu and Semachiah. All these were sons of Obed-Edom, they and their sons and their brothers, able men and strong for the work, 62 sons of Obed-Edom. Meshelemiah had sons and brothers, 18 able men, and Hosea, a son of the children of Merari, had sons, Shimri the chief, for though he was not the oldest, his father made him chief, Hilkiah the second, Tabaliah the third, Zechariah the fourth. Hosea had 13 sons and brothers. Of these were the divisions of the doorkeepers, men of authority, having responsible positions like their brothers to be servants in the house of the Lord. And the families were taken by the decision of the Lord for every door. The small family had the same chance as the great, and the care of the door on the east came out for Shelemiah. Then the name of Zechariah his son, a man wise in discussion, came out, and the door on the north was given to him. To Obed-Edom, that on the south, and to his sons, the storehouse. To Hosea, the door on the west, by the door of Shalaketh, at the footway which goes up, watch by watch. On the east were 6 Levites a day, and on the north and the south 4 a day, and for the storehouse 2 and 2, for the pillared way, on the west, 4 at the footway and 2 at the pillared way itself. These were the divisions of doorkeepers, of the sons of the Korahites and of the sons of Merari. And the Levites their brothers were responsible for the stores of the house of God and the holy things. The sons of Ladan, sons of the Gershonites of the family of Ladan, heads of families of Ladan the Gershonite, Jehili, the sons of Jehili, Zetham, and Joel, his brother, had the care of the stores of the house of the Lord. Of the Amramites, of the Israelites, of the Hebronites, of the Uzzielites, and Shabuel, the son of Gershom, the son of Moses, was controller of the stores. And his brothers, of Eliezer, Rehabiah his son, and Jeshaiah his son, and Joram his son, and Zikri his son, and Shelomith his son. Shelomith and his brothers were responsible for all the store of holy things which David the king and the heads of families, the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and the captains of the army, had given to the Lord. From the goods taken in war, they gave, as a holy offering, materials for the building of the house of the Lord. And everything Samuel the prophet and Saul, the son of Kish, and Abner, the son of Ner, and Joab, the son of Zeruiah, had made holy, whatever anyone had given, it was under the care of Shelomith and his brothers. Of the Israelites, Chenaniah and his sons had to do all the public business of Israel, in relation to judges and men in authority. Of the Hebronites, Hashabiah and his brothers, 1,700 able men, were overseers of Israel on the other side of the Jordan, to the west, being responsible for all the work of the Lord's house and for the work done by the king's servants. Of the Hebronites, Jerijah was the chief of all the Hebronites, in their generations by families. In the 40th year of the rule of David a search was made, and able men were seen among them at Yazer of Gilead, and his brothers were 2,700 able men, heads of families, whom King David made overseers over the Reubenites and the Gadites in the half-tribe of Manasseh, in everything to do with God, and for the king's business. Chapter 27. Now the number of the children of Israel, that is, the heads of families, and the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and the men in authority who were servants of the king in anything to do with the divisions which came in and went out month by month through all the months of the year, in every division were 24,000. Over the first division for the first month was Ishbaal, the son of Zabdiel, and in his division were 24,000. He was of the sons of Perez, and the chief of all the captains of the army for the first month. And over the division for the second month was Eleazar, the son of Dodai the Ahai, the ruler, and in his division were 24,000. The third captain of the army for the third month was Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada the priest, and in his division were 24,000. This is the same Benaiah who was the great man of the 30, chief of the 30, and in his division was Abizabad his son. The fourth captain for the fourth month was Asahel, the brother of Joab, and Zebadiah his son after him, and in his division were 24,000. The fifth captain for the fifth month was Shamhat the Izrahite, and in his division were 24,000. The sixth captain for the sixth month was Ira, the son of Ikish the Tekoite, and in his division were 24,000. The seventh captain for the seventh month was Halz the Pelonite, of the sons of Ephraim, and in his division were 24,000. The eighth captain for the eighth month was Sibbecai the Hushathite, of the Zerahites, and in his division were 24,000. The ninth captain for the ninth month was Abiezer the Anathothite, of the Benjamites, and in his division were 24,000. The 10th captain for the 10th month was Maharai the Netophathite, of the Zerahites, and in his division were 24,000. The 11th captain for the 11th month was Benaiah the Pirathonite, of the sons of Ephraim, and in his division were 24,000. The 12th captain for the 12th month was Heldai the Netophathite, of Othniel, and in his division were 24,000. And over the tribes of Israel, the ruler of the Reubenites was Eliezer, the son of Zitri, of the Simeonites, Shephatiah, the son of Makkah, of Levi, Hashabiah, the son of Kemuel, of Aaron, Zadok, of Judah, Elihu, one of the brothers of David, of Issachar, Omri, the son of Michael, of Zebulun, Ishmaiah, the son of Obadiah, of Naphtali, Jerimoth, the son of Azriel, of the children of Ephraim, Hoshea, the son of Azaziah, of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Joel, the son of Pedaiah, of the half-tribe of Manasseh in Gilead, Edo, the son of Zechariah, of Benjamin, Hasiel, the son of Abner, of Dan, Azarel, the son of Jeroham. These were the captains of the tribes of Israel, but David did not take the number of those who were under 20 years old, for the Lord had said that he would make Israel like the stars of heaven in number. The numbering was started by Joab, the son of Zeruiah, but he did not go on to the end, and because of it, wrath came on Israel, and the number was not recorded in the history of King David. And Asmaveth, the son of Adiel, was controller of the king's property. Jonathan, the son of Uzziah, had control of all storehouses in country places and in the towns and little towns and strong places. Ezri, the son of Chelub, had authority over the field workers and farmers. Shimei the Ramathite was responsible for the vine gardens. Zabdi the Shifmite was responsible for the produce of the vine gardens and for all the stores of wine. Balhanan the Gederite was responsible for the olive trees and the sycamore trees in the lowlands, and Joash for the stores of oil, and Shatrai the Sharonite was responsible for the herds in the grasslands of Sharon, and Shaphat, the son of Adlai, for those in the valleys. Obal the Ishmaelite had control of the camels, and Jehdiah the Meronothite of the Sheasses. The flocks were in the care of Jaziz the Hagarite. All these were the controllers of King David's property. Now Jonathan, David's father's brother, expert in discussion, and a man of good sense, was a scribe, and Jehiel the son of Hashmoni had the care of the king's sons, and Ahithophel was the king's expert in discussion, and Hushai the Archite was the king's friend. After Ahithophel was Jehoiada, the son of Benaiah, and Abiathar, and the captain of the king's army was Joab. Chapter 28. And David got together at Jerusalem all the rulers of Israel, the chiefs of the tribes and the captains of the divisions waiting on the king in turn, and the captains of thousands and the captains of hundreds and the controllers of all the goods and property of the king and his sons, with the unsexed servants and the great men of war. Then David the king got up and said, "Give ear to me, my brothers and my people. It was my desire to put up a house, a resting place for the ark of the Lord's agreement, and for the footrest of our God, and I had got material ready for the building of it. But God said to me, You are not to be the builder of a house for my name, because you are a man of war and have taken life, though the Lord, the God of Israel, took me out of all my father's family, to be king over Israel forever, marking out Judah to be chief, and, of the people of Judah, my father's family, and among the sons of my father he was pleased to make me king over all Israel, and of all my sons, for the Lord has given me a great number of sons. He has made selection of Solomon to take his place on the seat of the kingdom of the Lord over Israel. And he said to me, Solomon your son will be the builder of my house and the open spaces round it, for I have taken him to be my son, and I will be his father. I will keep his kingdom in its place forever, if he is strong at all times to do my orders and keep my rules, as at this day. So now, before the eyes of all Israel, the people of the Lord, and in the hearing of our God, keep and be true to the orders of the Lord your God, so that you may have this good land for yourselves and give it for a heritage to your children after you forever. And you, Solomon my son, Get knowledge of the God of your father, and be his servant with a true heart and with a strong desire. For the Lord is the searcher of all hearts, and has knowledge of all the designs of men's thoughts. If you make search for him, he will be near you. But if you return away from him, he will give you up forever. Now then, take note, for the Lord has made selection of you to be the builder of a house for the holy place. Be strong and do it. Then David gave to his son Solomon the design of the doorway of the house of God and of its houses and its storehouses, and the higher rooms and the inner rooms and the place for the mercy seat, and the design of all he had in his heart for the outer squares of the house of the Lord, and for the rooms all round it, and for the storehouses of the house of the Lord, and for the storehouses for the holy things, and for the divisions of the priests and Levites, and for all the work in connection with the worship of the house of the Lord, and all the vessels used in the house of the Lord, of gold, by weight, for the vessels of gold, for all the vessels of different uses, and silver for all the vessels of silver by weight, for vessels of different uses, and gold by weight for the light supports and the vessels for the lights, the weight of gold needed for every support and every vessel for lights, and for the silver light supports, the weight of silver needed for every support and for the different vessels as every one was to be used, and gold by weight for the tables for the holy bread for every table, and silver for the silver tables, clear gold for the meat hooks and the basins and the cups, for the gold basins, gold enough by weight for every basin, and silver by weight for every silver basin, and the best gold for the altar of perfumes, and gold for the design of the carriage, for the winged ones whose wings were outstretched covering the ark of the Lord's agreement. All this, said David, the design for all these things, has been made dear to me in writing by the hand of the Lord. And David said to his son Solomon, be strong and of a good heart and do your work. Have no fear and do not be troubled. For the Lord God, my God, is with you. He will not give you up, and his face will not be turned away from you, till all the work necessary for the house of the Lord is complete. And see, there are the divisions of the priests and Levites for all the work of the house of God, and every trained and expert workman will be ready to do for you whatever is needed, and the captains and the people will be under your orders in everything. Chapter 29. And David the king said to all the people, Solomon my son, the only one who has been marked out by God, is still young and untested, and the work is great, for this great house is not for man, but for the Lord God. Now as far as I am able, I have made ready what is needed for the house of my God, the gold for the things of gold, and the silver for the silver things, and the brass for the brass things, iron for the things of iron, and wood for the things of wood, beryls and jewels to be framed, and stones of different colors for ornament, all sorts of stones of great price, and polished building stone, as much as is needed and more. And because this house of God is dear to me, I give my private store of gold and silver to the house of my God, in addition to all I have got ready for the holy house, even 3,000 talents of gold of Ophir and 7,000 talents of the best silver, for plating the walls of the house, gold for the gold things, and silver for the silver things, and for every sort of work to be done by the expert workman, who then will come forward, offering himself this day for the Lord's work. Then the heads of families and the chiefs of the tribes of Israel, and the captains of thousands and of hundreds, with the controllers of the king's business, freely gave themselves, and they gave for the use of the house of the Lord, 5,000 talents and 10,000 derricks of gold, and 10,000 talents of silver, and 18,000 talents of brass, and 100,000 talents of iron. And those who had stones of great price gave them to the store of the house of the Lord, under the care of Jehiel the Gershonite. Then the people were glad because their offerings were freely given. For with a true heart they freely gave what they had to the Lord, and David the king was full of joy. So David gave praise to the Lord before all the people, and David said, Praise be to you, O Lord the God of Israel, our Father forever and ever. Yours, O Lord, is the strength and the power and the glory, and the authority and the honor. For everything in heaven and on earth is yours. Yours is the kingdom, O Lord, and you are lifted up as head over all. Wealth and honor come from you, and you are ruler over all, and in your hand is power and strength. It is in your power to make great, and to give strength to all. So now, our God, we give you praise, honoring the glory of your name. But who am I and what is my people, that we have power to give so freely in this way? For all things come from you, and what we have given you is yours. For we, as all our fathers were, are like men from a strange country before you, who have got a place for a time in the land. Our days on the earth are like a shade, and there is no hope of going on. O Lord our God, all this store, which we have made ready for the building of a house for your holy name, comes from your hand and is yours. And I am conscious, my God, that you are the searcher of hearts, taking pleasure in righteousness. As for me, with an upright heart I have freely given all these things, and I have seen with joy your people who are here to make their offerings freely to you. O Lord, the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Israel, our fathers, keep this forever in the deepest thoughts of your people, and let their hearts be fixed and true to you, and give to Solomon my son a true heart, to keep your orders, your rules, and your laws, and to do all these things, and to put up this great house for which I have made ready. And David said to all the people, now give praise to the Lord your God. And all the people gave praise to the Lord, the God of their fathers, with bent heads worshipping the Lord and the king. And they made offerings to the Lord, and gave burnt offerings to the Lord, on the day after, 1,000 oxen, 1,000 sheep, and 1,000 lambs, with their drink offerings, and a great wealth of offerings for all Israel. And with great joy they made a feast before the Lord that day. And they made Solomon, the son of David, king a second time, putting the holy oil on him to make him holy to the Lord as ruler, and on Zadok as priest. So Solomon was put on the seat of the Lord as king in place of his father David, and everything went well for him, and all Israel was under his authority. And all the chiefs and the men of war and all the sons of King David put themselves under the authority of Solomon the king. And the Lord made Solomon great in the eyes of all Israel, clothing him with glory and honor such as no other king in Israel had had before him. Now David, the son of Jesse, was king over all Israel. For 40 years he was ruling as king over Israel, 7 years in Hebron and 33 years in Jerusalem. And he came to his end after a long life, full of days and great wealth and honor, and Solomon his son became king in his place. Now all the acts of David, first and last, are recorded in the words of Samuel the seer, and the words of Nathan the prophet, and the words of Gad the seer, together with all his rule and his power, and the events which took place in his time, in Israel and in all the kingdoms of other lands. Bible in Basic English. The Second Book of Chronicles. Chapter 1. And Solomon, the son of David, made himself strong in his kingdom, and the Lord his God was with him, and made him very great. And Solomon sent word to all Israel, to the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and to the judges, and to every chief in all Israel, heads of their families. Then Solomon, and all the men of Israel with him, went to the high place at Gibeon, because the tent of meeting of God, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, had made in the wasteland, was there. But the ark of God had been moved by David from Kiriath Jearim to the place which he had made ready for it. For he had put up a tent for it at Jerusalem. And the altar of brass which Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, had made, was there before the tent of the Lord, and Solomon and all the people went to give worship there. And Solomon went up there to the brass altar before the Lord at the tent of meeting, offering on it 1,000 burnt offerings. In that night God came to Solomon in a vision, and said to him, say what I am to give you. And Solomon said to God, great was your mercy to David my father, and you have made me king in his place. Now, O Lord God, let your word to David my father come true, for you have made me king over a people like the dust of the earth in number. Give me now wisdom and knowledge, so that I may go out and come in before this people, for who is able to be the judge of this great people of yours? And God said to Solomon, because this was in your heart, and you did not make request for money, property, or honor, or for the destruction of your haters, or for long life, but you have made request for wisdom and knowledge for yourself, so that you may be the judge of my people over whom I have made you king. Wisdom and knowledge are given to you, and I will give you wealth and honor, such as no king has had before you or ever will have after you. So Solomon went back from the high place at Gibeon, from before the tent of meeting, to Jerusalem, and he was king over Israel. And Solomon got together war carriages and horsemen. He had 1,400 carriages and 12,000 horsemen, which he kept, some in the carriage towns and some with the king at Jerusalem. And the king made silver and gold as common as stones in Jerusalem, and cedar like the sycamore trees of the lowland in number. And Solomon's horses came out of Egypt. The king's traders got them from Koi at a price. A war carriage might be got from Egypt for 600 shekels of silver, and a horse for 150. They got them at the same rate for all the kings of the Hittites and the kings of Aram. Chapter 2. Now it was Solomon's purpose to put up a house for the name of the Lord and a house for himself as king. And Solomon had 70,000 men numbered for transport, and 80,000 for cutting stone in the mountains, and 3,600 as overseers. And Solomon said to Huram, king of Tyre, saying, as you did for my father David, sending him cedar trees for the building of his house. See, I am building a house for the name of the Lord my God, to be made holy to him, where perfumes of sweet spices will be burned before him, and the holy bread will be placed at all times, and burnt offerings will be offered morning and evening, on the Sabbaths and at the new moons, and on the regular feasts of the Lord our God. This is a law forever to Israel. And the house which I am building is to be great, for our God is greater than all gods, but who may have strength enough to make a house for him, seeing that the heaven and the heaven of heavens are not wide enough to be his resting place? Who am I then to make a house for him? But I am building it only for the burning of perfume before him. So now send me an expert worker in gold and silver and brass and iron, in purple and red and blue, and in the cutting of all sorts of ornament, to be with the expert workmen who were here in Judah and in Jerusalem, whom my father David got together, and send me cedar trees, cypress trees and sandalwood from Lebanon. For, to my knowledge, your servants are expert woodcutters in Lebanon, and my servants will be with yours, to get trees for me in great numbers, for the house which I am building is to be great and a wonder. And I will give as food to your servants, the woodcutters, 20,000 measures of grain, and 20,000 measures of barley, and 20,000 measures of wine, and 20,000 measures of oil. Then Hiram, king of Tyre, sent Solomon an answer in writing, saying, because of his love for his people the Lord has made you king over them. And Hiram said, praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, maker of heaven and earth, who has given to David the king a wise son, full of wisdom and good sense, to be the builder of a house for the Lord and a house for himself as king. And now I am sending you a wise and expert man, Hiram, who is as my father, the son of a woman of the daughters of Dan, whose father was a man of Tyre, an expert worker in gold and silver and brass and iron, in stone and wood, in purple and blue and fair linen and red, trained in the cutting of every sort of ornament and the invention of every sort of design. Let him be given a place among your expert workmen and those of my lord, your father David. So now let my lord send to his servants the grain and the oil and the wine as my lord has said, and we will have wood cut from Lebanon, as much as you have need of, and will send it to you on flat boats by sea to Joppa, and from there you may take it up to Jerusalem. Then Solomon took the number of all the men from strange lands who were living in Israel, as his father David had done. There were 153,600. 70,000 he put to the work of transport, 80,000 to cutting stone in the mountains, and 3,600 as overseers to put the people to work. Chapter 3. Then Solomon made a start at building the house of the Lord on Mount Moriah in Jerusalem, where the Lord had been seen by his father David, in the place which David had made ready in the grain floor of Ornan the Jebusite. The building was started in the 2nd month in the 4th year of his rule. And Solomon put the base of the house of God in position. By the older measure it was 60 cubits long and 20 cubits wide, and the covered way in front of the house was 20 cubits long, as wide as the house, and 120 cubits high, all plated inside with the best gold. And the greater house was roofed with cypress wood, plated with the best gold and ornamented with designs of palm trees and chains. And the house was made beautiful with stones of great value, and the gold was gold of Parvaim. All the house was plated with gold, the supports, the steps, the walls and the doors, and the walls were ornamented with designs of winged ones. And he made the most holy place. It was 20 cubits long, and 20 cubits wide, like the greater house, and was plated all over with the best gold. 600 talents were used for it, and 50 shekels weight of gold was used for the nails. He had all the higher rooms plated with gold. And in the most holy place he made images of 2 winged beings, covering them with gold. Their outstretched wings were 20 cubits across, one wing, 5 cubits long, touching the wall of the house, and the other, of the same size, meeting the wing of the other winged one. And in the same way, the wings of the other, 5 cubits long, were stretched out, one touching the wall and the other meeting the wing of the first winged one. Their outstretched wings were 20 cubits across. They were placed upright on their feet, facing the inner part of the house. And he made the veil of blue and purple and red, of the best linen, worked with winged wands. And in front of the house he made 2 pillars, 35 cubits high, with crowns on the tops of them, 5 cubits high. And he made chains, like neck ornaments, and put them on the tops of the pillars, and 100 apples on the chains. He put up the pillars in front of the temple, one on the right side and one on the left, naming the one on the right Jachin and that on the left Boaz. Chapter 4. Then he made a brass altar, 20 cubits long, 20 cubits wide and 10 cubits high. And he made the great water vessel of metal, round in form, measuring 10 cubits across from edge to edge. It was 5 cubits high and 30 cubits round. And under it was a design of flowers all round it, 10 to a cubit, circling the water vessel in 2 lines. They were made from liquid metal at the same time as the water vessel. It was supported on 12 oxen, 3 facing to the north, 3 to the west, 3 to the south, and 3 to the east, the water vessel resting on top of them. Their back parts were all turned to the middle of it. It was as thick as a man's open hand, and the edge of it was curved like the edge of a cup, like a lily flower. It would take 3,000 baths. And he made 10 washing vessels, putting 5 on the right side and 5 on the left. Such things as were used in making the burnt offering were washed in them. But the great water vessel was to be used by the priests for washing themselves. And he made the 10 gold supports for the lights, as directions had been given for them. And he put them in the temple, 5 on the right side and 5 on the left. He made 10 tables, and put them in the temple, 5 on the right side and 5 on the left. And he made 100 gold basins. Then he made the open space for the priests, and the great open space and its doors, plating the doors with brass. He put the great water vessel on the right side of the house to the east, facing south. And Hiram made all the pots and the spades and the basins. So he came to the end of all the work he did for King Solomon in the house of God. The 2 pillars, and the 2 crowns on the tops of the pillars, and the network covering the 2 cups of the crowns on the tops of the pillars, and the 400 apples for the network. 2 lines of apples for the network covering the 2 cups of the crowns on the pillars. And he made the 10 bases and the 10 washing vessels which were on the bases, the great water vessel with the 12 oxen under it, all the pots and the spades and the meat hooks and their vessels, which Hiram, who was as his father, made for King Solomon for the house of the Lord, were of polished brass. The king made them of liquid metal in the lowland of Jordan, in the soft earth between Succoth and Zeradah. So Solomon made all these vessels, a very great store of them, and the weight of the brass used was not measured. And Solomon made all the vessels used in the house of God, the gold altar and the tables on which the holy bread was placed, and the supports for the lights with their lights, to be burning in the regular way in front of the inmost room, of the best gold. The flowers and the vessels for the lights and the instruments used for them, were all of gold. It was the best gold. The scissors and the basins and the spoons and the fire trays, of the best gold. And the inner doors of the house, opening into the most holy place, and the doors of the temple, were all of gold. Chapter 5. So all the work which Solomon did for the house of the Lord was complete. And Solomon took the holy things which David his father had given, the silver and the gold and all the vessels, and put them in the storehouses of the house of God. Then Solomon sent for all the responsible men of Israel, all the chiefs of the tribes and the heads of families of the children of Israel, to come to Jerusalem and take the ark of the Lord's agreement up out of the town of David, which is Zion. And all the men of Israel came together to the king at the feast in the 7th month. All the responsible men of Israel came, and the Levites took up the ark. They took up the ark in the tent of meeting and all the holy vessels which were in the tent. All these the priests, the Levites, took up. And King Solomon and all the men of Israel who had come together there with him, were before the ark, making offerings of sheep and oxen more than might be numbered. And the priests took the ark of the Lord's agreement and put it in its place, in the inner room of the house, in the most holy place, under the wings of the winged ones, for their wings were outstretched over the place where the ark was, covering the ark and its rods. The rods were so long that their ends were seen from the holy place before the inmost room, but they were not seen from outside, and there they are to this day. Nothing was in the ark but the 2 flat stones which Moses put there at Horeb. where the Lord made an agreement with the children of Israel when they came out of Egypt. Now when the priests had come out of the holy place, for all the priests who were present had made themselves holy, not keeping to their divisions, and the Levites who made the music, all of them, Asaph, Heman, Jeduthun, and their sons and brothers, robed in fair linen, were in their places with their brass and corded instruments at the east side of the altar, and with them 120 priests blowing horns, and when the players on horns, and those who made melody and song, with one voice were sounding the praise and glory of the Lord, with loud voices and with wind instruments, and brass and corded instruments of music, praising the Lord and saying, He is good, His mercy is unchanging forever. Then the house was full of the cloud of the glory of the Lord, so that the priests were not able to keep their places to do their work because of the cloud, for the house of God was full of the glory of the Lord. Chapter 6. Then Solomon said, O Lord, to the sun you have given the heaven for a living place, but your living place was not seen by men. So I have made for you a living place, a house in which you may be forever present. Then, turning his face about, the king gave a blessing to all the men of Israel, and they were all on their feet together. And he said, Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, who himself gave his word to my father David, and with his strong hand has made his word come true, saying, From the day when I took my people out of the land of Egypt, no town in all the tribes of Israel has been marked out by me for the building of a house for the resting place of my name, and I took no man to be a ruler over my people Israel. But now I have made selection of Jerusalem, that my name might be there, and of David, to be over my people Israel. Now it was in the heart of my father David to put up a house for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. But the Lord said to David my father, You did well to have in your heart the desire to make a house for my name. But you yourself will not be the builder of the house, but your son, the offspring of your body, he it is who will put up a house for my name. And the Lord has kept his word, for I have taken my father David's place on the seat of the kingdom of Israel, as the Lord gave his word, and I have made the house for the name of the Lord the God of Israel, and there I had put the ark, in which is the agreement of the Lord, which he made with the people of Israel. Then he took his place in front of the altar of the Lord, all the men of Israel being present, for Solomon had made a brass stage, 5 cubits long, 5 cubits wide and 3 cubits high, and had put it in the middle of the open space. On this he took his place and went down on his knees before all the meeting of Israel, stretching out his hands to heaven. And he said, O Lord, the God of Israel, there is no God like you in heaven or on earth, keeping faith and mercy unchanging for your servants, while they go in your ways with all their hearts. For you have kept the word which you gave to your servant David, my father. With your mouth you said it, and with your hand you have made it come true this day. So now, O Lord, the God of Israel, let your word to your servant David, my father, come true, when you said, You will never be without a man to take his place before me on the seat of the kingdom of Israel, if only your children give attention to their ways, walking in my law, as you have done before me. So now, O Lord, the God of Israel, make your word come true which you said to your servant David. But is it truly possible that God may be housed with men on earth? See, heaven and the heaven of heavens are not wide enough to be your resting place, how much less this house which I have made. Still, let your heart be turned to the prayer of your servant and to his prayer for grace, O Lord my God, and give ear to the cry and the prayer which your servant makes before you, that your eyes may be open to this house day and night, to this place of which you have said that you would put your name there, to give ear to the prayer which your servant may make, turning to this place, and give ear to the prayers of your servant and of your people Israel, when they make their prayers, turning to this place. Give ear from heaven your living place, and hearing have mercy. If a man does wrong to his neighbor and has to take an oath, and comes before your altar to take his oath in his house, then let your ear be open in heaven, and be the judge of your servants, giving punishment to the wrongdoer, so that his sin may come on his head, and, by your decision, keeping from evil him who has done no wrong. And if your people Israel are overcome in war, because of their sin against you, if they are turned to you again, honoring your name, making prayers and requesting your grace in this house, then give ear from heaven, and let the sin of your people Israel have forgiveness, and take them back again to the land which you gave to them and to their fathers, when heaven is shut up and there is no rain, because of their sin against you. If they make prayers with their faces turned to this place, honoring your name and turning away from their sin when you send trouble on them. Then give ear from heaven, so that the sin of your servants and the sin of your people Israel may have forgiveness, when you make clear to them the good way in which they are to go, and send rain on your land which you have given to your people for their heritage. If there is no food in the land, if there is disease, if the fruits of the earth are damaged by heat or water, locust or worm, if their towns are shut in by their attackers, whatever trouble or whatever disease there may be, whatever prayer or request for your grace is made by any man, or by all your people Israel, whatever his trouble may be, whose hands are stretched out to this house, then give ear from heaven your living place, answering with forgiveness, and give to every man, whose secret heart is open to you, the reward of all his ways, for you, and you only, have knowledge of the hearts of the children of men, so that they may give you worship, walking in your ways, as long as they are living in the land which you gave to our fathers. And as for the man from a strange land, who is not of your people Israel but comes from a far country because of the glory of your name and your strong hand and your outstretched arm, when he comes to make his prayer, turning to this house, then give ear from heaven your living place, and give him his desire, whatever it may be, so that all the peoples of the earth may have knowledge of your name, worshiping you as do your people Israel, and may see that this house which I have made is truly named by your name. If your people go out to war against their attackers, by whatever way you may send them, if they make their prayers to you turning their faces to this town of yours and to this house which I have put up for your name, then give ear from heaven to their prayer and their cry for grace, and see right unto them, if they do wrong against you, for no man is without sin, and you are angry with them, and give them up into the power of those who are fighting against them, so that they take them away prisoners to a land far off or near, and if they take thought, in the land where they are prisoners, turning again to you, crying out in prayer to you in that land, and saying, we are sinners, we have done wrong, we have done evil, if with all their heart and soul they are turned again to you, in the land where they are prisoners, the land where they have been taken, and make their prayers, turning their eyes to their land which you gave to their fathers, and to the town which you took for yourself, and the house which I have made for your name, then give ear from heaven your living place to their prayer and their cry, and see right unto them, answering with forgiveness your people who have done wrong against you. Now, O my God, may your eyes be open and your ears awake to the prayers made in this place. Up. Now, O Lord God, come back to your resting place, you and the ark of your strength. Let your priests, O Lord God, be clothed with salvation, and let your saints be glad in what is good. O Lord God, let him whom you have taken for yourself never be given up by you. Keep in mind your mercies to David your servant. Chapter 7. Now when Solomon's prayers were ended, fire came down from heaven, burning up all the offerings, and the house was full of the glory of the Lord. And the priests were not able to go into the house of the Lord, for the Lord's house was full of the glory of the Lord. And all the children of Israel were looking on when the fire came down, and the glory of the Lord was on the house. And they went down on their knees, with their faces to the earth, worshiping and praising the Lord, and saying, He is good, for his mercy is unchanging forever. Then the king and all the people made offerings before the Lord. King Solomon made an offering of 22,000 oxen, and 120,000 sheep. So the king and all the people kept the feast of the opening of the house of God. And the priests were in their places, and the Levites with their instruments of music for the Lord's song, which David the king had made for the praise of the Lord, whose mercy is unchanging forever. When David gave praise by their hand, and the priests were sounding horns before them, and all Israel were on their feet. Then Solomon made holy the middle of the open square in front of the house of the Lord, offering the burnt offerings there, and the fat of the peace offerings, for there was not room on the brass altar which Solomon had made for all the burnt offerings and the meal offerings and the fat. So Solomon kept the feast at that time for 7 days, and all Israel with him, a very great meeting, for the people had come together from the way into Hamath and from as far as the river of Egypt. And on the 8th day they had a holy meeting. The offerings for making the altar holy went on for 7 days, and the feast for 7 days. And on the 23rd day of the 7th month, he sent the people away to their tents, full of joy and glad in their hearts, because of all the good which the Lord had done to David and to Solomon and to Israel his people. So Solomon came to the end of building the house of the Lord and the king's house, and everything which it was in his mind to make in the house of the Lord and for himself had been well done. Now the Lord came to Solomon in a vision by night, and said to him, I have given ear to your prayer, and have taken this place for myself as a house where offerings are to be made. If, at my word, heaven is shut up, so that there is no rain, or if I send locusts on the land for its destruction, or if I send disease on my people, if my people, on whom my name is named, make themselves low and come to me in prayer, searching for me and turning from their evil ways, then I will give ear from heaven, overlooking their sin, and will give life again to their land. Now my eyes will be open and my ears awake to the prayers made in this place. For I have taken this house for myself and made it holy, so that my name may be there forever, and my eyes and my heart will be there at all times. And as for you, if you will go on your way before me as David your father did, doing whatever I have given you orders to do and keeping my laws and my decisions, then I will make strong the seed of your kingdom, as I gave my word to David your father, saying, you will never be without a man to be ruler in Israel. But if you are turned away from me, and do not keep my orders and my laws which I have put before you, but go and make yourselves servants to other gods, giving them worship, then I will have this people uprooted out of my land which I have given them, and this house, which I have made holy for my name, I will put away from before my eyes, and make it an example and a word of shame among all peoples. And this house will become a mass of broken walls, and everyone who goes by will be overcome with wonder, and will say, why has the Lord done so to this land and to this house? And their answer will be, because they were turned away from the Lord, the God of their fathers, who took them out of the land of Egypt, and took for themselves other gods and gave them worship and became their servants. That is why he has sent all this evil on them. Chapter 8. Now at the end of 20 years, in which time Solomon had put up the house of the Lord and a house for himself, he took in hand the building up of the towns which Hiram had given him, causing the children of Israel to make living places for themselves there. And Solomon went to Hamath-zobah and overcame it. And he put up the buildings of Tadmor in the wasteland, and of all the store towns in Hamath, and of Beth-horon the higher and the lower, walled towns with walls and doorways and locks, and of Baalath, and all the store towns which Solomon had, and the towns where he kept his war carriages and his horsemen, and everything which it was his pleasure to put up in Jerusalem and in Lebanon and in all the land under his rule. As for all the rest of the Hittites and the Amorites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, who were not of Israel, their men who were still living in the land, and whom the children of Israel had not put an end to, these Solomon put to forced work, as is done to this day. But Solomon did not make use of the children of Israel as servants for his work. They were men of war, his chiefs and his captains, and captains of his war carriages and his horsemen. Now these were the chief men in authority whom King Solomon had, 250 of them, in authority over the people. Then Solomon made Pharaoh's daughter come up from the town of David to the house which he had made for her, for he said, I will not have my wife living in the house of David, king of Israel, because those places where the ark of the Lord has come are holy. Then Solomon made burnt offerings to the Lord on the altar of the Lord which he had put up in front of the covered way, offering every day what had been ordered by Moses, on the Sabbaths and at the new moon and at the regular feasts 3 times a year, that is at the feast of unleavened bread, the feast of weeks, and the feast of tents. And he gave the divisions of the priests their places for their work, as ordered by his father David, and to the Levites he gave their work of praise and waiting on the priests, to do what was needed day by day. And he gave the doorkeepers their places in turn at every door, for so David, the man of God, had given orders. All the orders given by the king to the priests and Levites, in connection with any business or stores, were done with care. And all the work of Solomon was complete, from the day when he put the base of the Lord's house in position, till Solomon had come to the end of building the Lord's house. Then Solomon went to Ezion-Geber and to Eloth by the sea in the land of Edom. And Hiram sent him, by his servants, ships and experienced seamen, who went with the servants of Solomon to Ophir and came back with 450 talents of gold, which they took to King Solomon. Chapter 9. Now the queen of Sheba, hearing great things of Solomon, came to Jerusalem to put his wisdom to the test with hard questions, and with her came a very great train, and camels weighted down with spices, and great stores of gold and jewels. And when she came to Solomon, she had talked with him of everything in her mind. And Solomon gave her answers to all her questions. There was no secret which she did not make clear to her. And when the queen of Sheba had seen the wisdom of Solomon, and the house which he had made, and the food at his table, and all his servants seated there, and those who were waiting on him in their places, and their robes, and his wine servants in their robes, and the burnt offerings which he made in the house of the Lord, there was no more spirit in her. And she said to the king, the account which was given to me in my country of your acts and your wisdom was true. But I had no faith in what was said about you, till I came and saw for myself, and truly, word was not given me of half your great wisdom. You are much greater than they said. Happy are your wives and happy these your servants whose place is ever before you, hearing your words of wisdom. Praise be to the Lord your God whose pleasure it was to put you on the seat of his kingdom to be king for the Lord your God, because, in his love for Israel, it was the purpose of your God to make them strong forever. He made you king over them, to be their judge in righteousness. And she gave the king 120 talents of gold, and a great store of spices and jewels. Never had such spices been seen as the queen of Sheba gave to Solomon. And the servants of Huram and the servants of Solomon, in addition to gold from Ophir, came back with sandalwood and jewels. And with the sandalwood the king made steps for the house of the Lord and for the king's house, and instruments of music for the makers of melody. Never before had such been seen in the land of Judah. And King Solomon gave the queen of Sheba all her desire, whatever she made request for, in addition to what she had taken to the king. So she went back to her country with her servants. Now the weight of gold which came to Solomon in 1 year was 666 talents, and in addition to what he got from traders of different sorts, all the kings of Arabia and the rulers of the country gave gold and silver to Solomon. And King Solomon made 200 body covers of hammered gold, every one having 600 shekels of gold in it. And he made 300 smaller body covers of hammered gold, using 300 shekels of gold for every cover. And the king put them in the house of the woods of Lebanon. Then the king made a great ivory seat, plated with the best gold. There were 6 steps up to it, and a footrest of gold fixed to it, and arms on the 2 sides of the seat, with 2 lions at the side of the arms. And 12 lions were placed on one side and on the other side on the 6 steps. There was nothing like it in any kingdom. All King Solomon's drinking vessels were of gold, and all the vessels of the house of the woods of Lebanon were of the best gold. No one gave a thought to silver in the days of Solomon, for the king had Tarshish ships sailing with the servants of Huram. Once every 3 years the Tarshish ships came back with gold and silver, ivory and monkeys and peacocks. And King Solomon was greater than all the kings of the earth in wealth and in wisdom. And all the kings of the earth came to see Solomon and to give ear to his wisdom, which God had put into his heart. And everyone took with him an offering, vessels of silver and vessels of gold, and robes, and coats of metal, and spices, and horses and beasts for transport, regularly year by year. Solomon had 4,000 buildings for his horses and his war carriages, and 12,000 horsemen whom he kept, some in the carriage towns and some with the king in Jerusalem. And he was ruler over all the kings from the river to the land of the Philistines, as far as the limit of Egypt. The king made silver as common as stones in Jerusalem and cedars like the sycamore trees of the lowlands in number. They got horses for Solomon from Egypt and from every land. Now the rest of the acts of Solomon, first and last, are they not recorded in the history of Nathan the prophet, and in the words of Ahijah the prophet of Shiloh, and in the visions of Iddo the seer about Jeroboam, the son of Nebat? Solomon was king over Israel and Jerusalem for 40 years. And Solomon went to rest with his fathers, and was put into the earth in the town of David his father, and Rehoboam his son became king in his place. Chapter 10. And Rehoboam went to Shechem, where all Israel had come together to make him king. And when Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, had news of it, for he was in Egypt where he had gone in flight from King Solomon, he came back from Egypt. And they sent for him, and Jeroboam and all Israel came to Rehoboam and said, Your father put a hard yoke on us. If you will make the conditions under which your father kept us down less cruel, and the weight of the yoke he put on us less hard, then we will be your servants. And he said to them, Come to me again after 3 days. So the people went away. Then King Rehoboam took the opinion of the old men who had been with Solomon his father when he was living, and said, In your opinion, what answer am I to give to this people? And they said to him, If you are kind to this people, pleasing them and saying good words to them, then they will be your servants forever. But he gave no attention to the opinion of the old men, but went to the young men of his generation who were waiting before him, And he said to them, "What is your opinion? What answer are we to give to this people who have said to me, 'Make less the weight of the yoke which your father put on us'?" And the young men of his generation said to him, "This is the answer to give to the people who came to you saying, 'Your father put a hard yoke on us, but will you make it less?' Say to them, 'My little finger is thicker than my father's body. If my father put a hard yoke on you, I will make it harder. My father gave you punishment with whips, but I will give you blows with snakes." So Jeroboam and all the people came to Rehoboam on the third day, as the king had given orders, saying, "Come to me again on the third day." And the king gave them a rough answer. So King Rehoboam gave no attention to the suggestion of the old men, but gave them the answer put forward by the young men, saying, "My father made your yoke hard, but I will make it harder. My father gave you punishment with whips, but I will give it with snakes." So the king did not give ear to the people, for this came about by the purpose of God, so that the Lord might give effect to his word which he had said by Ahijah the Shilonite to Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. And when all Israel saw that the king would give no attention to them, the people in answer said to the king, "What part have we in David? What is our heritage in the son of Jesse? Every man to your tents, O Israel. Now see to your house, David." So all Israel went to their tents. But Rehoboam was still king over those of the children of Israel who were living in the towns of Judah. Then Rehoboam sent Adoniram, the overseer of the forced work, and he was stoned to death by all Israel. And King Rehoboam went quickly and got into his carriage to go in flight to Jerusalem. Chapter 11. And Rehoboam came to Jerusalem, and got together the men of Judah and Benjamin, 180,000 of his best fighting men, to make war against Israel and get the kingdom back for Rehoboam. But the word of the Lord came to Shemaiah, the man of God, saying, "Say to Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, king of Judah, and to all Israel and Judah and Benjamin, the Lord has said, you are not to go to war against your brothers. Let every man go back to his house, for this thing is my purpose." So they gave ear to the words of the Lord and were turned back from fighting against Jeroboam. Now Rehoboam kept in Jerusalem, building walled towns in Judah. He was the builder of Bethlehem and Adam and Tekoa and Bethzur and Soko and Adullam and Gath and Maresha and Ziph and Adorium and Lachish and Azekah and Zorah and Ayalan and Hebron, walled towns in Judah and Benjamin. And he made the walled towns strong, and he put captains in them and stores of food, oil, and wine. And in every town he put stores of body covers and spears, and made them very strong, and Judah and Benjamin were his. And the priests and Levites who were in all Israel came together to him from every part of their country. For the Levites gave up their living places and their property, and came to Judah and Jerusalem, for Jeroboam and his sons had sent them away, not letting them be priests to the Lord. And he himself made priests for the high places, and for the images of he goats and oxen which he had made. And after them, from all the tribes of Israel, all those whose hearts were fixed and true to the Lord, the God of Israel, came to Jerusalem to make offerings to the Lord, the God of their fathers. So they went on increasing the power of the kingdom of Judah, and made Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, strong for 3 years, and for 3 years they went in the ways of David and Solomon. And Rehoboam took as his wife Mahalath, the daughter of Jerimoth, the son of David, and of Abihail, the daughter of Eliab, the son of Jesse, and she had sons by him, Josh, Shemariah, and Zaham. And after her he took Maacah, the daughter of Absalom, and she had Abijah and Attai and Ziza and Shelomith by him. Maacah, the daughter of Absalom, was dearer to Rehoboam than all his wives and his servant wives, for he had 18 wives and 60 servant wives, and was the father of 28 sons and 60 daughters. Rehoboam made Abijah, the son of Maacah, chief and ruler among his brothers, for it was his purpose to make him king. And in his wisdom he had his sons stationed in every walled town through all the lands of Judah and Benjamin, and he gave them a great store of food, and took wives for them. Chapter 12. Now when Rehoboam's position as king had been made certain, and he was strong, he gave up the law of the Lord, and all Israel with him. Now in the 5th year of King Rehoboam, Shishak, king of Egypt, came up against Jerusalem, because of their sin against the Lord, with 1,200 war carriages and 60,000 horsemen, and the people who came with him out of Egypt were more than might be numbered, Lubim and Sukkiim and Ethiopians. And he took the walled towns of Judah, and came as far as Jerusalem, Now Shemaiah the prophet came to Rehoboam and the chiefs of Judah, who had come together in Jerusalem because of Shishak, and said to them, The Lord has said, Because you have given me up, I have given you up into the hands of Shishak. Then the chiefs of Israel and the king made themselves low and said, The Lord is upright. And the Lord, seeing that they had made themselves low, said to Shemaiah, They have made themselves low, I will not send destruction on them. But in a short time I will give them salvation, and will not let loose my wrath on Jerusalem by the hand of Shishak. But still they will become his servants, so that they may see how different my yoke is from the yoke of the kingdoms of the lands. So Shishak, king of Egypt, came up against Jerusalem and took away all the stored wealth of the house of the Lord and the king's house. He took everything away, and with the rest the gold body covers which Solomon had made. And in their place King Rehoboam had other body covers made of brass and gave them into the care of the captains of the armed men who were stationed at the door of the king's house. And whenever the king went into the house of the Lord, the armed men went with him taking the body covers, and then took them back to their room. And when he made himself low, the wrath of the Lord was turned back from him, and complete destruction did not come on him, for there was still some good in Judah. So King Rehoboam made himself strong in Jerusalem and was ruling there. Rehoboam was 41 years old when he became king, and he was ruling for 17 years in Jerusalem, the town which the Lord had made us out of all the tribes of Israel, to put his name there. And his mother's name was Naamah, an Ammonite woman, and he did evil because his heart was not true to the Lord. Now the acts of Rehoboam, first and last, are they not recorded in the words of Shemaiah the prophet and Iddo the seer? And there were wars between Rehoboam and Jeroboam all their days. And Rehoboam went to rest with his fathers, and was put into the earth in the town of David, and Abijah his son became king in his place. Chapter 13. In the 18th year of King Jeroboam, Abijah became king over Judah. He was king in Jerusalem for 3 years. His mother's name was Maacah, the daughter of Uriel of Gibeah. And there was war between Abijah and Jeroboam. And Abijah went out to the fight with an army of men of war, 400,000 of his best men, and Jeroboam put his forces in line against him, 800,000 of his best men of war. And Abijah took up his position on Mount Semarim, in the hill country of Ephraim, and said, Give ear to me, O Jeroboam and all Israel. Is it not clear to you that the Lord, the God of Israel, gave the rule over Israel to David and to his sons forever, by an agreement made with salt? But Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, the servant of Solomon, the son of David, took up arms against his Lord. And certain foolish and good-for-nothing men were joined with him, and made themselves strong against Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, when he was young and untested and not able to keep them back. And now it is your purpose to put yourselves against the authority which the Lord has put into the hands of the sons of David. And you are a very great number, and you have with you the gold oxen which Jeroboam made to be your gods. And after driving out the priests of the Lord, the sons of Aaron and the Levites, have you not made priests for yourselves as the people of other lands do? So that anyone who comes to make himself priest by offering an ox or 7 sheep, may be a priest to those who are no gods. But as for us, the Lord is our God, and we have not been turned away from him. We have priests who do the work of the Lord, even the sons of Aaron and the Levites in their places, by whom burnt offerings and perfumes are sent up in smoke before the Lord every morning and every evening. And they put out the holy bread on its table and the gold support for the lights with its lights burning every evening. For we keep the orders given to us by the Lord our God, but you have gone away from him. And now God is with us at our head, and his priests with their loud horns sounding against you. O children of Israel, do not make war on the Lord, the God of your fathers, for it will not go well for you. But Jeroboam had put some of his men to make a surprise attack on them from the back, so some were facing Judah and others were stationed secretly at their back. And Judah, turning their faces, saw that they were being attacked in front and at the back, and they gave a cry for help to the Lord, while the priests were sounding their horns. And the men of Judah gave a loud cry, and at their cry, God put fear into Jeroboam and all Israel before Abijah and Judah. And the children of Israel went in flight before Judah, and God gave them up into their hands. And Abijah and his people put them to death with great destruction. 500,000 of the best of Israel were put to the sword. So at that time the children of Israel were overcome, and the children of Judah got the better of them, because they put their faith in the Lord, the God of their fathers. And Abijah went after Jeroboam and took some of his towns, Bethel with its small towns, and Jeshanah with its small towns, and Ephron with its small towns. And Jeroboam did not get back his power again in the lifetime of Abijah, and the Lord sent death on him. But Abijah became great, and had 14 wives, and became the father of 22 sons and 16 daughters. And the rest of the acts of Abijah, and his ways and his sayings, are recorded in the account of the prophet Iddo. Chapter 14. So Abijah went to rest with his fathers, and they put him into the earth in the town of David, and Asa his son became king in his place. In his time the land was quiet for 10 years. And Asa did what was good and right in the eyes of the Lord his God, for he took away the altars of strange gods in the high places, and had the upright stones broken and the wood pillars cut down. And he made Judah go after the Lord, the God of their fathers, and keep his laws and his orders. And he took away the high places and the sun images from all the towns of Judah, and the kingdom was quiet under his rule. He made walled towns in Judah, for the land was quiet and there were no wars in those years, because the Lord had given him rest. He said to Judah, "Let us make these towns, building walls round them with towers and doors and locks. The land is still ours, because we have been true to the Lord our God. We have been true to him, and he has given us rest on every side." So they went on building, and all went well for them. And Asa had an army of 300,000 men of Judah armed with body covers and spears, and 280,000 of Benjamin armed with body covers and bows. All these were men of war. And Zerah the Ethiopian, with an army of 1,000,000, and 300 war carriages, came out against them to Mareshah. And Asa went out against him, and they put their forces in position in the valley north of Mareshah. And Asa made prayer to the Lord his God and said, "Lord, you only are able to give help against the strong. To him who has no strength, come to our help, O Lord our God, for our hope is in you, and in your name we have come out against this great army. O Lord, you are our God, let not man's power be greater than yours." So the Lord sent fear on the Ethiopians before Asa and Judah, and the Ethiopians went in flight, and Asa and the people who were with him went after them as far as Gerar. And so great was the destruction among the Ethiopians that they were not able to get their army together again. For they were broken before the Lord and before his army, and they took away a great amount of their goods. And they overcame all the towns round Gerar, because the Lord sent fear on them, and they took away their goods from the towns, for there were stores of wealth in them. And they made an attack on the tents of the owners of the cattle, and took away great numbers of sheep and camels, and went back to Jerusalem. Chapter 15. And the Spirit of God came on Azariah, the son of Oded, and he came face to face with Asa and said to him, "Give ear to me, Asa and all Judah and Benjamin. The Lord is with you while you are with him. If your heart's desire is for him, he will be near you. But if you give him up, he will give you up." Now for a long time Israel has been without the true God, and without a teaching priest, and without the law. But when in their trouble they were turned to the Lord, the God of Israel, searching after him, he let their search be rewarded. In those times there was no peace for him who went out or for him who came in. But great trouble was on all the people of the lands. And they were broken by divisions, nation against nation and town against town, because God sent all sorts of trouble on them. But be ye strong, and let not your hands be feeble, for your work will be rewarded. And Asa, hearing these words of Azariah, the son of Oded the prophet, took heart and put away all the disgusting things out of all the land of Judah and Benjamin, and out of the towns which he had taken from the hill country of Ephraim. And he made new again the altar of the Lord in front of the covered way of the Lord's house. And he got together all Judah and Benjamin, and those of Ephraim and Manasseh and Simeon who were living with them. For numbers of them came to him out of Israel when they saw that the Lord his God was with him. So they came together at Jerusalem in the 3rd month, in the 15th year of the rule of Asa. And that day they made offerings to the Lord of the things they had taken in war, 700 oxen and 7,000 sheep. And they made an agreement to be true to the Lord, the God of their fathers, with all their heart and all their soul, and that anyone, small or great, man or woman, who was not true to the Lord, the God of Israel, would be put to death. And they made an oath to the Lord, with a loud voice, sounding wind instruments and horns. And all Judah was glad because of the oath, for they had taken it with all their heart, turning to the Lord with all their desire. And he was with them and gave them rest on every side. And Asa would not let Maacah, his mother, be queen, because she had made a disgusting image for Asherah, and Asa had her image cut down and broken up and burned by the stream Kidron. But the high places were not taken away out of Israel. But still the heart of Asa was true to the Lord all his life. He took into the house of God all the things which his father had made holy and those which he himself had made holy, silver and gold and vessels. And there was no more war till the 35th year of the rule of Asa. Chapter 16. In the 36th year of the rule of Asa, Baasha, king of Israel, went up against Judah, building Ramah so that no one was able to go out or into Asa, king of Judah. Then Asa took silver and gold out of the stores of the Lord's house and of the king's storehouse, and sent to Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, at Damascus, saying, Let there be an agreement between me and you as there was between my father and your father. See, I have sent you silver and gold. Go and put an end to your agreement with Baasha, king of Israel, so that he may give up attacking me. And Ben-Hadad did as King Asa said, and sent the captains of his armies against the towns of Israel, attacking Ijon and Dan and Abel-Maim, and all the store towns of Naphtali. Then Baasha, hearing of it, put a stop to the building of Ramah, and let his work come to an end. Then King Asa, with all Judah, took away the stones and wood with which Baasha was building Ramah, and he made use of them for building Geba and Mizpah. At that time Hanani the seer came to Asa, king of Judah, and said to him, Because you have put your faith in the king of Aram and not in the Lord your God, the army of the king of Aram has got away out of your hands. Were not the Ethiopians and the Lubim a very great army, with war carriages and horsemen more than might be numbered? But because your faith was in the Lord, he gave them up into your hands. For the eyes of the Lord go this way and that, through all the earth, letting it be seen that he is the strong support of those whose hearts are true to him. In this you have done foolishly, for from now you will have wars. Then Asa was angry with the seer, and put him in prison, burning with wrath against him because of this thing. And at the same time Asa was cruel to some of the people. Now the acts of Asa, first and last, are recorded in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. In the 39th year of his rule, Asa had a very bad disease of the feet, but he did not go to the Lord for help in his disease, but to medical men. So Asa went to rest with his fathers, and death came to him in the 41st year of his rule. And they put him into the resting place which he had made for himself in the town of David, in a bed full of sweet perfumes of all sorts of spices, made by the perfumer's art, and they made a great burning for him. Chapter 17. And Jehoshaphat his son became king in his place, and made himself strong against Israel. He put forces in all the walled towns of Judah, and responsible chiefs in the land of Judah and in the towns of Ephraim, which Asa his father had taken. And the Lord was with Jehoshaphat, because he went in the early ways of his father, not turning to the Baals, but turning to the God of his father and keeping his laws, and not doing as Israel did. So the Lord made his kingdom strong, and all Judah gave offerings to Jehoshaphat, and he had great wealth and honor. His heart was lifted up in the ways of the Lord, and he went so far as to take away the high places and the wood pillars out of Judah. In the 3rd year of his rule he sent Ben-Hail and Obadiah and Zechariah and Nethanel and Micaiah, his captains, as teachers into the towns of Judah, and with them, Shemaiah and Nethaniah and Zebadiah and Asahel and Shemiramoth and Jehonathan and Adonijah and Tobijah and Tobadonijah, the Levites, and Elishama and Jehoram the priests. And they gave teaching in Judah and had the book of the law of the Lord with them. They went through all the towns of Judah teaching the people, and the fear of the Lord was on all the kingdoms of the lands round Judah, so that they made no wars against Jehoshaphat. And some of the Philistines took offerings to Jehoshaphat, and made him payments of silver, and the Arabians gave him flocks, 7,700 sheep, and 7,700 he-goats. Jehoshaphat became greater and greater, and made strong towers and store towns in Judah. He had much property in the towns of Judah. He had forces of armed men, great and strong, in Jerusalem. This is the number of them, listed by their families, the captains of thousands of Judah: Adnah, the captain, and with him 300,000 men of war. Second to him Jehohanan, the captain, and with him 280,000. After him Amasiah, the son of Zichri, who freely gave himself to the Lord, and with him 200,000 men of war, and the captains of Benjamin, Eliada, a great man of war, and with him 200,000 armed with bows and body covers, and after him Jehozabad, and with him 180,000 trained for war. These were the men who were waiting on the king, in addition to those placed by the king in the walled towns through all Judah. Chapter 18. Now Jehoshaphat had great wealth and honor, and his son was married to Ahab's daughter. And after some years he went down to Samaria to see Ahab. And Ahab made a feast for him and the people who were with him, putting to death great numbers of sheep and oxen, and he got Jehoshaphat to go with him to Ramoth Gilead. For Ahab, king of Israel, said to Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, will you go with me to Ramoth Gilead? And he said, I am as you are, and my people as your people, we will be with you in the war. Then Jehoshaphat said to the king of Israel, let us now get directions from the Lord. So the king of Israel got together all the prophets, 400 men, and said to them, am I to go to Ramoth Gilead to make war or not? And they said, go up, for God will give it into the hands of the king. But Jehoshaphat said, is there no other prophet of the Lord here from whom we may get directions? And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, there is still one man by whom we may get directions from the Lord, but I have no love for him, because he has never been a prophet of good to me, but only of evil. He is Micaiah, the son of Imlah. And Jehoshaphat said, let not the king say so. Then the king of Israel sent for one of his unsexed servants and said, go quickly and come back with Micaiah, the son of Imlah. Now the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, were seated on their seats of authority, dressed in their robes, by the doorway into Samaria, and all the prophets were acting as prophets before them. And Zedekiah, the son of Shemaiah, made himself iron horns and said, the Lord says, pushing back the Arameans with these, you will put an end to them completely. And all the prophets said the same thing, saying, go up to Ramoth Gilead, and it will go well for you, for the Lord will give it into the hands of the king. Now the servant who had gone to get Micaiah said to him, see now, all the prophets with one voice are saying good things to the king, so let your words be like theirs, and say good things. And Micaiah said, by the living Lord, whatever the Lord says to me I will say. When he came to the king said to him, Micaiah, are we to go to Ramoth Gilead to make war or not? And he said, go up, and it will go well for you, and they will be given up into your hands. And the king said to him, have I not, again and again, put you on your oath to say nothing to me but what is true in the name of the Lord? Then he said, I saw all Israel wandering on the mountains like sheep without a keeper, and the Lord said, these have no master, let them go back, every man to his house in peace. And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, did I not say that he would not be a prophet of good to me, but of evil? Then he said, give ear now to the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord seated on his seat of power, and all the army of heaven in their places, at his right hand and at his left. And the Lord said, how may Ahab, king of Israel, be tricked into going up to Ramoth Gilead to his death? And one said one thing and one another. Then a spirit came forward and took his place before the Lord and said, I will get him to do it by a trick. And the Lord said to him, how? And he said, I will go out and be a spirit of deceit in the mouth of all his prophets. And the Lord said, your trick will have its effect on them. Go out and do so. And now, see, the Lord has put a spirit of deceit in the mouth of these prophets of yours, and the Lord has said evil against you. Then Zedekiah, the son of Shemaiah, came near and gave Micaiah a blow on the side of his face, saying, where is the spirit of the Lord whose word is in you? And Micaiah said, truly, you will see on that day when you go into an inner room to keep yourself safe. And the king of Israel said, take Micaiah and send him back to Ammon, the ruler of the town, and to Joash, the king's son, and say, by the king's order this man is to be put in prison, and give in prison food till I come back in peace. And Micaiah said, if you come back at all in peace, the Lord has not sent his word by me. So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, went up to Ramoth Gilead. And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, I will make a change in my clothing, so that I do not seem to be the king, and will go into the fight. But do you put on your robes? So the king of Israel made a change in his dress, and they went to the fight. Now the king of Aram had given orders to the captains of his war carriages, saying, make no attack on small or great, but only on the king of Israel. So when the captains of the war carriages saw Jehoshaphat, they said, it is the king of Israel, and turning about, they came round him. But Jehoshaphat gave a cry, And the Lord came to his help, and God sent them away from him. Now when the captains of the war carriages saw that he was not the king of Israel, they went back from going after him. And a certain man sent an arrow from his bow without thought of its direction, and gave the king of Israel a wound where his breastplate was joined to his clothing. So he said to the driver of his war carriage, "Go to one side and take me away out of the army, for I am badly wounded." But the fight became more violent while the day went on, and the king of Israel was supported in his war carriage facing the Arameans till the evening, and by sundown he was dead. Chapter 19. And Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, went back to his house in Jerusalem in peace. And Jehu, the son of Hanani the seer, went to King Jehoshaphat and said to him, "Is it right for you to go to the help of evildoers, loving the haters of the Lord? Because of this, the wrath of the Lord has come on you. But still there is some good in you, for you have put away the wood pillars out of the land, and have given your heart to the worship of God." And Jehoshaphat was living in Jerusalem. And he went out again among the people, from Beersheba to the hill country of Ephraim, guiding them back to the Lord, the God of their fathers. And he put judges through all the land, in every walled town of Judah, and said to the judges, "Take care what you do, for you are judging not for man but for the Lord, and he is with you in the decisions you give. So now let the fear of the Lord be in you, do your work with care, for in the Lord our God there is no evil, or respect for high position, or taking of payment to do wrong." Then in Jerusalem he gave authority to certain of the Levites and the priests and the heads of families of Israel to give decisions for the Lord, and in the causes of those living in Jerusalem. And he gave them their orders, saying, "You are to do your work in the fear of the Lord, in good faith and with a true heart. And if any cause comes before you from your brothers living in their towns, where the death punishment is in question, or where there are questions of law or order, or rules or decisions, make them take care that they are not in the wrong before the Lord, so that wrath may not come on you and on your brothers. Do this and you yourselves will not be in the wrong." And now, Amariah, the chief priest, is over you in all questions to do with the Lord, and Zebediah the son of Ishmael, the head of the family of Judah, in everything to do with the king's business, and the Levites will be overseers for you. Be strong to do the work, and may the Lord be with the upright. Chapter 20. Now after this, the children of Moab and the children of Ammon, and with them some of the Munim, made war against Jehoshaphat. And they came to Jehoshaphat with the news, saying, "A great army is moving against you from Edom across the sea, and now they are in Hazazon Tamar, which is En Gedi." Then Jehoshaphat, in his fear, went to the Lord for directions, and gave orders all through Judah for the people to go without food. And Judah came together to make prayer for help from the Lord. From every town of Judah they came to give worship to the Lord. And Jehoshaphat took his place in the meeting of Judah and Jerusalem, in the house of the Lord in front of the new open space, and said, "O Lord, the God of our fathers, are you not God in heaven? Are you not ruler over all the kingdoms of the nations? And in your hands are power and strength so that no one is able to keep his place against you. Did you not, O Lord our God, after driving out the people of this land before your people Israel, give it to the seed of Abraham, your friend, forever?" And they made it their living place, building there a holy house for your name, and saying, "If evil comes on us, the sword, or punishment, or disease, or need of food, we will come to this house and to you, for your name is in this house, crying to you in our trouble, and you will give us salvation in answer to our cry." And now, see, the children of Ammon and Moab and the people of Mount Seir, whom you kept Israel from attacking when they came out of Egypt, so that turning to one side they did not send destruction on them. See now, how as our reward they have come to send us out of your land which you have given us as our heritage. O our God, will you not be their judge? For our strength is not equal to this great army which is coming against us, and we are at a loss what to do. But our eyes are on you. And all Judah were waiting before the Lord, with their little ones, their wives, and their children. Then, before all the meeting, the Spirit of the Lord came on Jehaziel, the son of Zechariah, son of Benaiah, son of Jeiel, son of Mattaniah, a Levite and one of the family of Asaph, and he said, "Give ear, O Judah, and you people of Jerusalem, and you, King Jehoshaphat, the Lord says to you, have no fear and do not be troubled on account of this great army, for the fight is not yours but God's. Go down against them tomorrow. See, They are coming up by the slope of Ziz, at the end of the valley, before the wasteland of Jeruel. You will come face to face with them. There will be no need for you to take up arms in this fight. Put yourselves in position, and keep where you are, and you will see the salvation of the Lord with you. O Judah and Jerusalem, have no fear and do not be troubled. Go out against them tomorrow, for the Lord is with you. Then Jehoshaphat went down with his face to the earth, and all Judah and the people of Jerusalem gave worship to the Lord, falling down before him. And the Levites, the children of the Kohathites and the Korahites, got to their feet and gave praise to the Lord, the God of Israel, with a loud voice. And early in the morning they got up and went out to the wasteland of Tekoa. And when they were going out, Jehoshaphat took his station and said to them, Give ear to me, O Judah and you people of Jerusalem. Have faith in the Lord your God and you will be safe. Have faith in his prophets and all will go well for you. And after discussion with the people, he put in their places those who were to make melody to the Lord, praising him in holy robes, while they went at the head of the army, and saying, May the Lord be praised, for his mercy is unchanging forever. And at the first notes of song and praise the Lord sent a surprise attack against the children of Ammon and Moab and the people of Mount Seir, who had come against Judah, and they were overcome. And the children of Ammon and Moab made an attack on the people of Mount Seir with a view to their complete destruction. And when they had put an end to the people of Seir, every man's hand was turned against his neighbor for his destruction. And Judah came to the watchtower of the wasteland, and looking in the direction of the army, they saw only dead bodies stretched on the earth. No living man was to be seen. And when Jehoshaphat and his people came to take their goods from them, they saw beasts in great numbers, and wealth and clothing and things of value, more than they were able to take away. All this they took for themselves, and they were 3 days getting it away. There was so much. On the 4th day they all came together in the valley of blessing, and there they gave blessing to the Lord, for which cause that place has been named the valley of blessing to this day. Then all the men of Judah and Jerusalem went back, with Jehoshaphat at their head, coming back to Jerusalem with joy, for the Lord had made them glad over their haters. So they came to Jerusalem with corded instruments and wind instruments into the house of the Lord. And the fear of God came on all the kingdoms of the lands, when they had news of how the Lord made war on those who came against Israel. So the kingdom of Jehoshaphat was quiet, for the Lord gave him rest on every side. And Jehoshaphat was king over Judah. He was 35 years old when he became king, and he was ruling for 25 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Atsubah, the daughter of Shilhi. He went in the ways of his father Asa, not turning away, but doing right in the eyes of the Lord. The high places, however, were not taken away, and the hearts of the people were still not true to the God of their fathers. Now as for the rest of the acts of Jehoshaphat, first and last, they are recorded in the words of Jehu, the son of Hanani, which were put in the book of the kings of Israel. After this Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, became friends with Ahaziah, king of Israel, who did much evil. Together they made ships to go to Tarshish, building them in Zion Geber. Then the word of Eliezer the prophet, the son of Dodavahu of Mareshah, came against Jehoshaphat, saying, Because you have let yourself be joined with Ahaziah, the Lord has sent destruction on your works. And the ships were broken and were not able to go to Tarshish. Chapter 21. And Jehoshaphat went to rest with his fathers, and his body was put into the earth in the town of David. And Jehoram his son became king in his place. And he had brothers, sons of Jehoshaphat, Azariah, Jehiel, Zechariah, Azariah, Michael, and Shephatiah. All these were sons of Jehoshaphat, king of Israel. And their father gave them much silver and gold and things of great value, as well as walled towns in Judah. But the kingdom he gave to Jehoram, because he was the oldest. Now when Jehoram had taken his place over his father's kingdom, and had made his position safe, he put all his brothers to death with the sword, as well as some of the princes of Israel. Jehoram was 32 years old when he became king, and he was ruling in Jerusalem for 8 years. He went in the ways of the kings of Israel, and did as the family of Ahab did, for the daughter of Ahab was his wife, and he did evil in the eyes of the Lord. But it was not the Lord's purpose to send destruction on the family of David, because of the agreement he had made with David, when he said he would give to him and to his sons a light forever. In his time Edom made themselves free from the rule of Judah, and took a king for themselves. Then Jehoram went over with his captains and all his war carriages and made an attack by night on the Edomites, whose forces were all around him, on the captains of their war carriages. So Edom made themselves free from the rule of Judah, to this day, and at the same time Libnah made itself free from his rule, because he was turned away from the Lord, the God of his fathers. And more than this, he made high places in the mountains of Judah, teaching the people of Jerusalem to go after false gods, and guiding Judah away from the true way. And a letter came to him from Elijah the prophet, saying, The Lord, the God of your father David, says, because you have not kept the ways of your father Jehoshaphat or the ways of Asa, king of Judah, but have gone in the way of the kings of Israel, and have made Judah and the people of Jerusalem go after false gods, as the family of Ahab did, and because you have put to death your father's sons, your brothers, who were better than yourself. Now, truly, the Lord will send a great destruction on your people and your children and your wives and everything which is yours, and you yourself will undergo the cruel pains of a disease in your stomach, so that day by day your inside will be falling out because of the disease. Then the Philistines and the Arabians, who are by Ethiopia, were moved by the Lord to make war on Jehoram, and they came up against Judah, forcing a way into it, and took away all the goods in the king's house, as well as his sons and his wives, so that he had no son but only Jehoahaz, the youngest. And after all this the Lord sent on him a disease of the stomach from which it was impossible for him to be made well. And time went on, and after 2 years, his inside falling out because of the disease, he came to his death in cruel pain, and his people made no burning for him like the burning made for his fathers. He was 32 years old when he became king, and he was ruling in Jerusalem for 8 years, and at his death he was not regretted. They put his body into the earth in the town of David, but not in the resting place of the kings. Chapter 22. And the people of Jerusalem made Ahaziah, his youngest son, king in his place, for the band of men who came with the Arabians to the army had put all the older sons to death. So Ahaziah, the son of Jehoram, became king. Ahaziah was 22 years old when he became king, and he was ruling in Jerusalem for 1 year. His mother's name was Athaliah, the daughter of Omri. He went in the ways of the family of Ahab, for his mother was his teacher in evil doing. And he did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as the family of Ahab did, for after the death of his father they were his guides to his destruction. Acting on their suggestion, he went with Jehoram, son of Ahab, king of Israel, to make war on Hazael, king of Aram, at Ramoth Gilead, and Joram was wounded by the bowmen. And he went back to Jezreel to get well from the wounds which they had given him at Ramah when he was fighting against Hazael, king of Aram. And Ahaziah, the son of Jehoram, king of Judah, went down to Jezreel to see Jehoram, the son of Ahab, because he was ill. Now by the purpose of God, Ahaziah's journey to see Jehoram was the cause of his downfall. For when he came there, he went out with Jehoram against Jehu, the son of Nimshi, who had been marked out by the Lord for the destruction of the family of Ahab. Now when Jehu was effecting the punishment of the family of Ahab, he came to the princes of Judah and the sons of Ahaziah's brothers, the servants of Ahaziah, and put them to death. And he went in search of Ahaziah, and when they came where he was, for he was in a secret place in Samaria, they took him to Jehu and put him to death. Then they put his body to rest in the earth, for they said, He is the son of Jehoshaphat, whose heart was true to the Lord. So the family of Ahaziah had no power to keep the kingdom. Now when Athaliah, the mother of Ahaziah, saw that her son was dead, she had all the rest of the seed of the kingdom of Judah put to death. But Jehoshabeth, the daughter of the king, secretly took Joash, the son of Ahaziah, away from among the king's sons who were put to death, and put him and the woman who took care of him in a bedroom. So Jehoshabeth, the daughter of King Jehoram, the wife of Jehoiada the priest and sister of Ahaziah, kept him safe from Athaliah, so that she did not put him to death. And she kept him safe with her in the house of God for 6 years, while Athaliah was ruling the land. Chapter 23. In the 7th year, Jehoiada made himself strong, and made an agreement with the captains of hundreds, Azariah, the son of Jeroham, Ishmael, the son of Jehohanan, Azariah, the son of Obed, Maaseiah, the son of Adaiah, and Elishaphat, the son of Zitri. And they went through Judah, getting together the Levites and the heads of families in Israel from all the towns of Judah, and they came to Jerusalem. And all the people made an agreement with the king in the house of God, and he said to them, "Truly, the king's son will be king, as the Lord has said about the sons of David. This is what you are to do. Let a third of you, of the priests and Levites, who come in on the Sabbath, keep the doors, and a third are to be stationed at the king's house, and a third at the doorway of the horses, while all the people are waiting in the open spaces round the house of the Lord. But let no one come into the house of the Lord but only the priests and those of the Levites who have work to do there. They may go in, for they are holy. But the rest of the people are to keep the orders of the Lord, and the Levites are to make a circle round the king, every man being armed, and any man who comes into the house is to be put to death. You are to keep with the king when he comes in and when he goes out." So the Levites and all Judah did as Jehoiada the priest had given them orders. Every one took with him his men, those who were to come in and those who were to go out on the Sabbath, for Jehoiada had not sent away the divisions. Then Jehoiada the priest gave to the captains of hundreds the spears and body covers which had been King David's and which were kept in the house of God, and he put all the people in position, every man with his instruments of war in his hand, from the right side of the house to the left, by the altar in the house and all round the king. Then they made the king's son come out, and they put the crown on his head and gave him the armbands and made him king. And Jehoiada and his sons put the holy oil on him and said, "Long life to the king." Now Athaliah, hearing the noise of the people running and praising the king, came to the people in the house of the Lord, and looking, she saw the king in his place by the pillar at the doorway, and the captains and the horns by his side, and all the people of the land were giving signs of joy and sounding the horns, and the makers of melody were playing on instruments of music, taking the chief part in the song of praise. Then Athaliah, violently parting her robes, said, "Broken faith, broken faith." Then Jehoiada the priest gave orders to the captains of hundreds who had authority over the army, saying, "Take her outside the lines, and let anyone who goes after her be put to death with the sword." For the priests said, "Let her not be put to death in the house of the Lord." So they put their hands on her, and she went to the king's house by the doorway of the king's horses, and there she was put to death. And Jehoiada made an agreement between the Lord and all the people and the king, that they would be the Lord's people. Then all the people went to the house of Baal and had it pulled down, and its altars and images broken up, and Mattan, the priest of Baal, they put to death before the altars. And Jehoiada put the work and the care of the house of the Lord into the hands of the priests and the Levites, who had been grouped in divisions by David to make burnt offerings to the Lord, as it is recorded in the law of Moses, with joy and song as David had said. And he put doorkeepers at the doors of the Lord's house, to see that no one who was unclean in any way might come in. Then he took the captains of hundreds and the chiefs and the rulers of the people and all the people of the land, and they came down with the king from the house of the Lord through the higher doorway into the king's house, and put the king on the seat of the kingdom. So all the people of the land were glad and the town was quiet, for they had put Athaliah to death with the sword. Chapter 24. Joash was 7 years old when he became king, and he was ruling for 40 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Zibiah Beersheba. And Joash did what was right in the eyes of the Lord as long as Jehoiada the priest was living. And Jehoiada took 2 wives for him, and he became the father of sons and daughters. Now after this Joash had a desire to put the house of the Lord into good order again, and getting together the priests and Levites, he said to them, "Go out into the towns of Judah year by year, and get from all Israel money to keep the house of your God in good condition, and see that this is done without loss of time." The Levites, however, were slow in doing so. Then the king sent for Jehoiada, the chief priest, and said to him, "Why have you not given the Levites orders that the tax fixed by Moses, the servant of the Lord, and by the meeting of Israel, for the tent of witness, is to be gotten from Judah and Jerusalem and handed over?" For the house of the Lord had been broken up by Athaliah, that evil woman, and her sons, and all its holy things they had given to the Baals. So at the king's order they made a chest and put it outside the doorway of the house of the Lord, and an order was sent out through all Judah and Jerusalem that payment was to be made to the Lord of the tax which Moses, the servant of God, had put on Israel in the wasteland. And all the chiefs and all the people came gladly and put their money into the chest, till they had all given. So when the chest was taken to the king's servants by the Levites, and they saw that there was much money in it, The king's scribe and the chief priest's servant took the money out and put the chest back in its place. They did this day by day, and got together a great amount of money. Then the king and Jehoiada gave it to those who were responsible for getting the work done on the Lord's house, and with it they got wall builders and woodworkers and metal workers to put the house of the Lord in good order again. So the workmen did their work, making good what was damaged and building up the house of God till it was strong and beautiful again. And when the work was done, they took the rest of the money to the king and Jehoiada, and it was used for making the vessels for the house of the Lord, all the vessels needed for the offerings, the spoons and the vessels of gold and silver. And as long as Jehoiada was living, the regular burnt offerings were offered in the house of the Lord. But Jehoiada became old and full of days, and he came to his end. He was 130 years old at the time of his death. And they put him into his last resting place in the town of David, among the kings, because he had done good in Israel for God and for his house. Now after the death of Jehoiada, the chiefs of Judah came and went down on their faces before the king. Then the king gave ear to them. And they gave up the house of the Lord God of their fathers, and became worshippers of pillars of wood and of the images. And because of this sin of theirs, wrath came on Judah and Jerusalem. And the Lord sent them prophets to make them come back to him. And they gave witness against them, but they would not give ear. Then the Spirit of God came on Zechariah, the son of Jehoiada the priest, and, getting up before the people, he said to them, God has said, why do you go against the orders of the Lord, so that everything goes badly for you? Because you have given up the Lord, he has given you up. But when they had made a secret design against him, he was stoned with stones, by the king's order, in the outer square of the Lord's house. So King Joash did not keep in mind how good Jehoiada his father had been to him, but put his son to death. And in the hour of his death he said, may the Lord see it and take payment. Now in the spring, the army of the Arameans came up against him. They came against Judah and Jerusalem, putting to death all the great men of the people and sending all the goods they took from them to the king of Damascus. For though the army of Aram was only a small one, the Lord gave a very great army into their hands, because they had given up the Lord, the God of their fathers. So they put into effect the punishment of Joash, and when they had gone away from him, for he was broken with disease, his servants made a secret design against him because of the blood of the son of Jehoiada the priest, and they put him to death on his bed, and they put his body into the earth in the town of David, but not in the resting place of the kings. Those who made designs against him were Zabad, the son of Shimeath, an Ammonite woman, and Jehozabad, the son of Shimrith, a Moabite woman. Now the story of his sons, and all the words said by the prophet against him, and the building up again of the Lord's house, are recorded in the account in the book of the Kings. Chapter 25. Amaziah was 25 years old when he became king, and he was ruling in Jerusalem for 29 years. His mother's name was Jehoadan of Jerusalem. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, but his heart was not completely true to the Lord. Now when he became strong in the kingdom, he put to death those men who had taken the life of the king his father. But he did not put their children to death, for he kept the orders of the Lord recorded in the book of the law of Moses, saying, the fathers are not to be put to death for their children or the children for their fathers, but a man is to be put to death for the sin which he himself has done. Then Amaziah got all Judah together and put them in order by their families, even all Judah and Benjamin, under captains of thousands and captains of hundreds, and he had those of 20 years old and overnumbered, and they came to 300,000 of the best fighting men, trained for war and in the use of the spear and the body cover. And for 100 talents of silver, he got 100,000 fighting men from Israel. But a man of God came to him, saying, O king, let not the army of Israel go with you, for the Lord is not with Israel, that is, the children of Ephraim, but go yourself, and be strong in war. God will not let you go down before those who are fighting against you, for God has power to give help or to send you down before your attackers. Then Amaziah said to the man of God, but what is to be done about the 100 talents which I have given for the armed band of Israel? And the man of God in answer said, God is able to give you much more than this. So Amaziah, separating the armed band which had come to him from Ephraim, sent them back again, which made them very angry with Judah, and they went back burning with wrath. Then Amaziah took heart, and went out at the head of his people and came to the valley of Salt, where he put to death 10,000 of the children of Seir, And 10,000 more the children of Israel took living, and made them go up to the top of the rock, pushing them down from the top of the rock so that their bodies were broken by the fall. But the men of the band which Amaziah sent back and did not take with him to the fight, made attacks on the towns of Judah from Samaria to Beth-horon, putting to death 3,000 of their people and taking away a great store of their goods. Now when Amaziah came back from the destruction of the Edomites, he took the gods of the children of Seir and made them his gods, worshipping them and burning offerings before them. And so the wrath of the Lord was moved against Amaziah, and he sent a prophet to him, who said, "Why have you gone after the gods of the people who have not given their people salvation from your hands?" But while he was talking to him, the king said to him, "Have we made you one of the king's government? Say no more, or it will be the cause of your death." Then the prophet gave up protesting, and said, "It is clear to me that God's purpose is your destruction, because you have done this and have not given ear to my words." Then Amaziah, king of Judah, acting on the suggestion of his servants, sent to Joash, the son of Jehoahaz, the son of Jehu, king of Israel, saying, "Come, let us have a meeting face to face." And Joash, king of Israel, sent to Amaziah, king of Judah, saying, "The thorn tree in Lebanon sent to the cedar in Lebanon, saying, 'Give your daughter to my son for a wife,' and a beast from the woodland in Lebanon went by, crushing the thorn under his feet. You say, 'See, I have overcome Edom,' and your heart is lifted up with pride. Now keep in your country. Why do you make causes of trouble, putting yourself, and Judah with you, in danger of downfall?" But Amaziah gave no attention, and this was the purpose of God, so that he might give them up into the hands of Joash, because they had gone after the gods of Edom. And so Joash, king of Israel, went up, and he and Amaziah, king of Judah, came face to face at Beth Shemesh in Judah. And Judah was overcome before Israel, and they went in flight, every man to his tent. And Joash, king of Israel, made Amaziah, king of Judah, the son of Joash, the son of Jehoahaz, prisoner at Beth Shemesh, and took him to Jerusalem. And he had the wall of Jerusalem pulled down from the doorway of Ephraim to the doorway in the angle, 400 cubits. And he took all the gold and silver and all the vessels which were in the house of the Lord, under the care of Obed-Edom, and all the wealth from the king's house, as well as those whose lives would be the price of broken faith, and went back to Samaria. Amaziah, son of Joash, king of Judah, went on living for 15 years after the death of Joash, the son of Jehoahaz, king of Israel. Now the rest of the acts of Amaziah, first and last, are they not recorded in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel? Now from the time when Amaziah gave up worshipping the Lord, they made secret designs against him in Jerusalem, and he went in flight to Lachish. But they sent to Lachish after him and put him to death there. And they took his body on horseback and put it into the earth with his fathers in the town of David. Chapter 26. Then all the people of Judah took Uzziah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in place of his father Amaziah. He was the builder of a loaf, which he got back for Judah after the death of the king. Uzziah was 16 years old when he became king, and he was ruling in Jerusalem for 52 years. His mother's name was Chilia of Jerusalem. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, as his father Amaziah had done. He gave himself to searching after God in the days of Zechariah, who made men wise in the fear of God, and as long as he was true to the Lord, God made things go well for him. He went out and made war against the Philistines, pulling down the walls of Gath and Jabneh and Ashdod, and building towns in the country round Ashdod and among the Philistines. And God gave him help against the Philistines, and against the Arabians living in Gurbaal, and against the Munim. The Ammonites gave offerings to Uzziah, and news of him went out as far as the limit of Egypt, for he became very great in power. Uzziah made towers in Jerusalem, at the doorway in the angle and at the doorway in the valley and at the turn of the wall, arming them. And he put up towers in the wasteland and made places for storing water, for he had much cattle, in the low hills and in the tableland, and he had farmers and vine keepers in the mountains and in the fertile land, for he was a lover of farming. In addition, Uzziah had an army of fighting men who went out to war in bands, as they had been listed by Jeiel the scribe and Maaseiah the ruler, under the authority of Hananiah, one of the king's captains. The heads of families, the strong men of war, were 2,600. And under their orders was a trained army of 307,500, of great strength in war, helping the king against any who came against him. And Uzziah had all these forces armed with body covers and spears and head covers and coats of metal and bows and stones for sending from leather bands. And in Jerusalem he made machines, the invention of expert men, to be placed on the towers and angles of the walls for sending arrows and great stones. And his name was honored far and wide, for he was greatly helped till he was strong. But when he had become strong, his heart was lifted up in pride, causing his destruction. And he did evil against the Lord his God, for he went into the temple of the Lord for the purpose of burning perfumes on the altar of perfumes. And Azariah the priest went in after him, with 80 of the Lord's priests, who were strong men. And they made protests to Uzziah the king, and said to him, The burning of perfumes, Uzziah, is not your business but that of the priests, the sons of Aaron, who have been made holy for this work. Go out of the holy place, for you have done wrong, and it will not be to your honor before God. Then Uzziah was angry, and he had in his hand a vessel for burning perfume, and while his wrath was bitter against the priests, the mark of the leper's disease came out on his brow, before the eyes of the priests in the house of the Lord by the altar of perfumes. And Azariah, the chief priest, and all the priests, looking at him, saw the mark of the leper on his brow. And they sent him out quickly, and he himself went out straightway, for the Lord's punishment had come on him. So King Uzziah was a leper till the day of his death, living separately in his private house, for he was cut off from the house of God. And Jotham his son was ruling over his house, judging the people of the land. Now the rest of the acts of Uzziah, first and last, were recorded by Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amos. So Uzziah went to rest with his fathers, and they put his body into the earth in the field used for the resting place of the kings. For they said, He is a leper, and Jotham his son became king in his place. Chapter 27. Jotham was 25 years old when he became king, and he was ruling in Jerusalem for 16 years, and his mother's name was Jerusha, the daughter of Zadok. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, as his father Uzziah had done. But he did not go into the temple of the Lord, and the people still went on in their evil ways. He put up the higher doorway of the house of the Lord, and did much building on the wall of the Ophel. In addition, he made towns in the hill country of Judah, and strong buildings and towers in the woodlands. He went to war with the king of the children of Ammon and overcame them. That year, the children of Ammon gave him 100 talents of silver, and 10,000 measures of grain and 10,000 measures of barley. And the children of Ammon gave him the same amount the second year and the third. So Jotham became strong, because in all his ways he made the Lord his guide. Now the rest of the acts of Jotham, and all his wars and his ways, are recorded in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he was ruling in Jerusalem for 16 years. And Jotham went to rest with his fathers, and they put his body into the earth in the town of David, and Ahaz his son became king in his place. Chapter 28. Ahaz was 20 years old when he became king, and he was ruling in Jerusalem for 16 years. He did not do what was right in the eyes of the Lord, like David his father, but he went in the ways of the kings of Israel and made images of metal for the Baals. More than this, he had offerings burned in the valley of the son of Hinnom, and made his children go through fire, copying the disgusting ways of the nations whom the Lord had sent out of the land before the children of Israel. And he made offerings and had perfumes burned in the high places and on the hills and under every green tree. So the Lord his God gave him up into the hands of the king of Aram, and they overcame him, and took away a great number of his people as prisoners to Damascus. Then he was given into the hands of the king of Israel, who sent great destruction on him. For Pekah, the son of Remaliah, in one day put to death 120,000 men of Judah, all of them good fighting men, because they had given up the Lord, the God of their fathers. And Zitri, a great fighting man of Ephraim, put to death Maaseiah, the king's son, and Azrikam, the controller of his house, and Elkanah, who was second in authority to the king. And the children of Israel took away as prisoners from their brothers 200,000 women and sons and daughters, and a great store of their goods, and took them to Samaria. But a prophet of the Lord was there, named Oded, and he went out in front of the army which was coming into Samaria and said to them, Truly, because the Lord, the God of your fathers, was angry with Judah, he gave them up into your hands, and you have put them to death in an outburst of wrath stretching up to heaven. And now your purpose is to keep the children of Judah and Jerusalem as men servants and women servants under your yoke. But are there no sins against the Lord your God to be seen among yourselves? And now give ear to me, and send back the prisoners whom you have taken from your brothers, for the wrath of the Lord is burning against you. Then certain of the heads of the children of Ephraim, Azariah, the son of Johanan, Berechiah, the son of Meshullemeth, Jehizkiah, the son of Shallum, and Amasa the son of Hadlai, put themselves against those who had come from the war, and said to them, You are not to let these prisoners come here, for what you are designing to do will be a cause of sin against the Lord to us, making even greater our sin and our wrongdoing, which now are great enough, and his wrath is burning against Israel. So the armed men gave up the prisoners and the goods they had taken to the heads in the meeting of the people. And those men who have been named went up and took the prisoners, clothing those among them who were uncovered, with things from the goods which had been taken in the war, and putting robes on them and shoes on their feet. And they gave them food and drink and oil for their bodies, and seating all the feeble among them on asses, they took them to Jericho, the town of palm trees, to their people, and then went back to Samaria. At that time King Ahaz sent for help to the king of Assyria, for the Edomites had come again, attacking Judah and taking away prisoners. And the Philistines, forcing their way into the towns of the lowlands and the south of Judah, had taken Beth Shemesh and Ayulan and Jederoth and Soko, with their daughter towns, as well as Timnah and Gimzo and their daughter towns, and were living there. For the Lord made Judah low, because of Ahaz, king of Israel, for he had given up all self-control in Judah, sinning greatly against the Lord. Then Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, came to him, but was a cause of trouble and not of strength to him. For Ahaz took a part of the wealth from the house of the Lord, and from the house of the king and of the great men, and gave it to the king of Assyria, but it was no help to him. And in the time of his trouble, this same king Ahaz did even more evil against the Lord. For he made offerings to the gods of Damascus, who were attacking him, and said, Because the gods of the kings of Aram are giving them help, I will make offerings to them so that they may give me help. But they were the cause of his downfall, and of that of all Israel. And Ahaz got together the vessels of the house of God, cutting up all the vessels of the house of God, and shutting the doors of the Lord's house. And he made altars in every part of Jerusalem. And in every town of Judah he made high places where perfumes were burned to other gods, awaking the wrath of the Lord, the God of his fathers. Now the rest of his acts and all his ways, first and last, are recorded in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. And Ahaz went to rest with his fathers, and they put his body into the earth in Jerusalem. But they did not put him in the resting place of the kings of Israel, and Hezekiah his son became king in his place. Chapter 29. Hezekiah became king when he was 25 years old, and he was king in Jerusalem for 29 years, and his mother's name was Abijah, the daughter of Zechariah. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, as his father David had done. In the first year of his rule, in the first month, opening the doors of the Lord's house, he made them strong. And he sent for the priests and the Levites, and got them together in the wide place on the east side, and said to them, Give ear to me, O Levites, now make yourselves holy, and make holy the house of the Lord, the God of your fathers, and take away everything unclean from the holy place. For our fathers have done evil, sinning in the eyes of the Lord our God, and have given him up, turning away their faces from the house of the Lord, and turning their backs on him. The doors of his house have been shut and the lights put out. No perfumes have been burned or offerings made to the God of Israel in his holy place. And so the wrath of the Lord has come on Judah and Jerusalem, and he has given them up to be a cause of fear and wonder and shame, as your eyes have seen. For see, our fathers have been put to death with the sword, and our sons and daughters and wives have been taken away prisoners because of this. Now it is my purpose to make an agreement with the Lord, the God of Israel, so that the heat of his wrath may be turned away from us. My sons, take care now, for you have been marked out by the Lord to come before him and to be his servants, burning offerings to him. Then the Levites took their places, Mahat, the son of Amasai, and Joel, the son of Azariah, among the Kohathites, and of the sons of Merari, Kish, the son of Abdi, and Azariah, the son of Jehaleleel, and of the Gershonites, Joah, the son of Zimmah, and Eden, the son of Joah, and of the sons of Elizaphan, Shimri and Jewel, and of the sons of Asaph, Zechariah and Mattaniah, and of the sons of Heman, Jehuel and Shimei, and of the sons of Jeduthun, Shemaiah, and Uzziel. And they got their brothers together and made themselves holy, and went in, as the king had said by the word of the Lord, to make the house of the Lord clean. And the priests went into the inner part of the house of the Lord to make it clean, and everything unclean which was to be seen in the temple of the Lord they took out into the outer square of the Lord's house, and the Levites got it together and took it away to the stream Kidron. On the first day of the first month the work of making the house holy was started, and on the 8th day they came to the covered way of the Lord. In 8 days they made the Lord's house holy, and on the 16th day of the first month the work was done. Then they went into King Hezekiah and said, We have made all the house of the Lord clean, as well as the altar of burnt offerings with all its vessels, and the table for the holy bread, with all its vessels, and all the vessels which were turned out by King Ahaz in his sin while he was king. We have put in order and made holy, and now they are in their places before the altar of the Lord. Then Hezekiah the king got up early, and got together the great men of the town, and went up to the house of the Lord. And they took with them 7 oxen and 7 male sheep and 7 lambs and 7 he-goats as a sin offering for the kingdom and for the holy house and for Judah. And he gave orders to the sons of Aaron, the priests, that these were to be offered on the altar of the Lord. So they put the oxen to death, and their blood was given to the priests to be drained out against the altar. Then they put the male sheep to death, draining out their blood against the altar, and they put the lambs to death, draining out their blood against the altar. Then they took the he-goats for the sin offering, placing them before the king in the meeting of the people, and they put their hands on them, and the priests put them to death, and made a sin offering with their blood on the altar, to take away the sin of all Israel. For the king gave orders that the burnt offering and the sin offering were for all Israel. Then he put the Levites in their places in the house of the Lord, with brass and corded instruments of music as ordered by David and Gad, the king's seer, and Nathan the prophet, for the order was the Lord's, given by his prophets. So the Levites took their places with David's instruments, and the priests with their horns. And Hezekiah gave the word for the burnt offering to be offered on the altar. And when the burnt offering was started, then the song of the Lord was started, with the blowing of horns and with all the instruments of David, king of Israel. And all the people gave worship, to the sound of songs and the blowing of horns, and this went until the burnt offering was ended. And at the end of the offering, the king and all who were present with him gave worship with bent heads. Then King Hezekiah and the captains gave orders to the Levites to give praise to God in the words of David and Asaph the seer. And they made songs of praise with joy, and with bent heads gave worship. Then Hezekiah made answer and said, Now that you have given yourselves to the Lord, come near and take offerings and praise offerings into the house of the Lord. So all the people took in offerings and praise offerings, and those whose hearts were moved, took in burnt offerings. The number of burnt offerings which the people took in was 70 oxen, 100 male sheep, and 200 lambs. All these were for burnt offerings to the Lord. And the holy things were 600 oxen and 3,000 sheep. There were not enough priests for the work of cutting up all the burnt offerings, so their brothers the Levites gave them help till the work was done and the priests had made themselves holy, for the Levites were more upright and hard to make themselves holy than the priests. And there was a great amount of burnt offerings, with the fat of the peace offerings and the drink offerings for every burnt offering. So the work of the Lord's house was put in order. And Hezekiah and all the people were full of joy, because God had made the people ready, for the thing was done suddenly. Chapter 30. Then Hezekiah sent word to all Israel and Judah, and sent letters to Ephraim and Manasseh, requesting them to come to the house of the Lord at Jerusalem, to keep the Passover to the Lord, the God of Israel. For the king, after discussion with his chiefs and all the body of the people in Jerusalem, had made a decision to keep the Passover in the 2nd month. It was not possible to keep it at that time, because not enough priests had made themselves holy, and the people had not come together in Jerusalem, and the thing was right in the eyes of the king and all the people. So it was ordered that word was to be sent out through all Israel, from Beersheba to Dan, that they were to come to keep the Passover to the Lord, the God of Israel, at Jerusalem, because they had not kept it in great numbers in agreement with the law. So runners went with letters from the king and his chiefs through all Israel and Judah, by the order of the king, saying, O children of Israel, come back again to the Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel. so that he may come again to that small band of you which has been kept safe out of the hands of the kings of Assyria. Do not be like your fathers and your brothers, who were sinners against the Lord, the God of their fathers, so that he made them a cause of fear, as you see. Now do not be hard-hearted, as your fathers were, but give yourselves to the Lord, and come into his holy place, which he has made is forever, and be the servants of the Lord your God, so that the heat of his wrath may be turned away from you. For if you come back to the Lord, those who took away your brothers and your children will have pity on them, and let them come back to this land. For the Lord your God is full of grace and mercy, and his face will not be turned away from you if you come back to him. So the runners went from town to town through all the country of Ephraim and Manasseh as far as Zebulun, but they were laughed at and made sport of. However, some of Asher and Manasseh and Zebulun put away their pride and came to Jerusalem. And in Judah the power of God gave them one heart to do the orders of the king and the captains, which were taken as the word of the Lord. So a very great number of people came together at Jerusalem to keep the feast of unleavened bread in the second month. And they got to work and took away all the altars in Jerusalem, and they put all the vessels for burning perfumes into the stream Kidron. Then on the 14th day of the second month they put the Passover lambs to death, and the priests and the Levites were shamed, and made themselves holy and took burnt offerings into the house of the Lord. And they took their places in their right order, as it was ordered in the law of Moses, the man of God, the priests straining out on the altar the blood given them by the Levites. For there were still a number of the people there who had not made themselves holy, so the Levites had to put Passover lambs to death for those who were not clean, to make them holy to the Lord. For a great number of the people from Ephraim and Manasseh, Issachar and Zebulun, had not made themselves clean, but they took the Passover meal, though not in the right way. For Hezekiah had made prayer for them, saying, May the good Lord have mercy on everyone who, with all his heart, is turned to God the Lord, the God of his fathers, even if he has not been made clean after the rules of the holy place. And the Lord gave ear to Hezekiah, and made the people well. So the children of Israel who were present in Jerusalem kept the feast of unleavened bread for 7 days with great joy, and the Levites and the priests gave praise to the Lord day by day, making melody to the Lord with loud instruments. And Hezekiah said kind words to the Levites who were expert in the ordering of the worship of the Lord. So they kept the feast for 7 days, offering peace offerings and praising the Lord, the God of their fathers, and by the desire of all the people. The feast went on for another 7 days, and they kept the 7 days with joy. For Hezekiah, king of Judah, gave to the people for offerings 1,000 oxen and 7,000 sheep, and the rulers gave 1,000 oxen and 10,000 sheep, and a great number of priests made themselves holy. And all the people of Judah, with the priests and the Levites, and those who had come from Israel, and men from other lands who had come from Israel or who were living in Judah, were glad with great joy. So there was great joy in Jerusalem, for nothing like this had been seen in Jerusalem from the time of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel. Then the priests and the Levites gave the people a blessing, and the voice of their prayer went up to the holy place of God in heaven. Chapter 31. Now when all this was over, all the men of Israel who were present went out into the towns of Judah, causing the stone pillars to be broken up and the wood pillars to be cut down, pulling down the high places and the altars in all Judah and Benjamin, as well as in Ephraim and Manasseh, till all were gone. Then all the children of Israel went back to their towns, every man to his property. Then Hezekiah put in order the divisions of the priests and Levites, every man in his division, in relation to his work, for the burnt offerings and peace offerings, and for the ordering of worship and for giving praise at the doors of the Lord's house. And he gave the king's part of his private property for the burnt offerings, that is, for the morning and evening offerings, and the offerings for the Sabbath and the new moons and the regular feasts, as it is recorded in the law of the Lord. In addition, he gave orders to the people of Jerusalem to give to the priests and Levites that part which was theirs by right, so that they might be strong in keeping the law of the Lord. And when the order was made public, straightway the children of Israel gave, in great amounts, the first fruits of their grain and wine and oil and honey, and of the produce of their fields, and they took in 1/10 part of everything, a great store. And the children of Israel and Judah, who were living in the towns of Judah, came with the 10th part of their oxen and sheep, and 1/10 of all the holy things which were to be given to the Lord their God, and put them in great masses. The first store of things was put down in the 3rd month. and in the 7th month the masses were complete. And when Hezekiah and the rulers came and saw all the store of goods, they gave praise to the Lord and to his people Israel. Then Hezekiah put questions to the priests and Levites about the store of goods. And Azariah, the chief priest, of the family of Zadok, said in answer, "From the time when the people first came with their offerings into the house of the Lord, we have had food enough, and more than enough, for the blessing of the Lord is on his people, and there is this great store which has not been used." Then Hezekiah said that storerooms were to be made ready in the house of the Lord, and this was done. And in them they put all the offerings and the tents and the holy things, keeping nothing back. And over them was Conaniah the Levite, with Shimei his brother second to him. And Jehiel and Azaziah and Nahath and Asahel and Jerimoth and Josabad and Elil and Ismachiah and Mahat and Benaiah were overseers, under the directions of Conaniah and Shimei his brother, by the order of Hezekiah the king and Azariah, the ruler of the house of God. And Kor, the son of Imnah the Levite, the keeper of the east door, had control of the offerings freely given to God, and the distribution of the offerings of the Lord and the most holy things. And under him were Eden and Midiamin and Jeshua and Shemaiah and Amariah and Shechaniah, in the towns of the priests, who were made responsible for giving it to all their brothers, by divisions, to small and great, as well as to all the males, of 3 years old and over, listed by their families, who went into the house of the Lord to do what was needed day by day, for their special work with their divisions. And the families of the priests were listed by their fathers' names, but the Levites, of 20 years old and over, were listed in relation to their work and their divisions. And in the lists were all their little ones and their wives and their sons and daughters. Through all the people, they made themselves holy in the positions which they were given. And as for the sons of Aaron, the priests, living in the country on the outskirts of their towns, every different town there were men, marked out by name, to give their part of the goods to all the males among the priests, and to all who were listed among the Levites. This Hezekiah did through all Judah. He did what was good and right and true before the Lord his God. And for everything he undertook, in connection with the work of the house of God and his law and orders, he got directions from God and did it with serious purpose, and things went well for him. Chapter 32. Now after these things and this true-hearted work, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, came into Judah, and put his army in position before the walled towns of Judah, designing to make his way into them by force. And when Hezekiah saw that Sennacherib had come for the purpose of fighting against Jerusalem, he took up with his rulers and men of war the question of stopping up the water springs outside the town, and they gave him their support. So they got together a great number of people, and had all the water springs and the stream flowing through the land stopped up, saying, "Why let the kings of Assyria come and have much water?" Then he took heart, building up the wall where it was broken down, and making its towers higher, and building another wall outside. And he made strong the Millo in the town of David, and got together a great store of all sorts of instruments of war. And he put war chiefs over the people, and sent for them all to come together to him in the wide place at the doorway into the town, and to give them heart he said to them, "Be strong and take heart, have no fear, and do not be troubled on account of the king of Assyria and all the great army with him, for there is a greater with us. With him is an arm of flesh, but we have the Lord our God, helping us and fighting for us." And the people put their faith in what Hezekiah, king of Judah, said. After this, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, sent his servants to Jerusalem. At that time he was stationed with all his army in front of Lachish, to say to Hezekiah and all the men of Judah in Jerusalem, "Sennacherib, king of Assyria, says, in what are you placing your hope, waiting here in the walled town of Jerusalem? Is it not Hezekiah who has got you to do it, causing your death from need of food and water, by saying, 'The Lord our God will give us salvation out of the hands of the king of Assyria'? Has not this same Hezekiah taken away his high places and his altars, saying to Judah and Jerusalem, 'Give worship before one altar only, burning offerings on it'? Have you no knowledge of what I and my fathers have done to all the peoples of every land? Were the gods of the nations of those lands able to keep their land from falling into my hands? Who is there among all the gods of those nations, which my fathers put to destruction, who is able to keep his people safe from my hands? And is it possible that your God will keep you safe from my hands? So do not be tricked by Hezekiah or let him get you to do this, and do not put any faith in what he says, for no God of any nation or kingdom has been able to keep his people safe from my hands, or the hands of my fathers. how much less will your God keep you safe from my hands? And his servants said even more against the Lord God and against his servant Hezekiah. And he sent letters, in addition, to put shame on the Lord, the God of Israel, and to say evil against him, saying, as the gods of the nations of other lands have not been able to keep their people safe from my hands, no more will the God of Hezekiah keep his people safe from my hands. These things they said, crying out with a loud voice in the Jews' language, to the people of Jerusalem who were on the wall, with the purpose of troubling them and putting fear into them, so that they might take the town, talking of the God of Jerusalem as if he was like the gods of the peoples of the earth, the work of men's hands. And Hezekiah the king, and Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amoz, made prayer because of this, crying out to heaven. And the Lord sent an angel who put to death all the men of war and the chiefs and the captains in the army of the king of Assyria. So he went back to his country in shame. And when he came into the house of his God, his sons, the offspring of his body, put him to death there with the sword. So the Lord gave Hezekiah and the people of Jerusalem salvation from the power of Sennacherib, the king of Assyria, and from all others, giving them rest on every side. And great numbers came to Jerusalem with offerings for the Lord, and things of great price for Hezekiah, king of Judah, so that he was honored among all nations from that time. In those days Hezekiah was ill and near death, and he made prayer to the Lord, and the Lord in answer gave him a sign. But Hezekiah did not do as had been done to him, for his heart was lifted up in pride, and so wrath came on him and on Judah and Jerusalem. But then, Hezekiah, in sorrow for what he had done, put away his pride, and he and all Jerusalem made themselves low, so that the wrath of the Lord did not come on them in Hezekiah's lifetime. And Hezekiah had very great wealth and honor, and he made himself storehouses for his gold and silver and jewels and spices, and for body covers and all sorts of beautiful vessels, and storehouses for the produce of grain and wine and oil, and buildings for all sorts of beasts and flocks. And he made towns for himself, and got together much property in flocks and herds, for God had given him great wealth. It was Hezekiah who had the higher spring of the water of Gihon stopped, and the water taken down on the west side of the town of David. In everything he undertook, Hezekiah did well. However, in the business of the representatives sent by the rulers of Babylon to get news of the wonder which had taken place in the land, God gave up guiding him, testing him to see what was in his heart. Now the rest of the acts of Hezekiah, and the good he did, are recorded in the vision of Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amoz, and in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. So Hezekiah went to rest with his fathers, and they put his body into the higher part of the resting places of the sons of David, and all Judah and the people of Jerusalem gave him honor at his death. Chapter 33. Manasseh was 12 years old when he became king, and he was ruling for 55 years in Jerusalem. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, copying the disgusting ways of the nations whom the Lord had sent out of the land before the children of Israel. For he put up again the high places which had been pulled down by his father Hezekiah, and he made altars for the Baals, and pillars of wood, and was a worshipper and servant of all the stars of heaven. And he made altars in the house of the Lord, of which the Lord had said, in Jerusalem will my name be forever. And he made altars for all the stars of heaven in the two outer squares of the house of the Lord. More than this, he made his children go through the fire in the valley of the son of Hinnom. And he made use of secret arts, and signs for reading the future, and unnatural powers, and gave positions to those who would control of spirits and to wonder workers. He did much evil in the eyes of the Lord, moving him to wrath. And he put the image he had made in the house of God, the house of which God had said to David and to Solomon his son, in this house, and in Jerusalem, the town which I have made mine out of all the tribes of Israel, will I put my name forever. And never again will I let the feet of Israel be moved out of the land which I have given to their fathers, if only they will take care to do all my orders, even all the law and the orders and the rules given to them by Moses. And Manasseh made Judah and the people of Jerusalem go out of the true way, so that they did more evil than those nations whom the Lord gave up to destruction before the children of Israel. And the word of the Lord came to Manasseh and his people, but they gave no attention. So the Lord sent against them the captains of the army of Assyria, who made Manasseh a prisoner and took him away in chains to Babylon. And crying out to the Lord his God in his trouble, he made himself low before the God of his fathers, and made prayer to him. And in answer to his prayer God let him come back to Jerusalem and to his kingdom. Then Manasseh was certain that the Lord was God. After this he made an outer wall for the town of David, on the west side of Gihon in the valley, as far as the way into the town by the fish doorway, and he put a very high wall round the Ophel, and he put captains of the army in all the walled towns of Judah. He took away the strange gods and the image out of the house of the Lord, and all the altars he had put up on the hill of the Lord's house and in Jerusalem, and put them out of the town. And he put the altar of the Lord in order, offering peace offerings and praise offerings on it, and said that all Judah were to be servants of the Lord, the God of Israel. However, the people still made offerings in the high places, but only to the Lord their God. Now the rest of the acts of Manasseh, and his prayer to his God, and the words which the seers said to him in the name of the Lord, the God of Israel, are recorded among the acts of the kings of Israel, and the prayer which he made to God, and how God gave him an answer, and all his sin and his wrongdoing, and the places where he made high places and put up pillars of wood and images, before he put away his pride, are recorded in the history of the seers. So Manasseh went to rest with his fathers, and they put his body to rest in his house, and Amon his son became king in his place. Amon was 22 years old when he became king, and he was ruling for 2 years in Jerusalem. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as Manasseh his father had done. And Amon made offerings to all the images which his father Manasseh had made, and was their servant. He did not make himself low before the Lord, as his father Manasseh had done, but went on sinning more and more. And his servants made a secret design against him, and put him to death in his house. But the people of the land put to death all those who had taken part in the design against King Amon, and made his son Josiah king in his place. Chapter 34. Josiah was 8 years old when he became king. He was ruling in Jerusalem for 31 years. And he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, walking in the ways of his father David, without turning to the right hand or to the left. In the 8th year of his rule, while he was still young, his heart was first turned to the God of his father David, and in the 12th year he undertook the clearing away of all the high places and the pillars and the images of wood and metal from Judah and Jerusalem. He had the altars of the Baals broken down, while he himself was present, and the sun images which were placed on high over them he had cut down, and the pillars of wood and the metal images he had broken up and crushed to dust, dropping the dust over the resting places of the dead who had made offerings to them. And he had the bones of the priests burned on their altars, and so he made Judah and Jerusalem clean. And in all the towns of Manasseh and Ephraim and Simeon as far as Naphtali, he made waste their houses round about. He had the altars and the pillars of wood pulled down and the images crushed to dust, and all the sun images cut down, through all the land of Israel. And then he went back to Jerusalem. Now in the 18th year of his rule, when the land and the house had been made clean, he sent Shaphan, the son of Azaliah, and Maaseiah, the ruler of the town, and Joah, the son of Joahaz, the recorder, to make good what was damaged in the house of the Lord his God. And they came to Hilkiah, the chief priest, and gave him all the money which had been taken into the house of God, which the Levites, the keepers of the door, had got from Manasseh and Ephraim and those of Israel who had not been taken away as prisoners, and from all Judah and Benjamin and the people of Jerusalem. And they gave it to the overseers of the work of the Lord's house, and the overseers gave it to the workmen working in the house, for building it up and making good what was damaged, even to the woodworkers and builders to get cut stone and wood for joining the structure together and for making boards for the houses which the kings of Judah had given up to destruction. And the men did the work well, and those who had authority over them were Jahath and Obadiah, Levites of the sons of Merari, and Zechariah and Meshullam, of the sons of the Kohathites, who were to be responsible for seeing that the work was done, and others of the Levites, who were expert with instruments of music, had authority over the transport workers, giving directions to all who were doing any sort of work. And among the Levites there were scribes and overseers and doorkeepers. Now when they were taking out the money which had come into the Lord's house, Hilkiah the priest came across the book of the law of the Lord, which he had given by the mouth of Moses. Then Hilkiah said to Shaphan the scribe, I have made discovery of the book of the law in the house of the Lord. And Hilkiah gave the book to Shaphan. And Shaphan took the book to the king, and he gave him an account of what had been done, saying, Your servants are doing all they have been given to do. They have taken out all the money which was in the Lord's house and have given it to the overseers and to the workmen. Then Shaphan the scribe said to the king, Hilkiah the priest has given me a book. And he made a start at reading some of it to the king. And the king, hearing the words of the law, took his robe in his hands, violently parting it as a sign of his grief. And he gave orders to Hilkiah and to Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, and Abdon, the son of Micah, and Shaphan the scribe and Azariah, the king's servant, saying, Go and get directions from the Lord for me and for those who are still in Israel and for Judah, about the words of this book which has come to light. For great is the wrath of the Lord which has been let loose on us, because our fathers have not kept the word of the Lord or done what is recorded in this book. So Hilkiah, and those whom the king sent, went to Huldah the woman prophet, the wife of Shallum, the son of Tokath, the son of Huzrah, the keeper of the robes. Now she was living in Jerusalem, in the second part of the town, and they had talked with her about this thing. And she said to them, The Lord, the God of Israel, has said, Say to the man who sent you to me, These are the words of the Lord. See, I will send evil on this place and on its people, even all the curses in the book which they have been reading before the king of Judah, because they have given me up, burning offerings to other gods and moving me to wrath by all the works of their hands. So my wrath is let loose on this place and will not be put out. But to the king of Judah who sent you to get directions from the Lord, say, This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, has said, because you have given ear to my words, and your heart was soft, and you made yourself low before God, on hearing his words about this place and its people, and with weeping and signs of grief have made yourself low before me. I have given ear to you, says the Lord God. See, I will let you go to your fathers, and be put in your last resting place in peace, and your eyes will not see all the evil which I will send on this place and on its people. So they took this news back to the king. Then the king sent and got together all the responsible men of Judah and of Jerusalem. And the king went up to the house of the Lord, with all the men of Judah and the people of Jerusalem, and the priests and the Levites and all the people, small and great, and they were present at his reading of the book of the law which had come to light in the house of the Lord. Then the king, taking his place by the pillar, made an agreement before the Lord, to go in the way of the Lord, and to keep his orders and his decisions and his rules with all his heart and with all his soul, and to keep the words of the agreement recorded in this book. And he made all the people in Jerusalem and Benjamin give their word to keep it. And the people of Jerusalem kept the agreement of God, the God of their fathers. Josiah took away all the disgusting things out of all the lands of the children of Israel, and made all who were in Israel servants of the Lord their God. And as long as he was living, they were true to the Lord, the God of their fathers. Chapter 35. And Josiah kept a Passover to the Lord in Jerusalem. On the 14th day of the first month they put the Passover lamb to death. And he gave the priests their places, making them strong for the work of the house of God. And he said to the Levites, the teachers of all Israel, who were holy to the Lord, See, the holy ark is in the house which Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, made. It will no longer have to be transported on your backs. Now be the servants of the Lord your God and his people Israel, and make yourselves ready in your divisions, by your families, as it is ordered in the writings of David, king of Israel, and of Solomon his son, and take your positions in the holy place, grouped in the families of your brothers, the children of the people. And for every division let there be a part of the family of the Levites, and put the Passover lamb to death, and make yourselves holy, and make it ready for your brothers, so that the orders given by the Lord through Moses may be done. And Josiah gave lambs and goats from the flock as Passover offerings for all the people who were present, to the number of 30,000, and 3,000 oxen. These were from the king's private property. And his captains freely gave an offering to the people, the priests, and the Levites. Hilkiah and Zechariah and Jehiel, the rulers of the house of God, gave to the priests for the Passover offerings 2,600 small cattle and 300 oxen. And Conaniah and Shemaiah and Nethanel, his brothers, and Hashabiah and Jeiel and Josabad, the chiefs of the Levites, gave to the Levites for the Passover offerings 5,000 small cattle and 500 oxen. So everything was made ready, and the priests took their places with the Levites in their divisions, as the king had said. And they put the Passover lambs to death, the blood being drained out by the priests when it was given to them, and the Levites did the skinning. And they took away the burnt offerings, so that they might give them to be offered to the Lord for the divisions of the families of the people, as it is recorded in the book of Moses. And they did the same with the oxen. And the Passover lamb was cooked over the fire, as it says in the law, And the holy offerings were cooked in pots and basins and vessels, and taken quickly to all the people. And after that, they made ready for themselves and for the priests. For the priests, the sons of Aaron, were offering the burnt offerings and the fat till night. So the Levites made ready what was needed for themselves and for the priests, the sons of Aaron. And the sons of Asaph, the makers of melody, were in their places, as ordered by David and Asaph and Heman and Jeduthun, the king's seer, and the doorkeepers were stationed at every door. There was no need for them to go away from their places, for their brothers the Levites made ready for them. So everything needed for the worship of the Lord was made ready that same day, for the keeping of the Passover and the offering of burnt offerings on the altar of the Lord, as King Josiah had given orders. And all the children of Israel who were present kept the Passover and the feast of unleavened bread at that time for 7 days. No Passover like it had been kept in Israel from the days of Samuel the prophet, and not one of the kings of Israel had ever kept a Passover like the one kept by Josiah and the priests and the Levites and all those of Judah and Israel who were present, and the people of Jerusalem. In the 18th year of the rule of Josiah this Passover was kept. After all this, and after Josiah had put the house in order, Necho, king of Egypt, went up to make war at Carchemish by the river Euphrates, and Josiah went out against him. But he sent representatives to him, saying, "What have I to do with you, O king of Judah? I have not come against you this day, but against those with whom I am at war, and God has given me orders to go forward quickly. Keep out of God's way, for he is with me, or he will send destruction on you." However, Josiah would not go back, but keeping to his purpose of fighting against him, and giving no attention to the words of Necho, which came from God, he went forward to the fight in the valley of Megiddo. And the bowmen sent their arrows at King Josiah, and the king said to his servants, "Take me away, for I am badly wounded." So his servants took him out of the line of war carriages, and put him in his second carriage and took him to Jerusalem, where he came to his end, and they put his body in the resting place of his fathers. And in all Judah and Jerusalem there was great weeping for Josiah. And Jeremiah made a song of grief for Josiah. And to this day Josiah is named by all the makers of melody, men and women. In their songs of grief, they made it a rule in Israel, and the songs are recorded among the songs of grief. Now the rest of the acts of Josiah, and the good he did, in keeping with what is recorded in the law of the Lord, and all his acts, first and last, are recorded in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. Chapter 36. Then the people of the land took Jehoahaz, the son of Josiah, and made him king in Jerusalem in place of his father. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he became king. He was ruling in Jerusalem for 3 months. Then the king of Egypt took the kingdom from him in Jerusalem, and put on the land a tax of 100 talents of silver and a talent of gold. And the king of Egypt made Eliakim his brother king over Judah and Jerusalem, changing his name to Jehoiakim. And Necho took his brother Jehoahaz away to Egypt. Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he became king. He was ruling in Jerusalem for 11 years, and he did evil in the eyes of the Lord his God. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up against him, and took him away in chains to Babylon. And Nebuchadnezzar took away some of the vessels of the Lord's house, and put them in the house of his God in Babylon. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoiakim and the disgusting things he did, and all there is to be said against him, are recorded in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. And Jehoiakim his son became king in his place. Jehoiakim was 18 years old when he became king. He was ruling in Jerusalem for 3 months and 10 days, and he did evil in the eyes of the Lord. In the spring of the year King Nebuchadnezzar sent and took him away to Babylon, with the beautiful vessels of the house of the Lord, and made Zedekiah, his father's brother, king over Judah and Jerusalem. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he became king. He was ruling in Jerusalem for 11 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and did not make himself low before Jeremiah the prophet who gave him the word of the Lord. And he took up arms against King Nebuchadnezzar, though he had made him take an oath by God. But he made his neck stiff and his heart hard, turning away from the Lord, the God of Israel. And more than this, all the great men of Judah and the priests and the people made their sin great, turning to all the disgusting ways of the nations, and they made unclean the house of the Lord which he had made holy in Jerusalem. And the Lord, the God of their fathers, sent word to them by his servants, sending early and frequently, because he had pity on his people and on his living place. But they put shame on the servants of God. making sport of his words and laughing at his prophets, till the wrath of God was moved against his people, till there was no help. So he sent against them the king of the Chaldeans, who put their young men to death with the sword in the house of their holy place, and had no pity for any, young man or virgin, old man or white-haired. God gave them all into his hands, and all the vessels of the house of God, great and small, and the stored wealth of the Lord's house and the wealth of the king and his chiefs, he took away to Babylon. And the house of God was burned and the wall of Jerusalem broken down. All its great houses were burned with fire and all its beautiful vessels given up to destruction. And all who had not come to death by the sword he took away prisoners to Babylon. And they became servants to him and to his sons till the kingdom of Persia came to power, so that the words of the Lord, which he said by the mouth of Jeremiah, might come true, till the land had pleasure in her Sabbaths. For as long as she was waste the land kept the Sabbath, till 70 years were complete. Now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, in order that the words which the Lord had said by the mouth of Jeremiah might come true, the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, was moved by the Lord, and he made a public statement and had it given out through all his kingdom and put in writing, saying, Cyrus, king of Persia, has said, all the kingdoms of the earth have been given to me by the Lord, the God of heaven, and he has made me responsible for building a house for him in Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Whoever there is among you of all his people, may the Lord his God be with him and let him go up. Bible in Basic English. The Book of Ezra, Chapter 1. Now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, in order that the word of the Lord given by the mouth of Jeremiah might come true, the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, was moved by the Lord, so that he made a public statement through all his kingdom, and put it in writing, saying, these are the words of Cyrus, king of Persia, the Lord God of heaven has given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he has made me responsible for building a house for him in Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Whoever there is among you of his people, may his God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and take in hand the building of the house of the Lord, the God of Israel. He is the God who is in Jerusalem, and whoever there may be of the rest of Israel, living in any place, let the men of that place give him help with offerings of silver and gold and goods and beasts, in addition to the offering freely given for the house of God in Jerusalem. Then the heads of families of Judah and Benjamin, with the priests and the Levites, got ready, even all those whose spirits were moved by God to go up and take in hand the building of the Lord's house in Jerusalem. And all their neighbors gave them help with offerings of vessels of silver and gold and goods and beasts and things of great value, in addition to what was freely offered. And Cyrus the king got out the vessels of the house of the Lord which Nebuchadnezzar had taken from Jerusalem and put in the house of his gods. Even these Cyrus made Mithredath, the keeper of his wealth, get out, and he gave them, after numbering them, to Sheshbazzar, the ruler of Judah. And this is the number of them. There were 30 gold plates, 1,000 silver plates, 29 knives, 30 gold basins, 410 silver basins, and 1,000 other vessels. There were 5,400 gold and silver vessels. All these were taken back by Sheshbazzar, when those who had been taken prisoner went up from Babylon to Jerusalem. Chapter 2. Now these are the people of the divisions of the kingdom, among those who had been made prisoners by Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and taken away to Babylon, who went back to Jerusalem and Judah, everyone to his town, who went with Zerubbabel, Jeshua, Nehemiah, Sariah, Reelaiah, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mispar, Bigvai, Rehum, Baanah. The number of the men of the people of Israel, the children of Perish, 2,172. The children of Shephatiah, 372. The children of Era, 775. The children of Pahath Moab, of the children of Jeshua and Joab, 2,812. The children of Elam, 1,254. The children of Zatu, 945. The children of Zakkai, 760. The children of Bani, 642. The children of Bebai, 623. The children of Osgod, 1,222. The children of Adonikam, 666. The children of Bigvai, 2,056. The children of Adin, 454. The children of Ader, of Hezekiah, 98. The children of Bezai, 323. The children of Jorah, 112. The children of Hashem, 223. The children of Gibber, 95. The children of Bethlehem, 123. The men of Netapha, 56. The men of Anatoth, 128. The children of Asmaveth, 42. The children of Kiriatharim, Chephra, and Beroth, 743. The children of Ramon Geba, 621. The men of Michmas, 122. The men of Bethel and Ai, 223. The children of Nebo, 52. The children of Magbish, 156. The children of the other Elam, 1,254. The children of Harim, 320. The children of Lod, Hadid, and Ono, 725. The children of Jericho, 345. The children of Sanaa, 3,630. The priests, the children of Jediah, of the house of Jeshua, 973. The children of Ema, 1,052. The children of Pashur, 1,247. The children of Harim, 1,017. The Levites, the children of Jeshua and Kadmiel, of the children of Hodavia, 74. The music makers, the children of Asaph, 128. The children of the doorkeepers, the children of Shallum, the children of Ader, the children of Talmon, the children of Akub, the children of Hatita, the children of Shobai, 139. The Nethinim, the children of Zihah, the children of Hasapha, the children of Tabaoth, the children of Keros, the children of Siah, the children of Paddan, the children of Lebanah, the children of Hagabah, the children of Akub, the children of Hagab, the children of Shamlai, the children of Hanan, the children of Giddel, the children of Gahar, the children of Reiah, the children of Resen, the children of Nekoda, the children of Gazim, the children of Uzzah, the children of Pisaiah, the children of Bisai, the children of Asana, the children of Minim, the children of Nephisim, the children of Bakbuk, the children of Hakupha, the children of Harher, the children of Bazluth, the children of Maida, the children of Harsha, the children of Barkos, the children of Sisera, the children of Tema, the children of Nisha, the children of Hanapha, the children of Solomon's servants, the children of Sotai, the children of Hassaphareth, the children of Peruda, the children of Hala, the children of Darkon, the children of Giddel, the children of Shephatiah, the children of Hadel, the children of Pochereth Hasbaim, the children of Emmi, all the Nethinim, and the children of Solomon's servants, were 392. And these were the people who went up from Tel Melah, Tel Harsha, Cherub, Adin, and Ema, but having no knowledge of their fathers' families or offspring, it was not certain that they were Israelites. The children of Delaiah, the children of Tobiah, the children of Nekoda, 652. And of the children of the priests, the children of Haphaiah, the children of Hakos, the children of Barzillai, who was married to one of the daughters of Barzillai the Gileadite, and took their name. They made search for their record among the lists of families, but their names were nowhere to be seen, so they were looked on as unclean and no longer priests. And the Tirshatha said that they were not to have the most holy things for their food, till a priest came to give decision by Urim and Thummim. The number of all the people together was 42,360, as well as their men servants and their women servants, of whom there were 7,337, and they had 200 men and women to make music. They had 736 horses, 245 transport beasts, 435 camels, 6,720 asses, and some of the heads of families, when they came to the house of the Lord which is in Jerusalem, give freely of their wealth for the building up of the house of God in its place. Every one, as he was able, gave for the work 61,000 derricks of gold, 5,000 pounds of silver, and 100 priests' robes. So the priests and the Levites and the people and the music makers and the doorkeepers and the Nethinim took up their places in their towns, even all Israel in their towns. Chapter 3. And when the 7th month came, and the children of Israel were in the towns, the people came together like one man to Jerusalem. Then Jeshua, the son of Jozadak, and his brothers the priests, and Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, with his brothers, got up and made the altar of the God of Israel for burnt offerings as is recorded in the law of Moses, the man of God. They put the altar on its base, for fear was on them because of the people of the countries, and they made burnt offerings on it to the Lord, even burnt offerings morning and evening. And they kept the Feast of Tents, as it is recorded, making the regular burnt offerings every day by number, as it is ordered, for every day what was needed. And after that, the regular burnt offering and the offerings for the new moons and all the fixed feasts of the Lord which had been made holy, and the offering of everyone who freely gave his offering to the Lord. From the first day of the 7th month they made a start with the burnt offerings, but the base of the temple of the Lord had still not been put in its place, and they gave money to the stone workers and woodworkers, and meat and drink and oil to the people of Zidon and of Tyre, for the transport of cedar trees from Lebanon to the sea, to Joppa, as Cyrus, king of Persia, had given them authority to do. Now in the 2nd year of their coming into the house of God in Jerusalem, in the 2nd month, the work was taken in hand by Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Jeshua, the son of Jozadak, and the rest of their brothers the priests and the Levites, and all those who had come from the land where they were prisoners to Jerusalem. And they made the Levites, of 20 years old and over, responsible for overseeing the work of the house of the Lord. Then Jeshua with his sons and his brothers, Kadmiel with his sons, the sons of Hodaviah, together took up the work of overseeing the workmen in the house of God. The sons of Henadad with their sons and their brothers, the Levites. And when the builders put in position the base of the temple of the Lord, the priests, dressed in their robes, took their places with horns, and the Levites, the sons of Asaph, with brass instruments, to give praise to the Lord in the way ordered by David, king of Israel. And they gave praise to the Lord, answering one another in their songs and saying, For he is good, for his mercy to Israel is eternal. And all the people gave a great cry of joy, when they gave praise to the Lord, because the base of the Lord's house was put in place. But a number of the priests and Levites and the heads of families, old men who had seen the first house, when the base of this house was put down before their eyes, were overcome with weeping, and a number were crying out with joy, so that in the ears of the people the cry of joy was mixed with the sound of weeping. For the cries of the people were loud and came to the ears of those who were a long way off. Chapter 4. Now news came to the haters of Judah and Benjamin that the people who had come back were building a temple to the Lord, the God of Israel. Then they came to Zerubbabel and to the heads of families, and said to them, Let us take part in the building with you, for we are servants of your God, even as you are, and we have been making offerings to him from the days of Esarhaddon, king of Assyria, who put us here. But Zerubbabel and Jeshua and the rest of the heads of families in Israel said to them, You have no part with us in the building of a house for our God. We ourselves will do the work together for the Lord, the God of Israel, as Cyrus, king of Persia, has given us orders. Then the people of the land made the hands of the people of Judah feeble, troubling them with fear in their building, and they gave payment to men who made designs against them and kept them from effecting their purpose, all through the time of Cyrus, king of Persia, till Darius became king. And in the time of Ahasuerus, when he first became king, they put on record a statement against the people of Judah and Jerusalem. And in the time of Artaxerxes, Bishlam, Mithridath, Tabeel, and the rest of his friends, sent a letter to Artaxerxes, king of Persia, writing it in the Aramean writing and language. Rehum, the chief ruler, and Shimshai the scribe, sent a letter against Jerusalem, to Artaxerxes the king. The letter was sent by Rehum, the chief ruler, and Shimshai the scribe and their friends, the Danites and the Apharsathites, the Tarpelites, the Apharsites, the Archavites, the Babylonians, the Shushanshites, the Dehites, the Elamites, and the rest of the nations which the great and noble Osnappar took over and put in Samaria and the rest of the country over the river. This is a copy of the letter which they sent to Artaxerxes the king. Your servants living across the river send these words. We give news to the king that the Jews who came from you have come to us at Jerusalem. They are building up again that uncontrolled and evil town. The walls are complete and they are joining up the bases. The king may be certain that when the building of this town and its walls is complete, they will give no tax or payment in goods or forced payments, and in the end it will be a cause of loss to the kings. Now because we are responsible to the king, and it is not right for us to see the king's honor damaged, We have sent to give the king word of these things, so that search may be made in the book of the records of your fathers, and you will see in the book of the records that this town has been uncontrolled, and a cause of trouble to kings and countries, and that there were outbursts against authority there in the past, for which reason the town was made waste. We give you word, that if the building of this town and its walls is made complete, there will be an end of your power in the country across the river. Then the king sent an answer to Rehum, the chief ruler, and Shimshai the scribe, and their friends living in Samaria, and to the rest of those across the river, saying, Peace to you, and now the sense of the letter which you sent to us has been made clear to me, and I gave orders for a search to be made, and it is certain that in the past this town has made trouble for kings, and that outbursts against authority have taken place there. Further, there have been great kings in Jerusalem, ruling over all the country across the river, to whom they give taxes and payments in goods and forced payments. Give an order now, that these men are to do nothing more, and that the building of the town is to be stopped, till I give an order. Be certain to do this with all care. Do not let trouble be increased to the king's damage. Then, after reading the king's letter, Rehum and Shimshai the scribe and their friends went quickly to Jerusalem, to the Jews, and had them stopped by force. So the work of the house of God at Jerusalem came to an end, so it was stopped, till the 2nd year of the rule of Darius, king of Persia. Chapter 5. Now the prophets Haggai and Zechariah, the son of Iddo, were preaching to the Jews in Judah and Jerusalem in the name of the God of Israel. Then Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Jeshua, the son of Jozadak, got up and made a start at building the house of God at Jerusalem, and the prophets of God were with them, helping them. At the same time, Tatnai, ruler of the land across the river, and Shethar-Bozenai, and their men, came to them and said, Who gave you orders to go on building this house and this wall? Then they said these words to them, What are the names of the men who are at work on this building? But the eye of their God was on the chiefs of the Jews, and they did not make them give up working till the question had been put before Darius and an answer had come by letter about it. This is a copy of the letter which Tatnai, the ruler of the land across the river, and Shethar-Bozenai and his friends the Apharsachites, living across the river, sent to Darius the king. They sent him a letter saying, To Darius the king, all peace. This is to give the king word that we went into the land of Judah, to the house of the great God, which is made of great stones, and has its walls supported with wood, and the work is going on with industry, and they are doing it well. Then we said to the men responsible, Who gave you authority for the building of this house and these walls? And we made request for their names, so that we might send you word, and give you the names of the men at the head of them. And they made answer to us, saying, We are the servants of the God of heaven and earth, and we are building the house which was put up in times long past and was designed and made complete by a great king of Israel. But when the God of heaven was moved to wrath by our fathers, he gave them up into the hands of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, the Chaldean, who sent destruction on this house and took the people away into Babylon. But in the 1st year of Cyrus, king of Babylon, Cyrus the king gave an order for the building of this house of God, and the gold and silver vessels of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took from the temple which was in Jerusalem, and put into the house of his God in Babylon. These Cyrus the king took from the house of his God in Babylon, and gave to one named Sheshbazzar, whom he had made ruler, and he said to him, Go, take these vessels, and put them in the temple in Jerusalem, and let the house of God be put up again in its place. Then this same Sheshbazzar came and put the house of God in Jerusalem on its bases, and from that time till now the building has been going on, but it is still not complete. So now, if it seems good to the king, let search be made in the king's storehouse at Babylon, to see if it is true that an order was given by Cyrus the king for the building of this house of God at Jerusalem, and let the king send us word of his pleasure in connection with this business. Chapter 6. Then Darius the king gave an order, and a search was made in the house of the records, where the things of value were stored up in Babylon. And at Achmetha, in the great house of the king in the land of Media, they came across a roll, in which this statement was put on record. In the 1st year of Cyrus the king, Cyrus the king made an order, in connection with the house of God at Jerusalem. Let the house be put up, the place where they make offerings, and let the earth for the bases be put in place. Let it be 60 cubits high and 60 cubits wide, with 3 lines of great stones and 1 line of new wood supports, and let the necessary money be given out of the king's storehouse, and let the gold and silver vessels from the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took from the temple at Jerusalem to Babylon, be given back and taken again to the temple at Jerusalem, every one in its place, and put them in the house of God. So now, Tatnai, ruler of the land across the river, and Shethar-Bozenai and your people the Apharsachites across the river, keep far from that place. Let the work of this house of God go on. Let the ruler of the Jews and their responsible men put up this house of God in its place. Further, I give orders as to what you are to do for the responsible men of the Jews in connection with the building of this house of God, that from the king's wealth, that is, from the taxes got together in the land over the river, the money needed is to be given to these men readily, so that their work may not be stopped, and whatever they have need of, young oxen and sheep and lambs, for burnt offerings to the God of heaven, grain, salt, wine, and oil, whatever the priests in Jerusalem say is necessary, is to be given to them day by day regularly, so that they may make offerings of a sweet smell to the God of heaven, with prayers for the life of the king and of his sons. And I have given orders that if anyone makes any change in this word, one of the supports is to be pulled out of his house, and he is to be lifted up and fixed to it, and his house is to be made waste for this. And may the God who has made it a resting place for his name send destruction on all kings and peoples whose hands are outstretched to make any change in this or to do damage to this house of God at Jerusalem. I, Darius, have given this order. Let it be done with all care. Then Tatnai, the ruler across the river, and Shethar-Bozenai and their people, because of the order given by King Darius, did as he had said with all care. And the responsible men of the Jews went on with their building, and did well, helped by the teaching of Haggai the prophet and Zechariah, the son of Iddo. They went on building till it was complete, in keeping with the word of the God of Israel, and the orders given by Cyrus, and Darius, and Artaxerxes, king of Persia. And the building of this house was complete on the 3rd day of the month Adar, in the 6th year of the rule of Darius the king. And the children of Israel, the priests and the Levites, and the rest of those who had come back, kept the feast of the opening of this house of God with joy. And they gave as offerings at the opening of this house of God 100 oxen, 200 sheep, 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all Israel, 12 he-goats, being the number of the tribes of Israel. And they put the priests in their divisions and the Levites in their order, for the worship of God at Jerusalem, as it is recorded in the book of Moses. And the children of Israel who had come back kept the Passover on the 14th day of the 1st month. For the priests and the Levites had made themselves clean together, they were all clean, and they put the Passover lamb to death for all those who had come back, and for their brothers the priests and for themselves. And the children of Israel, who had come back, and all those who were joined to them, after separating themselves from the evil ways of the people of the land to become the servants of the Lord, the God of Israel, took food together, and kept the feast of unleavened bread for 7 days with joy, for the Lord had made them full of joy, by turning the heart of the king of Assyria to them to give them help in the work of the house of God, the God of Israel. Chapter 7. Now after these things, when Artaxerxes was king of Persia, Ezra, the son of Sariah, the son of Azariah, the son of Hilkiah, the son of Shallum, the son of Zadok, the son of Ahitub, the son of Amariah, the son of Azariah, the son of Meraioth, the son of Zerahiah, the son of Uzi, the son of Buki, the son of Abishua, the son of Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the chief priest. This Ezra went up from Babylon, and he was a scribe, expert in the law of Moses which the Lord, the God of Israel, had given. And the king, moved by the Lord his God, gave him whatever he made request for. And some of the children of Israel went up, with some of the priests and the Levites and the music makers and the doorkeepers and the Nethinim, to Jerusalem, in the 7th year of Artaxerxes the king. And he came to Jerusalem in the 5th month, in the 7th year of the king's rule. For, starting his journey from Babylon on the 1st day of the 1st month, he came to Jerusalem on the 1st day of the 5th month, by the good help of his God. For Ezra had given his mind to learning the law of the Lord and doing it, and to teaching his rules and decisions in Israel. Now this is a copy of the letter which King Artaxerxes gave to Ezra, the priest and the scribe, who put into writing the words of the orders of the Lord, and of his rules for Israel. Artaxerxes, king of kings, to Ezra the priest, scribe of the law of the God of heaven, All peace. And now it is my order that all those of the people of Israel, and their priests and Levites in my kingdom, who are ready and have a desire to go to Jerusalem, are to go with you, because you are sent by the king and his 7 wise men, to get knowledge about Judah and Jerusalem, as you are ordered by the law of your God which is in your hand, and to take with you the silver and gold freely offered by the king and his wise men to the God of Israel, whose temple is in Jerusalem, as well as all the silver and gold which you get from the land of Babylon, together with the offering of the people and of the priests, freely given for the house of their God, which is in Jerusalem. So with this money get with care oxen, sheep, and lambs, with their meal offerings and their drink offerings, to be offered on the altar of the house of your God, which is in Jerusalem, and whatever seems right to you and to your brothers to do with the rest of the silver and gold, that do, as may be pleasing to your God. And the vessels which have been given to you for the uses of the house of your God, you are to give to the God of Jerusalem. And whatever more is needed for the house of your God, and which you may have to give, take it from the king's storehouse. And I, even I, Artaxerxes the king, now give orders to all keepers of the king's money across the river, that whatever Ezra the priest, the scribe of the law of the God of heaven, may have need of from you, is to be done with all care, up to 100 talents of silver, 100 measures of grain, 100 measures of wine, and 100 measures of oil, and salt without measure. Whatever is ordered by the God of heaven, let it be done completely for the house of the God of heaven, so that there may not be wrath against the kingdom of the king and his sons. In addition, we make it clear to you that it will be against the law to put any tax or payment in goods or forced payment on any of the priests or Levites, the music makers, doorkeepers, Nethinim, or any servants of this house of God. And you, Ezra, by the wisdom of your God which is in you, are to put rulers and judges to have authority over all the people across the river who have knowledge of the laws of your God, and you are to give teaching to him who has no knowledge of them. And if anyone does not keep the law of your God and the law of the king, take care that punishment is given to him, by death or by driving him from his country or by taking away his goods or by putting him in prison. Praise be to the Lord, the God of our fathers, who has put such a thing into the heart of the king, to make fair the house of the Lord which is in Jerusalem, and has given mercy to me before the king and his government and before all the king's great captains. And I was made strong by the hand of the Lord my God which was on me, and I got together out of Israel chief men to go up with me. Chapter 8. Now these are the heads of families who were listed of those who went up with me from Babylon, when Artaxerxes was king. Of the sons of Phinehas, Gershom. Of the sons of Etamar, Daniel. Of the sons of David, Hattush. Of the sons of Shechaniah. Of the sons of Perish, Zechariah, and with him were listed 150 males. Of the sons of Pahath Moab, Eliaenai, the son of Zerahiah, and with him 200 males. Of the sons of Shechaniah, the son of Jahaziel, and with him 300 males. And of the sons of Adin, Ebed, the son of Jonathan, and with him 50 males. And of the sons of Elam, Jeshaiah, the son of Athaliah, and with him 70 males. And of the sons of Shephatiah, Zebediah, the son of Michael, and with him 80 males. Of the sons of Joab, Obadiah, the son of Jehiel, and with him 218 males. And of the sons of Shelomith, the son of Josiphiah, and with him 160 males. And of the sons of Bebai, Zechariah, the son of Bebai, and with him 28 males. And of the sons of Asgad, Johanan, the son of Hakatan, and with him 110 males. And of the sons of Adonikam, the last, whose names were Eliphalet, Jewel, and Shemaiah, and with them 60 males. And of the sons of Bigvai, Uttai and Zebed, and with them 70 males. And I made them come together by the river flowing to Ahavah, and we were there in tents for 3 days. And after viewing the people and the priests, I saw that no sons of Levi were there. Then I sent for Eliezer and Ariel and Shemaiah and Elnathan, Jared and Elnathan and Nathan and Zechariah and Meshullam, all responsible men, and for Joiarib and Elnathan, who were wise men. And I sent them to Edo the chief at the place Casiphia, and gave them orders what to say to Edo and his brothers the Nethinim at the place Casiphia, so that they might come back to us with men to do the work of the house of our God. And by the help of our God they got for us Ishsechel, one of the sons of Mali, the son of Levi, the son of Israel, and Sherebiah with his sons and brothers, 18, and Hashabiah, and with him Jeshaiah of the sons of Merari, his brothers and their sons, 20, and of the Nethinim, to whom David and the captains had given the work of helping the Levites, 220 Nethinim, all of them specially named. Then I gave orders for a time of going without food, there by the river Ahava, so that we might make ourselves low before our God in prayer, requesting from him a straight way for us and for our little ones and for all our substance. For I would not, for shame, make request to the king for a band of armed men and horsemen to give us help against those who might make attacks on us on the way. For we had said to the king, the hand of our God is on his servants for good, but his power and his wrath are against all those who are turned away from him. So we went without food, requesting our God for this, and his ear was open to our prayer. So I put on one side 12 of the chiefs of the priests, Sherebiah, Hashabiah, and 10 of their brothers with them, and gave to them by weight the silver and the gold and the vessels, all the offering for the house of our God which the king and his wise men and his captains and all Israel their present had given, measuring into their hands 650 talents of silver, and silver vessels, 100 talents weight, and 100 talents of gold, and 20 gold basins, of 1,000 erics, and 2 vessels of the best bright brass, equal in value to gold. And I said to them, you are holy to the Lord, and the vessels are holy, and the silver and the gold are an offering freely given to the Lord, the God of your fathers. Take care of them and keep them, till you put them on the scales before the chiefs of the priests and the Levites and the chiefs of the families of Israel, in Jerusalem, in the rooms of the house of the Lord. So the priests and the Levites took the weight of silver and gold in the vessels, to take them to Jerusalem into the house of our God. Then we went away from the river of Ahava on the 12th day of the first month, to go to Jerusalem, and the hand of our God was on us, and he gave us salvation from our haters and those who were waiting to make an attack on us by the way. And we came to Jerusalem and were there for 3 days. And on the 4th day, the silver and the gold and the vessels were measured out by weight in the house of our God into the hands of Meremoth, the son of Uriah, the priest, and with him was Eleazar, the son of Phinehas, and with him were Jozabad, the son of Jeshua, and Noadiah, the son of Binu, the Levites. All was handed over by number and by weight, and the weight was put on record at that time. And those who had been prisoners, who had come back from a strange land, made burnt offerings to the God of Israel, 12 oxen for all Israel, 96 male sheep, 77 lambs, 12 he-goats for a sin offering. All this was a burnt offering to the Lord, and they gave the king's orders to the king's captains and the rulers across the river, and they gave the people in the house of God the help which was needed. Chapter 9. Now after these things were done, the captains came to me and said, the people of Israel and the priests and Levites have not kept themselves separate from the people of the lands, but have taken part in the disgusting ways of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Egyptians, and the Amorites. For they have taken their daughters for themselves and for their sons, so that the holy seed has been mixed with the peoples of the lands. And in fact the captains and rulers have been the first to do this evil. And hearing this, with signs of grief and pulling out the hair of my head and my chin, I took my seat on the earth deeply troubled. Then everyone who went in fear of the words of the God of Israel, because of the sin of those who had come back, came together to me, and I kept where I was, overcome with grief, till the evening offering. And at the evening offering, having made myself low before God, I got up, and with signs of grief, falling down on my knees, with my hands stretched out to the Lord my God, I said, O my God, shame keeps me from lifting up my face to you, my God, for our sins are increased higher than our heads, and our evil doing has come up to heaven. From the days of our fathers till this day we have been great sinners, and for our sins, we and our kings and our priests have been given up into the hands of the kings of the lands, to the sword and to prison and to loss of goods and to shame of face, as it is this day. And now for a little time grace has come to us from the Lord our God, to let a small band of us get free and to give us a nail in his holy place, so that our God may give light to our eyes and a measure of new life in our prison chains. For we are servants, but our God has not been turned away from us in our prison, but has had mercy on us before the eyes of the kings of Persia, to give us new strength to put up again the house of our God and to make fair its waste places, and to give us a wall in Judah and Jerusalem. And now, O our God, what are we to say after this? For we have not kept your laws, which you gave to your servants the prophets, saying, the land into which you are going, To take it for a heritage is an unclean land, because of the evil lives of the peoples of the land and their disgusting ways, which have made the land unclean from end to end. So now do not give your daughters to their sons, or take their daughters for your sons, or do anything for their peace or well-being forever, so that you may be strong, living on the good of the land, and handing it on to your children for a heritage forever. And after everything which has come on us because of our evil doing and our great sin, and seeing that the punishment which you, O God, have given us, is less than the measure of our sins, and that you have kept from death those of us who are here, are we again to go against your orders, taking wives from among the people who do these disgusting things? Would you not be angry with us till our destruction was complete, till there was not one who got away safe? O Lord God of Israel, righteousness is yours. We are only a small band which has been kept from death, as at this day. See, we are before you in our sin, for no one may keep his place before you because of this. Chapter 10. Now while Ezra was making his prayer and his statement of wrongdoing, weeping and falling down before the house of God, a very great number of men and women and children out of Israel came together round him, for the people were weeping bitterly. And Shechaniah, the son of Jehiel, one of the sons of Elam, answering, said to Ezra, We have done evil against our God, and have taken as our wives strange women of the peoples of the land. But still there is hope for Israel in this question. Let us now make an agreement with our God to put away all the wives and all their children, if it seems right to my Lord and to those who go in fear of the words of our God, and let it be done in keeping with the law. Up, now. For this is your business, and we are with you. Take heart and do it. Then Ezra got up, and made the chiefs of the priests and the Levites and all Israel take an oath that they would do this. So they took an oath. Then Ezra got up from before the house of God and went into the room of Jehohanan, the son of Elishib. But when he came there, he took no food or drink, for he was sorrowing for the sin of those who would come back. And they made a public statement through all Judah and Jerusalem, to all those who would come back, that they were to come together to Jerusalem, and that if anyone did not come before 3 days were past, as ordered by the rulers and the responsible men, all his goods would be put under the curse, and he himself would be cut off from the meeting of the people who would come back. Then all the men of Judah and Benjamin came together to Jerusalem before 3 days were past. It was the 9th month, on the 20th day of the month, and all the people were seated in the wide square in front of the house of God, shaking with fear because of this business and because of the great rain. And Ezra the priest got to his feet and said to them, You have done wrong and taken strange women for your wives, so increasing the sin of Israel. So now, give praise to the Lord, the God of your fathers, and do his pleasure, and make yourselves separate from the peoples of the land and from the strange women. Then all the people, answering, said with a loud voice, As you have said, so it is right for us to do. But the number of people is great, and it is a time of much rain. It is not possible for us to go on waiting outside, and this is not a thing which may be done in 1 day or even 2, for our sin in this business is great. So now let our rulers be representatives for all the people, and let all those in our towns who are married to strange women come at fixed times, and with them the responsible men and the judges of every town, till the burning wrath of our God is turned away from us, and this has been done. Only Jonathan, the son of Asahel, and Josiah, the son of Tikvah, were against this, Meshullam and Shabbatai the Levites supporting them. So those who had come back did so. And Ezra the priest, with certain heads of families, by their fathers' families, all of them by their names, were marked out, and on the first day of the 10th month they took their places to go into the question with care. And they got to the end of all the men who were married to strange women by the first day of the first month. And among the sons of the priests who were married to strange women were these, of the sons of Jeshua, the son of Jozadak and his brothers, Maaseiah and Eleazar and Jarib and Gedaliah, and they gave their word that they would put away their wives, and for their sin, they gave an offering of a male sheep of the flock. And of the sons of Emah, Hanani, and Zebadiah, and of the sons of Harim, Maaseiah and Elijah and Shemaiah and Jehiel and Uzziah, and of the sons of Pashhur, Elianai, Maaseiah, Ishmael, Nathanael, Jozabad, and Elazah, and of the Levites, Jozabad, and Shimei, and Kelaiah, that is Kelita, Pethiah, Judah, and Eliezer, and of the music makers, Eliashib, and of the doorkeepers, Shalom and Telem and Uri, and of Israel, The sons of Perish, Remiah and Izziah and Malchijah and Mijamin and Eleazar and Malchijah and Benaiah. And of the sons of Elam, Mattaniah, Zechariah, and Jehiel and Abdi and Jerimoth and Elijah. And of the sons of Zatu, Elionai, Eliashib, Mattaniah, and Jerimoth and Zabad and Aziza. And of the sons of Bebai, Jehohanan, Hananiah, Zabbai, Athli. And of the sons of Bani, Meshulam, Malach, and Adaiah, Jashub and Sheel, Jerimoth. And of the sons of Pahath Moab, Adnah and Kilo, Benaiah, Maaseiah, Mattaniah, Bezalel and Benu and Manasseh. And of the sons of Harim, Eliezer, Ishijah, Malchijah, Shemaiah, Shimeon, Benjamin, Malach, Shemariah. Of the sons of Hashem, Matnai, Matata, Zabad, Eliphalet, Jeremiah, Manasseh, Shimei. Of the sons of Bani, Maadai, Amram, and Ewell, Benaiah, Bediah, Keeli, Benaiah, Merimoth, Eliashib, Mattaniah, Matnai, and Hasu, and Bani and Benu, Shimei, and Shelemiah, Nathan and Adaiah, Matmadibai, Shishai, Sherai, Azarel, and Shelemiah, Shemariah, Shalem, Amariah, Joseph. Of the sons of Nebo, Jeel, Mattathiah, Zabad, Zebina, Edo, and Joel, Benaiah. All these had taken strange wives, and some of them had wives by whom they had offspring. The Book of Nehemiah, Chapter 1. The history of Nehemiah, the son of Hakaliah. Now it came about, in the month Chislev, in the 20th year, when I was in Shushan, the king's town, that Hanani, one of my brothers, came with certain men from Judah, and in answer to my request for news of the Jews who had been prisoners and had gone away, and of Jerusalem, they said to me, the small band of Jews now living there in the land are in great trouble and shame. The wall of Jerusalem has been broken down, and its doorways burned with fire. Then, after hearing these words, for some days I gave myself up to weeping and sorrow, seated on the earth, and taking no food I made prayer to the God of heaven, and said, O Lord, the God of heaven, the great God, greatly to be feared, keeping faith and mercy with those who have love for him and are true to his laws, let your ear now take note and let your eyes be open, so that you may give ear to the prayer of your servant, which I make before you at this time, day and night, for the children of Israel, your servants, while I put before you the sins of the children of Israel, which we have done against you. Truly, I and my father's people are sinners. We have done great wrong against you, and have not kept the orders, the rules, and the decisions, which you gave to your servant Moses. Keep in mind, O Lord, the order you gave your servant Moses, saying, if you do wrong I will send you wandering among the peoples. But if you come back to me and keep my orders and do them, even if those of you who have been forced out are living in the farthest parts of heaven, I will get them from there, and take them back to the place marked out by me for the resting place of my name. Now these are your servants and your people, whom you have made yours by your great power and by your strong hand. O Lord, let your ear take note of the prayer of your servant, and of the prayers of your servants, who take delight in worshiping your name. Give help, O Lord, to your servant this day, and let him have mercy in the eyes of this man. Now I was the king's wine servant. Chapter 2. And it came about in the month Nisan, in the 20th year of Artaxerxes the king, when wine was before him, that I took up the wine and gave it to the king. Now I had never before been sad when the king was present. And the king said to me, why is your face sad, seeing that you are not ill? This is nothing but sorrow of heart. Then I was full of fear, and said to the king, may the king be living forever. Is it not natural for my face to be sad, when the town, the place where the bodies of my fathers are at rest, has been made waste and its doorways burned with fire? Then the king said to me, what is your desire? So I made prayer to the God of heaven. And I said to the king, if it is the king's pleasure, and if your servant has your approval, send me to Judah, to the town where the bodies of my fathers are at rest, so that I may take in hand the building of it. And the king said to me, the queen being seated by his side, how long will your journey take, and when will you come back? So the king was pleased to send me, and I gave him a fixed time. Further, I said to the king, if it is the king's pleasure, let letters be given to me for the rulers across the river, so that they may let me go through till I come to Judah, and a letter to Asaph, the keeper of the king's park, so that he may give me wood to make boards for the doors of the tower of the house, and for the wall of the town, and for the house which is to be mine. And the king gave me this, for the hand of my God was on me. Then I came to the rulers of the lands across the river and gave them the king's letters. Now the king had sent with me captains of the army and horsemen. And Sanballat the Horonite and Tobiah the servant, the Ammonite, hearing of it, were greatly troubled because a man had come to the help of the children of Israel. So I came to Jerusalem and was there 3 days, and in the night I got up, taking with me a small band of men. I said nothing to any man of what God had put into my heart to do for Jerusalem, and I had no beast with me but the one on which I was seated. And I went out by night, through the doorway of the valley, and past the dragon's water spring as far as the place where waste material was put, viewing the walls of Jerusalem which were broken down, and the doorways which had been burned with fire. Then I went on to the door of the fountain and to the king's pool, but there was no room for my beast to get through. Then in the night, I went up by the stream, viewing the wall, then turning back, I went in by the door in the valley, and so came back. And the chiefs had no knowledge of where I had been or what I was doing, and I had not then said anything to the Jews or to the priests or the great ones or the chiefs or the rest of those who were doing the work. Then I said to them, You see what a bad condition we are in, how Jerusalem is a waste, and its doorways burned with fire. Come, let us get to work, building up the wall of Jerusalem, so that we may no longer be put to shame. Then I gave them an account of how the hand of my God was on me, helping me, and of the king's words which he had said to me. And they said, Let us get to work on the building. So they made their hands strong for the good work. But Sanballat the Horonite and Tobiah the servant, the Ammonite, and Geshem the Arabian, hearing of it, made sport of us, laughing at us and saying, What are you doing? Will you go against the king? Then answering them I said, The God of heaven, he will be our help. So we as servants will go on with our building, but you have no part or right or any name in Jerusalem. Nehemiah. Chapter 3. Then Eliashib, the chief priest, got up with his brothers the priests, and took in hand the building of the sheep doorway. They made it holy and put its doors in position. As far as the tower of Hamah they made it holy, even to the tower of Hananel. And by his side the men of Jericho were building. And after them, Zakur, the son of Imri. The sons of Hassanah were the builders of the fish doorway. They put its boards in place and put up its doors, with their locks and rods. By their side Meremoth, the son of Uriah, the son of Hakkoz, was making good the walls. Then Meshullam, the son of Berechiah, the son of Meshezabel, and by him, Zadok, the son of Bana. Near them, the Tekoites were at work, but their chiefs did not put their necks to the work of their lord. Joiada, the son of Paseah, and Meshullam, the son of Besadiah, made good the old doorway. They put its boards in place and put up its doors, with their locks and rods. By their side were working Melatiah the Jibonite and Jadon the Meronothite, the men of Gibeon and of Mizpah from the seat of the ruler across the river. Near them was working Uzziel, the son of Harhaiah, the gold worker. And by him was Hananiah, one of the perfume makers, building up Jerusalem as far as the wide wall. Near them was working Ruphiah, the son of Hur, the ruler of half Jerusalem. By his side was Jediah, the son of Harumaph, opposite his house. And by him was Hattush, the son of Hashabniah. Malchijah, the son of Harim, and Hashub, the son of Pahath Moab, were working on another part, and the tower of the ovens. Near them was Shallum, the son of Haloesh, the ruler of half Jerusalem, with his daughters. Hanun and the people of Zanoah were working on the doorway of the valley. They put it up and put up its doors, with their locks and rods, and 1,000 cubits of wall as far as the doorway where the waste material was placed. And Malchijah, the son of Rechob, the ruler of the division of Beth Haccherem, made good the doorway of the waste, building it up and putting up its doors, with their locks and rods. And Shallun, the son of Kalhazah, the ruler of the division of Mizpah, made good the doorway of the fountain, building it up and covering it and putting up its doors, with their locks and rods, with the wall of the pool of Shelah by the king's garden, as far as the steps which go down from the town of David. By his side was working Nehemiah, the son of Azbuk, ruler of half the division of Bethsur, as far as the place opposite the last resting places of David's family, and the pool which was made in the house of the men of war. Then came the Levites, Rehum, the son of Bani. By his side was working Hashabiah, ruler of half the division of Keilah, for his division. After him were working their brothers, Bavai, the son of Henadad, ruler of half the division of Keilah. And by his side was working Ezer, the son of Jeshua, the ruler of Mizpah, making good another part opposite the way up to the store of arms at the turning of the wall. After him Baruch, the son of Zabbai, was hard at work on another part, from the turning of the wall to the door of the house of Eliashib, the chief priest. After him Meremoth, the son of Uriah, the son of Hakkoz, was working on another part, from the door of the house of Eliashib as far as the end of his house. After him were working the priests, the men of the lowland. After them came Benjamin and Hashub, opposite their house. After them Azariah, the son of Maaseiah, the son of Ananiah, made good the wall by the house where he himself was living. After him Bu, the son of Henadad, was working on another part, from the house of Azariah as far as the turning of the wall and the angle. Palal, the son of Uzai, made good the wall opposite the angle and the tower which comes out from the higher part of the king's house, by the open space of the watch. After him was Pedaiah, the son of Perish. Now the Nethinim were living in the Ophel, as far as the place facing the water doorway to the east, and the tower which comes out. After him the Tekoites were making good another part, opposite the great tower which comes out, and up to the wall of the Ophel. Further on, past the horse doorway, the priests were at work, everyone opposite his house. After them Zadok, the son of Ema, was working opposite his house. And after him Shemaiah, the son of Shechaniah, the keeper of the east door. After him Hananiah, the son of Shelemiah, and Hanun, the sixth son of Zalaph, were making good another part. After him Meshullam, the son of Berechiah, made good the wall opposite his room. After him Malchijah, one of the gold workers to the Nethinim and the traders, made good the wall opposite the doorway of Hamothkot and as far as the way up to the angle. And between the way up to the angle and the sheep door, the gold workers and the traders made good the wall. Chapter 4. Now, Sanballat, hearing that we were building the wall, was very angry, and in his wrath made sport of the Jews. And in the hearing of his countrymen and the army of Samaria he said, What are these feeble Jews doing? Will they make themselves strong? Will they make offerings? Will they get the work done in a day? Will they make the stones which have been burned come again out of the dust? Now Tobiah the Ammonite was by him, and he said, Such is their building that if a fox goes up it, their stone wall will be broken down. Give ear, O our God, for we are looked down on. Let their words of shame be turned back on themselves, and let them be given up to wasting in a land where they are prisoners. Let not their wrongdoing be covered or their sin washed away from before you, for they have made you angry before the builders. So we went on building the wall, and all the wall was joined together halfway up, for the people were working hard. But when it came to the ears of Sanballat and Tobiah and the Arabians and the Ammonites and the Ashdodites, that the building of the walls of Jerusalem was going forward and the broken places were being made good, they were full of wrath, and they made designs, all of them together, to come and make an attack on Jerusalem, causing trouble there. But we made our prayer to God, and had men on watch against them day and night because of them. And Judah said, The strength of the workmen is giving way, and there is much waste material. It is impossible for us to put up the wall. And those who were against us said, Without their knowledge and without their seeing us, we will come among them and put them to death, causing the work to come to a stop. And it came about that when the Jews who were living near them came, they said to us 10 times, From all directions they are coming against us. So in the lowest part of the space at the back of the walls, in the open places, I put the people by families, with their swords, their spears, and their bows. And after looking, I got up and said to the great ones and to the chiefs and to the rest of the people, Have no fear of them. Keep in mind the Lord who is great and greatly to be feared, and take up arms for your brothers, your sons, and your daughters, your wives and your houses. And when it came to the ears of those who were against us, that we had knowledge of their designs and that God had made their purpose come to nothing, we all went back to the wall, everyone to his work, and from that time, half of my servants were doing their part of the work, and half kept the spears and body covers and the bows and the metal war dresses, and the chiefs were at the back of the men of Judah. Those who were building the wall and those who were moving material did their part, everyone working with one hand, with his spear in the other. Every builder was working with his sword at his side. And by my side was a man for sounding the horn. And I said to the great ones and the chiefs and the rest of the people, The work is great and widely spaced, and we are far away from one another on the wall. Wherever you may be when the horn is sounded, come here to us. Our God will be fighting for us." So we went on with the work, and half of them had spears in their hands from the dawn of the morning till the stars were seen. And at the same time I said to the people, "Let everyone with his servant come inside Jerusalem for the night, so that at night they may keep watch for us, and go on working by day." So not one of us, I or my brothers or my servants or the watchmen who were with me, took off his clothing. Everyone went armed to the water. Chapter 5. Then there was a great outcry from the people and their wives against their countrymen the Jews. For there were some who said, "We, our sons and our daughters, are a great number, let us get grain, so that we may have food for our needs." And there were some who said, "We are giving our fields and our vine gardens and our houses for debt, let us get grain because we are in need." And there were others who said, "We have given up our fields and our vine gardens to get money for the king's taxes, but our flesh is the same as the flesh of our countrymen, and our children as their children. And now we are giving our sons and daughters into the hands of others, to be their servants, and some of our daughters are servants even now, and we have no power to put a stop to it, for other men have our fields and our vine gardens." And on hearing their outcry and what they said, I was very angry. And after turning it over in my mind, I made a protest to the chiefs and the rulers, and said to them, "Every one of you is taking interest from his countrymen." And I got together a great meeting of protest. And I said to them, "We have given whatever we were able to give, to make our brothers the Jews free, who were servants and prisoners of the nations. And would you now give up your brothers for a price, and are they to become our property?" Then they said nothing, answering not a word. And I said, "What you are doing is not good. Is it not the more necessary for you to go in the fear of our God, because of the shame which the nations may put on us? Even I and my servants have been taking interest for the money and the grain we have let them have. So now, let us give up this thing. Give back to them this very day their fields, their vine gardens, their olive gardens, and their houses, as well as 100th part of the money and the grain and the wine and the oil which you have taken from them." Then they said, "We will give them back, and take nothing for them. We will do as you say." Then I sent for the priests and made them take an oath that they would keep this agreement. And shaking out the folds of my robe, I said, "So may God send out from his house and his work every man who does not keep this agreement. Even so let him be sent out and made as nothing." And all the meeting of the people said, "So be it," and gave praise to the Lord. And the people did as they had said. Now from the time when I was made ruler of the people in the land of Judah, from the 20th year till the 32nd year of Artaxerxes the king, for 12 years, I and my servants have never taken the food which was the right of the ruler. But earlier rulers who were before me made the people responsible for their upkeep, and took from them bread and wine at the rate of 40 shekels of silver, and even their servants were lords over the people. But I did not do so, because of the fear of God. And I kept on with the work of this wall, and we got no land for ourselves, and all my servants were helping with the work. And more than this, 150 of the Jews and the rulers were guests at my table, in addition to those who came to us from the nations round about us. Now the food made ready for one day was 1 ox and 6 fat sheep, as well as fowls, and once in 10 days a store of all sorts of wine. But all the same, I did not take the food to which the ruler had a right, because the people were crushed under a hard yoke. Keep in mind, oh my God, for my good, all I have done for this people. Chapter 6. Now when word was given to Sanballat and Tobiah and to Geshem the Arabian and to the rest of our haters, that I had done the building of the wall and that there were no more broken places in it, though even then I had not put up the doors in the doorways, Sanballat and Geshem sent to me saying, "Come, let us have a meeting in one of the little towns in the lowland of Ono." But their purpose was to do me evil. And I sent men to them saying, "I am doing a great work, so that it is not possible for me to come down. Is the work to be stopped while I go away from it and come down to you?" And 4 times they sent to me in this way, and I sent them the same answer. Then Sanballat sent his servant to me a 5th time with an open letter in his hand, and in it these words were recorded: "It is said among the nations, and Geshem says so, that you and the Jews are hoping to make yourselves free from the king's authority, and that this is why you are building the wall, and they say that it is your purpose to be their king, and that you have prophets preaching about you in Jerusalem, and saying, 'There is a king in Judah.' Now an account of these things will be sent to the king. So come now, and let us have a discussion. Then I said to him, saying, no such things as you say are being done. They are only a fiction you have made up yourself. For they were hoping to put fear in us, saying, their hands will become feeble and give up the work so that it may not get done. But now, O God, make my hands strong. And I went to the house of Shemaiah, the son of Delaiah, the son of Mehetabel, who was shut up. And he said, let us have a meeting in the house of God, inside the temple, and let the doors be shut. For they will come to put you to death. Truly, in the night they will come to put you to death. And I said, am I the sort of man to go in flight? What man, in my position, would go into the temple to keep himself safe? I will not go in. Then it became clear to me that God had not sent him. He had given this word of a prophet against me himself, and Tobiah and Sanballat had given him money to do so. For this reason they had given him money, in order that I might be overcome by fear and do what he said and do wrong, and so they would have reason to say evil about me and put shame on me. Keep in mind, oh my God, Tobiah and Sanballat and what they did, and Noadiah, the woman prophet, and the rest of the prophets whose purpose was to put fear into me. So the wall was complete on the 25th day of the month Elul, in 52 days. And when our haters had news of this, all the nations round about us were full of fear and were greatly shamed, for they saw that this work had been done by our God. And further, in those days the chiefs of Judah sent a number of letters to Tobiah, and his letters came to them. For in Judah there were a number of people who had made an agreement by oath with him, because he was the son-in-law of Shechaniah, the son of Erah, and his son Johanan had taken as his wife the daughter of Meshullam, the son of Berechiah. And they said much before me of the good he had done, and gave him accounts of my words. And Tobiah sent letters with the purpose of causing me fear. Chapter 7. Now when the building of the wall was complete and I had put up the doors, and the doorkeepers and the music makers and the Levites had been given their places, I made my brother Hanani, and Hananiah, the ruler of the tower, responsible for the government of Jerusalem, for he was a man of good faith, fearing God more than most. And I said to them, do not let the doors of Jerusalem be open till the sun is high, and while the watchmen are in their places, let the doors be shut and locked, and let the people of Jerusalem be put on watch, everyone in his watch, opposite his house. Now the town was wide and great, but the people in it were only a small number, and the houses had not been put up. And my God put it into my heart to get together the rulers and the chiefs and the people so that they might be listed by families. And I came across a record of the names of those who came up at the first, and in it I saw these words, these are the people of the divisions of the kingdom, among those who had been made prisoners by Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, and taken away by him, who went back to Jerusalem and Judah, every one to his town, who came with Zerubbabel, Jeshua, Nehemiah, Azariah, Ramiah, Nahimani, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mispereth, Bigvai, Nehem, Baana, the number of the men of the people of Israel, the children of Perish, 2,172. The children of Shephatiah, 372. The children of Erah, 652. The children of Pahath Moab, of the children of Jeshua and Joab, 2,818. The children of Elam, 1,254. The children of Zatu, 845. The children of Zakkai, 760. The children of Binu, 648. The children of Bebai, 628. The children of Osgod, 2,322. The children of Adonicum, 667. The children of Bigvai, 2,067. The children of Adin, 655. The children of Ader, of Hezekiah, 98. The children of Hashem, 328. The children of Bezai, 324. The children of Harav, 112. The children of Gibeon, 95. The men of Bethlehem and Matapha, 188. The men of Anatoth, 128. The men of Beth-Azmaveth, 42. The men of Kiriath Jearim, Chephra, and Beroth, 743. The men of Ramon Geba, 621. The men of Michmas, 122. The men of Bethel and Ai, 123. The men of the other Nebo, 52. The children of the other Elam, 1,254. The children of Harim, 320. The children of Jericho, 345. The children of Lod, Hadid, and Ono, 721. The children of Sanaa, 3,930. The priests, the children of Jediah, of the family of Jeshua, 973. The children of Ema, 1,052. The children of Pashhur, 1,247. The children of Harim, 1,017. The Levites, the children of Jeshua, of Kadmiel, of the children of Hodavah, 74. The music makers, the children of Asaph, 148. The doorkeepers, the children of Shallum, the children of Ader, the children of Talmon, the children of Akub, the children of Hatita, the children of Shobai, 138. The Nethinim, the children of Zihah, the children of Hasapha, the children of Tabaoth, the children of Keros, the children of Sia, the children of Paddan, the children of Labana, the children of Hagabah, the children of Salomai, the children of Hanan, the children of Giddel, the children of Gahar, the children of Reiah, the children of Resen, the children of Nekoda, the children of Gazam, the children of Uzzah, the children of Paseah, the children of Bisai, the children of Munim, the children of Nephushim, the children of Bakbuk, the children of Hakupha, the children of Harhur, the children of Basleth, the children of Maida, the children of Harsha, the children of Barkos, the children of Sisera, the children of Tema, the children of Nesia, the children of Hatipha, the children of Solomon's servants, the children of Sotai, the children of Sophereth, the children of Perda, the children of Hala, the children of Darkon, the children of Giddel, the children of Shephatiah, the children of Hadel, the children of Pochereth Hasbaim, the children of Ammon. All the Nethinim and the children of Solomon's servants were 392. All these were the people who went up from Tel Melah, Tel Harsha, Cherub, Adon, and Ema. But because they had no knowledge of their fathers' families or offspring, it was not certain if they were Israelites. The children of Deliah, the children of Tobiah, the children of Nekoda, 642. And of the priests, the children of Habiah, the children of Hakos, the children of Barzillai, who was married to one of the daughters of Barzillai the Gileadite, and took their name. They made search for their record among the lists of families, but their names were nowhere to be seen, so they were looked on as unclean and no longer priests. And the Tirshatha said that they were not to have the most holy things for their food, till a priest came to give decision by the Urim and Thummim. The number of all the people together was 42,360, as well as their men servants and their women servants, of whom there were 7,337, and they had 245 men and women to make music. They had 736 horses, 245 transport beasts, 435 camels, 6,720 asses. And some of the heads of families gave money for the work. The Tirshatha gave into the store 1,000 derricks of gold, 50 basins, 530 priests' robes. And some of the heads of families gave into the store for the work 20,000 derricks of gold, and 2,200 pounds of silver. And that which the rest of the people gave was 20,000 derricks of gold, and 2,000 pounds of silver, and 67 priests' robes. So the priests and the Levites and the doorkeepers and the music makers and some of the people and the Nethinim, and all Israel, were living in their towns. Chapter 8. And when the 7th month came, the children of Israel were in their towns. And all the people came together like one man into the wide place in front of the water doorway. And they made a request to Ezra the scribe that he would put before them the book of the law of Moses which the Lord had given to Israel. And Ezra the priest put the law before the meeting of the people, before the men and women and all those who were able to take it in. On the first day of the 7th month, he was reading it in the wide place in front of the water doorway, from early morning till the middle of the day, in the hearing of all those men and women whose minds were able to take it in, and the ears of all the people were open to the book of the law. And Ezra the scribe took his place on a tower of wood which they had made for the purpose, and by his side were placed Mattathiah and Shema and Anaiah and Uriah and Hilkiah and Maaseiah on the right, and on the left, Pedaiah and Mishael, Malchijah and Hashem and Hashbaddanah, Zechariah and Meshullam. And Ezra took the book, opening it before the eyes of all the people, for he was higher than the people, and when it was open, All the people got to their feet, and Ezra gave praise to the Lord, the great God. And all the people in answer said, So be it, so be it, lifting up their hands, and with bent heads they gave worship to the Lord, going down on their faces to the earth. And Jeshua and Bani and Sherebiah and Shamin, Agab, Shabbatai, Padiah, Maaseiah, Kelita, Azariah, Jozabad, Hanan, Peliah, and the Levites made the law clear to the people, and the people kept in their places, and they gave out the words of the book, the law of God, clearly, and gave the sense of it, so that their minds were able to take it in. And Nehemiah, who was the Tirshatha, and Ezra, the priest and scribe, and the Levites who were the teachers of the people, said to all the people, This day is holy to the Lord your God, let there be no sorrow or weeping. For all the people were weeping on hearing the words of the law. Then he said to them, Go away now, and take the fat for your food and the sweet for your drink, and send some to him for whom nothing is made ready. For this day is holy to our Lord, and let there be no grief in your hearts. For the joy of the Lord is your strong place. So the Levites made all the people quiet, saying, Be quiet, for the day is holy, and do not give way to grief. And all the people went away to take food and drink, and to send food to others, and to be glad, because the words which were said to them had been made clear. And on the second day the heads of families of all the people and the priests and the Levites came together to Ezra the scribe, to give attention to the words of the law. And they saw that it was recorded in the law that the Lord had given orders by Moses, that the children of Israel were to have tents for their living places in the feast of the 7th month, and that they were to give out an order, and make it public in all their towns and in Jerusalem, saying, Go out to the mountain and get olive branches and branches of field olives and of myrtle, and palm branches and branches of thick trees, to make tents, as it says in the book. And the people went out and got them and made themselves tents, every one on the roof of his house, and in the open spaces and in the open squares of the house of God, and in the wide place of the water doorway, and the wide place of the doorway of Ephraim. All the people who had been prisoners and had come back, made tents and were living in them. For from the time of Jeshua, the son of Nun, till that day, the children of Israel had not done so. And there was very great joy. And day by day, from the first day till the last, he was reading from the book of the law of God. And they kept the feast for 7 days, and on the 8th day there was a holy meeting, as it is ordered in the law. Chapter 9. Now on the 24th day of this month the children of Israel came together, taking no food and putting haircloth and dust on their bodies. And the seed of Israel made themselves separate from all the men of other nations, publicly requesting forgiveness for their sins and the wrongdoing of their fathers. And for a fourth part of the day, upright in their places, they were reading from the book of the law of their God. And for a fourth part of the day they were requesting forgiveness and worshiping the Lord their God. Then Jeshua, and Bani, Kadmiel, Shebaniah, Buni, Sherebiah, Bani, and Shemini took their places on the steps of the Levites, crying in a loud voice to the Lord their God. Then the Levites, Jeshua, and Kadmiel, Bani, Hashabniah, Sherebiah, Hadiah, Shebaniah, and Pethiah said, Get up and give praise to the Lord your God forever and ever. Praise be to your great name which is lifted up high over all blessing and praise. You are the Lord, even you only. You have made heaven, the heaven of heavens with all their armies, the earth and all things in it, the seas and everything in them. And you keep them from destruction, and the armies of heaven are your worshippers. You are the Lord, the God, who took Abram and made him yours, guiding him from Ur of the Chaldees, and gave him the name of Abraham. You saw that his heart was true to you, and made an agreement with him to give the land of the Canaanite, the Hittite, the Amorite and the Perizzite and the Jebusite and the Girgashite, even to give it to his seed. And you have done what you said, for righteousness is yours. And you saw the trouble of our fathers in Egypt, and their cry came to your ears by the Red Sea. And you did signs and wonders on Pharaoh and all his servants and all the people of his land, for you saw how cruel they were to them. So you got yourself a name as it is today. By you the sea was parted before them, so that they went through the sea on dry land, and those who went after them went down into the deep, like a stone into great waters. And you went before them by day in a pillar of cloud, and in a pillar of fire by night, to give them light on the way they were to go. And you came down on Mount Sinai, and your voice came to them from heaven, giving them right decisions and true laws, good rules and orders, and you gave them word of your holy Sabbath. and gave them orders and rules and a law, by the hand of Moses your servant, and you gave them bread from heaven when they were in need, and made water come out of the rock for their drink, and gave them orders to go in and take for their heritage the land which your hand had been lifted up to give them. But they and our fathers, in their pride, made their necks stiff, and gave no attention to your orders, and would not do them, and gave no thought to the wonders you had done among them, but made their necks stiff, and turning away from you, made a captain over themselves to take them back to their prison in Egypt. But you are a God of forgiveness, full of grace and pity, slow to wrath and great in mercy, and you did not give them up, even when they had made for themselves an ox of metal, and said, This is your God who took you up out of Egypt, and had done so much to make you angry. Even then, in your great mercy, you did not give them up in the wasteland. The pillar of cloud still went before them by day, guiding them on their way, and the pillar of fire by night, to give them light, and make clear the way they were to go. And you gave your good spirit to be their teacher, and did not keep back your manna from their mouths, and gave them water when they had need of it. Truly, for 40 years you were their support in the wasteland, and they were in need of nothing. Their clothing did not get old or their feet become tired. And you gave them kingdoms and peoples, making distribution to them in every part of the land. So they took for their heritage the land of Sihon, even the land of the king of Heshbon, and the land of Og, king of Bashan. And you made their children as great in number as the stars of heaven, and took them into the land, of which you had said to their fathers that they were to go in and take it for themselves. So the children went in and took the land, and you overcame before them the people of the land, the Canaanites, and gave them up into their hands, with their kings and the people of the land, so that they might do with them whatever it was their pleasure to do. And they took walled towns and a fat land, and became the owners of houses full of all good things, water holes cut in the rock, vine gardens and olive gardens and a wealth of fruit trees. So they had food enough and became fat, and had joined the good you gave them. But they were hard-hearted, and went against your authority, turning their backs on your law, and putting to death your prophets, who gave witness against them with the purpose of turning them back again to you. And they did much to make you angry. And so you gave them up into the hands of their haters who were cruel to them. And in the time of their trouble, when they made their prayer to you, you gave ear to them from heaven, and in your great mercy gave them saviors, who made them free from the hands of their haters. But when they had rest, they did evil again before you. So you gave them into the hands of their haters, who had rule over them. But when they came back and made their prayer to you, you gave ear to them from heaven. Again and again, in your mercy, you gave them salvation, and gave witness against them so that you might make them come back again to your law. But their hearts were lifted up, and they gave no attention to your orders and went against your decisions, which, if a man keeps them, will be life to him. And turning their backs on you, made their necks stiff and did not give ear. Year after year you put up with them, and gave witness against them by your spirit through your prophets. Still they did not give ear. And so you gave them up into the hands of the peoples of the lands. Even then, in your great mercy, you did not put an end to them completely, or give them up, for you are a God of grace and mercy. And now, our God, the great, the strong, the God who is to be feared, who keeps faith and mercy, let not all this trouble seem small to you, which has come on us, and on our kings and our rulers and on our priests and our prophets and our fathers and on all your people from the time of the kings of Assyria till this day. But still, you have been in the right in everything which has come on us. You have been true to us. But we have done evil, and our kings, our rulers, our priests, and our fathers have not kept your law or given attention to your orders and your witness, with which you gave witness against them. For they have not been your servants in their kingdom, and in all the good things you gave them, and in the great and fat land you gave them, and they have not been turned away from their evil doing. Now, today, we are servants, and as for the land which you gave to our fathers, so that the produce of it and the good might be theirs, see, we are servants in it, and it gives much increase to the kings whom you have put over us because of our sins, and they have power over our bodies and over our cattle at their pleasure, and we are in great trouble. And because of all this we are making an agreement in good faith, and putting it in writing, and our rulers, our Levites, and our priests are putting their names to it. Chapter 10. Now those who put down their names were Nehemiah the Tirshatha, the son of Hakaliah, and Zedekiah, Sariah, Azariah, Jeremiah, Pashhur, Amariah, Malchijah, Hattush, Shebaniah, Malach, Haran, Meremoth, Obadiah, Daniel, Ginnethon, Baruch, Meshullam, Abijah, Mijamin, Maaziah, Bilgai, Shemaiah. These were the priests. And the Levites, by name, Jeshua, the son of Azaniah, Binu, of the sons of Henadad, Kadmiel, and their brothers, Shebaniah, Hodiah, Kelida, Pelaiah, Hanan, Micah, Rehob, Hashabiah, Zakur, Sherebiah, Shebaniah, Hodiah, Bani, Beninu, the chiefs of the people, Perish, Pahath Moab, Elam, Zatu, Bani, Buni, Osgod, Bebai, Adonijah, Bigvai, Adin, Ader, Hezekiah, Ezer, Hodiah, Hashem, Bezai, Haraph, Anatoth, Nobai, Magpiash, Meshullam, Hezir, Meshezabel, Zadok, Jeshua, Pelatiah, Hanan, Anaiah, Hoshea, Hananiah, Hashub, Heloish, Bilhah, Shobek, Reham, Hashabnah, Maaseiah, Andahiah, Hanan, Anan, Malach, Harim, Baana, and the rest of the people, the priests, the Levites, the doorkeepers, the music makers, the Nethinim, and all those who had made themselves separate from the peoples of the lands, to keep the law of God, their wives, their sons, and their daughters, everyone who had knowledge and wisdom. They were united with their brothers, their rulers, and put themselves under a curse and an oath, to keep their steps in the way of God's law, which was given by Moses, the servant of God, and to keep and do all the orders of the Lord, our Lord, and his decisions and his rules, and that we would not give our daughters to the peoples of the lands, or take their daughters for our sons. And if the peoples of the lands come to do trade in goods or food on the Sabbath day, that we would do no trade with them on the Sabbath or on a holy day, and that in the 7th year we would take no payment from any debtor. And we made rules for ourselves, taxing ourselves 1/3 of a shekel every year for the upkeep of the house of our God, for the holy bread, and for the regular meal offering and the regular burnt offering on the Sabbaths and at the new moon and the fixed feasts, and for the sin offerings to take away the sin of Israel, and for all the work of the house of our God. And we, the priests and the Levites and the people, made selection, by the decision of the Lord, of those who were to take the wood offering into the house of God, by families at the regular times, year by year, to be burned on the altar of the Lord our God, as it is recorded in the law, and to take the first fruits of our land, and the first fruits of every sort of tree, year by year, into the house of the Lord, as well as the first of our sons and of our cattle, as it is recorded in the law, and the first lambs of our herds and of our flocks, which are to be taken to the house of our God, to the priests who are servants in the house of our God, and that we would take the first of our rough meal, and our lifted offerings, and the fruit of every sort of tree, and wine and oil, to the priests, to the rooms of the house of our God, and the 10th of the produce of our land to the Levites, for they, the Levites, take 1/10 in all the towns of our plowed land, and the priest, the son of Aaron, is to be with the Levites, when the Levites take the tenths, and the Levites are to take 1/10 of the tenths into the house of our God, to the rooms, into the storehouse. For the children of Israel and the children of Levi are to take the lifted offering of the grain and wine and oil into the rooms where the vessels of the holy place are, together with the priests and the doorkeepers and the makers of music, and we will not give up caring for the house of our God. Chapter 11. And the rulers of the people were living in Jerusalem. The rest of the people made selection, by the decision of chance, of 1 out of every 10 to be living in Jerusalem, the holy town, the other 9 to go to the other towns. And the people gave a blessing to all the men who were freely offering to take up their places in Jerusalem. Now these are the chiefs of the divisions of the country who were living in Jerusalem. But in the towns of Judah everyone was living on his heritage in the towns, that is, Israel, the priests, the Levites, the Nethinim, and the children of Solomon's servants. And in Jerusalem there were living certain of the children of Judah and of Benjamin. Of the children of Judah, Athaiah, the son of Uzziah, the son of Zechariah, the son of Amariah, the son of Shephatiah, the son of Mahalalel. Of the children of Perez, and Maaseiah, the son of Baruch, the son of Kolhaza, the son of Haziah, the son of Adaiah, the son of Joarib, the son of Zechariah, the son of the Shilonite. All the sons of Perez living in Jerusalem were 468 men of good position. And these are the sons of Benjamin: Salu, the son of Meshullam, the son of Jod, the son of Pedaiah, the son of Kaleah, the son of Maaseiah, the son of Ithiel, the son of Jeshaiah. And after him Gabbai, Salah, 928. And Joel, the son of Zitri, was their overseer, and Judah, the son of Hasanwah, was second over the town. Of the priests, Jediah, the son of Joiarib, Jachin, Sariah, the son of Hilkiah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Zadok, the son of Meraioth, the son of Ahitub, the ruler of the house of God, and their brothers who did the work of the house, 822. And Adaiah, the son of Jeroham, the son of Pelaliah, the son of Amzi, the son of Zechariah, the son of Pashhur, the son of Malchijah, and his brothers, heads of families, 242. And Amashsai, the son of Azarel, the son of Asai, the son of Meshulemeth, the son of Ema, and their brothers, men of war, 128. And their overseer was Zabdiel, the son of Haggedalim, and of the Levites, Shemaiah, the son of Hashub, the son of Azrikam, the son of Hashabiah, the son of Buni, and Shabbatai, and Jozabad, of the chiefs of the Levites, who were responsible for the outside business of the house of God, and Mattaniah, the son of Micah, the son of Zabdi, the son of Asaph, who had to give the first note of the song of praise and prayer, and Bakbukiah, the second among his brothers, and Abda, the son of Shammua, the son of Galal, the son of Jeduthun. All the Levites in the holy town were 284. In addition, the doorkeepers, Akub, Talmon, and their brothers who kept watch at the doors, were 172. And the rest of Israel, of the priests, the Levites, were in all the towns of Judah, everyone in his heritage. But the Nethinim were living in the Ophel, and Zihah and Gishpa were over the Nethinim. And the overseer of the Levites at Jerusalem was Uzzi, the son of Bani, the son of Hashabiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Micah, of the sons of Asaph, the music makers, who was over the business of the house of God. For there was an order from the king about them and a regular amount for the music makers, for their needs day by day. And Pethiah, the son of Meshezabel, of the sons of Zerah, the son of Judah, was the king's servant in everything to do with the people. And for the daughter towns with their fields, some of the men of Judah were living in Kiriath Arba and its daughter towns, and in Iban and its daughter towns, and in Jekabazeel and its daughter towns, and in Jeshua, and in Melada, and Beth Pelet, and in Hazar Shul, and in Beersheba and its daughter towns, and in Ziklag, and in Mackinaw and its daughter towns, and in Enrimmon, and in Zorah, and in Jarmuth, Zanoah, Adulam and their daughter towns, Lachish and its fields, Azekah and its daughter towns. So they were living from Beersheba to the valley of Hinnom. And the children of Benjamin were living from Geba, at Michmash and Aiah, and at Bethel and its daughter towns, at Anatoth, Nob, Ananiah, Hazor, Ramah, Jataim, Hadid, Zeboim, Nebalat, Lod, and Ono, the valley of expert workers. And of the Levites, certain divisions in Judah were joined to Benjamin. Chapter 12. Now these are the priests and the Levites who went up with Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Jeshua, Sariah, Jeremiah, Ezra, Amariah, Malach, Hattush, Shechaniah, Rehum, Meremoth, Edo, Ginnethoi, Abiyah, Mijamin, Maadiah, Bilgah, Shemaiah, and Joiarib, Jediah, Salu, Amok, Hilkiah, Jediah. These were the chiefs of the priests and of their brothers in the days of Jeshua. And the Levites, Jeshua, Binu, Kadmiel, Sherebiah, Judah, and Mattaniah, who was over the music makers, he and his brothers, and Bakbukiah and Unno, their brothers, were opposite them in their watches. And Jeshua was the father of Joiakim, and Joiakim was the father of Eliashib, and Eliashib was the father of Joiada, and Joiada was the father of Jonathan, and Jonathan was the father of Jeshua. And in the days of Joiakim there were priests, heads of families, of Sariah, Moriah, of Jeremiah, Hananiah, of Ezra, Meshullam, of Amariah, Jehohanan, of Maluchi, Jonathan, of Shebaniah, Joseph, of Harim, Adnah, of Meraioth, Helkai, of Edo, Zechariah, of Ginnethon, Meshullam, of Abiyah, Zitri, of Miniamin, of Modiah, Piltai, of Bilgah, Shammua, of Shemaiah, Jehonathan, and of Joiarib, Matnai, of Jediah, Uzzi, of Salah, Kaiah, of Amok, Eber, of Hilkiah, Hashabiah, of Jediah, Nathanael, the Levites in the days of Eliashib, Joiada, and Johanan, and Jadua, were listed as heads of families, and the priests, when Darius the Persian was king. The sons of Levi, heads of families, were recorded in the book of the histories, even till the days of Johanan, the son of Eliashib. And the chiefs of the Levites, Hashabiah, Sherebiah, and Jeshua, the son of Kadmiel, with their brothers opposite them, to give blessing and praises ordered by David, the man of God, watch against watch, Mattaniah, and Bakbukiah, Obadiah, Meshullam, Alman, Akub, were doorkeepers keeping the watch at the storehouses of the doors. These were in the days of Joachim, the son of Jeshua, the son of Jozadak, and in the days of Nehemiah the ruler and of Ezra the priest, the scribe. And when the time came for the wall of Jerusalem to be made holy, they sent for the Levites out of all their places to come to Jerusalem, to keep the feast with joy, and with praise and melody, with brass and corded instruments of music. And the sons of the music makers came together from the lowland round about Jerusalem, and from the daughter towns of the Netophathites, and from Beth Gilgal, and from the fields of Geba and Asmaveth. For the music makers had made daughter towns for themselves round about Jerusalem. And the priests and the Levites made themselves clean, and they made the people clean, and the doorways and the wall. Then I made the rulers of Judah come up on the wall, and I put in position 2 great bands of them who gave praise, walking in ordered lines. One went to the right on the wall, in the direction of the doorway where the waist was put, and after them went Hoshea and half of the rulers of Judah, and Azariah, Ezra, and Meshullam, Judah and Benjamin and Shemaiah and Jeremiah, and certain of the priests' sons with wind instruments, Zechariah, the son of Jonathan, the son of Shemaiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Micaiah, the son of Zechur, the son of Asaph, and his brothers, Shemaiah, and Azarel, Milalai, Gilalai, Mai, Nathanael, and Judah, Hanani, with the music instruments of David, the man of God, and Ezra the scribe was at their head, and by the doorway of the fountain and straight in front of them. They went up by the steps of the town of David, at the slope up of the wall, over the house of David, as far as the water doorway to the east, and the other band of those who gave praise went to the left, and I went after them with half the people, on the wall, over the tower of the ovens, as far as the wide wall, and over the doorway of Ephraim, and by the old door and the fish door and the tower of Hananel and the tower of Hamath, as far as the sheep door, and at the doorway of the watchmen they came to a stop. So the 2 bands of those who gave praise took up their positions in the house of God, and I had half of the chiefs with me, and the priests, Eliakim, Maaseiah, Miniamin, Micaiah, Elionai, Zechariah, and Hananiah, with wind instruments, and Maaseiah and Shemaiah and Eleazar and Uzi and Jehohanan and Malchijah and Elam and Ezer, and the makers of melody made their voices loud, with Jezreel their overseer. And on that day they made great offerings and were glad, for God had made them glad with great joy, and the women and the children were glad with them, so that the joy of Jerusalem came to the ears of those who were far off. And on that day certain men were put over the rooms where the things which had been given were stored, for the lifted offerings and the first fruits and the tenths, and to take into them the amounts, from the fields of every town, fixed by the law for the priests and the Levites. For Judah was glad on account of the priests and the Levites who were in their places, and they kept the watch of their God, and were responsible for making things clean. And so did the music makers and the doorkeepers, as it was ordered by David and Solomon his son. For in the days of David and Asaph in the past, there was a master of the music, and songs of blessing and praise to God. And all Israel in the days of Zerubbabel and in the days of Nehemiah gave what was needed by the music makers and the doorkeepers day by day, and they made the offerings holy for the Levites, and the Levites did the same for the sons of Aaron. Chapter 13. On that day there was a reading from the book of Moses in the hearing of the people, and they saw that it said in the book that no Ammonite or Moabite might ever come into the meeting of God, because they did not give the children of Israel bread and water when they came to them, but got Balaam to put a curse on them, though the curse was turned into a blessing by our God. So after hearing the law, they took out of Israel all the mixed people. Now before this, Eliashib the priest, who had been placed over the rooms of the house of our God, being a friend of Tobiah, had made ready for him a great room, where at one time they kept the meal offerings, the perfume, and the vessels and the tents of the grain and wine and oil which were given by order to the Levites and the music makers and the doorkeepers, and the lifted offerings for the priests. But all this time I was not at Jerusalem, for in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes, king of Babylon, I went to the king, and after some days, I got the king to let me go, and I came to Jerusalem, and it was clear to me what evil Eliashib had done for Tobiah, in making ready for him a room in the buildings of the house of God, and it was evil in my eyes. So I had all Tobiah's things put out of the room. Then I gave orders, and they made the rooms clean, and I put back in them the vessels of the house of God, with the meal offerings and the perfume. And I saw that the Levites had not been given what was needed for their support, so that the Levites and the music makers, who did the work, had gone away, everyone to his field. Then I made protests to the chiefs, and said, "Why has the house of God been given up?" And I got them together and put them in their places. Then all Judah came with the 10th part of the grain and wine and oil and put it into the storehouses. And I made controllers over the storehouses, Shelemiah the priest and Zadok the scribe, and of the Levites, Pedaiah, and with them was Hanan, the son of Zaccur the son of Mattaniah. They were taken to be true men, and their business was the distribution of these things to their brothers. Keep me in mind, O my God, in connection with this, and do not let the good which I have done for the house of my God and its worship go from your memory completely. In those days, I saw in Judah some who were crushing grapes on the Sabbath, and getting in grain and putting it on asses, as well as wine and grapes and figs and all sorts of goods which they took into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And I gave witness against them on the day when they were marketing food. And there were men of Tyre there, who came with fish and all sorts of goods, trading with the children of Judah and in Jerusalem on the Sabbath. Then I made protests to the chiefs of Judah, and said to them, "What is this evil which you are doing, not keeping the Sabbath day holy? Did not your fathers do the same? And did not our God send all this evil on us and on this town? But you are causing more wrath to come on Israel by not keeping the Sabbath holy." And so, when the streets of Jerusalem were getting dark before the Sabbath, I gave orders for the doors to be shut and not to be open again till after the Sabbath. And I put some of my servants by the door so that nothing might be taken in on the Sabbath day. So the traders in all sorts of goods took their night's rest outside Jerusalem once or twice. Then I gave witness against them and said, "Why are you waiting all night by the wall? If you do so again, I will have you taken prisoners." From that time they did not come again on the Sabbath. And I gave the Levites orders to make themselves clean and come and keep the doors and make the Sabbath holy. Keep this in mind to my credit, O my God, and have mercy on me, for great is your mercy. And in those days I saw the Jews who were married to women of Ashdod and Ammon and Moab, and their children were talking half in the language of Ashdod. They had no knowledge of the Jews' language, but made use of the language of the two peoples. And I took up the cause against them, cursing them and giving blows to some of them and pulling out their hair. And I made them take an oath by God, saying, "You are not to give your daughters to their sons or take their daughters for your sons or for yourselves." Was it not in these things that Solomon, king of Israel, did wrong? Among a number of nations there was no king like him, and he was dear to his God, and God made him king over all Israel. But even he was made to do evil by strange women. Are we then without protest to let you do all this great evil, sinning against our God by taking strange women for your wives? And one of the sons of Joiada, the son of Eliashib, the chief priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat the Horonite, so I sent him away from me. Keep them in mind, O my God, because they have put shame on the priest's name and on the agreement of the priests and the Levites. So I made them clean from all strange people, and had regular watches fixed for the priests and for the Levites, everyone in his work, and for the wood offering, at fixed times, and for the first fruits. Keep me in mind, O my God, for good. Bible in Basic English. The Book of Esther. Chapter 1. Now it came about in the days of Ahasuerus, that Ahasuerus, who was ruler of 127 divisions of the kingdom, from India as far as Ethiopia, that in those days, when King Ahasuerus was ruling in Shushan, his strong town, in the 3rd year of his rule he gave a feast to all his captains and his servants, and the captains of the army of Persia and Media, the great men and the rulers of the divisions of his kingdom, were present before him, and for a long time, even 180 days, he let them see all the wealth and the glory of his kingdom and the great power and honor which were his. And at the end of that time, The king gave a feast for all the people who were present in Shushan, the king's town, small as well as great, for 7 days, in the outer square of the garden of the king's house. There were fair hangings of white and green and blue, fixed with cords of purple and the best linen to silver rings and pillars of polished stone. The seats were of gold and silver on a floor of red and white and yellow and black stone. And they gave them drink in gold vessels, every vessel being different, and wine of the kingdom, freely given by the king. And the drinking was in keeping with the law, no one was forced, for the king had given orders to all the chief servants of his house to do as was pleasing to every man. And Vashti the queen gave a feast for the women in the house of King Ahasuerus. On the 7th day, when the heart of the king was glad with wine, he gave orders to Mehuman, Iztha, Harbna, Bigtha, and Abagtha, Zetar, and Carcass, the 7 unsexed servants who were waiting before Ahasuerus the king, that Vashti the queen was to come before him, crowned with her crown, and let the people and the captains see her, for she was very beautiful. But when the servants gave her the king's order, Vashti the queen said she would not come. Then the king was very angry, and his heart was burning with wrath. And the king said to the wise men, who had knowledge of the times, for this was the king's way with all who were expert in law and in the giving of decisions, and second only to him were Karshina, Shether, Admatha, Tarshish, Maris, Marsina, and Memucan, the 7 rulers of Persia and Media, who were friends of the king, and had the first places in the kingdom. What is to be done by law to Vashti the queen, because she has not done what King Ahasuerus, by his servants, gave her orders to do. And before the king and the captains, Memucan gave his answer, Vashti the queen has done wrong, not only to the king, but to all the captains and to all the peoples in all the divisions of the kingdom of King Ahasuerus, for news of what the queen has done will come to the ears of all women, and they will no longer give respect to their husbands when it is said to them, King Ahasuerus gave orders for Vashti the queen to come before him and she came not. And the wives of the captains of Persia and Media, hearing what the queen has done, will say the same to all the king's captains, so there will be much shame and wrath. If it is pleasing to the king, let an order go out from him, and let it be recorded among the laws of the Persians and the Medes, so that it may never be changed, that Vashti is never again to come before King Ahasuerus, and let the king give her place to another who is better than she. And when this order, given by the king, is made public through all his kingdom, for it is great, all the wives will give honor to their husbands, great as well as small. And this suggestion seemed good to the king and the captains, and the king did as Memucan said, and sent letters to all the divisions of the kingdom, to every division in the writing commonly used there, and to every people in the language which was theirs, saying that every man was to be the ruler in his house, and that this order was to be given out in the language of his people. Chapter 2. After these things, when the king's feelings were calmer, the thought of Vashti and what she had done and the order he had made against her, came back to his mind. Then the servants who were waiting on the king said to him, Let search be made for some fair young virgins for the king. Let the king give authority to certain men in all the divisions of his kingdom, to get together all the fair young virgins and send them to Shushan, the king's town, to the women's house, under the care of Haggai, the king's servant, the keeper of the women, and let the things needed for making them clean be given to them. And let the girl who is pleasing to the king be queen in place of Vashti. And the king was pleased with this suggestion, and he did so. Now there was a certain Jew in Shushan named Mordecai, the son of Yair, the son of Shimei, the son of Kish, a Benjamite, who had been taken away from Jerusalem among those who had been made prisoner with Jeconiah, king of Judah, when Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had taken him away. And he had been a father to Hadassah, that is Esther, the daughter of his father's brother, for she had no father or mother, and she was very beautiful, and when her father and mother were dead, Mordecai took her for his daughter. So when the order made by the king was publicly given out, and a number of girls had been placed in the care of Haggai in the king's house in Shushan, Esther was taken into the king's house and put in the care of Haggai, the keeper of the women. And he was pleased with the girl and was kind to her, and he quickly gave her what was needed for making her clean, and the things which were hers by right, and 7 servant girls who were to be hers from the king's house. And he had her and her servant girls moved to the best place in the women's part of the house. Esther had not said what family or people she came from, for Mordecai had given her orders not to do so, and every day Mordecai took his walk before the square of the women's house, to see how Esther was and what would be done to her. Now every girl, when her turn came, had to go into King Ahasuerus, after undergoing, for a space of 12 months, what was ordered by the law for the women, for this was the time necessary for making them clean, that is, 6 months with oil of myrrh and 6 months with sweet perfumes and such things as are needed for making women clean. And in this way the girl went into the king. Whatever she had a desire for was given to her to take with her from the women's house into the house of the king. In the evening she went, and on the day after she came back to the second house of the women, into the keeping of Shashgaz, one of the king's unsexed servants who had the care of the king's wives. Only if the king had delight in her and sent for her by name did she go into him again. Now when the time came for Esther, the daughter of Abihail, his father's brother, whom Mordecai had taken as his daughter, to go into the king, she made request for nothing but what Mordecai, the king's servant and keeper of the women, had given her. And Esther was looked on kindly by all who saw her. So Esther was taken into King Ahasuerus in his house in the 10th month, which is the month Tebeth, in the 7th year of his rule. And Esther was more pleasing to the king than all the women, and to his eyes she was fairer and more full of grace than all the other virgins. So he put his crown on her head and made her queen in place of Vashti. Then the king gave a great feast for all his captains and his servants, even Esther's feast, and he gave orders through all the divisions of his kingdom for a day of rest from work, and gave wealth from his store. And when the virgins came together in the second house of the women, Mordecai took his seat in the doorway of the king's house. Esther had still said nothing of her family or her people, as Mordecai had given her orders, for Esther did what Mordecai said, as when she was living with him. In those days, while Mordecai was seated at the king's doorway, two of the king's servants, Bigthan and Teresh, keepers of the door, being angry, were looking for a chance to make an attack on King Ahasuerus, and Mordecai, having knowledge of their purpose, sent word of it to Esther the queen, and Esther gave the news to the king in Mordecai's name. And when the thing had been looked into, it was seen to be true, and the two of them were put to death by hanging on a tree, and it was put down in the records before the king. Chapter 3. After these things, by the order of the king, Haman, the son of Hammedatha the Agagite, was lifted up and given a position of honor and a higher place than all the other captains who were with him. And all the king's servants who were in the king's house went down to the earth before Haman and gave him honor, for so the king had given orders. But Mordecai did not go down before him or give him honor. Then the king's servants who were in the king's house said to Mordecai, "Why do you go against the king's order?" Now when they had said this to him day after day and he gave no attention, they let Haman have news of it, to see if Mordecai's behavior would be overlooked. For he had said to them that he was a Jew. And when Haman saw that Mordecai did not go down before him and give him honor, Haman was full of wrath. But it was not enough for him to make an attack on Mordecai only, for they had made clear to him who Mordecai's people were. So Haman made it his purpose to put an end to all the Jews, even Mordecai's people, through all the kingdom of Ahasuerus. In the first month, the month Nisan, in the 12th year of King Ahasuerus, from day to day and from month to month they went on looking for a sign given by that is chance, before Haman, till the sign came out for the 13th day of the 12th month, the month Adar. And Haman said to King Ahasuerus, "There is a certain nation living here and there in small groups among the people in all the divisions of your kingdom. Their laws are different from those of any other nation, and they do not keep the king's laws. For this reason it is not right for the king to let them be. If it is the king's pleasure, let a statement ordering their destruction be put in writing, and I will give to those responsible for the king's business 10,000 talents of silver for the king's storehouse." And the king took his ring from his hand and gave it to Haman, the son of Hammedatha the Agagite, the hater of the Jews. And the king said to Haman, "The money is yours, and the people, to do with them whatever seems right to you." Then on the 13th day of the first month, the king's scribes were sent for, and they put in writing Haman's orders to all the king's captains and the rulers of every division of his kingdom and the chiefs of every people, for every division of the kingdom in the writing commonly used there, and to every people in the language which was theirs. It was signed in the name of King Ahasuerus and stamped with the king's ring. And letters were sent by the runners into every division of the kingdom ordering the death and destruction of all Jews, young and old, little children and women, on the same day. even the 13th day of the 12th month, the month Adar, and the taking of all their goods by force. A copy of the writing, to be made public in every part of the kingdom, was sent out to all the peoples, so that they might be ready when that day came. The runners went out quickly by the king's order, and a public statement was made in Shushan, and the king and Haman took wine together, but the town of Shushan was troubled. Chapter 4. Now when Mordecai saw what was done, pulling off his robe, he put on haircloth, with dust on his head, and went out into the middle of the town, crying out with a loud and bitter cry. And he came even before the king's doorway, for no one might come inside the king's door clothed in haircloth. And in every part of the kingdom, wherever the king's word and his order came, there was great sorrow among the Jews, and weeping and crying and going without food, and numbers of them were stretched on the earth covered with dust and haircloth. And Esther's women and her servants came and gave her word of it. Then great was the grief of the queen, and she sent robes for Mordecai, so that his clothing of haircloth might be taken off, but he would not have them. Then Esther sent for Hathach, one of the king's unsexed servants whom he had given her for waiting on her, and she gave him orders to go to Mordecai and see what this was and why it was. So Hathach went out and saw Mordecai in the open square of the town before the king's doorway, and Mordecai gave him an account of what had taken place, and of the amount of money which Haman had said he would put into the king's store for the destruction of the Jews. And he gave him the copy of the order which had been given out in Shushan for their destruction, ordering him to let Esther see it, and to make it clear to her, and to say to her that she was to go into the king, requesting his mercy, and making prayer for her people. And Hathach came back and gave Esther an account of what Mordecai had said. Then Esther sent Hathach to say to Mordecai, "It is common knowledge among all the king's servants and the people of every part of the kingdom, that if anyone, man or woman, comes to the king in his inner room without being sent for, there is only one law for him, that he is to be put to death. Only those to whom the king's rod of gold is stretched out may keep their lives. But I have not been sent for to come before the king these 30 days. And they said these words to Mordecai. Then Mordecai sent this answer back to Esther: "Do not have the idea that you and the king's house will be safe from the fate of all the Jews. If at this time you say nothing, then help and salvation will come to the Jews from some other place, but you and your father's family will come to destruction. And who is to say that you have not come to the kingdom even for such a time as this?" Then Esther sent them back to Mordecai with this answer: "Go, get together all the Jews who are present in Shushan, and go without food for me, taking no food or drink night or day for 3 days, and I and my women will do the same. And so I will go into the king, which is against the law, and if death is to be my fate, then let it come." Chapter 5. Now on the 3rd day, Esther put on her queen's robes, and took her place in the inner room of the king's house, facing the king's house, and the king was seated on his high seat in the king's house, facing the doorway of the house. And when the king saw Esther the queen waiting in the inner room, looking kindly on her, he put out the rod of gold in his hand to her. So Esther came near and put her fingers on the top of the rod. Then the king said, "What is your desire, Queen Esther, and what is your request? I will give it to you, even to the half of my kingdom." And Esther in answer said, "If it seems good to the king, let the king and Haman come today to the feast which I have made ready for him." Then the king said, "Let Haman come quickly, so that what Esther has said may be done." So the king and Haman came to the feast which Esther had made ready, and while they were drinking wine, the king said to Esther, "What is your prayer? For it will be given to you, and what is your request? For it will be done, even to the half of my kingdom." Then Esther said in answer, "My prayer and my request is this: if I have the king's approval, and if it is the king's pleasure to give me my prayer and do my request, let the king and Haman come to the feast which I will make ready for them, and tomorrow I will do as the king has said." Then on that day Haman went out full of joy and glad in heart. But when he saw Mordecai in the king's doorway, and he did not get to his feet or give any sign of fear before him, Haman was full of wrath against Mordecai. But controlling himself, he went to his house, and he sent for his friends and Zeresh, his wife. And he gave them an account of the glories of his wealth, and the number of children he had, and the ways in which he had been honored by the king, and how he had put him over the captains and servants of the king. And Haman said further, "Truly, Esther the queen let no man but myself come into the feast which she had made ready for the king, and tomorrow again I am to be her guest with the king." But all this is nothing to me while I see Mordecai the Jew seated by the king's doorway. Then his wife Zeresh and all his friends said to him, Let a pillar, 50 cubits high, be made ready for hanging him, and in the morning get the king to give orders for the hanging of Mordecai, then you will be able to go to the feast with the king with a glad heart. Chapter 6. That night the king was unable to get any sleep, and he sent for the books of the records, and while someone was reading them to the king, it came out that it was recorded in the book how Mordecai had given word of the designs of Bigtana and Teresh, two of the king's servants, keepers of the door, by whom an attack on the king had been designed. And the king said, What honor and reward have been given to Mordecai for this? Then the servants who were waiting on the king said, Nothing has been done for him. Then the king said, Who is in the outer room? Now Haman had come into the outer room to get the king's authority for the hanging of Mordecai on the pillar which he had made ready for him. And the king's servants said to him, See, Haman is waiting in the outer room. And the king said, Let him come in. So Haman came in, and the king said to him, What is to be done to the man whom the king has delighted in honoring? Then the thought came into Haman's mind, Whom, more than myself, would the king have pleasure in honoring? And Haman, answering the king, said, For the man whom the king has delight in honoring, let them take the robes which the king generally puts on, and the horse on which the king goes, and the crown which is on his head, and let the robes and the horse be given to one of the king's most noble captains, so that they may put them on the man whom the king has delight in honoring, and let him go on horseback through the streets of the town, with men crying out before him. So let it be done to the man whom the king has delight in honoring. Then the king said to Haman, Go quickly, and take the robes and the horse, as you have said, and do even so to Mordecai the Jew, who is seated at the king's doorway. See that you do everything as you have said. Then Haman took the robes and the horse, and dressing Mordecai in the robes, he made him go on horseback through the streets of the town, crying out before him, So let it be done to the man whom the king has delight in honoring. And Mordecai came back to the king's doorway, but Haman went quickly back to his house, sad and with his head covered. And Haman gave his wife Zeresh and all his friends an account of what had taken place. Then his wise men and his wife Zeresh said to him, If Mordecai, who is starting to get the better of you, is of the seed of the Jews, you will not be able to do anything against him, but you will certainly go down before him. While they were still talking, the king's servants came to take Haman to the feast which Esther had made ready. Chapter 7. So the king and Haman came to take wine with Esther the queen. And the king said to Esther again on the second day, while they were drinking, What is your prayer, Queen Esther? For it will be given to you, and what is your request? For it will be done, even to the half of my kingdom. Then Esther the queen, answering, said, If I have your approval, O king, and if it is the king's pleasure, let my life be given to me in answer to my prayer, and my people at my request, for we are given up, I and my people, to destruction and death and to be cut off. If we had been taken as men servants and women servants for a price, I would have said nothing, for our trouble is little in comparison with the king's loss. Then King Ahasuerus said to Esther the queen, Who is he and where is he who has had this evil thought in his heart? And Esther said, Our hater and attacker is this evil Haman. Then Haman was full of fear before the king and the queen, and the king in his wrath got up from the feast and went into the garden. And Haman got to his feet to make a prayer for his life to Esther the queen, for he saw that the king's purpose was evil against him. Then the king came back from the garden into the room where they had been drinking, and Haman was stretched out on the seat where Esther was. Then the king said, Is he taking the queen by force before my eyes in my house? And while the words were on the king's lips, they put a cloth over Haman's face. Then Harbonah, one of the unsexed servants waiting before the king, said, See, the pillar 50 cubits high, which Haman made for Mordecai, who said a good word for the king, is still in its place in Haman's house. Then the king said, Put him to death by hanging him on it. So Haman was put to death by hanging him on the pillar he had made for Mordecai. Then the king's wrath became less. Chapter 8. That day the king gave all the family of Haman, the hater of the Jews, to Esther the queen. And Mordecai came before the king, for Esther had made clear what he was to her. And the king took off his ring, which he had taken from Haman, and gave it to Mordecai. And Esther put Mordecai over the family of Haman. Then Esther again came before the king, falling down at his feet, and made request to him with weeping, that he would put a stop to the evil purposes of Haman the Agagite and the designs which he had made against the Jews. Then the king put out the rod of gold to Esther, and she got up before the king. And she said, if it is the king's pleasure, and if I have his approval, and this thing seems right to the king, and I am pleasing to him, then let letters be sent giving orders against those which Haman, the son of Hammedatha the Agagite, sent out for the destruction of the Jews in all divisions of the kingdom. For how is it possible for me to see the evil which is to overtake my nation? How may I see the destruction of my people? Then King Ahasuerus said to Esther the queen and to Mordecai the Jew, see now, I have given Esther the family of Haman, and he has come to his death by hanging, because he made an attack on the Jews. So now send a letter about the Jews, writing whatever seems good to you, in the king's name, and stamping it with the king's ring. For a writing signed in the king's name and stamped with the king's ring may not be changed. Then at that time, on the 23rd day of the third month, which is the month Sivan, the king's scribes were sent for, and everything ordered by Mordecai was put in writing and sent to the Jews and the captains and the rulers and the chiefs of all the divisions of the kingdom from India to Ethiopia, 127 divisions, to every division in the writing commonly used there, and to every people in their language, and to the Jews in their writing in their language. The letters were sent in the name of King Ahasuerus and stamped with his ring, and they were taken by men on horseback, going on the quick-running horses used for the king's business, the offspring of his best horses. In these letters the king gave authority to the Jews in every town to come together and make a fight for their lives, and to send death and destruction on the power of any people in any part of the kingdom attacking them or their children or their women, and to take their goods from them by force, on one day in every division of the kingdom of Ahasuerus, that is, on the 13th day of the 12th month, the month Adar. A copy of the writing, to be made public as an order in every division of the kingdom, was given out to all the peoples, so that the Jews might be ready when that day came to give punishment to their haters. So the men went out on the quick-running horses used on the king's business, wasting no time and forced on by the king's order, and the order was given out in Shushan, the king's town. And Mordecai went out from before the king, dressed in king-like robes of blue and white, and with a great crown of gold and clothing of purple and the best linen, and all the town of Shushan gave loud cries of joy. And the Jews had light and joy and honor, and in every part of the kingdom and in every town, wherever the king's letter and his order came, the Jews were glad with great joy, and had a feast and a good day. And a great number of the people of the land became Jews, for the fear of the Jews had come on them. Chapter 9. Now on the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month Adar, when the time came for the king's order to be put into effect, on the very day when the haters of the Jews had been hoping to have rule over them, though the opposite had come about, and the Jews had rule over their haters, on that day, the Jews came together in their towns through all the divisions of the kingdom of Ahasuerus, for the purpose of attacking all those who were attempting evil against them, and everyone had to give way before them, for the fear of them had come on all the peoples. And all the chiefs and the captains and the rulers, those who did the king's business, gave support to the Jews, because the fear of Mordecai had come on them. For Mordecai was great in the king's house, and word of him went out through every part of the kingdom. For the man Mordecai became greater and greater. So the Jews overcame all their attackers with the sword and with death and destruction, and did to their haters whatever they had a desire to do. And in Shushan the Jews put to death 500 men. They put to death Parshandatha, Dalphon, Aspatha, Parada, Adalia, Aridatha, Parmashtha, Arizai, Aridai, and Vezatha, the 10 sons of Haman the son of Hammedatha, the hater of the Jews, but they put not a hand on any of their goods. On that day the number of those who had been put to death in the town of Shushan was given to the king. And the king said to Esther the queen, the Jews had put 500 men to death in Shushan, as well as the 10 sons of Haman. What then have they done in the rest of the kingdom? Now what is your prayer? For it will be given to you. What other request have you? And it will be done. Then Esther said, if it is the king's pleasure, let authority be given to the Jews in Shushan to do tomorrow as has been done today, and let orders be given for the hanging of Haman's 10 sons. And the king said that this was to be done, and the order was given out in Shushan, and the hanging of Haman's 10 sons was effected. For the Jews who were in Shushan came together again on the 14th day of the month Adar and put to death 300 men in Shushan. But they put not a hand on their goods, and the other Jews in every division of the kingdom came together, fighting for their lives, and got salvation from their haters and put 75,000 of them to death. But they did not put a hand on their goods. This they did on the 13th day of the month Adar, and on the 14th day of the same month they took their rest, and made it a day of feasting and joy. But the Jews in Shushan came together on the 13th and on the 14th day of the month, and on the 15th day they took their rest, and made it a day of feasting and joy. So the Jews of the country places living in unwalled towns make the 14th day of the month Adar a day of feasting and joy and a good day, a day for sending offerings one to another. And Mordecai sent letters to all the Jews in every division of the kingdom of Ahasuerus, near and far, ordering them to keep the 14th day of the month Adar and the 15th day of the same month, every year, as days on which the Jews had rest from their haters, and the month which for them was turned from sorrow to joy, and from weeping to a good day, and that they were to keep them as days of feasting and joy, of sending offerings to one another and good things to the poor. And the Jews gave their word to go on as they had been doing and as Mordecai had given them orders in writing. Because Haman, the son of Hammedatha the Agagite, the hater of all the Jews, had made designs for their destruction, attempting to get a decision by that is, chance, with a view to putting an end to them and cutting them off. But when the business was put before the king, he gave orders by letters that the evil design which he had made against the Jews was to be turned against himself, and that he and his sons were to be put to death by hanging. So these days were named Purim, after the name of and so, because of the words of this letter, and of what they had seen in connection with his business, and what had come to them, the Jews made a rule and gave an undertaking, causing their seed and all those who were joined to them to do the same, so that it might be in force forever, that they would keep those 2 days, as ordered in the letter, at the fixed time every year, and that those days were to be kept in memory through every generation and every family, in every division of the kingdom and every town, that there might never be a time when these days of Purim would not be kept among the Jews, or when the memory of them would go from the minds of their seed. Then Esther the queen, daughter of Abihail, and Mordecai the Jew, sent a second letter giving the force of their authority to the order about the Purim. And he sent letters to all the Jews in the 127 divisions of the kingdom of Ahasuerus, with true words of peace, giving the force of law to these days of Purim at their fixed times, as they had been ordered by Mordecai the Jew and Esther the queen, and in keeping with the rules they had made for themselves and their seed, in connection with their time of going without food and their cry for help. The order given by Esther gave the force of law to the rules about the Purim, and it was recorded in the book. Chapter 10. And King Ahasuerus put a tax on the land and on the islands of the sea, and all his acts of power and his great strength and the full story of the high place which the king gave Mordecai, are they not recorded in the book of the history of the kings of Media and Persia? For Mordecai the Jew was second only to King Ahasuerus, and great among the Jews and respected by the body of his countrymen, working for the good of his people, and saying words of peace to all his seed. The Book of Job. Chapter 1. There was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job. He was without sin and upright, fearing God and keeping himself far from evil. And he had 7 sons and 3 daughters. And of cattle he had 7,000 sheep and goats, and 3,000 camels, and 1,000 oxen, and 500 she-asses, and a very great number of servants. And the man was greater than any of the sons of the east. His sons regularly went to one another's houses, and every one on his day gave a feast, and at these times they sent for their 3 sisters to take part in their feasts with them. And at the end of their days of feasting, Job sent and made them clean, getting up early in the morning and offering burnt offerings for them all. For, Job said, it may be that my sons have done wrong and said evil of God in their hearts. And Job did this whenever the feasts came round. And there was a day when the sons of the gods came together before the Lord, and the Satan came with them. And the Lord said to the Satan, where do you come from? And the Satan said in answer, from wandering this way and that on the earth, and walking about on it. And the Lord said to the Satan, have you taken note of my servant Job? For there is no one like him on the earth, a man without sin and upright, fearing God and keeping himself far from evil. And the Satan said in answer to the Lord, is it for nothing that Job is a God-fearing man? Have you yourself not put a wall round him and his house and all he is on every side, blessing the work of his hands, and increasing his cattle in the land? But now, Put out your hand against all he has, and he will be cursing you to your face. And the Lord said to the Satan, See, I give all he has into your hands, only do not put a finger on the man himself. And the Satan went out from before the Lord. And there was a day when his sons and daughters were feasting in the house of their oldest brother, and a man came to Job, and said, The oxen were plowing, and the asses were taking their food by their side, and the men of Sheba came against them and took them away, putting the young men to the sword. And I was the only one who got away safe to give you the news. And this one was still talking when another came, and said, The fire of God came down from heaven, burning up the sheep and the goats and the young men completely, and I was the only one who got away safe to give you the news. And this one was still talking when another came, and said, The Chaldeans made themselves into 3 bands, and came down on the camels and took them away, putting the young men to the sword, and I was the only one who got away safe to give you the news. And this one was still talking when another came, and said, Your sons and your daughters were feasting together in their oldest brother's house, when a great wind came rushing from the wasteland against the 4 sides of the house, and it came down on the young men. And they are dead, and I was the only one who got away safe to give you the news. Then Job got up, and after parting his clothing and cutting off his hair, he went down on his face to the earth, and gave worship, and said, With nothing I came out of my mother's body, and with nothing I will go back there. The Lord gave and the Lord has taken away. Let the Lord's name be praised. In all this Job did no sin, and did not say that God's acts were foolish. Chapter 2. And there was a day when the sons of the gods came together before the Lord, and the Satan came with them. And the Lord said to the Satan, Where do you come from? And the Satan said in answer, From wandering this way and that on the earth, and walking about on it. And the Lord said to the Satan, Have you taken note of my servant Job? For there is no one like him on the earth, a man without sin and upright, fearing God and keeping himself far from evil, and he still keeps his righteousness, though you have been moving me to send destruction on him without cause. And the Satan said in answer to the Lord, Skin for skin, all a man has he will give for his life. But now, if you put your hand on his bone and his flesh, he will certainly be cursing you to your face. And the Lord said to the Satan, See, he is in your hands, only do not take his life. And the Satan went out from before the Lord, and sent on Job an evil disease covering his skin from his feet to the top of his head. And he took a broken bit of a pot, and, seated in the dust, was rubbing himself with the sharp edge of it. And his wife said to him, Are you still keeping your righteousness? Say a curse against God, and put an end to yourself. And he said to her, You are talking like one of the foolish women. If we take the good God sends us, are we not to take the evil when it comes? In all this Job kept his lips from sin. And Job's 3 friends had word of all this evil which had come on him. And they came every one from his place, Eliphaz the Temanite, and Bildad the Shuhite, and Zophar the Naamathite. So they came together to a meeting place, in order that they might go and make clear to Job their grief for him, and give him comfort. And lifting up their eyes when they were still far off, it did not seem that the man they saw was Job because of the change in him. And they gave way to bitter weeping, with signs of grief, and put dust on their heads. And they took their seats on the earth by his side for 7 days and 7 nights, but no one said a word to him, for they saw that his pain was very great. Chapter 3. Then, opening his mouth, and cursing the day of his birth, Job made answer and said, Let destruction take the day of my birth, and the night on which it was said, A man-child has come into the world. That day, let it be dark, let not God take note of it from on high, and let not the light be shining on it. Let the dark and the black night take it for themselves. Let it be covered with a cloud. Let the dark shades of day send fear on it. That night, let the thick dark take it. Let it not have joy among the days of the year. Let it not come into the number of the months. As for that night, let it have no fruit. Let no voice of joy be sounded in it. Let it be cursed by those who put a curse on the day, who are ready to make Leviathan awake. Let its morning stars be dark. Let it be looking for light, but may it not have any. Let it not see the eyes of the dawn. Because it did not keep the doors of my mother's body shut, so that trouble might be veiled from my eyes. Why did death not take me when I came out of my mother's body? Why did I not, when I came out, give up my last breath? Why did the knees take me, or why the breasts that they might give me milk? For then I might have gone to my rest in quiet, and in sleep have been in peace, with kings and the wise ones of the earth, who put up great houses for themselves, or with rulers who had gold, and whose houses were full of silver, or as a child dead at birth I might never have come into existence, like young children who have not seen the light. There the passions of the evil are over, and those whose strength has come to an end have rest. There the prisoners are at peace together. The voice of the overseer comes not again to their ears. The small and the great are there, and the servant is free from his master. Why does he give light to him who is in trouble, and life to the bitter in soul, to those whose desire is for death? But it comes not, who are searching for it more than for secret wealth, who are glad with great joy, and full of delight when they come to their last resting place, to a man whose way is failed, and who is shut in by God. In place of my food I have grief, and cries of sorrow come from me like water, for I have a fear and it comes on me, and my heart is greatly troubled. I have no peace, no quiet, and no rest, nothing but pain comes on me. Chapter 4. And Eliphaz the Temanite made answer and said, If one says a word, will it be a weariness to you? But who is able to keep from saying what is in his mind? Truly, you have been a helper to others, and you have made feeble hands strong. He who is nearer to falling has been lifted up by your words, and you have given strength to bent knees. But now it has come on you, and it is a weariness to you. You are touched by it, and your mind is troubled. Is not your fear of God your support, and your upright way of life your hope? Have you ever seen destruction come to an upright man? Or when were the God-fearing ever cut off? What I have seen is that those by whom trouble has been plowed, and evil planted, get the same for themselves. By the breath of God destruction takes them, and by the wind of his wrath they are cut off. Though the noise of the lion and the sounding of his voice may be allowed, the teeth of the young lions are broken. The old lion comes to his end for need of food, and the young of the she-lion go wandering in all directions. A word was given to me secretly, and the low sound of it came to my ears. In troubled thoughts from visions of the night, when deep sleep comes on men, fear came on me and shaking, and my bones were full of trouble, and a breath was moving over my face. The hair of my flesh became stiff. Something was present before me, but I was not able to see it clearly. There was a form before my eyes. A quiet voice came to my ears, saying, May a man be upright before God, or a man be clean before his Maker? Truly, he puts no faith in his servants, and he sees error in his angels. How much more those living in houses of earth, whose bases are in the dust? They are crushed more quickly than an insect. Between morning and evening they are completely broken. They come to an end forever, and no one takes note. If their tent cord is pulled up, do they not come to an end? And without wisdom? Chapter 5. Give now a cry for help. Is there anyone who will give you an answer? And to which of the holy ones will you make your prayer? For wrath is the cause of death to the foolish, and he who has no wisdom comes to his end through passion. I have seen the foolish taking root, but suddenly the curse came on his house. Now his children have no safe place, and they are crushed before the judges, for no one takes up their cause. Their produce is taken by him who has no food, and their grain goes to the poor, and he who is in need of water gets it from their spring. For evil does not come out of the dust, or trouble out of the earth, but trouble is man's fate from birth, as the flames go up from the fire. But as for me, I would make my prayer to God, and I would put my cause before him, who does great things outside our knowledge, wonders without number, who gives rain on the earth, and sends water on the fields, lifting up those who are low, and putting the sad in a safe place, who makes the designs of the wise go wrong, so that they are unable to give effect to their purposes. He takes the wise in their secret designs, and the purposes of the twisted are cut off suddenly. In the daytime it becomes dark for them, and in the sunlight they go feeling about as if it was night. But he keeps safe from their sword those who have no father, and the poor from the power of the strong. So the poor man has hope, and the mouth of the evildoer is stopped. Truly, that man is happy who is training from the hand of God. So do not let your heart be shut to the teaching of the ruler of all, for after his punishment he gives comfort, and after wounding, his hands make you well. He will keep you safe from 6 troubles, and in 7 no evil will come near you. When there is need of food he will keep you from death, and in war from the power of the sword. He will keep you safe from the evil tongue, and you will have no fear of wasting when it comes. You will make sport of destruction and need, and will have no fear of the beasts of the earth, for you will be in agreement with the stones of the earth, and the beasts of the field will be at peace with you. And you will be certain that your tent is at peace, and after looking over your property you will see that nothing is gone. You will be certain that your seed will be great, and your offspring like the plants of the earth. You will come to your last resting place in full strength, as the grain is taken up to the crushing floor in its time. See, we have made search with care, and it is so, it has come to our ears. See that you take note of it for yourself. Chapter 6. And Job made answer and said, If only my passion might be measured, and put into the scales against my trouble. For then its weight would be more than the sand of the seas. Because of this my words have been uncontrolled. For the arrows of the ruler of all are present with me, and their poison goes deep into my spirit. His army of fears is put in order against me. Does the ass of the fields give out his voice when he is grass, or does the ox make sounds over his food? Will a man take food which has no taste without salt? Or is there any taste in the soft substance of purslane? My soul has no desire for such things, there is disease in my food. If only I might have an answer to my prayer, and God would give me my desire. If only he would be pleased to put an end to me, and would let loose his hand, so that I might be cut off. So I would still have comfort, and I would have joy in the pains of death, for I have not been false to the words of the Holy One. Have I strength to go on waiting, or have I any end to be looking forward to? Is my strength the strength of stones, or is my flesh brass? I have no help in myself, and wisdom is completely gone from me. He whose heart is shut against his friend has given up the fear of the ruler of all. My friends have been false like a stream, like streams in the valleys which come to an end, which are dark because of the ice, and the snow falling into them. Under the burning sun they are cut off, and come to nothing because of the heat. The camel trains go out of their way, they go up into the waste and come to destruction. The camel trains of Tema were searching with care, the bands of Sheba were waiting for them, they were put to shame because of their hope, they came. So have you now become to me, you see my sad condition and are in fear. Did I say, give me something? Or, make a payment for me out of your wealth? Or, get me out of the power of my hater? Or, give money so that I may be free from the power of the cruel ones? Give me teaching and I will be quiet, and make me see my error. How pleasing are upright words, but what force is there in your arguments? My words may seem wrong to you, but the words of him who has no hope are for the wind. Truly, you are such as would give up the child of a dead man to his creditors, and would make a profit out of your friend. Now then, let your eyes be turned to me, for truly I will not say what is false to your face. Let your minds be changed, and do not have an evil opinion of me. Yes, be changed, for my righteousness is still in me. Chapter 7. Has not man his ordered time of trouble on the earth? And are not his days like the days of a servant working for payment? As a servant desiring the shades of evening, and a workman looking for his payment, so I have for my heritage months of pain to no purpose, and nights of weariness are given to me. When I go to my bed, I say, when will it be time to get up? But the night is long, and I am turning from side to side till morning light. My flesh is covered with worms and dust. My skin gets hard and then is cracked again. My days go quicker than the cloth worker's thread, and come to an end without hope. Oh, keep in mind that my life is wind, my eye will never again see good. The eye of him who sees me will see me no longer, your eyes will be looking for me, but I will be gone. A cloud comes to an end and is gone. So he who goes down into the underworld comes not up again. He will not come back to his house, and his place will have no more knowledge of him. So I will not keep my mouth shut. I will let the words come from it in the pain of my spirit. My soul will make a bitter outcry. Am I a sea, or a sea beast, that you put a watch over me? When I say, in my bed I will have comfort, there I will get rest from my disease, then you send dreams to me, and visions of fear, so that a hard death seems better to my soul than my pains. I have no desire for life, I would not be living forever. Keep away from me, for my days are as a breath. What is man, that you have made him great, and that your attention is fixed on him, and that your hand is on him every morning, and that you are testing him every minute? How long will it be before your eyes are turned away from me, so that I may have a minute's breathing space? If I have done wrong, what have I done to you? O keeper of men, why have you made me a mark for your blows, so that I am a weariness to myself? And why do you not take away my sin, and let my wrongdoing be ended? For now I go down to the dust, and you will be searching for me with care, but I will be gone. Chapter 8. Then Bildad the Shuhite made answer and said, How long will you say these things, and how long will the words of your mouth be like a strong wind? Does God give wrong decisions? Or is the ruler of all not upright in his judging? If your children have done evil against him, then their punishment is from his hand. If you will make search for God with care, and put your request before the ruler of all, if you are clean and upright, then he will certainly be moved to take up your cause, and will make clear your righteousness by building up your house again. And though your start was small, your end will be very great. Put the question now to the past generations, and give attention to what has been searched out by their fathers, for we are but of yesterday, and have no knowledge, because our days on earth are gone like a shade. Will they not give you teaching, and say words of wisdom to you? Will the river plant come up in its pride without wet earth? Will the grass get tall without water? When it is still green, without being cut down, it becomes dry and dead before any other plant. So is the end of all who do not keep God in mind, and the hope of the evildoer comes to nothing, whose support is cut off, and whose hope is no stronger than a spider's thread. He is looking to his family for support, but it is not there. He puts his hope in it, but it comes to nothing. He is full of strength before the sun, and his branches go out over his garden. His roots are twisted round the stones, forcing their way in between them. If he is taken away from his place, then it will say, I have not seen you. Such is the joy of his way, and out of the dust another comes up to take his place. Truly, God will not give up him who is without sin, and will not take evildoers by the hand. The time will come when your mouth will be full of laughing, and cries of joy will come from your lips. Chapter 9. And Job made answer and said, Truly, I see that it is so, and how is it possible for a man to get his right before God? If a man was desiring to go to law with him, he would not be able to give him an answer to 1 out of 1,000 questions. He is wise in heart and great in strength. Whoever made his face hard against him, and any good came of it? It is he who takes away the mountains without their knowledge, overturning them in his wrath, who is moving the earth out of its place, so that its pillars are shaking, who gives orders to the sun, and it does not give its light, and who keeps the stars from shining, by whose hand the heavens were stretched out, and who is walking on the waves of the sea, who made the Bear and Orion, and the Pleiades, and the storehouses of the south, who does great things not to be searched out, yes, wonders without number. See, he goes past me and I see him not, he goes on before, but I have no knowledge of him. If he puts out his hand to take, by whom may it be turned back? Who may say to him, What are you doing? God's wrath may not be turned back. The helpers of Rahab were bent down under him. How much less may I give an answer to him, using the right words in argument with him? Even if my cause was good, I would not be able to give an answer. I would make request for grace from him who was against me. If I had sent for him to be present, and he had come, I would have no faith that he would give ear to my voice. For I would be crushed by a storm, my wounds would be increased without cause. He would not let me take my breath, but I would be full of bitter grief. If it is a question of strength, he says, Here I am. And if it is a question of a cause of law, he says, Who will give me a fixed day? Though I was in the right, he would say that I was in the wrong. I have done no evil, but he says that I am a sinner. I have done no wrong. I give no thought to what becomes of me. I have no desire for life. It is all the same to me. So I say, He puts an end to the sinner and to him who has done no wrong together. If death comes suddenly through disease, he makes sport of the fate of those who have done no wrong. The land is given into the power of the evildoer, the faces of its judges are covered, if not by him, then who has done it? My days go quicker than a post runner, they go in flight, they see no good, they go rushing on like reed boats, like an eagle dropping suddenly on its food. If I say, I will put my grief out of mind, I will let my face be set no longer and I will be bright. I go in fear of all my pains. I am certain that I will not be free from sin in your eyes. You will not let me be clear of sin. Why then do I take trouble for nothing? If I am washed with snow water, and make my hands clean with soap, Then you will have me pushed into the dust, so that I will seem disgusting to my very clothing. For he is not a man as I am, that I might give him an answer, that we might come together before a judge. There is no one to give a decision between us, who might have control over us. Let him take away his rod from me and not send his fear on me, then I would say what is in my mind without fear of him, for there is no cause of fear in myself. Chapter 10. My soul is tired of life, I will let my sad thoughts go free in words, my soul will make a bitter outcry. I will say to God, do not put me down as a sinner, make clear to me what you have against me. What profit is it to you to be cruel, to give up the work of your hands, looking kindly on the design of evildoers? You eyes of flesh, or do you see as man sees? Are your days as the days of man, or your years like his, that you take note of my sin, searching after my wrongdoing? Though you see that I am not an evildoer, and there is no one who is able to take a man out of your hands? Your hands made me, and I was formed by you. But then, changing your purpose, you gave me up to destruction. Oh, keep in mind that you made me out of earth, and will you send me back again to dust? Was I not drained out like milk, becoming hard like cheese? By you I was clothed with skin and flesh, and joined together with bones and muscles. You have been kind to me, and your grace has been with me, and your care has kept my spirit safe. But you kept these things in the secret of your heart. I am certain this was in your thoughts, that, if I did wrong, you would take note of it, and would not make me clear from sin, that, if I was an evildoer, the curse would come on me, and if I was upright, my head would not be lifted up, being full of shame and overcome with trouble, and that if there was cause for pride, you would go after me like a lion, and again put out your wonders against me, that you would send new witnesses against me, increasing your wrath against me, and letting loose new armies on me. Why then did you make me come out of my mother's body? It would have been better for me to have taken my last breath, and for no eye to have seen me, and for me to have been as if I had not been. To have been taken from my mother's body straight to my last resting place. Are not the days of my life small in number? Let your eyes be turned away from me, so that I may have a little pleasure, before I go to the place from which I will not come back, to the land where all is dark and black, a land of thick dark, without order, where the very light is dark. Chapter 11. Then Zophar the Naamathite made answer and said, are all these words to go unanswered? And is a man seen to be right because he is full of talk? Are your words of pride to make men keep quiet? And are you to make sport, with no one to put you to shame? You may say, my way is clean, and I am free from sin in your eyes. But if only God would take up the word, opening his lips in argument with you, and would make clear to you the secrets of wisdom, and the wonders of his purpose. Are you able to take God's measure, to make discovery of the limits of the ruler of all? They are higher than heaven. What is there for you to do? Deeper than the underworld, and outside your knowledge, longer in measure than the earth, and wider than the sea. If he goes on his way, shutting a man up and putting him to death, who may make him go back from his purpose? For in his eyes men are as nothing, he sees evil and takes note of it. And so a hollow-minded man will get wisdom, when a young ass of the field gets teaching. But if you put your heart right, stretching out your hands to him, if you put far away the evil of your hands, and let no wrongdoing have a place in your tent, then truly your face will be lifted up, with no mark of sin, and you will be fixed in your place without fear. For your sorrow will go from your memory, like waters flowing away, and your life will be brighter than day. Though it is dark, it will become like the morning, and you will be safe because there is hope. After looking round, you will take your rest in quiet, sleeping with no fear of danger, and men will be desiring to have grace in your eyes. But the eyes of the evildoers will be wasting away, their way of flight is gone, and their only hope is the taking of their last breath. Chapter 12. And Job made answer and said, no doubt you have knowledge, and wisdom will come to an end with you. But I have a mind as well as you, I am equal to you, yes, who has not knowledge of such things as these? It seems that I am to be as one who is a cause of laughing to his neighbor, one who makes his prayer to God and is answered. The upright man who has done no wrong is to be made sport of. In the thought of him who is in comfort there is no respect for one who is in trouble. Such is the fate of those who are slipping. There is wealth in the tents of those who make destruction, and those by whom God is moved to wrath are safe, even those whose God is their strength. But put now a question to the beasts, and get teaching from them, or to the birds of the heaven, and they will make it clear to you, or to the things which go flat on the earth, and they will give you wisdom, and the fishes of the sea will give you news of it. Who does not see by all these that the hand of the Lord has done this? In whose hand is the soul of every living thing, and the breath of all flesh of man? Are not words tested by the ear, even as food is tasted by the mouth? Old men have wisdom, and a long life gives knowledge. With him there is wisdom and strength, power and knowledge are his. Truly, there is no building up of what is pulled down by him. When a man is shut up by him, no one may let him loose. Truly, he keeps back the waters and they are dry. He sends them out and the earth is overturned. With him are strength and wise designs. He who is guided into error, together with his guide, are in his hands. He takes away the wisdom of the wise guides, and makes judges foolish. He undoes the chains of kings, and puts his band on them. He makes priests prisoners, overturning those in safe positions. He makes the words of responsible persons without effect, and takes away the good sense of the old. He puts shame on chiefs, and takes away the power of the strong, uncovering deep things out of the dark, and making the deep shade bright, increasing nations, and sending destruction on them, making wide the lands of peoples, and then giving them up. He takes away the wisdom of the rulers of the earth, and sends them wandering in a waste where there is no way. They go feeling about in the dark without light, wandering without help like those overcome with wine. Chapter 13. Truly, my eye has seen all this, word of it has come to my ear, and I have knowledge of it. The same things are in my mind as in yours. I am equal to you. But I would have talked with the ruler of all, and my desire is to have an argument with God. But you put a false face on things. All your attempts to put things right are of no value. If only you would keep quiet, it would be a sign of wisdom. Give ear to the argument of my mouth, and take note of the words of my lips. Will you say in God's name what is not right, and put false words into his mouth? Will you have respect for God's person in this cause, and put yourselves forward as his supporters? Will it be good for you to be searched out by him, or have you the thought that he may be guided into error like a man? He will certainly put you right, if you have respect for persons in secret. Will not his glory put you in fear, so that your hearts will be overcome before him? Your wise sayings are only dust, and your strong places are only earth. Keep quiet, and let me say what is in my mind, whatever may come to me. I will take my flesh in my teeth, and put my life in my hand. Truly, he will put an end to me. I have no hope, but I will not give way in argument before him, and that will be my salvation, for an evildoer would not come before him. Give ear with care to my words, and keep what I say in your minds. See now, I have put my cause in order, and I am certain that I will be seen to be right. Is anyone able to take up the argument against me? If so, I would keep quiet and give up my breath. Only two things do not do to me, then I will come before your face. Take your hand far away from me, and let me not be overcome by fear of you. Then at the sound of your voice I will give answer, or let me put forward my cause for you to give me an answer. What is the number of my evil doings and my sins? Give me knowledge of them. Why is your face veiled from me, as if I was numbered among your haters? Will you be hard on a leaf in flight before the wind? Will you make a dry stem go more quickly on its way? For you put bitter things on record against me, and send punishment on me for the sins of my early years, and you put chains on my feet, watching all my ways, and making a limit for my steps, though a man comes to nothing like a bit of dead wood, or like a robe which has become food for the worm. Chapter 14. As for man, the son of woman, his days are short and full of trouble. He comes out like a flower, and is cut down. He goes in flight like a shade, and is never seen again. Is it on such a one as this that your eyes are fixed, with the purpose of judging them? If only a clean thing might come out of an unclean. But it is not possible. If his days are ordered, and you have knowledge of the number of his months, having given him a fixed limit past which he may not go, let your eyes be turned away from him, and take your hand from him, so that he may have pleasure at the end of his day, like a servant working for payment. For there is hope of a tree. If it is cut down, it will come to life again, and its branches will not come to an end. Though its root may be old in the earth, and it's cut off and may be dead in the dust. Still, at the smell of water, it will make buds, and put out branches like a young plant. But man comes to his death and is gone. He gives up his spirit, and where is he? The waters go from a pool, and a river becomes waste and dry, so man goes down to his last resting place and comes not again, till the heavens come to an end. They will not be awake or come out of their sleep. If only you would keep me safe in the underworld, putting me in a secret place till your wrath is past, giving me a fixed time when I might come to your memory again. If death takes a man, will he come to life again? All the days of my trouble I would be waiting, till the time came for me to be free. At the sound of your voice I would give an answer, and you would have a desire for the work of your hands. For now my steps are numbered by you, and my sin is not overlooked. My wrongdoing is corded up in a bag, and my sin is shut up safe. But truly a mountain falling comes to dust, and a rock is moved from its place. The stones are crushed small by the force of the waters. The dust of the earth is washed away by their overflowing. And so you put an end to the hope of man. You overcome him forever, and he is gone. His face is changed in death, and you send him away. His sons come to honor, and he has no knowledge of it. They are made low, but he is not conscious of it. Only his flesh still has pain, and his soul is sad. Chapter 15. And Eliphaz the Temanite made answer and said, Will a wise man make answer with knowledge of no value? Or will he give birth to the east wind? Will he make arguments with words in which is no profit, and with sayings which have no value? Truly, you make the fear of God without effect, so that the time of quiet worship before God is made less by your outcry. For your mouth is guided by your sin, and you have taken the tongue of the false for yourself. It is by your mouth, even yours, that you are judged to be in the wrong, and not by me, and your lips give witness against you. Were you the first man to come into the world? Or did you come into being before the hills? Were you present at the secret meeting of God? And have you taken all wisdom for yourself? What knowledge have you which we have not? Is there anything in your mind which is not in ours? With us are men who are gray-haired and full of years, much older than your father. Are the comforts of God not enough for you, and the gentle word which was said to you? Why is your heart uncontrolled, and why are your eyes lifted up, so that you are turning your spirit against God, and letting such words go out of your mouth? What is man, that he may be clean, and how may the son of woman be upright? Truly, he puts no faith in his holy ones, and the heavens are not clean in his eyes. How much less one who is disgusting and unclean, a man who takes an evil like water. Take note and give ear to my words, and I will say what I have seen, the things which wise men have got from their fathers, and have not kept secret from us, for only to them was the land given, and no strange people were among them. The evil man is in pain all his days, and the number of the years stored up for the cruel is small. A sound of fear is in his ears, in time of peace destruction will come on him. He has no hope of coming safe out of the dark, and his fate will be the sword. He is wandering about in search of bread, saying, Where is it? And he is certain that the day of trouble is ready for him. He is greatly in fear of the dark day. Trouble and pain overcome him, because his hand is stretched out against God, and his heart is lifted up against the ruler of all, running against him like a man of war, covered by his thick breastplate, even like a king ready for the fight, because his face is covered with fat, and his body has become thick. And he has made his resting place in the towns which had been pulled down, in houses where no man had a right to be, whose fate was to become masses of broken walls. He does not get wealth for himself, and is unable to keep what he has got. The heads of his grain are not bent down to the earth. He does not come out of the dark. His branches are burned by the flame, and the wind takes away his bud. Let him not put his hope in what is false, falling into error, for he will receive as his reward. His branch is cut off before its time, and his leaf is no longer green. He is like a vine whose grapes do not come to full growth, or an olive tree dropping its flowers. For the band of the evildoers gives no fruit, and the tents of those who give wrong decisions for reward are burned with fire. Evil has made them with child, and they give birth to trouble, and the fruit of their body is shame for themselves. Chapter 16. And Job made answer and said, Such things have frequently come to my ears. You are comforters who only give trouble. May words which are like the wind be stopped? Or what is troubling you to make answer to them? It would not be hard for me to say such things if your souls were in my soul's place, joining words together against you, and shaking my head at you. I might give you strength with my mouth, and not keep back the comfort of my lips. If I say what is in my mind, my pain becomes no less, and if I keep quiet, how much of it goes from me? But now he has overcome me with weariness and fear, and I am in the grip of all my trouble. It has come up as a witness against me, and the wasting of my flesh makes answer to my face. I am broken by his wrath, and his hate has gone after me. He has made his teeth sharp against me. My haters are looking on me with cruel eyes. Their mouths are open wide against me. The blows of his bitter words are falling on my face. All of them come together in a mass against me. God gives me over to the power of sinners, sending me violently into the hands of evildoers. I was in comfort, but I have been broken up by his hands. He has taken me by the neck, shaking me to bits. He has put me up as a mark for his arrows. His bowmen come round about me. Their arrows go through my body without mercy. My life is drained out on the earth. I am broken with wound after wound. He comes rushing on me like a man of war. I have made haircloth the clothing of my skin, and my horn is rolled in the dust. My face is red with weeping, and my eyes are becoming dark, though my hands have done no violent acts, and my prayer is clean. O earth, let not my blood be covered, and let my cry have no resting place. Even now my witness is in heaven, and the supporter of my cause is on high. My friends make sport of me, to God my eyes are weeping, so that he may give decision for a man in his cause with God, and between a son of man and his neighbor. Chapter 17. My spirit is broken, my days are ended, the last resting place is ready for me. Truly, those who make sport of me are round about me, and my eyes become dark because of their bitter laughing. Be pleased, now, to be responsible for me to yourself, for there is no other who will put his hand in mine. You have kept their hearts from wisdom, for this cause you will not give them honor. As for him who is false to his friend for a reward, light will be cut off from the eyes of his children. He has made me a word of shame to the peoples. I have become a mark for their sport. My eyes have become dark because of my pain, and all my body is wasted to a shade. The upright are surprised at this, and he who has done no wrong is troubled because of the evildoers. Still the upright keeps on his way, and he who has clean hands gets new strength. But come back, now, all of you, come, and I will not see a wise man among you. My days are past, my purposes are broken off, even the desires of my heart. They are changing night into day. They say, the light is near the dark. If I am waiting for the underworld as my house, if I have made my bed in the dark, if I say to the earth, you are my father, and to the worm, my mother and my sister, where then is my hope? And who will see my desire? Chapter 18. Then Bildad the Shuhite made answer and said, how long will it be before you have done talking? Get wisdom, and then we will say what is in our minds. Why do we seem as beasts in your eyes, and as completely without knowledge? But come back, now, come, you who are wounding yourself in your passion. Will the earth be given up because of you, or a rock be moved out of its place? For the light of the sinner is put out, and the flame of his fire is not shining. The light is dark in his tent, and the light shining over him is put out. The steps of his strength become short, and by his design destruction overtakes him. His feet take him into the net, and he goes walking into the cords. His foot is taken in the net, he comes into its grip. The twisted cord is put secretly in the earth to take him, and the cord is placed in his way. He is overcome by fears on every side, they go after him at every step. His strength is made feeble for need of food, and destruction is waiting for his falling footstep. His skin is wasted by disease, and his body is food for the worst of diseases. He is pulled out of his tent where he was safe, and he is taken away to the king of fears. In his tent will be seen that which is not his. Burning stone is dropped on his house. Under the earth his roots are dry, and over it his branches cut off. His memory is gone from the earth, and in the open country there is no knowledge of his name. He is sent away from the light into the dark, he is forced out of the world. He has no offspring or family among his people, and in his living place there is no one of his name. At his fate those of the west are shocked, and those of the east are overcome with fear. Truly, these are the houses of the sinner, and this is the place of him who has no knowledge of God. Chapter 19. And Job made answer and said, How long will you make my life bitter, crushing me with words? 10 times now you have made sport of me. It gives you no sense of shame to do me wrong. And, truly, if I have been in error, the effect of my error is only on myself. If you make yourselves great against me, using my punishment as an argument against me, be certain that it is God who has done me wrong, and has taken me in his net. Truly, I make an outcry against the violent man, but there is no answer. I give a cry for help, but no one takes up my cause. My way is walled up by him so that I may not go by. He has made my roads dark. He has put off my glory from me, and taken the crown from my head. I am broken down by him on every side, and I am gone. My hope is uprooted like a tree. His wrath is burning against me, and I am to him as one of his haters. His armies come on together, they make their road high against me, and put up their tents round mine. He has taken my brothers far away from me, they have seen my fate and have become strange to me. My relations and my near friends have given me up, and those minds servants, and seem to them as one from another country. At my cry my servant gives me no answer, and I have to make a prayer to him. My breath is strange to my wife, and I am disgusting to the offspring of my mother's body. Even young children have no respect for me. When I get up their backs are turned on me. All the men of my circle keep away from me, and those dear to me are turned against me. My bones and my skin, and I have got away with my flesh and my teeth. Have pity on me, have pity on me, O my friends, for the hand of God is on me. Why are you, like God, forever saying evil against me? If only my words might be recorded. If they might be put in writing in a book, and with an iron pen and lead be cut into the rock forever. But I am certain that he who will take up my cause is living, and that in time to come he will take his place on the dust, and without my flesh I will see God, whom I will see on my side, and not as one strange to me. My heart is broken with desire. If you say, How cruel we will be to him! Because the root of sin is clearly in him, be in fear of the sword, for the sword is the punishment for such things, so that you may be certain that there is a judge. Chapter 20. Then Zophar the Naamathite made answer and said, For this cause my thoughts are troubling me and driving me on. I have to give ear to arguments which put me to shame, and your answers to me are wind without wisdom. Have you knowledge of this from early times, when man was placed on the earth, that the pride of the sinner is short, and the joy of the evildoer but for a minute? Though he is lifted up to the heavens, and his head goes up to the clouds, like the waste from his body he comes to an end forever. Those who have seen him say, Where is he? He is gone like a dream, and is not seen again. He goes in flight like a vision of the night. The eye which saw him sees him no longer, and his place has no more knowledge of him. His children are hoping that the poor will be kind to them, and his hands give back his wealth. His bones are full of young strength, but it will go down with him into the dust. Though evil doing is sweet in his mouth, and he keeps it secretly under his tongue, though he takes care of it, and does not let it go, but keeps it still in his mouth, his food becomes bitter in his stomach, the poison of snakes is inside him. He takes down wealth as food, and sends it up again. It is forced out of his stomach by God. He takes the poison of snakes into his mouth. The tongue of the snake is the cause of his death. Let him not see the rivers of oil, the streams of honey and milk. He is forced to give back the fruit of his work, and may not take it for food. He has no joy in the profit of his trading. Because he has been cruel to the poor, turning away from them in their trouble. Because he has taken a house by force which he did not put up. There is no peace for him in his wealth, and no salvation for him in those things in which he took delight. He had never enough for his desire. For this cause his well-being will quickly come to an end. Even when his wealth is great, he is full of care. For the hand of everyone who is in trouble is turned against him. God gives him his desire, and sends the heat of his wrath on him, making it come down on him like rain. He may go in flight from the iron spear, but the arrow from the bow of brass will go through him. He is pulling it out, and it comes out of his back, and its shining point comes out of his side. He is overcome by fears. All his wealth is stored up for the dark. A fire not made by man sends destruction on him, and on everything in his tent. The heavens make clear his sin, and the earth gives witness against him. The produce of his house is taken away into another country, like things given into the hands of others in the day of wrath. This is the reward of the evil man, and the heritage given to him by God. Chapter 21. Then Job made answer and said, Give attention with care to my words, and let this be your comfort. Let me say what is in my mind, and after that, go on making sport of me. As for me, is my outcry against man? Is it then to be wondered at if my spirit is troubled? Take note of me and be full of wonder. Put your hand on your mouth. At the very thought of it, my flesh is shaking with fear. Why is life to the evildoers? Why do they become old and strong in power? Their children are ever with them, and their offspring before their eyes. Their houses are free from fear, and the rod of God does not come on them. Their ox is ready at all times to give seed. Their cow gives birth, without dropping her young. They send out their young ones like a flock, and their children have pleasure in the dance. They make songs to the instruments of music, and are glad at the sound of the pipe. Their days come to an end without trouble, and suddenly they go down to the underworld. Though they said to God, Go away from us, for we have no desire for the knowledge of your ways. What is the ruler of all, that we may give him worship, and what profit is it to us to make prayer to him? Truly, is not their well-being in their power? The purpose of the evildoers is far from me. How frequently is the light of the evildoers put out, or does trouble come on them? How frequently does his wrath take them with cords? How frequently are they as dry stems before the wind, or as grass taken away by the storm wind? You say, God keeps punishment stored up for his children. Let him send it on the man himself, so that he may have the punishment of it. Let his eyes see his trouble, and let him be full of the wrath of the ruler of all. For what interest has he in his house after him, when the number of his months is ended? Is anyone able to give teaching to God? For he is the judge of those who are on high. One comes to his end in complete well-being, full of peace and quiet. His buckets are full of milk, and there is no loss of strength in his bones. And another comes to his end with a bitter soul, without ever tasting good. Together they go down to the dust, and are covered by the worm. See, I am conscious of your thoughts, and of your violent purposes against me. For you say, Where is the house of the ruler? And where is the tent of the evildoer? Have you not put the question to the travelers, and do you not take note of their experience? How the evil man goes free in the day of trouble, and has salvation in the day of wrath. Who will make his way clear to his face? And if he has done a thing, who gives him punishment for it? He is taken to his last resting place, and keeps watch over it. The earth of the valley covering his bones is sweet to him, and all men come after him, as there were unnumbered before him. Why then do you give me comfort with words in which there is no profit, when you see that there is nothing in your answers but deceit? Chapter 22. Then Eliphaz the Temanite made answer and said, Is it possible for a man to be a prophet to God? No, for a man's wisdom is only a profit to himself. Is it of any interest to the ruler of all that you are upright? Or is it of use to him that your ways are without sin? Is it because you give him honor that he is sending punishment on you and is judging you? Is not your evil doing great? And there is no end to your sins. For you have taken your brother's goods when he was not in your debt, and have taken away the clothing of those who have need of it. You do not give water to the tired traveler, and from him who has no food you keep back bread. For it was the man with power who had the land, and the man with an honored name who was living in it. You have sent widows away without hearing their cause, and you have taken away the support of the child who has no father. For this cause nets are round your feet, and you are overcome with sudden fear. Your light is made dark so that you are unable to see, and you are covered by a mass of waters. Is not God as high as heaven? And see the stars, how high they are, and you say, What knowledge has God? Is he able to give decisions through the deep dark? Thick clouds are covering him, so that he is unable to see, and he is walking on the arch of heaven. Will you keep the old way by which evil men went? Who were violently taken away before their time, who were overcome by the rush of waters, who said to God, Go away from us, and, What is the ruler of all able to do to us? Though he made their houses full of good things, but the purpose of the evildoers is far from me. The upright saw it and were glad, and those who had done no wrong made sport of them, saying, Truly, their substance is cut off, and their wealth is food for the fire. Put yourself now in a right relation with him and be at peace, so will you do well in your undertakings. Be pleased to take teaching from his mouth, and let his words be stored up in your heart. If you come back to the ruler of all, making yourself low before him, if you put evil far away from your tents, and put your gold in the dust, even your gold of Ophir among the rocks of the valleys, then the ruler of all will be your gold, and his teaching will be your silver. For then you will have delight in the ruler of all, and your face will be lifted up to God. You will make your prayer to him, and be answered, and you will give effect to your oaths. Your purposes will come about, and light will be shining on your ways. For God makes low those whose hearts are lifted up, but he is a savior to the poor in spirit. He makes safe the man who is free from sin, and if your hands are clean, salvation will be yours. Chapter 23. And Job made answer and said, Even today my outcry is bitter, his hand is hard on my sorrow. If only I had knowledge of where he might be seen, so that I might come even to his seat. I would put my cause in order before him, and my mouth would be full of arguments. I would see what his answers would be, and have knowledge of what he would say to me. Would he make use of his great power to overcome me? No, but he would give attention to me. There an upright man might put his cause before him, and I would be free forever from my judge. See, I go forward, but he is not there, and back, but I do not see him. I am looking for him on the left hand, but there is no sign of him, and turning to the right, I am not able to see him. For he has knowledge of the way I take, after I have been tested I will come out like gold. My feet have gone in his steps, I have kept in his way, without turning to one side or to the other. I have never gone against the orders of his lips. The words of his mouth have been stored up in heart. But his purpose is fixed and there is no changing it, and he gives effect to the desire of his soul. For what has been ordered for me by him will be gone through to the end, and his mind is full of such designs. For this cause I am in fear before him, my thoughts of him overcome me. For God has made my heart feeble, and my mind is troubled before the ruler of all. Chapter 24. Why are times not stored up by the ruler of all, and why do those who have knowledge of him not see his days? The landmarks are changed by evil men, they violently take away flocks, together with their keepers. They send away the ass of him who has no father, they take the widow's ox for debt. The crushed are turned out of the way, all the poor of the earth go into a secret place together. Like asses in the wasteland they go out to their work, looking for food with care. From the wasteland they get bread for their children. They get mixed grain from the field, and they take away the late fruit from the vines of those who have wealth. They take their rest at night without clothing, and have no cover in the cold. They are wet with the rain of the mountains, and get into the cracks of the rock for cover. The child without a father is forced from its mother's breast, and they take the young children of the poor for debt. Others go about without clothing, and though they have no food, they get in the grain from the fields. Between the lines of olive trees they make oil, though they have no drink, they are crushing out the grapes. From the town come sounds of pain from those who are near death, and the soul of the wounded is crying out for help. But God does not take note of their prayer. Then there are those who are haters of light, who have no knowledge of its ways, and do not go in them. He who is purposing death gets up before day, so that he may put to death the poor and those in need. And the man whose desire is for the wife of another is waiting for the evening, saying, No eye will see me, and he puts a cover on his face. And in the night the thief goes about. In the dark he makes holes in the walls of houses. In the daytime they are shutting themselves up. They have no knowledge of the light, for the middle of the night is as morning to them. They are not troubled by the fear of the dark. They go quickly on the face of the waters. Their heritage is cursed in the earth. The steps of the crusher of grapes are not turned to their vine garden. Snow waters become dry with the heat, so do sinners go down into the underworld. The public place of his town has no more knowledge of him, and his name has gone from the memory of men. He is rooted up like a dead tree. He is not kind to the widow, and he has no pity for her child. But God by his power gives long life to the strong. He gets up again, though he has no hope of life. He takes away his fear of danger and gives him support, and his eyes are on his ways. For a short time they are lifted up, then they are gone. They are made low, they are pulled off like fruit, and like the heads of grain they are cut off. And if it is not so, now, who will make it clear that my words are false, and that what I say is of no value? Chapter 25. Then Bildad the Shuhite made answer and said, Rule and power are his. He makes peace in his high places. Is it possible for his armies to be numbered? And on whom is not his light shining? How then is it possible for man to be upright before God? Or how may he be clean who is a son of woman? See, even the moon is not bright, and the stars are not clean in his eyes. How much less man who is an insect, and the son of man who is a worm? Chapter 26. Then Job made answer and said, How have you given help to him who has no power? How have you been the salvation of the arm which has no strength? How have you given teaching to him who has no wisdom, and fully made clear true knowledge? To whom have your words been said? And whose spirit came out from you? The shades in the underworld are shaking, the waters and those living in them. The underworld is uncovered before him, and destruction has no veil. By his hand the north is stretched out in space, and the earth is hanging on nothing. By him the waters are shut up as thick clouds, and the cloud does not give way under them. By him the face of his high seat is veiled, and his cloud stretched out over it. By him a circle is marked out on the face of the waters, to the limits of the light and the dark. The pillars of heaven are shaking, and are overcome by his sharp words. By his power the sea was made quiet, and by his wisdom Rahab was wounded. By his wind the heavens become bright, by his hand the quickly moving snake was cut through. See, these are only the outskirts of his ways, and how small is that which comes to our ears about him. Chapter 27. And Job again took up the word and said, By the life of God, who has taken away my right, and of the ruler of all, who has made my soul bitter, for all my breath is still in me, and the Spirit of God is my life, truly, there is no deceit in my lips, and my tongue does not say what is false. Let it be far from me. I will certainly not say that you are right. I will come to death before I give up my righteousness. I will keep it safe, and will not let it go. My heart has nothing to say against any part of my life. Let my hater be like the evil man, and let him who comes against me be as the sinner. For what is the hope of the sinner when he is cut off, when God takes back his soul? Will his cry come to the ears of God when he is in trouble? Will he take delight in the ruler of all, and make his prayer to God at all times? I will give you teaching about the hand of God. I will not keep secret from you what is in the mind of the ruler of all. Truly, you have all seen it yourselves. Why then have you become completely foolish? This is the punishment of the evildoer from God, and the heritage given to the cruel by the ruler of all. If his children are increased, it is for the sword, and his offspring have not enough bread. When those of his house who are still living come to their end by disease, they are not put into the earth, and their widows are not weeping for them. Though he may get silver together like dust, and make ready great stores of clothing, he may get them ready, but the upright will put them on. And he who is free from sin will take the silver for a heritage. His house has no more strength than a spider's thread, or a watchman's tent. He goes to rest full of wealth, but does so for the last time. On opening his eyes, he sees it there no longer. Fears overtake him like rushing waters. In the night the storm wind takes him away. The east wind takes him up and he is gone. He is forced violently out of his place. God sends his arrows against him without mercy. He goes in flight before his hand. Men make signs of joy because of him, driving him from his place with sounds of hissing. Chapter 28. Truly there is a mine for silver, and a place where gold is washed out. Iron is taken out of the earth, and stone is changed into brass by the fire. Man puts an end to the dark, searching out to the farthest limit the stones of the deep places of the dark. He makes a deep mine far away from those living in the light of day. When they go about on the earth, they have no knowledge of those who are under them, who are hanging far from men, twisting from side to side on a cord. As for the earth, bread comes out of it, but under its face it is turned up as if by fire. Its stones are the place of sapphires, and it has dust of gold. No bird has knowledge of it, and the hawk's eye has never seen it. The great beasts have not gone over it, and the cruel lion has not taken that way. Man puts out his hand on the hard rock, overturning mountains by the roots. He makes deep ways, cut through the rock, and his eye sees everything of value. He keeps back the streams from flowing, and makes the secret things come out into the light. But where may wisdom be seen? And where is the resting place of knowledge? Man has not seen the way to it, and it is not in the land of the living. The deep waters say, it is not in me, and the sea says, it is not with me. Gold may not be given for it, or a weight of silver in payment for it. It may not be valued with the gold of Ophir, with the onyx of great price, or the sapphire. Gold and glass are not equal to it in price, and it may not be exchanged for jewels of the best gold. There is no need to say anything about coral or crystal, and the value of wisdom is greater than that of pearls. The topaz of Ethiopia is not equal to it, and it may not be valued with the best gold. From where then does wisdom come, and where is the resting place of knowledge? For it is kept secret from the eyes of all living, unseen by the birds of the air. Destruction and death say, we have only had word of it with our ears. God has knowledge of the way to it, and of its resting place, for his eyes go to the ends of the earth, and he sees everything under heaven. When he made a way for the wind, measuring out the waters, when he made a law for the rain, and a way for the thunder flames, then he saw it, and put it on record. He gave it its fixed form, searching it out completely. And he said to man, truly the fear of the Lord is wisdom, and to keep from evil is the way to knowledge. Chapter 29. And Job again took up the word and said, if only I might again be as I was in the months which are past, in the days when God was watching over me, when his light was shining over my head, and when I went through the dark by his light, as I was in my flowering years, when my tent was covered by the hand of God, while the ruler of all was still with me, and my children were round me, when my steps were washed with milk, and rivers of oil were flowing out of the rock for me, when I went out of my door to go up to the town, and took my seat in the public place, the young men saw me, and went away, and the old men got up from their seats, the rulers kept quiet, and put their hands on their mouths. The chiefs kept back their words, and their tongues were joined to the roofs of their mouths. For when it came to their ears, men said that I was truly happy, and when their eyes saw, they gave witness to me. For I was a savior to the poor when he was crying for help, to the child with no father, and to him who had no supporter. The blessing of him who was near to destruction came on me, and I put a song of joy into the widow's heart. I put on righteousness as my clothing, and was full of it. Right decisions were to me a robe and a headdress. I was eyes to the blind, and feet to him who had no power of walking. I was a father to the poor, searching out the cause of him who was strange to me. By me the great teeth of the evildoer were broken, and I made him give up what he had violently taken away. Then I said, I will come to my end with my children round me. My days will be as the sand in number. My root will be open to the waters, and the night mist will be on my branches. My glory will be ever new, and my bow will be readily bent in my hand. Men gave ear to me, waiting and keeping quiet for my suggestions. After I had said what was in my mind, they were quiet and let my words go deep into their hearts. They were waiting for me as for the rain, opening their mouths wide as for the spring rains. I was laughing at them when they had no hope, and the light of my face was never clouded by their fear. I took my place as a chief, guiding them on their way, and I was as a king among his army. Chapter 30. But now those who are younger than I make sport of me, those whose fathers I would not have put with the dogs of my flocks. Of what use is the strength of their hands to me? All force is gone from them. They are wasted for need of food, biting the dry earth. Their only hope of life is in the wasteland. They are pulling off the salt leaves from the brushwood, and making a meal of roots. They are sent out from among their townsmen. Men are crying after them as thieves. They have to get a resting place in the hollows of the valleys, in holes of the earth and rocks. They make noises like asses among the brushwood. They get together under the thorns. They are sons of shame, and of men without a name, who have been forced out of the land. And now I have become their song, and I am a word of shame to them. I am disgusting to them. They keep away from me, and put marks of shame on me. For he has made loose the cord of my bow, and put me to shame. He has sent down my flag to the earth before me. The lines of his men of war put themselves in order, and make high their ways of destruction against me. They have made waste my roads, with a view to my destruction. His bowmen come round about me, as through a wide broken place in the wall they come on. I am overturned by the shock of their attack. Fears have come on me. My hope is gone like the wind, and my well-being like a cloud. But now my soul is turned to water in me. Days of trouble overtake me. The flesh is gone from my bones, and they give me no rest. There is no end to my pains. With great force he takes a grip of my clothing, pulling me by the neck of my coat. Truly God has made me low, even to the earth, and I have become like dust. You give no answer to my cry, and take no note of my prayer. You have become cruel to me, the strength of your hand is hard on me. Lifting me up, you make me go on the wings of the wind. I am broken up by the storm. For I am certain that you will send me back to death, and to the meeting place ordered for all living. Has not my hand been stretched out in help to the poor? Have I not been a savior to him in his trouble? Have I not been weeping for the crushed? And was not my soul sad for him who was in need? For I was looking for good, and evil came. I was waiting for light, and it became dark. My feelings are strongly moved, and give me no rest. Days of trouble have overtaken me. I go about in dark clothing, uncomforted. I get up in the public place, crying out for help. I have become a brother to the jackals, and go about in the company of ostriches. My skin is black and dropping off me, and my bones are burning with the heat of my disease. And my music has been turned to sorrow, and the sound of my pipe into the noise of weeping. Chapter 31. I made an agreement with my eyes. How then might my eyes be looking on a virgin? For what is God's reward from on high, or the heritage given by the ruler of all from heaven? Is it not trouble for the sinner, and destruction for the evildoers? Does he not see my ways, and are not my steps all numbered? If I have gone in false ways, or my foot has been quick in working deceit, let me be measured in upright scales, and let God see my righteousness. If my steps have been turned out of the way, or if my heart went after my eyes, or if the property of another is in my hands, let me put seed in the earth for another to have the fruit of it, and let my produce be uprooted. If my heart went after another man's wife, or if I was waiting secretly at my neighbor's door, then let my wife give pleasure to another man and let others make use of her body, for that would be a crime. It would be an act for which punishment would be measured out by the judges. It would be a fire burning even to destruction, and taking away all my produce. If I did wrong in the cause of my manservant, or my woman servant, when they went to law with me, what then will I do when God comes as my judge? And what answer may I give to his questions? Did not God make him as well as me? Did he not give us life in our mother's bodies? If I kept back the desire of the poor, if the widow's eye was looking for help to no purpose, if I kept my food for myself, and did not give some of it to the child with no father, for I was cared for by God as by a father from my earliest days. He was my guide from the body of my mother. If I saw one near to death for need of clothing, and that the poor had nothing covering him, if his back did not give me a blessing, and the wool of my sheep did not make him warm, if my hand had been lifted up against him who had done no wrong, when I saw that I was supported by the judges, may my arm be pulled from my body, and be broken from its base. For the fear of God kept me back, and because of his power I might not do such things. If I made gold my hope, or if I ever said to the best gold, I have put my faith in you, if I was glad because my wealth was great, and because my hand had got together a great store, if, when I saw the sun shining, and the moon moving on its bright way, a secret feeling of worship came into my heart, and my hand gave kisses from my mouth, that would have been another sin to be rewarded with punishment by the judges, for I would have been false to God on high. If I was glad at the trouble of my hater, and gave cries of joy when evil overtook him, for I did not let my mouth give way to sin, in putting a curse on his life, if the men of my tent did not say, who has not had full measure of his meat, the traveler did not take his night's rest in the street, and my doors were open to anyone on a journey, if I kept my evil doings covered, and my sin in the secret of my breast, for fear of the great body of people, or for fear that families might make sport of me, so that I kept quiet, and did not go out of my door, if only God would give ear to me, and the ruler of all would give me an answer. Or if what he has against me had been put in writing, truly I would take up the book in my hands, it would be to me as a crown, I would make clear the number of my steps, I would put it before him like a prince. The words of Job are ended. If my land has made an outcry against me, or the plowed earth has been in sorrow, if I have taken its produce without payment, causing the death of its owners, then in place of grain let thorns come up, and in place of barley evil smelling plants. Chapter 32. So these three men gave no more answers to Job, because he seemed to himself to be right. And Elihu, the son of Rachel the Buzite, of the family of Ram, was angry, burning with wrath against Job, because he seemed to himself more right than God, and he was angry with his 3 friends, because they had been unable to give him an answer, and had not made Job's sin clear. Now Elihu had kept quiet while Job was talking, because they were older than he, and when Elihu saw that there was no answer in the mouth of the 3 men, he was very angry, and Elihu, the son of Rachel the Buzite, made answer and said, I am young, and you are very old, so I was in fear, and kept myself from putting my knowledge before you. I said to myself, it is right for the old to say what is in their minds, and for those who are far on in years to give out wisdom. But truly it is the spirit in man, even the breath of the ruler of all, which gives them knowledge. It is not the old who are wise, and those who are full of years have not the knowledge of what is right. So I say, give ear to me, and I will put forward my knowledge. I was waiting for your words. I was giving ear to your wise sayings. While you were searching out what to say, I was taking note, and truly not one of you was able to make clear Job's error, or to give an answer to his words. Take care that you do not say, wisdom is here, God may overcome him, but not man. I will not put forward words like these, or make use of your sayings in answer to him. Fear has overcome them. They have no more answers to give. They have come to an end of words. And am I to go on waiting while they have nothing to say? While they keep quiet and give no more answers? I will give my answer. I will put forward my knowledge. For I am full of words. I am unable to keep in my breath any longer. My stomach is like wine which is unable to get out. Like skins full of new wine. It is almost burst. Let me say what is in my mind, so that I may get comfort. Let me give answer with open mouth. Let me not give respect to any man, or give names of honor to any living. For I am not able to give names of honor to any man, and if I did, my Maker would quickly take me away. Chapter 33. And now, O Job, give ear to my words, and take note of all I say. See, now my mouth is open, my tongue gives out words. My heart is overflowing with knowledge, my lips say what is true. The Spirit of God has made me, and the breath of the ruler of all gives me life. If you are able, give me an answer, put your cause in order, and come forward. See, I am the same as you are in the eyes of God. I was cut off from the same bit of wet earth. Fear of me will not overcome you, and my hand will not be hard on you. But you said in my hearing, and your voice came to my ears, I am clean, without sin, I am washed, and there is no evil in me. See, he is looking for something against me. In his eyes I am as one of his haters. He puts chains on my feet. He is watching all my ways. Truly, in saying this you are wrong, for God is greater than man. Why do you put forward your cause against him, saying, he gives no answer to any of my words? For God gives his word in one way, even in two, and man is not conscious of it. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep comes on men, while they take their rest on their beds, then he makes his secrets clear to men, so that they are full of fear at what they see, in order that man may be turned from his evil works, and that pride may be taken away from him, to keep back his soul from the underworld, and his life from destruction. Pain is sent on him as a punishment, while he is on his bed. There is no end to the trouble in his bones. He has no desire for food, and his soul is turned away from delicate meat. His flesh is so wasted away, that it may not be seen, and his bones and his soul comes nearer to the underworld, and his life to the angels of death. If now there may be an angel sent to him, one of the thousands which there are to be between him and God, and to make clear to men what is right for him, and if he has mercy on him, and says, let him not go down to the underworld, I have given the price for his life, then his flesh becomes young again, and he comes back to the days of his early strength. He makes his prayer to God, and he has mercy on him. He sees God's face with cries of joy. He gives news of his righteousness to men. He makes a song, saying, I did wrong, turning from the straight way, but he did not give me the reward of my sin. He kept my soul from the underworld, and my life sees the light in full measure. Truly, God does all these things to man, twice and 3 times, keeping back his soul from the underworld, so that he may see the light of life. Take note, O Job, give ear to me. Keep quiet, while I say what is in my mind. If you have anything to say, give me an answer, for it is my desire that you may be judged free from sin. Chapter 34. And Elihu made answer and said, Give ear, you wise, to my words, and you who have knowledge, give attention to me, for words are tested by the ear, as food is tasted by the mouth. Let us make the decision for ourselves as to what is right, let us have the knowledge among ourselves of what is good. For Job has said, I am upright, and it is God who has taken away my right, though I am right, still I am in pain. My wound may not be made well, though I have done no wrong. What man is like Job, a man who freely makes sport of God, and goes in the company of evildoers, walking in the way of sinners? For he has said, It is no profit to a man to take delight in God. Now then, you wise, take note, you men of knowledge, give ear to me. Let it be far from God to do evil, and from the ruler of all to do wrong. For he gives to every man the reward of his work, and sees that he gets the fruit of his ways. Truly, God does not do evil, and the ruler of all is not a false judge. Who put the earth into his care, or made him responsible for the world? If he made his spirit come back to him, taking his breath into himself again, all flesh would come to an end together, and man would go back to the dust. If you are wise, take note of this, give ear to the voice of my words. How may a hater of right be a ruler? And will you say that the upright ruler of all is evil? He who says to a king, You are an evildoer, and to rulers, You are sinners, who has no respect for rulers, and who gives no more attention to those who have wealth than to the poor, for they are all the work of his hands. Suddenly they come to an end, even in the middle of the night. The blow comes on the men of wealth, and they are gone, and the strong are taken away without the hand of man. For his eyes are on the ways of a man, and he sees all his steps. There is no dark place, and no thick cloud, in which the workers of evil may take cover. For he does not give man a fixed time to come before him to be judged. He sends the strong to destruction without searching out their cause, and puts others in their place. For he has knowledge of their works, overturning them in the night, so that they are crushed. The evildoers are broken by his wrath. He puts his hand on them with force before the eyes of all onlookers, because they did not go after him, and took no note of his ways, so that the cry of the poor might come up to him, and the prayer of those in need come to his ears. Men of knowledge, and all wise men, hearing me, will say, Job's words do not come from knowledge, they are not the fruit of wisdom. May Job be tested to the end, because his answers have been like those of evil men. For in addition to his sin, he is uncontrolled in heart. Before our eyes he makes sport of God, increasing his words against him. Chapter 35. And Elihu made answer and said, Does it seem to you to be right, and righteousness before God, to say, What profit is it to me, and how am I better off than if I had done wrong? I will make answer to you and to your friends, let your eyes be turned to the heavens, and lifted up to see the skies, they are higher than you. If you have done wrong, is he any the worse for it? And if your sins are great in number, what is it to him? If you are upright, what do you give to him? Or what does he take from your hand? Your evil doing may have an effect on a man like yourself, or your righteousness on a son of man. Because the hand of the cruel is hard on them, men are making sounds of grief, they are crying for help because of the arm of a strong. But no one has said, Where is God my Maker, who gives songs in the night, who gives us more knowledge than the beasts of the earth, and makes us wiser than the birds of the heaven? There they are crying out because of the pride of the evildoers, but he gives them no answer. But God will not give ear to what is false, or the ruler of all take note of it. How much less when you say that you do not see him, that the cause is before him, and you are waiting for him. And now Job's mouth is open wide to give out what is of no profit, increasing words without knowledge. Chapter 36. And Elihu went on to say, Give me a little more time, and I will make it clear to you, for I have still something to say for God. I will get my knowledge from far, and I will give righteousness to my Maker. For truly my words are not false, one who is all knowledge is talking with you. Truly, God gives up the hard-hearted, and will not give life to the sinner. His eyes are ever on the upright, and he gives to the crushed their right, lifting them up to the seat of kings, and making them safe forever. And if they have been prisoned in chains, and taken in cords of trouble, then he makes clear to them what they have done, even their evil works in which they have taken pride. Their ear is open to his teaching, and he gives them orders so that their hearts may be turned from evil. If they give ear to his voice, and do his word, then he gives them long life, and years full of pleasure. But if not, they come to their end, and give up their breath without knowledge. Those who have no fear of God keep wrath stored up in their hearts. They give no cry for help when they are made prisoners. They come to their end while they are still young. Their life is short like that of those who are used for sex purposes in the worship of their gods. He makes the wrong done to the poor the way of their salvation, opening their ears by their trouble. Take care not to be turned to sin, for you have taken evil for your part in place of sorrow. Truly God is lifted up in strength. Who is a ruler like him? Whoever gave orders to him, or said to him, you have done wrong. See that you give praise to his work, about which men make songs. All people are looking on it. Man sees it from far. Truly, God is great, greater than all our knowledge. The number of his years may not be searched out. For he takes up the drops from the sea, he sends them through his mist as rain, flowing down from the sky, and dropping on the peoples. And who has knowledge of how the clouds are stretched out, or of the thunders of his tent? See, he is stretching out his mist, covering the tops of the mountains with it, for by these he gives food to the peoples, and bread in full measure. He takes the light in his hands, sending it against the mark. The thunder makes clear his passion, and the storm gives news of his wrath. Chapter 37. At this my heart is shaking, it is moved out of its place. Give ear to the rolling noise of his voice, to the hollow sound which goes out of his mouth. He sends it out through all the heaven, and his thunder flame to the ends of the earth. After it a voice is sounding, thundering out the word of his power. He does not keep back his thunder flames, from his mouth his voice is sounding. He does wonders, more than may be searched out, great things of which we have no knowledge, for he says to the snow, make the earth wet, and to the rainstorm, come down. He puts an end to the work of every man, so that all may see his work. Then the beasts go into their holes, and take their rest. Out of its place comes the storm wind, and the cold out of its storehouses. By the breath of God ice is made, and the wide waters are shut in. The thick cloud is weighted with thunder flame, and the cloud sends out its light, and it goes this way and that, round about, turning itself by his guiding, to do whatever he gives orders to be done, on the face of his world of men, for a rod, or for a curse, or for mercy, causing it to come on the mark. Give ear to this, O Job, and keep quiet in your place, and take note of the wonders worked by God. Have you knowledge of God's ordering of his works, how he makes the light of his cloud to be seen? Have you knowledge of the balancings of the clouds, the wonders of him who is all wisdom? You, whose clothing is warm, when the earth is quiet because of the south wind, will you, with him, make the skies smooth, and strong as a polished looking glass? Make clear to me what we are to say to him. We are unable to put our cause before him, because of the dark. How may he have knowledge of my desire for talk with him? Or did any man ever say, may destruction come on me? And now the light is not seen, for it is dark because of the clouds, but a wind comes, clearing them away. A bright light comes out of the north. God's glory is greatly to be feared. There is no searching out of the ruler of all. His strength and his judging are great. He is full of righteousness, doing no wrong. For this cause men go in fear of him. He has no respect for any who are wise in heart. Chapter 38. And the Lord made answer to Job out of the storm wind, and said, who is this who makes the purpose of God dark by words without knowledge? Get your strength together like a man of war. I will put questions to you, and you will give me the answers. Where were you when I put the earth on its base? Say, if you have knowledge. By whom were its measures fixed? Say, if you have wisdom, or by whom was the land stretched out over it? On what were its pillars based? Or who put down its angle stone, when the morning stars made songs together, and all the sons of the gods gave cries of joy? Or where were you when the sea came to birth, pushing out from its secret place, when I made the cloud its robe, and put thick clouds as bands round it, ordering a fixed limit for it, with locks and doors, and said, so far you may come, and no farther, and here the pride of your waves will be stopped? Have you, from your earliest days, given orders to the morning, or made the dawn conscious of its place, so that it might take a grip of the skirts of the earth, shaking all the evildoers out of it? It is changed like wet earth under a stamp, and is colored like a robe, and from the evildoers their light is kept back, and the arm of pride is broken. Have you come into the springs of the sea, walking in the secret places of the deep? Have the doors of death been opened to you, or have the doorkeepers of the dark ever seen you? Have you taken note of the wide limits of the earth? Say, if you have knowledge of it all. Which is the way to the resting place of light, and where is the storehouse of the dark, so that you might take it to its limit, guiding it to its house? No doubt you have knowledge of it, for then you had come to birth, and the number of your days is great. Have you come into the secret place of snow, or have you seen the storehouses of the ice drops, which I have kept for the time of trouble, for the day of war and fighting? Which is the way to the place where the wind is measured out, and the east wind sent out over the earth? By whom has the way been cut for the flowing of the rain, and the flaming of the thunder, causing rain to come on a land where no man is living, on the waste land which has no people, to give water to the land where there is waste and destruction, and to make the dry land green with young grass? Has the rain a father? Or who gave birth to the drops of night mist, out of whose body came the ice? And who gave birth to the cold mist of heaven? The waters are joined together, hard as a stone, and the face of the deep is covered. Are the bands of the Pleiades fixed by you, or are the cords of Orion made loose? Do you make Mazzaroth come out at its right time, or are the bear and its children guided by you? Have you knowledge of the laws of the heavens? Did you give them rule over the earth? Is your voice sent up to the cloud, so that you may be covered by the weight of waters? Do you send out the thunder flames, so that they may go, and say to you, here we are? Who has put wisdom in the high clouds, or given knowledge to the lights of the north? By whose wisdom are the clouds numbered, or the water skins of the heavens turned to the earth? When the earth becomes hard as metal, and is joined together in masses, do you go after food for the she lion, or get meat so that the young lions may have enough, when they are stretched out in their holes, and are waiting in the brushwood? Who gives in the evening the meat he is searching for, when his young ones are crying to God? When the young lions with loud noise go wandering after their food. Chapter 39. Have you knowledge of the rock goats? Or do you see the roes giving birth to their young? Is the number of their months fixed by you? Or is the time when they give birth ordered by you? They are bent down. They give birth to their young. They let loose the fruit of their body. Their young ones are strong, living in the open country. They go out and do not come back again. Who has let the ass of the fields go free, or made loose the bands of the loud-voiced beast? To whom I have given the waste land for a heritage, and the salt land as a living place. He makes sport of the noise of the town. The voice of the driver does not come to his ears. He goes looking for his grasslands in the mountains, searching out every green thing. Will the ox of the mountains be your servant, or is his night's resting place by your food store? Will he be pulling your plow with cords, turning up the valleys after you? Will you put your faith in him, because his strength is great? Will you give the fruit of your work into his care? Will you be looking for him to come back, and get in your seat to the crushing floor? Is the wing of the ostrich feeble, or is it because she has no feathers? Then she puts her eggs on the earth, warming them in the dust, without a thought that they may be crushed by the foot, and broken by the beasts of the field. She is cruel to her young ones, as if they were not hers. Her work is to no purpose. She has no fear. For God has taken wisdom from her mind, and given her no measure of knowledge. When she is shaking her wings on high, she makes sport of the horse and of him who is seated on him. Do you give strength to the horse? Is it by your hand that his neck is clothed with power? Is it through you that he is shaking like a locust, in the pride of his loud sounding breath? He is stamping with joy in the valley. He makes sport of fear. In his strength he goes out against the arms of war, turning not away from the sword. The bow is sounding against him. He sees the shining point spear and arrow, shaking with passion. He is biting the earth. He is not able to keep quiet at the sound of the horn. When it comes to his ears he says, aha! He is smelling the fight from far off, and hearing the thunder of the captains, and the war cries. Is it through your knowledge that the hawk takes his flight, stretching out his wings to the south? Or is it by your orders that the eagle goes up, and makes his resting place on high? On the rock is his house, and on the mountain top his strong place. From there he is watching for food, his eye sees it far off. His young have blood for their drink, and where the dead bodies are, there is he to be seen. Chapter 40. Will he who is protesting give teaching to the ruler of all? Let him who has arguments to put forward against God give an answer. And Job said in answer to the Lord, truly, I am of no value. What answer may I give to you? I will put my hand on my mouth. I have said once, and even twice, what was in my mind, but I will not do so again. Then the Lord made answer to Job out of the storm wind, and said, get your strength together like a man of war. I will put questions to you, and you will give me the answers. Will you even make my right of no value? Will you say that I am wrong in order to make clear that you are right? Have you an arm like God? Have you a voice of thunder like his? Put on the ornaments of your pride, be clothed with glory and power. Let your wrath be overflowing. Let your eyes see all the sons of pride, and make them low. Send destruction on all who are lifted up, pulling down the sinners from their places. Let them be covered together in the dust. Let their faces be dark in the secret place of the underworld. Then I will give praise to you, saying that your right hand is able to give you salvation. See now the great beast, whom I made, even as I made you, he takes grass for food, like the ox. His strength is in his body, and his force in the muscles of his stomach. His tail is curving like a cedar, the muscles of his legs are joined together. His bones are pipes of brass, his legs are like rods of iron. He is the chief of the ways of God, made by him for his pleasure. He takes the produce of the mountains, where all the beasts of the field are at play. He takes his rest under the trees of the river, and in the pool, under the shade of the water plants. He is covered by the branches of the trees, the grasses of the stream are round him. Truly, if the river is overflowing, it gives him no cause for fear. He has no sense of danger, even if Jordan is rushing against his mouth. Will anyone take him when he is on the watch, or put metal teeth through his nose? Chapter 41. Is it possible for a Leviathan to be pulled out with a fishhook, or for a hook to be put through the bone of his mouth? Will you put a cord into his nose, or take him away with a cord round his tongue? Will he make prayers to you, or say soft words to you? Will he make an agreement with you, so that you may take him as a servant forever? Will you make sport with him, as with a bird, or put him in chains for your young women? Will the fishermen make profit out of him? Will they have him cut up for the traders? Will you put sharp pointed irons into his skin, or fish spears into his head? Only put your hand on him, and see what a fight you will have. You will not do it again. Truly, the hope of his attacker is false. He is overcome even on seeing him. He is so cruel that no one is ready to go against him. Who then is able to keep his place before me? Whoever went against me, and got the better of me? There is no one under heaven. I will not keep quiet about the parts of his body, or about his power, and the strength of his frame. Who has ever taken off his outer skin? Who may come inside his inner coat of iron? Who has made open the doors of his face? Fear is round about his teeth. His back is made of lines of plates, joined tight together, one against the other, like a stem. One is so near to the other that no air may come between them. They take a grip of one another, they are joined together, so that they may not be parted. His sneezings give out flames, and his eyes are like the eyes of the dawn. Out of his mouth go burning lights, and flames of fire are jumping up. Smoke comes out of his nose, like a pot boiling on the fire. His breath puts fire to coals, and a flame goes out of his mouth. Strength is in his neck, and fear goes dancing before him. The plates of his flesh are joined together, fixed, and not to be moved. His heart is as strong as a stone, hard as the lower crushing stone. When he gets ready for the fight, the strong are overcome with fear. The sword may come near him but is not able to go through him, the spear, or the arrow, or the sharp-pointed iron. Iron is to him as dry grass, and brass is soft wood. The arrow is not able to put him to flight. Stones are no more to him than dry stems. A thick stick is no better than a leaf of grass, and he makes sport of the onrush of the spear. Under him are sharp edges of broken pots, as if he was pulling a grain-crushing instrument over the wet earth. The deep is boiling like a pot of spices, and the sea like a perfume vessel. After him his way is shining, so that the deep seems white. On earth there is not another like him, who is made without fear. Everything which is high goes in fear of him. He is king over all the sons of pride. Chapter 42. And Job said in answer to the Lord, I see that you are able to do everything, and to give effect to all your designs. Who is this who makes dark the purpose of God by words without knowledge? For I have been talking without knowledge about wonders not to be searched out. Give ear to me, and I will say what is in my mind. I will put questions to you, and you will give me the answers. Word of you had come to my ears, but now my eye has seen you. For this cause I give witness that what I said is false, and in sorrow I take my seat in the dust. And it came about, after he had said these words to Job, that the Lord said to Eliphaz the Temanite, I am very angry with you and your two friends, because you have not said what is right about me, as my servant Job has. And now, take 7 oxen and 7 sheep, and go to my servant Job, and give a burnt offering for yourselves. And my servant Job will make prayer for you, that I may not send punishment on you, because you have not said what is right about me, as my servant Job has. And Eliphaz the Temanite, and Bildad the Shuhite, and Zophar the Naamathite, went and did as the Lord had said. And the Lord gave ear to Job. And the Lord made up to Job for all his losses, after he had made prayer for his friends, and all Job had before was increased by the Lord twice as much. And all his brothers and sisters, and his friends of earlier days, came and took food with him in his house, and made clear their grief for him, and gave him comfort for all the evil which the Lord had sent on him. And they all gave him a bit of money and a gold ring. And the Lord's blessing was greater on the end of Job's life than on its start. And so he came to have 14,000 sheep and goats, and 6,000 camels, and 2,000 oxen, and 1,000 she asses. And he had 7 sons and 3 daughters. And he gave the first the name of Jemimah, the second Keziah, and the third Karen-Happuch. And there were no women so beautiful as the daughters of Job in all the earth. And their father gave them a heritage among their brothers. And after this Job had 140 years of life, and saw his sons, and his sons' sons, even 4 generations. And Job came to his end, old and full of days. The Bible in Basic English. The Book of Psalms. Psalm 1. Happy is the man who does not go in the company of sinners, or take his place in the way of evildoers, or in the seat of those who do not give honor to the Lord, but whose delight is in the law of the Lord, and whose mind is on his law day and night. He will be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, which gives its fruit at the right time, whose leaves will ever be green, and he will do well in all his undertakings. The evildoers are not so, but are like the dust from the grain, which the wind takes away. For this cause there will be no mercy for sinners when they are judged, and the evildoers will have no place among the upright, because the Lord sees the way of the upright, but the end of the sinner is destruction. Psalm 2. Why are the nations so violently moved, and why are the thoughts of the people so foolish? The kings of the earth have taken their place, and the rulers are fixed in their purpose, against the Lord, and against the king of his selection, saying, Let their chains be broken, and their cords taken from off us. Then he whose seat is in the heavens will be laughing, the Lord will make sport of them. Then will his angry words come to their ears, and by his wrath they will be troubled. But I have put my king on my holy hill of Zion. I will make clear the Lord's decision. He has said to me, You are my son, this day have I given you being. Make your request to me, and I will give you the nations for your heritage, and the farthest limits of the earth will be under your hand. They will be ruled by you with a rod of iron. They will be broken like a potter's vessel. So now be wise, you kings, take his teaching, you judges of the earth. Give worship to the Lord with fear, kissing his feet and giving him honor, for fear that he may be angry, causing destruction to come on you, because he is quickly moved to wrath. Happy are all those who put their faith in him. Psalm 3. A Psalm of David, when he went in flight from Absalom his son. Lord, how greatly are they increased who make attacks on me. In great numbers they come against me. Unnumbered are those who say of my soul, There is no help for him in God. Selah, but your strength, O Lord, is round me. You are my glory and the lifter up of my head. I send up a cry to the Lord with my voice, and he gives me an answer from his holy hill. Selah, I took my rest in sleep, and then again I was awake, for the Lord was my support. I will have no fear, though 10,000 have come round me, putting themselves against me. Come to me, Lord, keep me safe, O my God, for you have given all my haters blows on their face bones. The teeth of the evildoers have been broken by you. Salvation comes from the Lord. Your blessing is on your people. Selah. Psalm 4. To the chief music maker on corded instruments. A psalm of David. Give answer to my cry, O God of my righteousness, make me free from my troubles, have mercy on me, and give ear to my prayer. O you sons of men, how long will you go on turning my glory into shame? How long will you give your love to foolish things, going after what is false? Selah. See how the Lord has made great his mercy for me. The Lord will give ear to my cry. Let there be fear in your hearts, and do no sin. Have bitter feelings on your bed, but make no sound. Selah. Give the offerings of righteousness, and put your faith in the Lord. There are numbers who say, who will do us any good? The light of his face has gone from us. Lord, you have put joy in my heart, more than they have when their grain and their wine are increased. I will take my rest on my bed in peace, because you only, Lord, keep me safe. Psalm 5. To the chief music maker on wind instruments. A psalm of David. Give ear to my words, O Lord, give thought to my heart searchings. Let the voice of my cry come to you, my King and my God, for to you will I make my prayer. My voice will come to you in the morning, O Lord, in the morning will I send my prayer to you, and keep watch. For you are not a God who takes pleasure in wrongdoing. There is no evil with you. The sons of pride have no place before you. You are a hater of all workers of evil. You will send destruction on those whose words are false. The cruel man and the man of deceit are hated by the Lord. But as for me, I will come into your house, in the full measure of your mercy, and in your fear I will give worship, turning my eyes to your holy temple. Be my guide, O Lord, in the ways of your righteousness, because of those who are against me. Make your way straight before my face, for no faith may be put in their words. Their inner part is nothing but evil. Their throat is like an open place for the dead. Smooth are the words of their tongues. Send them to destruction. O Lord, let their evil designs be the cause of their fall. Let them be forced out by all their sins, because they have gone against your authority. But let all those who put their faith in you be glad with cries of joy at all times, and let all the lovers of your name be glad in you. For you, Lord, will send a blessing on the upright man. Your grace will be round him, and you will be his strength. Psalm 6. To the chief music maker on corded instruments, on the Sheminith. A psalm of David. O Lord, do not be bitter with me in your wrath. Do not send punishment on me in the heat of your passion. Have mercy on me, O Lord, for I am wasted away. Make me well, for even my bones are troubled. My soul is in bitter trouble, and you, O Lord, how long? Come back, O Lord, make my soul free. O give me salvation because of your mercy. For in death there is no memory of you. In the underworld who will give you praise? The voice of my sorrow is a weariness to me. All the night I make my bed wet with weeping. It is watered by the drops flowing from my eyes. My eyes are wasting away with trouble. They are becoming old because of all those who are against me. Go for me, all you workers of evil. For the Lord has given ear to the voice of my weeping. The Lord has given ear to my request. The Lord has let my prayer come before him. Let all those who are against me be shamed and deeply troubled. Let them be turned back and suddenly put to shame. Psalm 7. Shiggaion of David, a song which he made to the Lord, about the words of Cush the Benjamite. O Lord my God, I put my faith in you. Take me out of the hands of him who is cruel to me, and make me free, so that he may not come rushing on my soul like a lion, wounding it, while there is no one to be my savior. O Lord my God, if I have done this, if my hands have done any wrong, if I have given back evil to him who did evil to me, or have taken anything from him who was against me without cause, let my hater go after my soul and take it. Let my life be crushed to the earth, and my honor into the dust. Selah, come up, Lord, in your wrath. Be lifted up against my haters. Be awake, my God, give orders for the judging. The meeting of the nations will be round you. Take your seat, then, over them, on high. The Lord will be judge of the peoples. Give a decision for me, O Lord, because of my righteousness, and let my virtue have its reward. O let the evil of the evildoer come to an end, but give strength to the upright, for men's minds and hearts are tested by the God of righteousness. God, who is the Savior of the upright in heart, is my breastplate. God is the judge of the upright, and is angry with the evildoers every day. If a man is not turned from his evil, he will make his sword sharp. His bow is bent and ready. He has made ready for him the instruments of death. He makes his arrows flames of fire. That man is a worker of evil. The seed of wrongdoing has given birth to deceit. He has made a hole deep in the earth, and is falling into the hole which he has made. His wrongdoing will come back to him, and his violent behavior will come down on his head. I will give praise to the Lord for his righteousness. I will make a song to the name of the Lord Most High. Psalm 8. To the chief music maker on the Gittith, a psalm of David. O Lord, our Lord, whose glory is higher than the heavens, how noble is your name in all the earth. You have made clear your strength even out of the mouths of babies at the breast, because of those who are against you, so that you may put to shame the cruel and violent man. When I see your heavens, the work of your fingers, the moon and the stars, which you have put in their places, what is man, that you keep him in mind, the Son of Man, that you take him into account? For you have made him only a little lower than the gods, crowning him with glory and honor. You have made him ruler over the works of your hands. You have put all things under his feet, all sheep and oxen, and all the beasts of the field, the birds of the air and the fish of the sea, and whatever goes through the deep waters of the seas. O Lord, our Lord, how noble is your name in all the earth. Psalm 9. To the chief music maker on Muthlabben, a psalm of David. I will give you praise, O Lord, with all my heart. I will make clear all the wonder of your works. I will be glad and have delight in you. I will make a song of praise to your name, O Most High. When my haters are turned back, they will be broken and overcome before you. For you gave approval to my right and my cause. You were seated in your high place judging in righteousness. You have said sharp words to the nations. You have sent destruction on the sinners. Have put an end to their name forever and ever. You have given their towns to destruction. The memory of them has gone. They have become waste forever. But the Lord is king forever. He has made ready his high seat for judging. And he will be the judge of the world in righteousness, giving true decisions for the peoples. The Lord will be a high tower for those who are crushed down, a high tower in times of trouble, and those who have knowledge of your name will put their faith in you. Because you, Lord, have ever given your help to those who are waiting for you. Make songs of praise to the Lord, whose house is in Zion. Make his doings clear to the people. When he makes search for blood, he has them in his memory. He is not without thought for the cry of the poor. Have mercy on me, O Lord, and see how I am troubled by my haters. Let me be lifted up from the doors of death, so that I may make clear all your praise in the house of the daughter of Zion. I will be glad because of your salvation. The nations have gone down into the hole which they made. In their secret net is their foot taken. The Lord has given knowledge of himself through his judging. The evildoer is taken in the net which his hands had made. Higan, Selah, the sinners and all the nations who have no memory of God will be turned into the underworld. For the poor will not be without help. The hopes of those in need will not be crushed forever. Up, O Lord, let not man overcome you. Let the nations be judged before you. Put them in fear, O Lord, so that the nations may see that they are only men. Selah. Psalm 10. Why do you keep far away, O Lord? Why are you not to be seen in times of trouble? The evildoer in his pride is cruel to the poor. Let him be taken by the tricks of his invention. For the evildoer is lifted up because of the purpose of his heart, and he whose mind is fixed on wealth is turned away from the Lord, saying evil against him. The evildoer in his pride says, God will not make a search. All his thoughts are, there is no God. His ways are ever fixed. Your decisions are higher than he may see. As for his haters, there is nothing to him. He has said in his heart, I will not be moved. Through all generations I will never be in trouble. His mouth is full of cursing and deceit and false words. Under his tongue are evil purposes and dark thoughts. He is waiting in the dark places of the towns. In the secret places he puts to death those who have done no wrong. His eyes are secretly turned against the poor. He keeps himself in a secret place like a lion in his hole, waiting to put his hands on the poor man, and pulling him into his net. The upright are crushed and made low, and the feeble are overcome by his strong ones. He says in his heart, God has no memory of me. His face is turned away. He will never see it. Up, O Lord, let your hand be lifted, give thought to the poor. Why has the evildoer a low opinion of God, saying in his heart, you will not make search for it? You have seen it, for your eyes are on sorrow and grief, to take it into your hand. The poor man puts his faith in you. You have been the helper of the child who has no father. Let the arm of the sinner and the evildoer be broken. Go on searching for his sin till there is no more. The Lord is king forever and ever. The nations are gone from his land. Lord, you have given ear to the prayer of the poor. You will make strong their hearts. You will give them a hearing, to give decision for the child without a father and for the broken-hearted, so that the man of the earth may no longer be feared. Psalm 11. For the chief music maker of David. In the Lord put I my faith. How will you say to my soul, go in flight like a bird to the mountain? See, the bows of the evildoers are bent, they make ready their arrows on the cord, so that they may send them secretly against the upright in heart. If the bases are broken down, what is the upright man to do? The Lord is in his holy temple, the Lord's seat is in heaven, his eyes are watching and testing the children of men. The Lord puts the upright and the sinner to the test, but he has hated his soul for the lover of violent acts. On the evildoer he will send down fire and flames, and a burning wind, with these will their cup be full. For the Lord is upright, he is a lover of righteousness, the upright will see his face. Psalm 12. For the chief music maker of Sheminith, a psalm of David. Send help, Lord, for mercy has come to an end. There is no more faith among the children of men. Everyone says false words to his neighbor, their tongues are smooth in their talk, and their hearts are full of deceit. The smooth lips and the tongue of pride will be cut off by the Lord. They have said, with our tongues will we overcome, our lips are ours, who is Lord over us, because of the crushing of the poor and the weeping of those in need. Now will I come to his help, says the Lord, I will give him the salvation which he is desiring. The words of the Lord are true words, like silver tested by fire and burned clean 7 times. You will keep them, O Lord, you will keep them safe from this generation forever. The sinners are walking on every side, and evil is honored among the children of men. Psalm 13. To the chief music maker, a psalm of David. Will you forever put me out of your memory, O Lord? Will your face forever be turned away from me? How long is my soul to be endowed with sorrow in my heart all the day? How long will he who is against me be given power over me? Let my voice come before you, and give me an answer. O Lord my God, let your light be shining on me, so that the sleep of death may not overtake me, and he who is against me may not say, I have overcome him, and those who are troubling me may not be glad when I am moved. But I have had faith in your mercy, my heart will be glad in your salvation. I will make a song to the Lord, because he has given me my reward. Psalm 14. To the chief music maker of David. The foolish man has said in his heart, God will not do anything. They are unclean, they have done evil works, there is not one who does good. The Lord was looking down from heaven on the children of men, to see if there were any who had wisdom, searching after God. They have all gone out of the way together, they are unclean, there is not one who does good, no, not one. Have all the workers of evil no knowledge? They take my people for food as they would take bread. They make no prayer to the Lord. Then were they in great fear, for God is in the generation of the upright. You have put to shame the thoughts of the poor, but the Lord is his support. May the salvation of Israel come out of Zion. When the fate of his people is changed by the Lord, Jacob will have joy and Israel will be glad. Psalm 15. A psalm of David. Lord, who may have a resting place in your tent, a living place on your holy hill. He who goes on his way uprightly, doing righteousness, and saying what is true in his heart, whose tongue is not false, who does no evil to his friend, and does not take away the good name of his neighbor, who gives honor to those who have the fear of the Lord, turning away from him who is not the Lord's approval. He who takes an oath against himself, and makes no change, he who does not put out his money at interest, or for payment give false decisions against men who have done no wrong. He who does these things will never be moved. Psalm 16. Michtam of David. Keep me safe, O God, for in you I have put my faith. O my soul, you have said to the Lord, you are my Lord, I have no good but you. As for the saints who are in the earth, they are the noble in whom is all my delight. Their sorrows will be increased to go after another God. I will not take drink offerings from their hands, or take their names on my lips. The Lord is my heritage and the wine of my cup. You are the supporter of my right. Fair are the places marked out for me. I have a noble heritage. I will give praise to the Lord who has been my God. Knowledge comes to me from my thoughts in the night. I have put the Lord before me at all times. Because he is at my right hand, I will not be moved. Because of this my heart is glad, and my glory is full of joy, while my flesh takes its rest in hope. For you will not let my soul be prisoned in the underworld. You will not let your loved one see the place of death. You will make clear to me the way of life, where joy is complete. In your right hand there are pleasures forever and ever. Psalm 17. A prayer of David. Let my cause come to your ears, O Lord. Give attention to my cry. Give ear to my prayer which goes out from false lips. Be my judge, for your eyes see what is right. You have put my heart to the test, searching me in the night. You have put me to the test and seen no evil purpose in me. I will keep my mouth from sin. As for the works of men, by the word of your lips I have kept myself from the ways of the violent. I have kept my feet in your ways, my steps have not been turned away. My cry has gone up to you, for you will give me an answer. O God, let your ear be turned to me, and give attention to my words. Make clear the wonder of your mercy, O Savior of those who put their faith in your right hand, from those who come out against them. Keep me as the light of your eyes, covering me with the shade of your wings, from the evildoers who are violent to me, and from those who are round me, desiring my death. They are shut up in their fat, with their mouths they say words of pride. They have made a circle round our steps, their eyes are fixed on us, forcing us down to the earth, like a lion desiring its food, and like a young lion waiting in secret places. Up, Lord, come out against him, make him low. With your sword be my savior from the evildoer, with your hand, O Lord, from men, even men of the world, whose heritage is in this life, and whom you make full with your secret wealth. They are full of children. After their death their offspring take the rest of their goods. As for me, I will see your face in righteousness. When I am awake it will be joy enough for me to see your form. Psalm 18. To the chief music maker, of the servant of the Lord, of David, who said the words of this song to the Lord on the day when the Lord made him free from the hand of all his haters, and from the hand of Saul, and he said, I will give you my love, O Lord, my strength. The Lord is my rock, my walled town, and my Savior, my God, my rock, in him will I put my faith, my breastplate, and the horn of my salvation, and my high tower. I will send up my cry to the Lord, who is to be praised, so will I be made safe from those who are against me. The cords of death were round me, and the seas of evil put me in fear. The cords of hell were round me, the nets of death came on me. In my trouble my voice went up to the Lord, and my cry to my God. My voice came to his hearing in his holy temple, and my prayer came before him, even into his ears. Then trouble and shock came on the earth, and the bases of the mountains were moved and shaking, because he was angry. There went up a smoke from his nose, and a fire of destruction from his mouth. Flames were lighted by it. The heavens were bent, so that he might come down, and it was dark under his feet. And he went in flight through the air, seated on a storm cloud, going quickly on the wings of the wind. He made the dark his secret place. His tent round him was the dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. Before his shining light his dark clouds went past, raining ice and fire. The Lord made thunder in the heavens, and the voice of the highest was sounding out, a rain of ice and fire. He sent out his arrows, driving them in all directions. By his flames of fire they were troubled. Then the deep beds of the waters were seen, and the bases of the world were uncovered, because of your words of wrath, O Lord, because of the breath from your mouth. He sent from on high, he took me, pulling me out of great waters. He made me free from my strong hater, and from those who were against me. Because they were stronger than I, they came on me in the day of my trouble. But the Lord was my support. He took me out into a wide place. He was my Savior because he had delight in me. The Lord gives me the reward of my righteousness. because my hands are clean before him. For I have kept the ways of the Lord, I have not been turned away in sin from my God. For all his decisions were before me, and I did not put away his laws from me. And I was upright before him, and I kept myself from sin. Because of this the Lord has given me the reward of my righteousness, because my hands are clean in his eyes. On him who is mercy you will have mercy, to the upright you will be upright. He who is holy will see that you are holy. But to the man whose way is not straight you will be a hard judge. For you are the Savior of those who are in trouble, but eyes full of pride will be made low. You, O Lord, will be my light. By you, my God, the dark will be made bright for me. By your help I have made a way through the wall which was shutting me in. By the help of my God I have gone over a wall. As for God, his way is completely good. The word of the Lord is tested. He is a breastplate for all those who put their faith in him. For who is God but the Lord? Or who is a rock but our God? God puts a strong band about me, guiding me in a straight way. He makes my feet like rose feet, and puts me on high places. He makes my hands expert in war, so that a bow of brass is bent by my arms. You have given me the breastplate of your salvation. Your right hand has been my support, and your mercy has made me great. You have made my steps so that my feet are kept from slipping. I go after my haters and overtake them, not turning back till they are all overcome. I will give them wounds, so that they are not able to get up. They are stretched under my feet. For I have been armed by you with strength for the fight. You have made low under me those who come out against me. By you their backs are turned in flight, so that my haters are cut off. They were crying out, but there was no one to come to their help, even to the Lord, but he gave them no answer. Then they were crushed to small as dust before the wind. They were drained out like the waste of the streets. You have made me free from the fightings of the people. You have made me the head of the nations. A people of whom I had no knowledge will be my servants. From the time when my name comes to their ears, they will be ruled by me. Men of other countries will, with false hearts, put themselves under my authority. They will be wasting away. They will come out of their secret places shaking with fear. The Lord is living. Praise be to my rock, and let the God of my salvation be honored. It is God who sends punishment on my haters, and puts peoples under my rule. He makes me free from my haters. I am lifted up over those who come up against me. You have made me free from the violent man. Because of this I will give you praise, O Lord, among the nations, and will make a song of praise to your name. Great salvation does he give to his king. He has mercy on the king of his selection, David, and on his seed forever. Psalm 19. To the chief music maker, a psalm of David. The heavens are sounding the glory of God. The arch of the sky makes clear the work of his hands. Day after day it sends out its word, and night after night it gives knowledge. There are no words or language, their voice makes no sound. Their line has gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them has he put a tent for the sun, who is like a newly married man coming from his bride tent, and is glad like a strong runner starting on his way. His going out is from the end of the heaven, and his circle to the ends of it. There is nothing which is not open to his heat. The law of the Lord is good, giving new life to the soul. The witness of the Lord is certain, giving wisdom to the foolish. The orders of the Lord are right, making glad the heart. The rule of the Lord is holy, giving light to the eyes. The fear of the Lord is clean, and has no end. The decisions of the Lord are true and full of righteousness. More to be desired are they than gold, even than much shining gold, sweeter than the dropping honey. By them is your servant made conscious of danger, and in keeping them there is great reward. Who has full knowledge of his errors? Make me clean from secret evil. Keep your servant back from sins of pride. Let them not have rule over me, then will I be upright and free from great sin. Let the words of my mouth and the thoughts of my heart be pleasing in your eyes, O Lord, my strength and my salvation. Psalm 20. To the chief music maker, a psalm of David. May the Lord give ear to you in the day of trouble. May you be placed on high by the name of the God of Jacob. May he send you help from the holy place, and give you strength from Zion. May he keep all your offerings in mind, and be pleased with the fat of your burnt offerings. Selah. May he give you your heart's desire, and put all your purposes into effect. We will be glad in your salvation, and in the name of our God we will put up our flags. May the Lord give you all your requests. Now am I certain that the Lord gives salvation to his king. He will give him an answer from his holy heaven with the strength of salvation in his right hand. Some put their faith in carriages and some in horses, but we will be strong in the name of the Lord our God. They are bent down and made low, but we have been lifted up. Come to our help, Lord. Let the king give ear to our cry. Psalm 21. To the chief music maker, a psalm of David. The king will be glad in your strength, O Lord, how great will be his delight in your salvation. You have given him his heart's desire, and have not kept back the request of his lips. Selah, for you go before him with the blessings of good things. You put a crown of fair gold on his head. He made request to you for life, and you gave it to him, long life forever and ever. His glory is great in your salvation, honor and authority have you put on him. For you have made him a blessing forever. You have given him joy in the light of your face. For the king has faith in the Lord, and through the mercy of the Most High he will not be moved. Your hand will make a search for all your haters, your right hand will be hard on all those who are against you. You will make them like a flaming oven before you. The Lord in his wrath will put an end to them, and they will be burned up in the fire. Their fruit will be cut off from the earth, and their seed from among the children of men. For their thoughts were bitter against you. They had an evil design in their minds, which they were not able to put into effect. Their backs will be turned when you make ready the cords of your bow against their faces. Be lifted up, O Lord, in your strength, so will we make songs in praise of your power. Psalm 22. To the chief music maker on Shahar, a psalm of David. My God, why are you turned away from me? Why are you so far from helping me, and from the words of my crying? Oh my God, I make my cry in the day, and you give no answer, and in the night, and have no rest. But you are holy, O you who were seated among the praises of Israel. Our fathers had faith in you, they had faith and you were their Savior. They sent up their cry to you and were made free. They put their faith in you and were not put to shame. But I am a worm and not a man, cursed by men, and looked down on by the people. I am laughed at by all those who see me. Pushing out their lips and shaking their heads, they say, he put his faith in the Lord. Let the Lord be his Savior now. Let the Lord be his Savior, because he had delight in him. But it was you who took care of me from the day of my birth. You gave me faith even from my mother's breasts. I was in your hands even before my birth. You are my God from the time when I was in my mother's body. Be not far from me, for trouble is near, there is no one to give help. A great herd of oxen is round me. I am shut in by the strong oxen of Bashan. I saw their mouths wide open, like lions crying after food. I am flowing away like water, and all my bones are out of place. My heart is like wax, it has become soft in my body. My throat is dry like a broken vessel. My tongue is fixed to the roof of my mouth, and the dust of death is on my lips. Dogs have come round me. I am shut in by the band of evildoers. They made wounds in my hands and feet. I am able to see all my bones. Their looks are fixed on me. They make a division of my robes among them. By the decision of chance they take my clothing. Do not be far from me, O Lord, O my strength. Come quickly to my help. Make my soul safe from the sword, my life from the power of the dog. Be my savior from the lion's mouth. Let me go free from the horns of the cruel oxen. I will give the knowledge of your name to my brothers. I will give you praise among the people. You who have fear of the Lord, give him praise. All you seed of Jacob, give him glory. Go in fear of him, all you seed of Israel, for he has not been unmoved by the pain of him who is troubled, or kept his face covered from him. But he has given an answer to his cry. My praise will be of you in the great meeting. I will make my offerings before his worshippers. The poor will have a feast of good things. Those who make search for the Lord will give him praise. Your heart will have life forever. All the ends of the earth will keep it in mind and be turned to the Lord. All the families of the nations will give him worship. For the kingdom is the Lord's. He is the ruler among the nations. All the fat ones of the earth will give him worship. All those who go down to the dust will make themselves low before him. Even he who is not enough for the life of his soul. A seed will be his servant. The doings of the Lord will be made clear to the generation which comes after. They will come and make his righteousness clear to a people of the future because he has done this. Psalm 23, a psalm of David. The Lord takes care of me as a sheep. I will not be without any good thing. He makes a resting place for me in the green fields. He is my guide by the quiet waters. He gives new life to my soul. He is my guide in the ways of righteousness because of his name. Yes, though I go through the valley of deep shade, I will have no fear of evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your support are my comfort. You make ready a table for me in front of my haters. You put oil on my head. My cup is overflowing. Truly, blessing and mercy will be with me all the days of my life, and I will have a place in the house of the Lord all my days. Psalm 24. A Psalm of David. The earth is the Lord's, with all its wealth, the world and all the people living in it. For by him it was based on the seas, and made strong on the deep rivers. Who may go up into the hill of the Lord? And who may come into his holy place? He who has clean hands and a true heart, whose desire has not gone out to foolish things, who has not taken a false oath. He will have blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is the generation of those whose hearts are turned to you, even to your face, O God of Jacob. Selah, let your heads be lifted up, O doors, be lifted up, O you eternal doors, that the King of glory may come in. Who is the King of glory? The Lord of strength and power, the Lord strong in war. Let your heads be lifted up, O doors, let them be lifted up, O you eternal doors, that the King of glory may come in. Who is the King of glory? The Lord of armies, he is the King of glory. Selah. Psalm 25. Of David. To you, O Lord, my soul is lifted up. O my God, I have put my faith in you. Let me not be shamed. Let not my haters be glorying over me. Let no servant of yours be put to shame. May those be shamed who are false without cause. Make your steps clear to me, O Lord. Give me knowledge of your ways. Be my guide and teacher in the true way, for you are the God of my salvation. I am waiting for your word.